Chapter 1. Heart-wrenching sacrifice and vengeful rebirth. In the 24th year of the Western Abyss, snowflakes fell gently, and the cold wind howled fiercely. Within the desolate cold palace, the doors and windows were in tatters, and a mournful wail of sorrow and resentment pierced the heavens. Rong Mingyu, Li Ruotang, I curse you to meet a wretched end. A woman clad in pure white was firmly restrained by two matronly figures upon a dilapidated stool. Her exquisite visage was marred by defiance. Her face contorted in a struggle of rage and despair. The splendidly dressed, charming young woman approached her slowly, a smile dancing in her eyes as she glanced at the dashing man behind her. "Brother, do you hear that? This wretched creature curses us even as death approaches her." The man stepped forward, delivering a brutal kick to the woman's abdomen, his expression ferocious. "Li Chu, do you still believe you are the lofty noblewoman you once were? I have annihilated your entire clan, and your brother has fallen to my arrows. What can a mere stray dog like you rely on to threaten me?" The pain radiating from her belly caused Li Chu to furrow her brow slightly, yet paled in comparison to the anguish of her family's demise. She gazed defiantly at the elevated figures before her eyes burning with a murderous intent. "Not a stray dog? Rong Mingyu, do not forget that it was I, this so-called stray dog, who led my kin to support your ascension. Without my aid, you would not have triumphed in your initial struggle for power, let alone aspire to the supreme throne. And what has my support yielded? The complete extermination of my kin at your hands. You are a hypocritical beast. I spit upon you." Li Chu's fists were clenched tightly, her nails digging into her flesh unconsciously, the barrage of ill tidings shattering her heart. She could only blame herself for her inability to discern true intentions, for inviting the wolf into her home, thus leading to the demise of over 1,000 lives from the Shinfu, the Protectorate, and the general's households. Moreover, her brother had perished, pierced by a myriad of arrows in his attempt to save her. She was the one deserving of death. Why must her family endure such torment? She would gladly suffer 1,000-fold for the chance to reclaim her loved ones. I choose scornful accusations ignited Rong Mingyu's fury, the murderous intent in his eyes intensifying. "Silence, wretched woman, you are courting death." Indeed, his path to power was not without her. Her very existence incessantly reminded him of his inadequacies. Thus she must perish. I Chu cast a forlorn glance at her slightly rounded abdomen, her eyes cold as ice, yet she clung to a glimmer of hope. "Rong Mingyu, even a tiger does not consume its cubs. I am with child. Do you not fear that your cruelty towards your own flesh and blood will render you unable to face your ancestors in the future?" She had intended to reveal this joyous news upon his ascension, but fate had intervened, imprisoning her in the cold palace before she could utter a word. Now, she merely wished to barter this child for a sliver of survival. Should she fail to avenge her family's annihilation, she would never find peace in death. Rong Mingyu's eyes brightened at her words, an unmistakable malice creeping onto his face. "Very well. I have never shared a marital bond with you, shameless harlot. Summon the guards. Proclaim my decree. Li Chu, for failing to uphold the duties of a wife and attempting to confuse the royal lineage, is guilty of heinous crimes and shall be executed on the spot. Li Chu held a reputation in Shiyuan that rivaled his own. Even if her entire clan were to perish, he still dared not brazenly take her life. This time, he was eager to witness who would dare plead for this shameless woman. Li Ruotang was reluctant to allow Li Chu a swift demise. She gently brushed her delicate hand across Rong Mingyu's chest. In a soft voice, she said, "Brother, do not be angry. Please return to the palace to rest. I wish to speak with her for a few more moments. Would it be acceptable to entrust her to me? Very well. I shall leave her in Tanger's care, and I will await your return in the palace." Rong Mingyu replied, placing a gentle kiss upon Li Ruotang's forehead before departing. "Farewell, brother." Once Rong Mingyu had left, Li Ruotang turned back, a sinister glint growing in her eyes. Throughout her life, whether in beauty or talent, she had always been overshadowed by Li Chu. She had longed to witness her rivals fall from grace, and now that dream had finally come to fruition. Meanwhile, Li Chu remained lost in Rong Mingyu's words, unable to shake off the lingering thoughts. She lifted her gaze to Li Ruotang, seemingly oblivious to the malice in her eyes. "What does Rong Mingyu mean? Is my child not his?" Li Ruotang could not suppress her laughter. Despite Li Chu's breathtaking beauty, the man she adored had never truly cherished her. In this regard, Li Ruotang believed she was far superior. He despises you. How could he ever touch you? Then who is it? Who is the one that has shared my bed for the past 3 years? Li Chu's eyes reflected a hint of confusion, as if she had plunged into a dark abyss. The affection of 3 years had become the greatest jest of her life. Her marriage to Rong Mingyu had merely been an expression of gratitude for his life-saving assistance. If there was any affection to be found, it belonged to the man who had been her nightly companion. Yet, she remained oblivious to the true identity of that Ruotang continued to laugh, covering her mouth. Our Ziwen's most esteemed, talented woman has become the consort of a hideous servant, and now bears his child. Is that not laughable? Ha ha! The hideous servant had been a guardian at the royal mansion of Yu, known for his grotesque appearance, which compelled him to wear a mask, rendering his true visage unknown to all. It was only known that his martial prowess was profound. Li Chu had faced numerous assassination attempts, all thwarted by his timely interventions. Thus he held a debt of gratitude towards her. That a hideous servant? Very well, appearance is of little consequence, for his character is worthy of being the father of my child. As she thought of that tall and noble figure, a serene smile graced Li Chu's lips. At least the man she loved was not Rong Mingyu. The only regret was that she could no longer see the hideous servant or inform him of their child's existence. This smile was particularly irksome in Li Ruotang's eyes. She lightly tapped the sharp dagger against Li Chu's delicate face. This pitiful face of yours truly elicits disdain. With a twist of the blade, Li Chu's fair and tender skin was sliced open, blood gushing forth. Chu gritted her teeth, remaining silent, her eyes filled with resentment as she glared at the sister with whom she had once grown up, a mocking smile on her lips. To murder one's own parents and kin in pursuit of fame and status. Do you not fear the descent into the depths of hell, destined to become a mere beast in the next life? Silence. What does your intelligence matter? You still fell into my hands. Furthermore, it is your parents I've slain, not mine. With this thought, Li Ruotang felt a measure of relief. No matter how extraordinary Li Chu's talents may be, she was ultimately destined to sow her own shroud. What did you say? So you're not my sister. No wonder. Li Ruotang, you have masqueraded as the daughter of the minister's family for over 20 years. Not only do you fail to appreciate the kindness of your upbringing, but you also conspire against it. You are as venomous as a serpent and unworthy of being human. If she could not kill Rong Mingyu, then slaying a Li Ruotang would suffice. Li Chu exerted all her strength to break free from the old maid's grasp. Seizing the dagger from Li Ruotang's hand, she aimed it at her heart. Yet before the dagger could pierce Li Ruotang's heart, a sound echoed, a soft thud, as Li Chu's frail body was flung away, crashing violently against the unyielding ground. To her astonishment, Li Ruotang was accompanied by a maid skilled in combat, proving that her life was still beyond reach. With a heart-wrenching wail, Li Chu plunged the sharp dagger deep into her own chest, the sound of bones fracturing reverberating in the air. Her slender fingers delved into her chest, slowly extracting the still beating heart. Drenched in blood, her gaze turned fierce as she stared at Li Ruotang. Blood trickled from the corners of her mouth, resembling blooming red plums. A wave of despair engulfed the world around her. Father, mother, brother, and the unjustly slain kin. It is Li Chu who has failed you, unable to avenge your deaths. By the heavens above, I offer my true heart as a sacrifice, beseeching to be ensnared with the wicked in the depths of the underworld, bound eternally without release. Chapter 2. Rong Mingyu's proposal after Li Chu's demise. Her spirit roamed aimlessly through the realms, burdened by an overwhelming sense of resentment. Gradually, her consciousness began to solidify, and she faintly perceived the call of Qingyu. Miss, are you all right? Mississippi Qingyu, Qingfeng, Qinglian, and Qinghe, for companions who had grown up with her, shared a profound bond. However, when she was cast into the cold palace, they were sent to the army, ultimately succumbing to humiliation and taking their own lives. Why could she still hear Qingyu's voice? With great effort, Li Chu propped herself up, her eyelids fluttering open to reveal the familiar confines of her chamber and the anxious face of Qingyu. She widened her eyes in astonishment. Had she not perished? Was this indeed hell? Qingyu carefully placed a cushion behind Li Chu's back and gently pressed her hand to her forehead. "You're not ill, miss, but your complexion is so pale. I must ask Qing Feng to summon a physician." "Wait." Li Chu grasped Qingyu's hand, the warmth of her touch imparting a sense of reality. Gathering her strength, she scanned her surroundings, her vision gradually sharpening. Unable to suppress her exhilaration, she sprang up from the soft couch. She was alive, and so were Qingyu and the others. Were her parents, her brother, and her maternal grandfather still among the living? "Qingyu, what year is it now?" "Is the 21st year of Shi Yuan." As night fell, the sky shimmered with countless stars, appearing both distant and near. After hours of contemplation by the window, Li Chu finally regained her focus and adjusted the candlelight on the table with a pair of scissors. She bore the weight of over 1,000 lives of her kin, a grave sin that warranted death as atonement. Yet, by the grace of heaven, she had been granted the chance to return to the day before her engagement with Rong Mingyu 3 years prior. During her soul's wandering, she had uncovered many truths unknown to her in her previous life. For instance, a month prior, she had attended a flower appreciation gathering hosted by the eldest princess, only to encounter an assassination attempt on her way home. It was a man in white who saved her. In the depths of night, she had not clearly seen her savior's face, but she vaguely recalled a purple dragon-shaped jade pendant hanging from his waist. Upon returning home, she informed her parents and sister of the assassination attempt. Coincidentally, shortly thereafter, Rong Mingyu visited her, expressing concern for her well-being and repeatedly hinting that he was her savior. The purple dragon pendant he wore had clouded her judgment, leading her to mistakenly believe he was her benefactor. Thus, her family met with a tragic fate. It seemed that at that time, Li Ruotang was already entangled with him, which explained his audacity to claim the credit for her salvation. Only now did she realize that the dragon-shaped pendant belonged to the imperial family, with each member possessing one. It was not exclusive to Rong Mingyu. Regrettably, this lifetime was destined for her to owe a debt to both her savior and the unfortunate one. She truly lacked the strength to seek them out. Her singular conviction was revenge. If she could not send the true culprit to hell, would it not render her second chance futile? Tomorrow marks the day when Rong Mingyu will come to propose. In Li Chu's enchanting gaze, a murderous intent surged forth. "Rest assured, I shall not allow you to die too swiftly. The despair and agony I have endured should also be yours to experience. I shall ensure you lose that which is most precious to you." The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Li Chu's face at the dressing table, enhancing her already captivating beauty. Qingyu and Qing Feng adeptly styled her hair into a serpentine bun, adorned with a butterfly-shaped jade hairpin, with long tassels cascading down her back. Coupled with just the right amount of makeup, her simple appearance resembled that of a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. Qing Lian and Qinghe presented several of Li Chu's most frequently worn dresses before her. "Miss, which outfit shall you wear today?" Upon lifting her gaze, Li Chu was nearly blinded by a dazzling array of vibrant colors. In her previous life, Li Ruotang often remarked on her fondness for Li Chu's resplendent and charming demeanor, thus commissioning dresses in bold reds and purples. Being preoccupied with courtly affairs, Li Chu had relinquished her appearance to Li Ruotang's whims. It was only later, when she was deemed more garish than a brothel's courtesan, that Rong Mingyu expressed his disdain. "Dispose of these dresses," she commanded. "Fetch the celestial gown that mother had tailored for me." Her mother had crafted a gown for both her and Li Ruotang. Fearing to hurt her sister's feelings due to her own superior beauty, Li Chu had kept the celestial gown hidden away. However, there was no longer a need for such restraint. The gown, shimmering in white with silver threads, glistened under the sun, embroidered with her favorite magnolia flowers. Li Chu stood before the mirror, admiring her spirited appearance. "Li Ruotang, Rong Mingyu, are you prepared? The Li Chu returning from hell has come to seek you out." The four maidservants exchanged whispers, with Qingyu, the eldest and most composed, speaking first. "Miss, you ought to have adorned yourself in this manner long ago. I shall venture to Lishio Pavilion to order several new gowns for you. You are but 16, yet the dresses sent by the eldest lady are excessively ostentatious, appearing rather vulgar. Second, Miss, His Highness, Prince Yu, has arrived to propose. The master and mistress request your presence in the front hall. A voice called from outside. It was Fu Xiang, who attended to her mother. As Li Chu stepped into the light, she appeared as though reborn. Fu Xiang's mouth fell slightly agape, her eyes betraying an undeniable awe. Only the third miss could wear the celestial gown with such ethereal grace. Descending the steps, Li Chu playfully tapped Fu Xiang's head with her finger. Are you not coming? Father and mother are waiting eagerly. With a light-hearted step, she made her way to the front hall. In the front hall, Minister Li Yunfan and his wife, Shun Xiuyun, occupied the main seats, their eyes scrutinizing the tea-drinking Rong Mingyu. They exchanged glances, and with a raised eyebrow, the minister looked toward his wife. His appearance is indeed commendable, though his demeanor seems somewhat petty. Indeed, such a petty demeanor hardly befits our Chuer, she replied. No matter how one may phrase it, he is indeed the savior of Chuer. Hence, we ought not to act impulsively. Moreover, Chuer has always been resolute in her opinions, so let her make her own decisions. As Li Chu entered the foyer, she beheld her parents exchanging knowing glances, a scene that stirred profound emotions within her. She couldn't help but feel that she would guard her family fiercely in this lifetime, even at the cost of her own life, if necessary. Meanwhile, Rong Mingyu caught a fleeting glimpse of Li Chu, who had just stepped through the door and was taken aback by her stunning beauty, which he had been unaware of until that moment. Struggling to maintain composure, he found himself irresistibly drawn toward her. Miss Liu, you have arrived, he stammered. The familiar figure, reminiscent of a haunting nightmare, flashed before Li Chu's eyes, and a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flickered within her gaze. Clenching her fists tightly, she bowed her head slightly and greeted, I pay my respects to His Highness, Prince Yu. Although the urge to end his life surged within her, she understood the necessity of restraint. First, she lacked martial prowess. Second, his demise in the minister's residence would implicate her family. She cherished this hard-won opportunity for rebirth and was reluctant to risk it recklessly. Unaware of the tempest of emotions swirling within her, Rong Mingyu instinctively reached out to assist her. However, Li Chu subtly evaded his touch, striding purposefully toward the main seat. Her voice slightly choked as she addressed her parents. Father, mother, your daughter has returned. Li Jiang and his wife remained oblivious to the despair their cherished daughter had endured and the grim fate she had suffered before her rebirth. They believed she had merely wished to forge a connection with Prince Yu, hence their tears of joy. Li Jiang shook his head with a sigh, acknowledging the inevitability of a daughter growing up, and resigned himself to the notion that her happiness was paramount. Gazing fondly at his daughter's petite visage, Li Jiang indulgently remarked, Sure, since you're also inclined toward this union, I shall ensure that this match is arranged for you. With the support of the Prime Minister's residence, the Duke of Protecting the Nation, and the General's estate, I trust that even Rong Mingyu, despite his royal lineage, would not dare to lightly disregard you. Chapter 3. The Dizziness of Li Ruotang. What did father mean by his words? Chuer was perplexed. How shameless of that beast to still dare to dream of marrying her. Did he not fear being castrated on their wedding night? Observing her daughter's face, which bore no signs of shyness but rather confusion, it was now Li Xiang's turn to be bewildered. Didn't Yu and Prince Yu share mutual affections, prompting his proposal? Li Chu shook her father's arm with dissatisfaction, casting a disdainful glance at Rong Mingyu. I have never uttered such words. Am I truly so undemanding? That was what Tang Er said. You confide in your sister about everything. Could it not reflect your sentiments? Indeed, in the previous life, father had readily consented to Prince Yu's courtship, undoubtedly influenced by Li Ruotang's interference. Father, I have never spoken such words to my sister. I have always adhered to your and mother's teachings. How could I dare to privately bind myself to a man? Father, mother. A graceful figure in white interrupted the conversation between father and daughter. Clad in a flowing gown, she appeared charming, yet when compared to Li Chu, she seemed insipid. The arrival of Li Ruotang stirred a tempest of hatred within Li Chu's heart, lowering her gaze to conceal the cold malice in her eyes. She raised her head again, her exquisite face now a mask of innocence. Tang Er, you arrived just in time. Did you truly tell father that Chu Er and Prince Yu are in love? Both daughters spoke with such conviction that he was uncertain whom to believe. Li Ruotang had not anticipated that Li Xiang would raise this matter so openly, especially in front of Li Chu, leaving her momentarily flustered. Shun Xiaoyun discerned the underlying tension, casting a scrutinizing glance at Li Ruotang. "Tang heir, are you certain your sister has confessed her feelings for Prince Yu?" Li Ruotang bit her lip, nearly tearing the handkerchief in her grasp. Why? Their parents favored Li Chu, and despite being their biological child, was this treatment fair to her? With a timid flutter of her eyelashes, she replied, "Father, mother, perhaps I misheard. After all, Prince Yu has shown kindness to my sister, and it is only natural for her to wish to repay it." What a cunning white lotus, subtly insinuating that she was ungrateful and lacked appreciation. It was mere theatrics. Who could not act? Li Chu immediately rushed into Shun Qiuyun's embrace, sweetly asking, "Mother, must I offer myself to repay a debt of gratitude? Moreover, how can one assume he is my savior based solely on a matching jade pendant? Father, that is not my intent. Prince Yu is handsome and of noble birth. Surely he is a fitting match for our family, is he not?" Li Ruotang did not expect Li Chu to display such a petulant side. She quickly turned to Li Xiang, tears brimming in her eyes, looking particularly pitiable. Rong Mingyu, feeling neglected, harbored some irritation, and hearing Li Chu imply he was not her savior only intensified his anger. In an instant, he could no longer contain his rage. "Li Chu, do not be so audacious. What Miss Li said is not without merit. Does a legitimate son of the Empress not deserve to stand alongside your family?" So quickly provoked, Li Chu let out a cold laugh. "Father, mother, it seems that my sister holds Prince Rong Mingyu in high esteem. I believe they are indeed well suited for one another. Such an unworthy man and a lowly woman would be better off together, sparing others from their mischief. And when the time comes for her to face the consequences, it would not implicate anyone else." Li Ruotang, upon hearing this, was filled with trepidation. No, she cannot agree. How could she ever find favor in the eyes of such a selfish individual? Her heart had already been pledged to another. He was a paragon of both talent and beauty, renowned in his youth, the ideal match in the dreams of every young lady. Her affections were long since bestowed. How could she ever consider anyone else? "No, I harbor no feelings for Prince Rong Mingyu. Sister, your words could ruin my reputation." Li Ruotang bipped, her tears cascading like delicate blossoms. Li Chu, in her heart, harbored doubts. It was strange indeed, for her sister seemed genuinely indifferent toward Rong Mingyu. This made sense. With her lofty pride, she would hardly be captivated by someone as ostentatious as he. Surely, her affections lay elsewhere. A hint of amusement danced in her thoughts. It would be all the more entertaining to see her wed to Rong Mingyu. "Sister, I have met Prince Rong Mingyu fewer times than you. Your prior assertion that I possess feelings for him is nothing but slander." Li Chu forced a few tears to fall, her small face contorting in a pitiable expression. "Father, I truly—" Before she could finish her sentence, Li Ruotang's body weakened, and she fainted, her maidservant hastily supporting her to prevent her from collapsing. Li Xiang urgently instructed the maidservants to summon a physician and assist her back home. Li Chu scoffed, noting how she feigned fainting right at the start. Patience was key, as the road ahead was long. Once Li Ruotang was assisted back to her chambers, Rong Mingyu spoke again. "Sir, my feelings for Miss Li San are sincere. I beseech you to bless our union." He was determined to have Li Chu by his side, for he required a formidable ally skilled in strategy, and she was the best candidate available. "Father, let me make it clear, whoever agrees to the marriage shall be the one to wed. I shall take my leave now." Li Chu cast a fleeting glance at Rong Mingyu, stifling a yawn, disinterested in further entanglements with him. She needed to replenish her strength to prepare for the impending struggle for survival. Li Xiang, taken aback by her blatant disrespect, opened his mouth to reprimand her. But seeing her weary state, he ultimately relented. "Very well, return as you wish. Your father understands your intentions." Indeed, she was his treasured daughter, proud and discerning. It was evident that she held little regard for Rong Mingyu. If she were unwilling, that would be most preferable. A hint of a forced smile graced Li Xiang's face as he feigned helplessness, saying, "Your Highness, It appears that Chu holds no affection for you. Perhaps it would be best to abandon this matter altogether. Hearing Li Xiang's refusal, Rong Mingyu's expression darkened. Sir, traditionally, marriages follow the will of the parents. Your agreement with Madam suffices. We too are reluctant to see her wed so young. We wish to keep her for a few more years. Your Highness would do well to seek a more suitable match. Thus, under Li Xiang's gentle refusal, the marriage proposal dissipated without resolution. And Rong Mingyu left the residence in a huff. There is plenty of time ahead, Li Chu, since you do not recognize the value of what you have. Do not blame me for my lack of courtesy in the future. Li Chu returned to the Liuli pavilion and poured herself a cup of water. Just as she took a sip, she noticed her mother hurriedly approaching, causing her expression to tighten. She knew she could not conceal anything from her mother. I wish to speak with you privately, mother. Please, you all may withdraw and ensure that no one approaches. After dismissing the numerous maidservants, only the mother and daughter remained. Their eyes locked in silent understanding. Li Chu poured another cup of tea and offered it to Shun Xiuyun, softly inquiring, "Did you come to see me for a specific reason? Have you and my sister been harboring any grievances of late?" Today's demeanor of mine starkly contrasts with my previous self. In the past, she had shown much deference to Tanger, obediently yielding to her every whim. Yet today, she found herself in direct confrontation, even to the point of rendering her sister faint with rage before relenting. There is indeed some truth to that. Li Chu hesitated, contemplating whether to reveal to her mother that Li Ruotang was not her true sister, fearing that such a revelation might cause her mother undue sorrow. Nevertheless, the tension between herself and Li Ruotang would undoubtedly escalate in the future, and her mother would inevitably be pained and troubled by it, placing Li Chu in a most precarious position. Chuer, feel free to speak your mind. There is nothing between you and me that warrants hesitation. Her mother, once renowned as a gifted woman in her youth, had indeed not lost her perceptiveness. Within half a day of her rebirth, she had already sensed the underlying currents. Have you ever pondered, dear mother, that both your and father's appearances are of exceptional quality, and my brother and I are also remarkable? Yet why is it that Li Ruotang possesses a rather ordinary beauty? Without the embellishments of fine clothing and cosmetics, she scarcely qualifies as even fair. Chapter 4. Revealing the truth to mother with a tremor in her hand, Shun Xiuyun let the cup slip from her grasp, shattering it upon the floor. In a daze, she inquired, "Does Chuer mean to say she is not your sister?" Li Chuer gently grasped her hand, offering soft reassurances. "Indeed, she is not. However, mother, do not be disheartened. The most pressing matter at hand is to uncover the truth of the past." Shun Xiuyun, unable to fathom this revelation, closed her eyes tightly, allowing tears to cascade down her cheeks as she murmured, "How can this be? Your father is the youthful prime minister, and I bore you within this very household. If she is not your sister, then where is your true sister?" Chuer had always been exceptionally astute. She would not utter such words lightly without irrefutable evidence. Furthermore, her connection with Li Ruotang had never been as intimate as that with Chuer. Thus, she placed her trust in Chuer's assertions. "Mother, sometimes the greatest treachery comes from within the family. This matter may not be the doing of outsiders," Li Chuer remarked, her eyes narrowing as a premonition stirred within her, suggesting that no outsider would engage in actions devoid of benefit. "Very well. I shall commence an inquiry within the household. This matter must remain undisclosed to your father and brother. Those two simple-minded individuals would only complicate matters." After Shun Xiuyun departed, Li Chuer caressed her flat abdomen, pondering how her mother bore the sorrow for her sister while secretly investigating. It reminded her of her own unborn child. "Poor little one. Mother will seek justice for you." At Haidang Pavilion, the floor was strewn with torn scraps of paper. Li Ruotang relentlessly ripped apart the books and writings that originated from Li Chuer's hand. Her expression was fierce as she tore and cursed. "Wretched thing, how dare you openly defy me? If you refuse the smooth path laid before you, then tread the thorny road instead." At Liuli Pavilion, the aroma of a sumptuous meal wafted through the air. Qing Yu and the others had prepared lunch, comprising 7 dishes and a soup, most of which were Li Chuer's favorites. Li Chuer gazed at the mountain of bowls before her, her lips twitching slightly. I cannot consume this much. You all eat without concern for me. Perhaps it was genuine hunger, or perhaps the transformation of sorrow into strength. But Li Chuer indeed polished off an entire bowl of food. A quarter an hour later, she set down her chopsticks and fixed a serious gaze upon Qingyu. Qingyu, are you aware of your origins? Qingyu was a girl bought from a midwife by mother when she was merely 6 years old, her age closely mirroring that of Li Chuer. Thus, mother had appointed her as Li Chuer's personal maid, and now a decade had swiftly passed. Qingyu shook her head, offering a wry smile. I cannot recall much. I only remember that I was called Nanxing when I was young, and I always carried this wooden pendant. She retrieved a small wooden pendant from around her neck, emitting a faint medicinal aroma. Its wooden nature rendered it seemingly worthless, allowing it to remain intact to this day. Li Chuer felt a certainty blossom within her, needing only one final verification. I remember you have a birthmark on your right arm. May I see it? Without hesitation, Qingyu rolled up the sleeve of her right arm, revealing a prominent star-shaped birthmark for all to see. Indeed, it was as she suspected. Li Chuer sighed in relief and asked, Qingyu, I know who your father is. Do you wish to meet him? In her previous life, by the time her father found Qingyu, it was already too late. She had met a tragic end, her body left vulnerable and lifeless in the military camp. Enraged, her father avenged her by poisoning 3,000 soldiers, a man known far and wide in the martial world as the divine physician, Nanan. Even the usually composed Qingyu felt a tremor of panic. Her father? She yearned to meet him. She wished to uncover the truth of whether she had simply lost her way or if her parents had forsaken her. Yet she feared that knowing the truth would only deepen her sorrow. Miss, I am uncertain if you should meet him. I fear that your father may not recognize you. Is that it? Rest assured, your father has been searching for you for many years. I only just learned of your identity myself. It is I who should be afraid that you might leave me forever. Li Chu comforted, perceiving Qingyu's hesitation. Qingyu had been by her side from the very beginning, treating her as a sister. Should she choose to follow her father, Li Chu would gladly support her, though she could not help but feel a twinge of reluctance. Ultimately, Qingyu nodded in agreement to meet her father. She did not wish to carry any regrets throughout her life. The next day at dawn, Li Chu decided to take Qingyu and Qingfeng along, leaving Qinglian and Qinghe to guard the Liuli Pavilion. While I am away, you two must keep a close watch on Haitang Pavilion's movements. Upon my return, report to me, she instructed. Given the events of the previous day, Li Ruotang would not sit idly by. It was essential to ascertain her intentions beforehand. Knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle. Miss, do not worry. We will be vigilant, Qinglian and Qinghe replied in unison. A modestly adorned, yet opulent carriage made its leisurely way toward Luoyang City. 2 days later, the carriage arrived safely at Luoyang City, where the towering city walls proudly displayed the name Luoyang City in bold letters. The sounds of bustling commerce and laughter drifted from outside the carriage, prompting Qingyu to eagerly lift the curtain and peek out. The streets were alive with orderly foot traffic, and she exclaimed, Miss, this place is even more vibrant and harmonious than the capital. Li Chu also lifted the curtain to reveal her strikingly beautiful face. Indeed, seeing is believing. The Xian Wang earned his fame in battle during his youth, achieving remarkable military accomplishments that delighted the emperor. In gratitude, the emperor bestowed upon him this picturesque, bountiful land as a fief, which, under the Xian Wang's austere and fierce demeanor, no one dared to disturb. Their visit to Luoyang City was partly for Qingyu and partly for the Xian Wang. She could never forget how, in her past life, after her demise, the furious man had ruthlessly slaughtered within the palace, repeatedly blaming himself for arriving too late. She could not grasp why, despite their adversarial relationship, he was willing to extend a helping hand to her, regardless of his motives. The mere act of retrieving the bodies of her kin was an immense kindness for which she was eternally grateful. As the carriage came to a gentle halt, Qingyu, unable to contain her excitement, leaped out first, leaving Li Chu and Qingfeng to exchange a knowing smile. Before them stood a courtyard of moderate size. Yet Qingyu found herself hesitant, afraid to knock on the door. Qingfeng shook his head in resignation and stepped forward to grasp the door knocker, wrapping it lightly. How could she, who had been so exhilarated throughout the journey, suddenly be so timid? As the creaking door slowly swung open, Qingyu dashed forward, her expression one of bewilderment. Could her father truly be this youthful? The visitor, a young man appearing to be just in his early 20s, was enveloped in a subtle fragrance of medicinal herbs. I apologize, but my master is currently unavailable for consultations. Please take your leave. He spoke with a voice as gentle as his demeanor. Seeing the man about to close the door, Qingyu grew anxious. We are not here for consultation. I seek the southern physician regarding an urgent matter. My apologies, miss, but my master refuses to meet with anyone. You see, those individuals over there are from the Xian King, who have been waiting for a full 7 days. And my master has not consented to meet them either. Please do not put me in a difficult position. Indeed, there was a group waiting not far off, and Li Chu immediately recognized Feng Ying and Feng Lei, who were close to the Xian King. They had been waiting in vain, for the poison afflicting Rong Xian could only be cured by the resurrection needle technique, and the southern physician had long since vowed to forsake his practice. He would not intervene. With confidence, Li Chu stepped forward and stated, "There is no need for you to feel troubled. Simply relay a message for us. Whether to meet or not shall be determined by the southern physician." "That is acceptable. What message should I convey?" "Simply state that Nanxing seeks an audience. And present this wooden pendant as well. Inquire if the physician recognizes it." Li Chu removed the wooden pendant from Qingyu's neck and handed it to Nanlu, as it served as the most compelling evidence. The southern physician had suffered considerable deception in his quest to find his daughter, losing all his wealth in the process. Thus, if there was even the slightest possibility, he would not easily let it slip away, often reduced to rags and hunger. Only after taking Nanlu as his disciple did his fortunes begin to improve. Chapter 5. The reunion of Qingyu and her father Nanlu took the wooden pendant in astonishment, unable to close her mouth. This was a Zetan wood pendant, intricately carved by her master and gifted to her junior sister, Nanxing, for her to carry with her at all times. Recognizing the significance of the matter, she quickly made way, saying, "Please follow me. I shall take you to meet my master." Once Li Chu and her 3 attendants entered, the door was shut tightly behind them, leaving Feng Ying and Feng Lei exchanging glances. The divine doctor would not even meet with our prince, yet he is seeing a few young girls. This is rather unusual. I shall report this to the prince. You stay here and keep watch, Feng Ying instructed before gracefully returning to the Xianwang mansion. Nan Lu led the 3 to a secluded courtyard where a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s, lounged in a rocking chair, basking in the sunlight. "Master, someone wishes to see you." No, I do not wish to see anyone." "Take them away," the divine doctor replied without even opening his eyes, his tone dripping with impatience. "What nonsense is this? I have not even found my daughter. What use is all this money? Who shall I spend it on?" Li Chu, frustrated by the old man's lack of compassion, turned to Qingyu and exclaimed, "Never mind. If your father does not want you, I shall take you. Let's leave at once." Hurry. Your father would never want you." "Wait, what father? Whose father?" The divine doctor suddenly sprang to his feet, his scrutinizing gaze fixed upon the 3. When his eyes fell upon Qingyu, who was on the verge of tears, his heart skipped a beat. "Little girl, have we met before? You seem very familiar to me." His piercing eyes examined Qingyu from head to toe. Nanlu felt a mix of disbelief and exasperation. How could he not recognize her? She resembled the portrait of his wife in the study so closely. The divine doctor, desperate to find his daughter, had not even realized that she was standing before him. Qingyu, overwhelmed by the sight of her affectionate father, could no longer contain her emotions, tears streaming down her face. Between sobs and laughter, she said, "Forgive me for not introducing myself sooner. My name is Nanxing." She had once thought she was destined to be alone in this life, but fate had smiled upon her. She had a lady, a father, and several good sisters. She felt fulfilled and had no other wishes. The divine doctor's hand, which had been ruffling his hair, trembled, causing his hairpin to fall loose. With wide eyes, he asked, "What did you say your name was? Please repeat it." In the past decade, he had been deceived countless times, and though he knew the chances of finding her were slim, hope still flickered within him. Having lost his daughter, He had been too ashamed to face his wife, even avoiding the portrait of her. Qingyu rolled up her right sleeve to reveal her birthmark, reiterating, "I am Nanxing." The divine doctor grasped her arm, examining the birthmark closely. Suddenly, he wet his fingers and began to rub the mark, and upon realizing it would not erase, he broke into uncontrollable tears. "Is it true? Is this really true? Master, please do not cry. This is for my junior sister," Nanlu said, presenting the wooden pendant to the divine doctor, who clearly acknowledged Qingyu's identity with a mention of the junior sister. The divine doctor took the pendant and collapsed to the ground, weeping heartily. "At last, I have found her." This was the design drawn by his wife, carved by his own hand, the only one of its kind in the world. There could be no mistake. Qingyu was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that her father would be even more elated than herself, leaving her at a loss for words on how to console him. She could only softly call out, "Father, please do not cry." The boisterous sobs of the Southern Divine Doctor ceased abruptly upon hearing his daughter's voice. She still acknowledged him as her father and did not blame him for losing her. He felt an overwhelming sense of guilt towards his daughter. Li Chu and the others quietly exited the courtyard, allowing space for the father and daughter to share their moment. In the Xian Wang mansion, a man clad in a flowing robe of deep purple languidly reclined on a soft couch in the courtyard, engrossed in a book. His chiseled features were impeccably flawless, exuding an aura of formidable authority with every gesture. Feng Ying knelt before him, recounting the events that had transpired with the Southern Divine Doctor. Rong Xian, intrigued, set his book aside and inquired, "Oh, what business does she have with the Southern Divine Doctor?" A month prior, he had fortuitously encountered her while she was besieged by a group of assassins, her life hanging by a thread. Remembering the teachings from his grandfather, Duke Shun, he had rescued her with little thought. It had not been long since then, and yet here she was, carelessly emerging once more. He was unaware of the details, but she had given a wooden token to young Master Nanlu, which granted her entry. "A wooden token? I see. Proceed, continue to observe," he ordered, closing his eyes to feign rest. He had been plagued by dreams lately and had not enjoyed a proper respite. Fatigue was beginning to weigh upon him. Meanwhile, after the tearful reunion between father and daughter, the Southern Divine Doctor expressed his profound gratitude to Li Chu. Without her, he was uncertain of the tribulations that might have befallen Nanxing, and the acknowledgement between him and his daughter would have remained unattainable. Thus, his thanks to Li Chu were sincere. Li Chu, with an air of nonchalance, replied, "There is no need for such formality, Southern Divine Doctor. Qingyu and I share a bond akin to that of sisters. However, I do have a request. May I accompany you to learn the art of medicine?" Upon hearing her intentions, Qingyu quickly assumed a pitiful expression, clinging to her father's arm. "Father, how rare it is for the young lady to take an interest. Please teach her, and do so with utmost dedication." With his delicate daughter beside him, the Southern Divine Doctor dared not refuse. Smiling, he gently ruffled Qingyu's soft hair and nodded. "When my daughter commands, how could I dare to disobey?" Qingyu flashed a mischievous smile at Li Chu, who reciprocated with a relieved grin, secretly exhaling a breath of relief. There were too many uncertainties in her past life. How could Rong Mingyu have obliterated her entire clan? How had her elder sister been swapped within the heavily guarded residence? Clearly, someone was orchestrating these events from the shadows, and she had to remain vigilant. Mastering the art of medicine was essential, and she could not neglect martial skills either. She had no desire to experience the feeling of helplessness and being at the mercy of others again. Regrettably, she had already missed the prime years for martial training, and it seemed that only the enigmatic Xian Wang possessed the capability to expedite her proficiency. However, the overwhelming pressure he exuded, coupled with his forbidding demeanor, was indeed intimidating. For the next 3 days, Li Chu diligently studied medical theory under the tutelage of the Southern Divine Doctor, her earnestness earning his esteem. Originally, one might have thought that the delicate daughter of a noble family, who clamored to pursue medicine, was merely indulging in a whimsical fancy. However, it soon became evident that her determination and talent were on par with those of the esteemed practitioners in the Southern Pavilion. In the spacious and well-lit courtyard, Li Chu diligently navigated through an array of drying medicinal herbs, engrossed in the art of identification. Whenever she encountered uncertainty, she would promptly pause to seek guidance from a southern physician who lounged on a rocking chair, leisurely indulging in grapes. Meanwhile, a pair of eyes hidden among the treetops fixated intently on Li Chu's every movement. Ever since the prince had tasked him with monitoring her, he had spent 3 days and nights perched in that tree. Feng Ying, feeling the numbness in his legs, muttered a few curses at Feng Lei. At such a crucial moment, an upset stomach was nothing short of a hindrance to his mission. Chapter 6. The Wrath of the Young Master Rongqi. As Feng Ying departed, Li Chu gazed up at the empty treetops, pondering whether he had truly left. Indeed, the Prince of Xian possessed remarkable talents. Should they forge a partnership, her path to vengeance could transform into a smooth thoroughfare. Patience is key. Perhaps the one who ought to feel urgency is not her. At the Xianwang mansion, Feng Ying had been waiting in the courtyard for a quarter of an hour. The prince was not one given to sloth, so why had he not risen by this hour? Could it be that his affliction had relapsed? Just as she contemplated knocking, the heavy door creaked open. The prince emerged, his visage as flawless as white jade, though fatigue was evident upon it. He approached the round table in the courtyard, sipped a cup of tea, and finally spoke. "Have you returned? What have you discovered?" After performing the proper greetings, Feng Ying stood respectfully at the side. "Your Highness, the maidservant Xingyu who attends Miss Li is, in fact, the daughter that the Southern Divine Doctor has sought for many years. She has come to claim her kin." "Oh, I see," the prince replied, comprehension dawning. It was no wonder that, a year ago, he had sought the Southern Divine Doctor upon being poisoned. Yet, the doctor had stubbornly refused to treat him, merely providing a pill to suppress the toxin before departing. Over the course of the year, he had dispatched numerous individuals in search of her, yet had discovered naught. Little did he know that she had been right beneath his nose all along. Moreover, Miss Li has already taken the Southern Divine Doctor as her mentor and is currently learning the healing arts under his tutelage. Rong Xian's obsidian eyes glinted with a chilling intensity as he turned his gaze upon Feng Ying, his displeasure palpable. "Why did you not disclose such critical information sooner?" Feng Ying. At the Li residence, in the Haitang Pavilion, Li Ruotang hurled the scalding tea in her hand towards a nearby maid clad in yellow. With a face contorted in fury, she exclaimed, "Do you wish to scald me to death with such hot tea? You are nothing but an ignorant wretch." The yellow-clad maid cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground, trembling as she repeatedly bowed her head in supplication. The young mistress's methods instilled great fear within her. "Mistress, I was wrong. I shall never dare again. Please spare me this once. Hongi, do intercede on my behalf." Hongi, one of the senior maids of Haitang Pavilion, was a favored confidant of Li Ruotang. Regrettably, she shared the same ruthless disposition as her mistress, making it highly unlikely that she would advocate for the maid as clemency. With deliberate grace, Hongi rolled up her sleeves and approached the yellow-clad maid, disdain evident in her tone. "Mistress, do not be angered. Leave this insolent wretch to me and Hongxiu." With Li Ruotang's consent, the two maids seized the terrified yellow-clad maid and dragged her outside. Soon, sounds of beating, anguished cries, and pleas for mercy echoed from beyond the door, until the cacophony dwindled to curses. "Li Ruotang, Hongi, individuals like you, with hearts as venomous as serpents, shall surely meet a dreadful end. I shall await you in the underworld." After witnessing the yellow-clad maid's last breath, Hongi returned to inform Li Ruotang, "Mistress, that wretch could not withstand the beating. She has perished." Li Ruotang casually twirled the jade bracelet upon her wrist, dismissing the matter with indifference. Dispose of her in the mass grave. To her, taking a life was as simple as crushing an ant. All who defied her deserved death, even if they were of her own blood. In crimson attire, she reminded herself to maintain a clean facade, ensuring that no one in the residence caught wind of her intentions. She had an appointment with young Master Rongqi and could not afford to be preoccupied with trivial matters. Young Master Rong was quite enamored with her intellect, although she herself held him in slight disregard. Nonetheless, having such an exceptional gentleman admire her did evoke a sense of pride within her. Li Ruotang meticulously adorned herself before casting her gaze upon the scant sheets of Xian paper on the table, each inscribed with poetry, the characters flowing like water. What on earth was that wretched Li Chu doing? In the past, She could take as much of her poetry as she pleased without hesitation. Even if she publicized it under her own name, she never dared to voice any complaints. Now, with Li Cha absent from the residence, and having dispatched someone to guard the Lioli garden with utmost vigilance, it would be troublesome if new sheets did not arrive before the current ones were exhausted. This would also complicate matters with young Master Rongqi, adding to her growing annoyance. Grabbing 2 sheets of Xian paper, she hurriedly made her way to Qinjiuj, the establishment set up by young Master Rongqi. It was a favored gathering place for all the talented young men and women of Shengjing. Every month, a poetry competition was held at Qinjiuj, where Li Ruotang had distinguished herself 3 years prior, subsequently gaining acclaim for her monthly masterpieces throughout the entire Shiyuan kingdom. The elegant loft was already bustling with numerous literati, seated in small groups engaged in light conversation. At the head table, young Master Rongqi idly toyed with a folding fan, an expression of anticipation gracing his handsome features. The fan, crafted from the poetry Li Ruotang had gifted him, accompanied him daily. Someone, go see why Miss Lier has yet to arrive. If Ruotang is late, she must apologize for keeping young Master waiting. Li Ruotang, unhurried, made her entrance just in the nick of time, under the watchful eyes of the assembly. Look, Miss Lier has arrived. The murmurs of excitement filled the air. I wonder what kind of poetry she will compose this time. It is truly something to look forward to. What use is abundant talent if one lacks beauty? If you ask me, a woman must possess striking looks to earn her husband's affection. Though Li Ruotang is indeed gifted, she pales in comparison to her sister, Li Chu. Indeed, Li Chu is the unrivaled beauty of Shiyuan. I hear her literary talent is equally impressive, surrounded by a mix of praise and disparagement. The onlookers tirelessly discuss the protagonist still present. Li Ruotang absorbed every word, her fingers nearly crushing the handkerchief within her sleeve. With a wry smile, she approached young Master Rongqi and gracefully performed a courteous bow. Young Master Rongqi, already infatuated with Li Ruotang, could not bear to hear others belittle her beauty. He slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Enough! Miss Lier is my esteemed guest. How dare you discuss her in such a manner?" It appeared that even the illustrious young Master Rongqi, known for his refined demeanor, was genuinely concerned for her. The future young mistress was not someone they could afford to offend. Should their words bring misfortune upon their families, it would spell trouble. Miss Lier, we are indeed short-sighted. Please forgive our indiscretion. Indeed, Miss Lier is renowned for her compassionate heart and would surely not cast blame upon us. In her heart, Li Ruotang naturally yearns for young Master Rong to exact a stern punishment upon those despicable individuals who have wronged her. However, she also wishes to preserve the virtuous reputation she has painstakingly cultivated, thus finding herself compelled to intercede on behalf of those who have slandered her. There is no need for the young master to be angered on Ruotang's behalf. Heaven has granted me strengths, yet has also bestowed shortcomings. Ruotang does not place great importance on whether her appearance is deemed beautiful or ugly. Gentle and soothing words floated through the air, easing the furrowed brow of young Master Rong, softening his tone. Miss Lier is kind-hearted and does not hold grudges against you. For this occasion, I shall overlook it. However, should there be a next time, I will not hesitate to impose severe punishment. Yes, young master, we shall not dare to offend again. Once the crowd acknowledged their mistakes, young Master Rong's gaze remained intensely fixed upon the poetic scroll in Li Ruotang's hands, as though he beheld a rare treasure. Miss Li, may I have the honor of viewing the poetic scroll in your possession? Li Ruotang, observing the barely contained excitement of young Master Rong, smiled softly and presented the scroll before him. Why not? Please, young master, take a look. Should there be any deficiencies, I would be grateful for your guidance. Chapter 7. The dual masteries of the southern divine physician, the verdant herbs shimmer like jade, as spring graces the wooling stream. Countless peach blossoms adorn the banks, while yellow orioles flit among the blooms. I long to weave through the flowers and venture deep into the embrace of the clouds, where a magnificent spirit unfolds like a rainbow. Yet, I fear that in the depths of the blossoms, the red dew may dampen my garments. As young Master Rong recited the entire poem, a profound silence enveloped the room, so acute that the fall of a pin could be heard. Envious gazes converged upon Li Ruotang, their eyes brimming with disbelief. Alas, she was merely a lady of the boudoir. Had she not been so, she would surely stand tall in the court in the future. Li Ruotang accepted this unwarranted glory with a sense of self-satisfaction. Unable to restrain herself from speaking, "Young Master Rong, I have 2 pieces in total. Would you care to continue with the other?" At the gentle call of Li Ruotang, young Master Rong withdrew his wandering thoughts and carefully placed the sheet of rice paper upon the table. Upon glimpsing the subsequent piece, he could no longer contain his astonishment. "This body is but a humble abode amidst the heavens and earth, as worldly affairs erode my green-tinted hair. After all, how many truly capture the deer, unaware that they dream of being fish all day?" The glances directed at Li Ruotang grew increasingly fervent, especially the blazing gaze of young Master Rong, which was utterly unmasked. Having garnered the attention she sought, Li Ruotang gracefully bid farewell to the assembly and returned to the residence. In the carriage, her demeanor shifted dramatically. The gentle countenance she had displayed earlier was now replaced with a countenance of resentment, her eyes glinting with malice. Were it not for that wretched Li Chu, she would not have fled in such disarray, dreading the inquiries of those literary gentlemen. In the past, she had spared her sister for the sake of familial ties. Yet her current transformation unsettled her. Perhaps it was time to take the initiative. What of her younger sister? Anyone who obstructed her path to success must face the consequences. In Li Shui's city, exclamations occasionally echoed from the residence of the Southern Divine Physician. Li Chu, with her sleeves elegantly rolled up, deftly twirled a silver needle in her hand. The startled cries came from Qinyu, who shielded her eyes, leaving only a narrow slit visible. Li Chu's learning had progressed remarkably. Within a mere 20 days, she was ready to administer acupuncture on a human subject. Initially, Qinyu had volunteered to be the recipient, but before the needle could approach, she had already screamed in fright. In the end, it was Nan Lu who could no longer bear the scene and took her place. The series of startled exclamations distracted Li Chu, prompting her to turn and jest with Qinyu. "If you scream again, I shall prick you. 2 screams will earn you 2 pricks." Realizing she had disturbed her mistress, Qinyu glanced at the gleaming silver needle and fled, calling out, "Mistress, you should prick him instead. His skin is thick and won't be harmed. You can prick him as you wish." "Nan Lu, this girl dares to repay kindness with malice. Very well. Let my junior sister practice her needles for now. I shall deal with her later." Once calm returned, Li Chu focused intently on each acupuncture point, and soon Nan Lu was transformed into a porcupine. Her deft needlework earned her Nan Lu's profound admiration. Could she perhaps be a prodigy? In such a short time, she had reached a level nearly equal to his own. Surely, she must be favored by the heavens, while he feared he was merely being chased by divine providence. Thus, while he had only mastered the lethal 9 needles of his master's dual arts, she had already surpassed him. However, with the revival needle, he could never quite grasp the true essence of it. Perhaps the appearance of his junior sister could allow the master's efforts to endure. By the time Li Chu retrieved all the silver needles, it was already approaching noon. Qingyu and Qingfeng had long prepared the midday meal, and the scent of food drew the first appearance of the Southern Divine Doctor. Upon seeing the sweet and sour fish on the table, a smile involuntarily twitched at the corners of his mouth, accompanied by a profound sense of gratification. His dear daughter, aware of his fondness for sweet and sour fish, had been preparing it for 20 consecutive days, nearly depleting the pond of its fish. When Li Chu and Nan Lu spotted the fish on the table, they silently chose seats at a distance from it. As the meal progressed and the fish remained untouched, Qingyu grew perplexed. "Why aren't you all eating the fish?" "Father, if you enjoy it, please have some more," she urged. The Southern Divine Doctor, with a sigh of resignation, picked up a sizable piece of fish, intending to serve it to his 2 beloved disciples, only to realize he couldn't reach it. After the meal, in the study, the Southern Divine Doctor gestured for Li Chu to open the needle pouch on the table. Li Chu had heard of her master's 2 exceptional skills in her previous life. The deadly 9 needles were crafted from 9 types of lethal poisons capable of snuffing out a life in an instant. In contrast, The revival needle was a life-saving golden needle. As long as one had a breath left, it could snatch a person back from the grasp of Yama. With trembling fingers, Li Chu slowly opened the pouch, and a flash of golden light emerged, revealing 12 golden needles of varying lengths, neatly arranged on the fabric. "Master, could this be the revival needle?" she inquired. The Southern Divine Doctor nodded, speaking with heartfelt gravity. Throughout his life, he had saved many with these golden needles, yet he could never save his wife. In his youth, he had garnered many enemies, leading to his daughter's abduction, and, after a long search, his wife fell ill from grief. Following her death, he vowed never to wield the revival needle again until he encountered her senior brother, who also failed to master the golden needle. Now, the sole hope rested upon Li Chu. "Are you willing to give it a try?" Li Chu's eyes sparkled with determination. From the day she began her medical studies, the revival needle had been her lifelong aspiration. How could she refuse? Her gaze towards the Southern Divine Doctor was filled with sincerity and earnestness. If her master was willing to teach, she would dedicate herself wholeheartedly, striving not to disappoint him. "Excellent, excellent, excellent. As long as you commit to learning, your talent will undoubtedly shine," the Southern Divine Doctor exclaimed joyfully, filled with confidence. Li Chu was no ordinary individual. The revival needle would flourish in her hands. For an entire week, aside from meals and sleep, Li Chu hardly parted with her needles. Her relentless dedication evoked both admiration and sympathy. Outside, Qing Yu and Qing Feng were simmering soup by the hearth, eagerly awaiting the moment Li Chu would emerge to enjoy a warm bowl. Though they could not assist their mistress directly, this was the least they could do. After an hour, the tightly shut door finally creaked open, revealing a person who, contrary to expectations of exhaustion and emaciation, radiated vitality. Unable to contain her excitement, Li Chu exclaimed, "Qing Yu, Qing Feng, I did it. I finally mastered it." This also signified a step closer to her path of vengeance. For only the revival needle could counter the poison of Xianwang. With her master having sealed the needles, she was now the only one capable of saving him. Armed with leverage for negotiation, she was ready to confront Xianwang. The gentle rain and the soft breeze rejoiced alongside the young lady, a testament to the efforts she had tirelessly exerted. Even more exhilarating was the arrival of the esteemed Southern physician, who had not misjudged her capabilities. He finally had a worthy successor. Just as the atmosphere was filled with joy, Li Chu suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, stepping forward to perform a respectful disciple's bow before the Southern physician. "I am deeply grateful for your meticulous guidance, Master. Might I, as your disciple, be permitted to treat patients, potentially even those of the court?" The revival needle, a treasured skill of my master, would reveal his identity should I employ it, thus requiring his consent for such actions. The Southern physician extended his hand to assist Li Chu, imparting with a knowing look. "Is it the Xianwang you wish to save? I have no objections. Proceed as you see fit." Although the Xianwang was known for his ruthless nature, he only targeted foes, never staining his hands with the blood of the innocent. He was indeed a great benefactor of the Western Abyss, having safeguarded countless cities and citizens. Had he not already sealed his needle, he would have intervened himself. "Your wisdom is unmatched, Master. I cannot hide anything from you." After meeting the Xianwang, she would need to prepare for her return to the capital, for her sojourn had lingered far too long, and harboring a malignant presence within the minister's residence was quite unsettling. She pondered whether Qing Yu would accompany her back or remain here with her master. If only she could persuade both her master and senior brother to return to the capital together, it would be nothing short of splendid. Chapter 8. The cooperative Xianwang at the Xianwang mansion. Rong Xian sat in a wheelchair, pushed to the edge of the pond by Feng Ying. After arriving in Lishui City, he had suffered through 2 more poisonings, resulting in the gradual atrophy of his legs. He could no longer walk. Perhaps he had truly come to terms with his fate, for the once fierce and imposing expression on his exquisitely beautiful face had softened. Delicate fingers reached for a handful of fish food, scattered it into the water, and he quietly observed the fish scramble to the surface to seize the morsels. Witnessing his lord's despondency, a stark contrast to his former spirited self, Feng Ying's grip on the hilt of his sword tightened, the veins on his hand bulging. Angrily, he declared, "My lord, that so-called divine physician who stands idly by as you suffer, is unworthy of the title. I shall fetch him at once. If he refuses to treat you, I will slay him myself. There's no need for that. He has already sealed his needles. Why force him? Moreover, Rongxian's voice trailed off. He had little desire to survive. For some time now, he had been plagued by dreams. In those dreams, he found himself entwined with a woman in a darkened room, able only to discern her vague silhouette, unaware of her true appearance. The only familiar aspect was her soft form and unique fragrance. Just as he fell deeply in love with her, she faded away, leaving him in anguish. Despite knowing it was merely a dream, the sorrow it evoked was suffocating. He yearned to join her. But my lord, you're poison. Just then, a group approached from afar, led by Feng Lei, whose robust figure was flanked by several female silhouettes. Kneeling before Rongxian, Feng Lei, tears streaming down his face, exclaimed, "My lord, you are finally saved. Miss Li is a disciple of the Southern Divine Physician. She claims she can cure your poison. Feng Ying, Feng Lai, Feng Ting, and Feng Yu were all chief dark guards at Rongxian's side, while Feng Ying and Feng Lei were responsible for protecting their lord and relaying messages. Feng Ting oversaw the Xianfeng Guard, and Feng Yu was the sole female dark guard, managing intelligence for the Huali Tower. Feng Ying kicked Feng Lai, scolding, "You foolish giant, bringing anyone to the Wang Mansion. Prepare to face military discipline." My lord. At the moment Feng Lei knelt, Rongxian caught sight of Li Chu's figure. The faint lavender silhouette gradually aligned with the image from his dreams, disrupting his heart in an instant. How could she resemble her so closely? Not only Rongxian, but Li Chu was also intently observing him, her gaze lingering. The familiarity of his form was overwhelming, as if she knew every inch of his skin. What was happening? The four onlookers exchanged glances, uncertain how to react. Did it seem that these two lords had taken a liking to each other? This humble servant, Li Chu, has met His Highness the Xian Wang. She finally regained her composure and bowed slightly, feeling regretful for staring so unabashedly. While undeniably handsome, it was rather impolite. Moreover, she was there to discuss cooperation and must not be swayed by mere beauty. Rongxian supported himself slightly, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he said, "Miss Li, there is no need for such formalities. Please have a seat." Li Chu scanned the area but found no available seat, so she declined graciously, "Thank you, Your Highness. But standing for a while will not be an issue." It is often said that the enigmatic King Xian is devoid of human sentiment, and indeed, this seems to hold true. She is merely a delicate lady of the inner chambers, yet he must assert his authority over her. The conditions must be elevated accordingly. Were Rongxian to discern her inner thoughts, he would surely cry injustice. As she bent forward, a unique fragrance wafted to his nostrils, momentarily causing him to forget that he was seated by the edge of a pond, with no place to sit comfortably. Rongxian shot a glare at Feng Ying and Feng Lei, those two clumsy fools who failed to recognize the situation and did not even bother to bring a chair. He could only personally extend his apologies to Li Chu, saying, "It was my oversight. I kindly ask Miss Li to step forward, please." Not far away stood an exquisite pavilion, already prepared with tea and an assortment of fruits and snacks. Once Feng Ying and the others had withdrawn, bringing the brewed tea to Li Chu, Rongxian recalled Feng Lei's earlier words. He then darkly inquired, "I have heard from Feng Lei that Miss Li possesses the ability to cure my ailment. Might I ask if you are aware of the nature of the poison that afflicts me? And do you comprehend the potential consequences should you boast of a cure and fail to deliver? What is the meaning of this? Does this man harbor other peculiarities?" One moment he smiles gently, the next he darkens ominously, such prowess at changing countenance. Li Chu could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety for the woman destined to wed him. What a fate awaited her. Li Chu took a delicate sip of the tea before her. It was mediocre in quality, yet the artistry of the tea preparation was commendable. Casting a measured glance at King Xian, she resolutely stated, "Your Highness must be jesting. If I were incapable of resolving this heartbreak poison, would I not be courting death by offering my services?" Upon hearing this, the oppressive aura surrounding Rongxian lightened considerably, and a glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes. She had not been studying under the Southern Divine Medical School for long. Could it be that she truly possessed extraordinary talent? Or was she merely viewing herself as a test subject? Very well, let us set aside other matters for now. I inquire only about your confidence in addressing this poison. Speak plainly. You must possess at least an 80 to 90% certainty. The remaining uncertainty is a risk I shall consider whether to accept. Rongxian supported his angular chin with one hand, revealing a sly smile directed at Li Chu. That remaining uncertainty is a burden I can bear. However, you have traveled all the way from Shengjing to study under the Southern Divine Medical School, and now you come to treat me. Do you harbor some ulterior motive? Li Chu suppressed the impulse to douse him with tea. Who could possibly inform her that this man was indeed the rumored, inscrutable King Xian, rather than a mere rogue? I have no ulterior motives, but I am open to discussing collaboration. Oh, how do you envision this collaboration, and what is it that you desire? My request is not overly complicated. I simply require your assistance in preventing a certain individual from ascending to the throne. This should be a trivial matter for His Highness, given your influence and the favor of Emperor Shao. Opposing Rong Mingyu would be a mere trifle. Unlike herself, who bore numerous constraints, openly confronting the imperial family could lead to accusations of treason, endangering her family in the process. I have heard that Miss Li recently publicly rejected a marriage proposal, only to discover that Wang Yu has affections for another, leading to this scheme born of love turned to hate, aiming to thwart his lifelong ambition. It is difficult to perceive that the Xian King is such a curious individual. Every person possesses their own privacy. Why must you delve so deeply? Simply state whether you are willing to cooperate. To prevent the Yu King from ascending the throne in exchange for my life is certainly a proposition I cannot refuse. The two engaged in a meticulous discussion and swiftly established a collaborative relationship. The poison known as Duan Pu was created by the mad physician. Although the mad physician and the southern healer are senior siblings within the same sect, the latter has always excelled in medical arts. Thus, the former turned to the craft of poison, which only the southern healer could remedy, until now, when there is also Li Chu. Li Chu presented a detailed list of medicinal herbs to the Xian King. Your Highness, the rarest among them, longing grass and shuashuang grass, are available for my master. If you offer a generous price, my master will sell them. The other herbs, while precious, can also be found at larger apothecaries. Please have someone prepare them. I shall return tomorrow to assist you with the antidote. Li Chu had yet to realize that she had begun to address the Xian King as an equal. His eccentric nature is indeed apparent, yet there is a certain familiarity that cannot be denied. Why make this so complicated? My residence at the Xian King's palace has ample space. It will be far more convenient for you to stay here, he declared. Without waiting for Li Chu to decline, the eccentric Xian King had already dispatched someone to arrange accommodations. Chapter 9. This prince will not disrobe within the exquisitely adorned guest chamber. A dazzling array of treasures sparkled. Even Li Chu, hailing from a prestigious family, was utterly astonished. Had they transported an entire treasury here? Qing Feng, the miserly steward, could hardly restrain his eager hands, eagerly touching and examining everything. He sighed. I once thought the young lady was wealthy enough, but in the presence of the Duke of Xian, we appear as impoverished as beggars. Over the years, Li Chu had secretly amassed numerous enterprises, all thriving ventures that could be deemed lucrative. Yet, the total of her assets paled in comparison to a single guest room in the Duke's residence. One could only imagine the Duke's immense fortune, gripping the medical tome tighter. A look of regret washed over her exquisite face. How infuriating. Merely sending Qingyu back to request a tenfold increase in price seemed too lenient. Had she known, she would have demanded 100-fold instead. However, there would be other opportunities. She would remember the treasures scattered around the room and seize the chance to exploit him later. A quarter of an hour later, Feng Lei accompanied Qingyu as they returned with longing grass and shuahuang grass. Qingyu's hands trembled uncontrollably as she cradled the medicine box. This was worth 200,000 taels. She had never before encountered such wealth. Miss, the herbs are back, sold for 200,000 taels. Father is overjoyed and said he would share half with you when we return. Qingyu glanced back and noticed the towering Feng Lei had not followed, prompting her to whisper. At that moment, the southern physician was clutching the 200,000 taels in banknotes, tears of joy welling in his eyes. Ever since his family fortune had been entirely swindled, he had been living in hardship. He had never seen such a sum before. His eldest apprentice, Nan Lu, was straightforward and only charged 50 when per consultation. Though their basic needs were met, they still struggled financially. It was his second apprentice who proved more astute, bringing back such immense wealth on their first outing. His future was now secure. Once Feng Ying returned with the remaining medicinal materials, they were in the opulent Luoyuan pavilion. As Li Chu prepared the medicine, she instructed Feng Ying to ready the bath. The revival needles combined with a medicinal bath would yield the utmost efficacy. Several guards promptly filled the tub with warm water. Feng Ying respectfully announced, "Miss Li, the water is ready." "Good. Stand guard outside. During my treatment, no one is to enter and disturb us, or they shall bear the consequences." "Yes, I will ensure that no one interrupts Miss Li." Feng Ying obeyed and took his post at the door, standing still like a sentinel. Li Chu slowly unfurled the needle pouch before Rongxian, a row of golden needles gleaming under the candlelight. She mused, "I wonder if His Highness fears pain. These needles are rather long. However, there is a method that avoids discomfort, should His Highness be willing." Intentionally, she picked up the longest golden needle and gestured with it before Rongxian. Rongxian understood her implication but feigned ignorance, inquiring, "What does Miss Li mean? Pray, speak plainly. I can employ a painless technique, but it requires the utmost concentration from the practitioner, which is quite exhausting. I shall need time to recuperate afterward. Therefore, might I request a modest compensation? It need not be much. Simply a gift of the items within this guest room would suffice. Miss Li seems to have forgotten that we share a cooperative relationship. Is it not somewhat unreasonable for you to demand a consultation fee in such an indirect manner? Alternatively, I could impose additional conditions while assisting you." Li Chu pursed her lips and cast a few cold glances at him, finding his stinginess rather extraordinary. Nevertheless, she concluded that wealth pales in comparison to vengeance, and decided it best not to complicate matters further. In a less than amiable tone, she instructed, "Lie down and remove your clothing." "Remove my clothing? No, I shall not." Rongxian immediately crossed his arms, uncomfortable with the idea of disrobing in front of others, especially a woman. Li Chu felt a pang of frustration. They say a great man should not be overly concerned with trivialities, yet here he was, a grown man, acting so awkwardly. She could only gently reassure him, "Your Highness, even my master cannot locate the acupoints through your clothing. If the needles are not accurately placed, there could be after effects such as paralysis, mental incapacity, or even an inability to function as a human being. All of these are possible." Upon hearing the phrase, "unable to function as a human being," Rongxian widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at Li Chu. Was she truly a woman? Did she not regard him as a man, daring to utter such words? "I am a loyal man. If you were to see me undressed, how could I ever face my future princess? If she were to despise me, would you take responsibility?" Rongxian spoke with an alluring expression, feigning innocence. Spending time with Li Chu brought him joy, and upon reflection, he considered that spending a lifetime with her might be a delightful choice. "What?" Li Chu exclaimed, her face darkening. She had never heard of a healer who offered their body as compensation to a patient. Moreover, with his disposition, even a ghost would avoid him, let alone a future princess. "If it's not necessary, then I won't treat you. I have no desire to serve you." Noticing Li Chu's thinly veiled anger and her readiness to depart, Rongxian began to carefully unfasten his elaborate robe, only to inadvertently tie his sash into a tight knot. "Is it not permissible for me to undress? This seems to be stuck. Would you assist me? Why complicate matters? The esteemed Prince Xian should surely have an abundance of attire. Did she appear to be the sort who would casually assist others in disrobing? If he sought to take advantage of her, he would have to wait for another lifetime." Li Chu picked up a dagger from beside her and swiftly cut through the sash, stripping off his robe with a clean and decisive motion. She then took a pair of sharp scissors and carefully snipped around the base of Rongxian's undergarments, revealing his long, fair legs. Though somewhat atrophied, they would soon recover once the toxins were cleared. Li Chu heated the gold needles over the candle flame and began to insert them into Rong Xian's body, her serious demeanor appearing remarkably radiant in his eyes. She seemed like his savior, arriving at the brink of despair to guide him back from the depths of hell to the realm of the living. Li Chu, drenched in sweat, painstakingly positioned 11 gold needles, and the 12th, the most crucial one, demanded her utmost focus. Just as she located the acupoint and prepared to insert the final needle, a cacophony of noise outside momentarily distracted her, nearly causing her to falter. Li Chu took a deep breath, steadying her mind and focusing her attention on her hands. Dismissing all external distractions, Rong Xian urgently spoke to calm Li Chu. Should anything go awry, not only would his life be in peril, but Li Chu would also suffer the consequences. A sharp, murderous gaze pierced through the door. Outside stood a young girl in crimson, around 15 or 16 years of age, who was vehemently berating Feng Ying. "Feng Ying, I have come to visit Brother Xian. How dare you obstruct me? Do you believe this princess will sever your head?" She was the daughter of Prince Rong Yuan, the current emperor's niece, having been conferred the title of Princess Ruanhua at birth. In all of Shiyuan, no other woman could rival her nobility apart from the princess herself. She had cherished Rong Xian since childhood, and after managing to sneak out of the capital to see him, how could she not be enraged by this insolent servant's obstruction? Feng Ying remained steadfast at the door, poised and dignified. "I beg the princess's pardon, but the prince is currently entertaining esteemed guests and cannot meet with you. I kindly ask the princess to visit again on another day." The prince had instructed him not to disclose his antidote-related matters to avoid unnecessary complications, and thus he could only explain to Princess Ruanhua in this manner. Infuriated, Princess Ruanhua turned and seated herself at a stone table, smiling as she declared, "Very well. I shall wait right here to see what sort of esteemed guest is so privileged as to surpass this princess." Chapter 10. I am the reincarnation of a demon. Li Chu gradually calmed herself according to Rong Xian's instructions. Only when she could no longer hear any sound did she precisely realign the acupuncture points and gently insert the final golden needle. As all 12 needles punctured his skin, a powerful surge of warmth coursed through Rong Xian's body. He involuntarily trembled a few times, and with a cough, several mouthfuls of dark blood were expelled, gradually stabilizing his condition. "Here, wipe yourself." Li Chu offered her handkerchief to Rong Xian, noticing the black blood staining his lips. There was little choice. After all, Feng Ying had forgotten to prepare one. As the handkerchief approached his nose, a familiar scent wafted over. Seizing the moment when Li Chu turned to fetch the medicine, Rong Xian stealthily tucked the handkerchief beneath his pillow, then picked up the tattered remnants of his robe to wipe the blood from his lips. Testing the water temperature, Li Chu placed the medicinal pouch into the basin before returning to assist the weakened Rong Xian into the bath. The soothing warmth enveloped him, eliciting a low, contented murmur that paired exquisitely with his unparalleled beauty. This scene caused Li Chu's cheeks to flush, and biting her lip, she stammered, "Your Highness, you soak first. I'll prepare the prescription." Her hasty retreat amused Rong Xian. It was delightful to discover she could blush, especially after her boldness while undressing him. Thus, one focused on drafting the prescription at the table, while the other gazed through the steam at the delicate, lavender-hued figure in the bath. After meticulously reviewing the completed prescription, Li Chu gently blew on the ink to dry it before calling out to the outside. "Feng Ying." Upon hearing her voice, Feng Ying quickly entered and shut the door behind him. "Spring Rain, did you hear? Was there a woman's voice inside?" "Yes. It seems there truly is a woman in there." Princess Ruanhua angrily hurled her teacup to the ground and rose to storm into the room. "Stop. One more step, and do not blame me for being merciless." The deep, ominous voice resonated with an underlying power, halting Princess Ruanhua in her tracks, making her hesitate to move forward. "Brother Xian, it is I, Ruanhua. I have come to see you. Return to Xingjing at once. You are not permitted to come here again. Return to the capital first. Spring Rain, ensure you uncover the identity of that woman inside." The ruthless dismissal caused tears to well up in Princess Ruanhua's eyes. How dare that vixen covet her brother Xian? She would make her pay dearly for this transgression. "Understood, Princess." As Feng Ying went to fetch the medicine, Li Chu regarded the figure of Rong Xian in the bath with an amused expression. "See, I told you, such a person cannot marry a princess. They have no understanding of cherishing delicate beauty. What is that look in your eyes? Do you believe this prince cannot secure a princess? Flustered, Li Chu quickly touched her cheeks. How did he discern her thoughts? Had she been so transparent? As the evening wore on, the moon quietly ascended into the night sky. Li Chu and her two servants gathered around a stone table in the courtyard, enjoying some pastries. She set down her osmanthus cake, gazing at the moon with a sigh. It has been over a month since leaving Xingjing, and I long for my parents. I wonder how they and my brother are faring. Shortly after my rebirth, I hurried to Lishui City, and I have yet to spend quality time with my family. I ponder whether this is right or wrong. My path of vengeance seems destined to be filled with turmoil. Must I still feel guilty toward my family in this second life? Qing Yu and Qing Feng echoed my sentiments, expressing their desire to return to the capital as well, uncertain of when that might occur. Qing Yu, now that you have reunited with your master, there is no need for you to remain my maid. You may choose to stay by your master's side. Nothing can surpass the importance of reuniting with family. I wish for Qing Yu to enjoy familial bliss beside her master, yet I am reluctant for my master to compromise and enter the capital due to Qing Yu. Qing Yu cheerfully bit into a pastry and declared, Miss will always be my miss. Do not think to cast me aside. Moreover, father said he would forever accompany you, as he is waiting for you to care for him in his old age. That would be splendid. Prepare yourself. We shall return to the capital the day after tomorrow. Qing Yu, you should inform your master and senior brother tomorrow. The poison in Rongxian can be remedied with the revival needle once more. The remaining medicinal baths need not be my concern, as the physician of the Xian Wangfu is not incompetent. The following morning, after administering the needle, I casually remarked to Rongxian, Your Highness has recovered half of his internal strength. With a daily medicinal bath of 1 hour, perhaps in 7 days, Your Highness will walk freely. Rongxian leaned over the edge of the bath, intently observing me. Are you perhaps a reincarnated demon? After merely 20 days of learning medicine, you possess such skill. He has always found those from noble families tiresome, delicate, and pretentious, lacking any qualities that could captivate him. Yet this Li Chu is distinct. She is astute and ruthless. I cannot fathom how the Yu Wang has offended her. His future may be quite grim. I am a reincarnated evil spirit, dedicated to punishing the ungrateful. Rongxian chuckled softly and closed his eyes, pretending to doze. An evil spirit, is it? Even so, a rather charming one. I divided the remaining medicinal herbs into 5 portions, creating medicine pouches, and carefully listed the precautions on rice paper. Your Highness, I have packaged the remaining herbs. They need to steep for 5 more days. I have outlined the precautions and will have Feng Ying deliver them to the physician. Upon hearing this, Rongxian unexpectedly rose to his feet, his brows slightly furrowed. You're leaving? When? Your Highness, I exclaimed, quickly turning away. At that moment, Rongxian's entire body was exposed to the air, broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and well-defined contours. Water droplets cascaded down every inch of his skin into the bath, creating an enticing sight. I touched my nose, letting out a sigh of relief. Who is he trying to tempt? Fortunately, my self-control is quite commendable. Wait, how can you stand up? A loud splash echoed as a heavy object fell into the water. I disregarded any modesty and rushed to Rongxian's side, seizing his damp wrist to check his pulse. It is somewhat unstable. Do you realize that using your internal strength so forcefully could injure your meridians? You must not exert your internal strength for the next 7 days. I shall prepare medicine for you. As he gazed at the receding figure, Rongxian fell into a contemplative state. It was undeniable that he had been anxious moments ago. He did not wish for her to depart. Yet, even he could not discern whether his concern stemmed from her essence or the dreamlike figure she represented. Before the residence of the southern physician, 2 carriages stood ready for departure. Li Chu cast a glance towards the direction of the Xian Wang mansion, wondering if they would indeed come. Master, senior brother, let's set forth. It was not until the carriages gradually rolled out of the city gates that the shadow lurking in the darkness revealed himself, sighing as he returned to the Xian Wang mansion. Your Highness, Miss Li and her companions have already left the city. Why do you not go to see them off? Rongxian replied with a dismissive glance, What is there to see off? I too am preparing to return to the capital. She had fulfilled her promise, and it was time for him to commence his own preparations. Chapter 11, A Chance Encounter with Li Shangyun as the sun began its descent in the west. Casting a golden hue over the horizon, Li Chu and her companions found themselves traversing the well-trodden path to Mingxian City, a necessary stop on their return to the capital. With the night drawing near and the road becoming treacherous, Li Chu resolved to spend the night within the city, planning to continue their journey at dawn. Upon reaching the Ming Sheng Tavern, Qing Yu and Qing Feng disembarked from the carriage, their burdens in tow, and entered the establishment, their voices resonating within the hall. "Waiter, we require 3 top-tier guest rooms, along with a sumptuous spread of fine wine and exquisite dishes." The astute waiter quickly discerned their affluent status, rushing forth with fervent hospitality as he arranged an opulent feast upon their table. Having journeyed all day, Li Chu's stomach growled in anticipation. Just as she reached for her beloved shrimp dumplings, an incongruous voice echoed throughout the hall. "Manager, I wish to reserve the entire tavern and have all the other patrons escorted out." The assembly turned their gazes towards the speaker, a lady clad in resplendent emerald silk, adorned with an exquisite pearl necklace that boasted flawless orbs, each devoid of imperfection. Her hair was decorated with 2 golden butterfly hairpins, an ostentatious display of wealth, leaving no doubt of her affluence. It was no surprise that she could afford to sequester the entire tavern. The seasoned tavern manager, well-versed in the nuances of social standing, recognized that Li Chu and her companions were not to be trifled with. Glancing between the wealthy lady and Li Chu, he quickly assessed the situation. Offending a person of wealth was one matter, but incurring the ire of a noble daughter was an entirely different affair. "My apologies, miss," he replied, "but it is unfeasible for us to evict our guests. I kindly ask for your understanding." The lady in green, exuding confidence, produced 3 silver notes, each valued at 100 taels, 300 taels in total, sufficient to sustain an ordinary family for a lifetime. The manager's eyes flickered with both avarice and hesitation as he contemplated the offer. After a moment's reflection, he decided to take the gamble, for this transaction could equate to a year's worth of earnings. "Please wait a moment. Miss, I shall clear the premises at once." With a flourish, the manager graciously waived the dining fees of the other patrons and refunded their lodging costs. In no time, the hall was nearly vacant, save for Li Chu's table. "My sincerest apologies, miss," the manager said, bowing respectfully. "The tavern has indeed been reserved. Please accept this feast as a token of our regret, and I kindly suggest you consider relocating to another establishment nearby, where accommodations are available. Rest assured, your lodging fee will be fully refunded." As Li Chu delicately savored a translucent shrimp dumpling, a glimmer of coldness flickered in her eyes. To her surprise, she had encountered Li Shangyun here, and judging by her numerous packages, it appeared she too was returning to Shengjing. Li Chu's mind wandered back to her past life. Li Shangyun had returned alongside their grandmother, uncle, and aunt. Now that she had arrived first, it was likely that her grandmother and uncle would not be far behind, perhaps already en route. After all, the second branch had no male heirs, only 2 daughters, and one could say that they doted on their second daughter to an extraordinary degree. Noticing Li Chu's calm and elegant demeanor as she continued her meal, Li Shangyun seemed to regard her presence with indifference. The manager, sensing the tension, grew anxious. "Miss, would you consider a double refund for your room fee?" Nong Lu, understanding Li Chu's temperament, set down her chopsticks and firmly declined, saying, "There is a proper order to everything. We have traveled tirelessly all day and are quite exhausted. Please, master, allow us to rest." Her resolute demeanor left the innkeeper with no room for further argument, and he could only return to Li Shangyun with a sense of defeat. "My dear lady, I find myself utterly powerless. Might you endure a single night? I could arrange for them to be placed at a distance from you," he suggested. Li Shangyun's eyes were filled with disdain as she gazed in Li Chu's direction. This glance ignited an immediate surge of jealousy within her, for Li Chu possessed a beauty that could rival the legends of stunning maidens. Alas, such beauty was wasted on one of humble status. Her grandmother had declared that this return to the capital was to secure her position as a prince's consort. How splendid it would be if that beauty belonged to her, for she could then captivate the prince's heart. The title of a noble lady finally prompted Li Chu to pause, rising with a cold glare aimed at Li Shangyun, questioning her entitlement to such a title. I am the second daughter of the esteemed Li family, Li Ruotang, and the third daughter, Li Chu. Might I inquire as to your identity? Li Chu's retort left Li Shangyun flushed with anger, for her grandmother had instructed her to show respect and care for Li Ruotang. Yet, Li Chu was beneath her notice. How could one whom even her grandmother deemed unworthy be worthy of comparison? Fuming, Li Xiangyun sturmat towards Li Chu, thrusting her finger at her in a fit of rage. You wretched girl, what do you know? I hold sway over the entire Li estate. What is Li Chu in comparison? Her grandmother had always doted on her, granting her every desire. Upon their return, the entire household was to honor her grandmother, and even the legitimate young lady, Li Chu, must heed her whims. However, her delightful fantasies were shattered by a resounding slap. Li Xianyun stood frozen. Disbelief etched across her face as pain radiated from her cheek, a stark reminder that she had indeed been struck. Meanwhile, Li Chu delicately wiped her fingers with a handkerchief, as if she had touched something unclean. Your skin is remarkably thick. That stung my hand, she remarked. Qing Yu and Qing Feng hovered around Li Chu, inspecting her slightly reddened palm. Miss, does your hand ache? Please refrain from such impulsiveness in the future. Leave matters like this to us, they advised. Li Xiangyun, regaining her composure, seethed at the sight of the trio's camaraderie. Are you all deaf? Seize these individuals at once. She bellowed at her accompanying servants. A dozen attendants surged toward Li Chu and her companions, believing they could easily subdue them. However, before they could react, a shadowy figure darted past them. In an instant, the group of attendants lay sprawled on the ground, moaning in agony. Li Shangyun, filled with trepidation, clutched her throat and retreated a few steps, seeking refuge among her maidens. Who dare to strike? I am of the Li family. You shall not escape the consequences of your actions against us. The surroundings fell silent, as if the earlier commotion had been but a fleeting illusion. Li Chu cast a reflective gaze into the shadows, relieved that she had requested 2 concealed guards from her mother before departing. Otherwise, she would be at the mercy of others today. Once the Xian king recovers, she must ensure he teaches her a few techniques. It appears that someone has intervened in a moment of injustice. Alas, it is unfortunate that you were not dealt with as well. Perhaps you were merely overlooked, and maybe they will return shortly. Li Chu remarked playfully to the frightened Li Shangyun. Upon hearing this, Li Shangyun hastily fled with her servants, leaving behind a warning. I shall remember you. You had better hope not to cross my path again, or I will make you regret it. Once the atmosphere settled, Li Chu lost her appetite and, after informing her master and senior brother, retreated to her quarters to rest. At the entrance of the residence, 2 carriages came to a slow halt, and the servants began to transport the luggage in a grand procession towards the Liuli pavilion. Li Chu had brought back all of the southern physician's medical texts, filling 4 large boxes to the brim. After settling her master and senior brother in the Musong pavilion and instructing Qing Yu and Qing Feng to take good care of them, Li Chu hurriedly made her way to her parents' Muchio pavilion. Mother, I have returned. Upon hearing this call, Shen Shuyun, who had been wearing a worried expression, instantly broke into a radiant smile. It is my Chu. My Chuer has finally come back. The heavy burden on her heart lifted at once. She had so much to share, but had nowhere to express it, nearly bursting from the weight of her emotions. Fortunately, Chuer had returned. Her presence was her greatest source of comfort. Chapter 12. Stealthy observations. As soon as she entered, Li Chu eagerly threw herself into Shun Qiuyun's embrace, greedily inhaling the familiar fragrance that enveloped her mother, a scent that brought her profound comfort. Shun Qiuyun gazed down at her daughter in her arms. The loose garments obscured her figure, making it difficult to discern whether she was plump or slender. Yet, the once cherubic face appeared even more gaunt, tugging at Shun Qiuyun's heartstrings. Chuer, how did you become so thin? Have you not been eating properly? Why does a young lady like you wander so far? Ever since discovering that Li Ruotang was not her biological daughter, Shen Shuyun found it impossible to regard her the same way as before. Despite having raised her for 18 years, The thought of her true daughter suffering somewhere unknown was like a knife to her heart. All her longing for her eldest daughter had to be redirected towards her youngest. Li Chu helped Shun Xiuyun to a seat at the table and recounted the purpose of her journey to Li City. When discussing Qing Yu's acknowledgement of her lineage, Shun Xiuyun felt a surge of joy, for those 4 girls had grown up under her watchful eye and were, in a sense, her own daughters. However, when the conversation turned to Li Chu studying medicine, Shun Xiuyun's heart ached. Her delicate daughter must have endured countless hardships to pursue this path. Upon hearing of Li Chu's intention to treat the Xian Wang, Shun Xiuyun could no longer sit still and anxiously grasped Li Chu's small hand. What? Sue? What do you intend to do? The Xian Wang is not someone we can afford to provoke. Do not worry, mother. I have my plans. This is merely a precautionary measure. A year hence, a battle for the throne would erupt, plunging the world into chaos. She only hoped to strike a painful blow against Rong Mingyu in this conflict while ensuring her family's safety. But my dear, it is unwise to engage with the Xian Wang at this time. Such boldness may incite suspicion and prove detrimental to us. Furthermore, those who bear animosity toward him may turn their ire upon us. Is it not considered ostentatious that our family boasts 3 influential figures? Those who would target us will do so regardless. An alliance with the Xian Wang may yield greater benefits than drawbacks. We must become formidable enough that no one can threaten us. You have matured, Chuer. Your intellect and strategy far surpass those of your elder brother. With you and your siblings in the residence, I find solace. Yet, alas, the one thing that troubles me is the fate of your elder sister, whose survival remains uncertain. Li Chu recalled her mother's efforts to investigate the circumstances of her birth before she departed. It seemed her suspicions were correct. Her mother had yet to uncover any leads. Mother, how goes your inquiry? This matter is quite peculiar. I have found no irregularities. 20 years ago, most of the servants in the household were brought along with my dowry, so it stands to reason that no one would dare to commit such a perilous act. Li Chu had not anticipated that her mother's investigation would focus solely on the servants. It was no surprise, for both the matriarch and her aunt, Lu Qiao, were adept at concealing their true natures, and it was evident that her mother held no suspicions about them. She had no intention of divulging the truth to her mother, for confronting her grandmother would be an act of great filial disrespect. Madam Miss, the old madam and the second masteress family have returned and are at the main gate. At that moment, a voice filled with fragrance echoed from outside. Upon hearing the return of the matriarch, a glimmer of joy illuminated Shun Qiuyun's face. Her mother had resided in their ancestral home in Xiangyang for 8 years, and a recent letter had hinted at her impending return. It had arrived sooner than anticipated. Chuer, quickly, your grandmother has returned. Come and greet her with me. Fu Xiang, send someone to inform the master and the eldest young master. A flicker of concern shadowed Li Chu's eyes. What would happen if her mother were to discover her grandmother's true intentions and the manner in which she had been used? At the entrance of the estate, a resplendent elderly lady and a graceful woman were engaged in warm exchanges with Li Ruotang, oblivious to Shun Qiuyun and Li Chu's presence. Mother, grandmother. A gentle call finally drew the old matriarch's attention, prompting her to turn and smile. Oh, Qiuyun has arrived. How delightful. I hadn't noticed. Tanger has been raised exceptionally well. Indeed, Shun Qiuyun preferred to avoid discussing Li Ruotang extensively, and thus redirected the conversation. Mother, your journey must have been arduous. The Luan Hall is prepared. Let us enter the estate and converse further. Good. The old matriarch took her seat at the head of the table, with her second son Li Wan and his wife on one side, and Shun Qiuyun on the other, while Li Chu stood quietly to the side, maintaining her composure. The old matriarch's gaze toward Shun Qiuyun was filled with affection. Qiuyun, your return necessitates your assistance. Hearing this, Shun Qiuyun felt a warm surge in her heart. Her mother remained as considerate as ever. Mother, you are too kind. We are all family. There is no need for formality. I have also prepared accommodations for my second uncle's family, just as before in the Yuxiang garden. Thank you. Elder sister, Li Wen expressed his gratitude, his eyes revealing a distinct sentiment toward Shun Qiuyun. This glance caught the attention of the second lady, Lu Qiao, who feigned indifference yet remarked to Shun Chuyun, "I hope to trouble you further in the future." "What are you saying, sister-in-law?" "It is only natural," Shun Chuyun replied. "By the way, where are Anur and Yunur?" "Anur is frail and cannot travel, so she remains in Xiangyang to recuperate. Yunur, that mischievous one, insisted on visiting the market first. She should be returning shortly." As soon as she finished speaking, a vibrant figure appeared, accompanied by maids and attendants laden with numerous parcels, evidently having returned triumphantly. "Grandmother, mother, Yunur is back. I absolutely adore this Sheng Jing." Feigning anger, Lu Qiao admonished, "You must not be rude. First, greet your aunt." When Li Shangyun looked at Shen Shuyan, a moment of realization dawned upon her. So this is the aunt, the one who incited jealousy and resentment in her mother, and she obediently stepped forward to pay her respects. "Yunur greets you, aunt. This Sheng Jing is far more splendid than Xiangyang, with exquisite garments and jewelry, though they're rather costly. Yet grandmother has been reluctant to trouble aunt for so many years, refusing to bring us back to the capital." This confession filled Shun Xiuyun with a sense of shame, as her mother's departure from the capital back to Xiangyang was indeed due to her own circumstances. At that time, she had suffered greatly after giving birth to 3 children in 4 years, and the old matriarch had insisted on returning to the ancestral home to pray for her well-being, which had resulted in an 8-year absence. Upon reflecting on this, Shun Xiuyun developed a protective affection for Li Shangyun, regarding her as a daughter. She gently tousled the girl's fine, delicate hair and remarked, "If you wish to stay in Xingjing, my dear, you are welcome to do so. Feel free to purchase anything your heart desires. My sister-in-law will arrange for the funds." Li Shangyun joyfully clung to Shun Xiuyun's arm, exclaiming, "Hooray! Thank you, Annie. You are the best." Li Chu made a concerted effort to diminish her presence, silently observing everyone in attendance. The old matriarch and Lu Qiao, alongside Li Shangyun, were indeed of the same ilk, displaying remarkable theatrical prowess as they effortlessly charmed her mother. However, she also discerned a point of intrigue. Her second aunt seemed to harbor some resentment toward her elder sister, Lian, while occasionally exhibiting tender regard for Li Ruotang. Interestingly, both Li En and Li Ruotang were of the same age. It remained uncertain whether their birthdays were close, prompting her to consider investigating further at an opportune moment. Just as Li Chu pondered these thoughts, she heard her mother calling her name. "Chuer, come greet your elders." "Tanger, you have already met. This is Chuer." Chapter 13. There is no doubt she was struck. Li Chushi gracefully performed a gesture of respect, her beauty transcending the ordinary, evoking varied expressions across the faces of those present. The old matriarch and Lu Qiao felt their apprehensions deepen. Li Wen, however, was lost in contemplation. She bore a striking resemblance to her mother in her youth, yet possessed an even greater allure. Upon recognizing Li Chu, Li Shangyun burst into tears, retreating in panic to the side of the matriarch, murmuring, "Please don't hit me again. I promise I won't dare to again." The old lady had never witnessed her beloved granddaughter in such a state of distress. She quickly inquired, "Yunur, what has happened to you?" "That is your sister Li Chu." Suddenly recalling the incident from the previous day at the tavern, where her daughter had been assaulted, Lu Qiao had sent someone to investigate, but by the time they arrived, the place was deserted, leaving her powerless. Little did she expect that the perpetrator was standing right before her. "Mother, in truth, Yunur was struck by a woman yesterday. I withheld this from you, fearing it would cause you distress, but I never anticipated." Lu Qiao cast a glance at Li Chu, her expression betraying her hesitation. This scene left Li Chu momentarily at a loss. She believed that remaining silent would be wiser until they had all spoken their piece. The old matriarch gazed at Li Chu in disbelief, trembling as she asked, "Are you implying that the woman who struck her is indeed Chu?" "Ooh, grandmother, it is indeed her. She struck Yunur yesterday, and even if she returned to Ash, Yunur would still recognize her." Li Shangyun wept, her eyes swollen, accusing Li Chu of her actions. Li Chu stood composed in the center, her expression unruffled, as if the person described by Li Shangyun was not her at all. Even the cunning old matriarch felt a flicker of surprise. Maintaining composure in adversity was indeed a commendable trait. "Chuer, I must ask you, did you strike your sister yesterday?" To respond to grandmother, I did indeed strike her. Upon hearing Li Chu's outright admission, Shun Qiuyun grew anxious. No, mother, there must be some misunderstanding. Chuer is not the sort of person to act so recklessly. My dear sister, your words are misguided. Regardless of any misunderstandings, one should never resort to violence. Disregarding the family rules of our Li household. The first rule is that kin must not harm one another. Lu Qiao emphasized the term family rules with particular weight, determined to impose strict consequences on her daughter. Feigning consolation, the old matriarch addressed Lu Qiao. It is not so grave. Perhaps we could simply have Chuer apologize to Yuner. After all, we are family and should not hold grudges. Lu Qiao, feeling unsatisfied, replied, if mother is unwilling to punish her, then the family rules will become mere formalities. Li Shangyun chimed in, weeping, grandmother has always taught me to adhere to the family rules. Why should they only apply to me? This is an unfair bias. A cap of partiality was placed upon the old matriarch, compelling her to take action against Li Chu. Unable to contain her tears, the old lady turned to Shun Qiuyun, saying, Qiuyun, you are the mistress of the residence. I cannot interfere. This matter should be resolved by you. The words of the three grandmothers were laden with their individual intentions, each fearful that the mother might inadvertently fall into the grandmother's trap. It was only then that Li Chu slowly began to speak. Wait, since this is a matter concerning two individuals, I should also have the right to voice my perspective. Indeed, I struck her, but it was warranted. She acted recklessly under the guise of the Xiong residence, deliberately tarnishing its reputation. I have every reason to suspect her ulterior motives. Moreover, she did not even recognize me. Thus, how could I be expected to recognize her? Therefore, I do not acknowledge the breach of family rules. If defending the Xiong residence warrants punishment for striking someone, then Li Chu accepts the consequences. Upon hearing this, Li Shangyun could no longer maintain her facade of victimhood and rushed towards Li Chu, gritting her teeth and retorting, you speak nonsense. When have I ever tarnished the Xiong residence? Do you have any evidence? The tavern had already been cleared, and the proprietor had taken her money. No one could testify for Li Chu, except for that elusive figure who merely passed by. It was inconceivable that such a person would show up here. She was eager to see what further antics Li Chu might conjure. With her arms crossed, Li Chu sighed, yesterday. The renowned divine physician Nan Un and his disciple Nan Lu were also present. Are you still lacking witnesses to have them captured? Have you forgotten? If it were not for my master's benevolence in not holding a grudge against a mere girl, had she casually administered some poison, Li Shangyun would have long since met her demise, and there would be no performance here. As the esteemed divine physician Nan Un, attended by his disciple Nan Lu, enjoyed tea and pastries, he let out a loud sneeze, pondering which mischievous brat was cursing him. What divine physician? Yesterday, it was only you with two maids, and it seems there was also a greasy old man and a young gentleman in white. Could they be the divine physician and his disciple? If Nanan had heard her thoughts, he would surely have risen to proclaim, I am merely a man with an oily mouth. How could she possibly be unaware of the illustrious reputation of the divine physician? Such a formidable figure could hardly be associated with Li Chu. She must be fabricating tales. Li Chu cast her a sidelong glance and smiled lightly. Do you not believe me? The divine physician is currently a guest in our residence. Shall I summon them to confront you? The old lady observed Li Shangyun trembling in fear, fully aware that she was no match for Li Chu. Anxiously, she sought to ascertain whether the divine physician truly resided in the manor, and thus spoke softly, let this matter be settled here. Family grievances should not be aired in public. Bringing outsiders into it would tarnish the reputation of the Xiong residence. From now on, this shall not be mentioned again. Sue, you say the divine physician is indeed here in our house. Is this true? In response to her grandmother, Li Chu affirmed, indeed, the divine physician, recognizing my potential, insists on taking me as his disciple and has chosen to reside in the manor for my tutelage. She wished to keep Qing Yu's identity concealed, as being the daughter of the divine physician would bring her considerable trouble. It is often better to avoid unnecessary complications. Perhaps it would be best for her master to take the blame, which he would surely be willing to do. How splendid! This is an immense fortune. The divine physician's exceptional skills mean that becoming his disciple is a blessing for you. Take good care of this opportunity and do not neglect it. The elderly matriarch's visage was nearly adorned with a blooming smile. How could she not be overjoyed to host someone whom even the royal family could not invite? Thus, this farce came to a close. When all had departed, only Lu Qiao remained by the old lady's side, and the two sat together, as close as mother and daughter. At that moment, a grim determination shadowed the matriarch's features as she inquired of Lu Qiao, "What is your opinion of this Li Chu?" "Mother, do not underestimate her. Her cunning far exceeds our expectations, and she is not easily dealt with. If she could serve as a stepping stone for Yun'er, that would be one thing. Otherwise, we cannot afford to keep her alive," Lu Qiao replied, her gesture indicating a throat-cutting motion. Upon exiting Luan Hall, Lu Qiao addressed the elderly nurse Gao. "This old woman has become rather ineffective. We must seek new avenues. Were it not for her selfishness in insisting on marrying me to her own son, I should rightfully be the wife of the Prime Minister by now. It is truly infuriating. Madam, do not be angered. With your intelligence and acumen, you shall never remain beneath others. The most pressing matter at hand is the young lady's marriage," Nurse Gao remarked, her elongated face suggesting a disposition that was hardly amiable. Chapter 14. Serving me for 3 years at the Lioli Pavilion. During the time when Li Chu departed from the capital, Qing Lian and Qing, he guarded the Lioli Pavilion with unwavering diligence. Everything remained as it was before her departure. At this moment, the two were seated before Li Chu, recounting the events that transpired in Xinjiang during her absence, many of which pertained to Li Ruotang. In this month, several significant occurrences had unfolded in Xinjiang. The first was the court's shortage of talented individuals, prompting the emperor to issue an edict for simultaneous civil and military examinations in a month's time. The second was the plum appreciation banquet hosted by the empress, to which Li Chu was also invited. The third was the widespread acclaim of 2 poems by Li Ruotang, which had captivated the entire Xun. Suitors flocked to her door, nearly wearing down the threshold. "Miss, those poems are undoubtedly yours. Are you not at all vexed?" Qing Feng, known for her deep-seated aversion to wrongdoing, had long harbored a grudge against the crimson-clad companion of Li Ruotang, and thus found her actions intolerable. Qing he nodded in agreement. "That is simply our Mrs. Benevolence, cherishing sisterly bonds. Do you think everyone is as vengeful as you?" Li Chu silently perused a medical tome. Contemplating sisterly bonds? Humph. Her current sentiments were solely directed towards sending her to the afterlife. Aside from those 2 poems, what other schemes did Li Ruotang concoct? From the 2, Li Chu gleaned much of the news. Li Ruotang shared a profound camaraderie with the noble young Master Rongqi and had an ambiguous relationship with Rong Mingyu. Even Princess Ming Lu and County Princess Wanhua counted her as a close confidant. Not to mention, numerous wealthy young ladies sought her favor. This comparison rendered her own position somewhat precarious, appearing rather feeble in contrast. By the way, she almost forgot. The emperor would select the top scholars in civil and military affairs in a month. She had already identified the most suitable candidate, one who would undoubtedly serve her purposes. The following day, after breakfast, Li Chu set off for the outskirts of the city with Qing Yu and Qing Feng, arriving at a secluded village just before noon. Pink cherry blossoms bloomed abundantly, and as Li Chu strolled along the earthen path, she inhaled the fragrant breeze. The air seemed sweet, and she hoped that one day she could end the strife and retreat to this idyllic paradise. After walking for a while, she encountered a woman carrying a lunchbox. Li Chu approached her with warmth. "Good lady, I'm searching for Xiao Liang. Could you kindly direct me to his home?" The woman, taken aback by the beauty and politeness of such a young girl, was utterly delighted. She personally led Li Chu and her companions to a modest, sparsely furnished earthen house. "My dear, we have arrived. This is Xiao Liang's home." Qing Yu and Qing Feng were left in utter astonishment, exclaiming in unison, "Can anyone truly live here?" The woman, accustomed to such sights, replied, "Young lady, our village is like this. Being too far from the town, every household must be self-sufficient. It is a blessing if one can fill their belly." Li Chu exchanged a glance with Qing Yu, who promptly produced a silver ingot from her sleeve and handed it to the woman. "Good lady, this is a small token of appreciation from our miss. Please accept it." "Oh no, that would not do. I graciously accept the sentiment, but the silver is unnecessary. Even when faced with 10 taels of silver, the woman remained unflinching, gently declining the offer. Li Chu felt a profound gratitude towards the elderly woman. Had she not guided her, she might have struggled to find Xiao Liang's residence even as the sun set. After all, who could have anticipated that the top scholar of a past life would reside in such a decrepit house, filled with drafts and rain? Li Chu handed over a sum of silver to the woman, who, after some modest reluctance, accepted it. With a quick turn, she dashed toward the fields, eager to share the joyful news with her husband that she had encountered a benefactor. From the elderly woman, Li Chu had learned that Xiao Liang's grandmother was gravely ill, and undoubtedly, her arrival was timely. Even fate seemed to conspire in her favor. Xiao Liang was crouched among a heap of herbs when he heard a knock and lifted his head, spitting out the herbs from his mouth, inquiring, "Who is there?" As he stepped outside, he beheld Li Chu, radiant in the sunlight, resembling a celestial being. "Mississippi, whom do you seek?" "Xiao Liang. I have come to find you," Li Chu replied, deliberately crafting a gracious and poised smile, hoping to leave a favorable impression. "I'm not acquainted with you, Mississippi. Is there something you require of me?" His formal tone almost caused Li Chu to falter in her smile. "I happened to pass by and heard from the elderly woman at the village entrance that someone in your household is unwell. Fortunately, I possess medical knowledge and came to see if I might offer assistance." "You can heal? That is splendid. If you can cure my grandmother, I would dedicate my life to serving you in gratitude." "Serving me as a beast of burden is unnecessary. Could you first modify your overly formal speech? Please, lead me to the patient." At her words, Xiao Liang's face flushed with embarrassment. "Very well, please follow me." Inside the bedroom, the windows and doors were in disrepair, allowing the wind and rain to intrude, which reminded Li Chu of her previous life, where she too had been confined in similarly dismal surroundings. On the bed lay an elderly woman, frail and consumed by illness, surrounded by various weeds scattered about the floor. Some of the weeds bore signs of having been nibbled, suggesting that Xiao Liang had tried to concoct remedies for his grandmother himself, displaying a commendable devotion and filial piety. Li Chu sat on a low stool beside the bed and gently grasped the old lady's wrist. After a brief moment of contemplation, she softly remarked, "It is merely a case of wind cold. A few days of medicine will suffice for recovery. Luckily, I have remedies for wind cold in my medical kit. Qing Yu, please prepare the medicine." Xiao Yang knelt at Li Chu's feet, tears of gratitude spilling from his eyes. No one knew the torment he endured. Having lost his parents at a young age, it was his grandmother who had raised him single-handedly, to ensure he could devote himself to his studies. The weight of their livelihood rested solely on her shoulders. Now, as he had yet to achieve success, his grandmother was on the brink of death, leaving him consumed by fear. "Do not kneel before me. A man's knees are precious. Although your grandmother's ailment can be treated, this environment is unsuitable for her continued residence." Otherwise, with the support of Qing Feng, Xiao Liang rose, his head bowed in shame. "I understand. It is this dilapidated house that exposes my grandmother to the elements and causes her suffering. Yet this dilapidated house is the only refuge for him and his grandmother. Apart from this place, he has nowhere else to turn. The emperor will convene the civil and military examinations in January, and I perceive you to be a scholar. Why not attend the examination? It is not mere boastfulness on my part. Were the examinations to commence a year hence, I would possess absolute confidence in securing the top position. However, my essays and strategies are not yet sufficiently refined, and to venture forth recklessly would only lead to disappointment and sorrow. Indeed, there remains a year until the day when Xiao Liang shall achieve renown. Yet with her remarkable memory, what is there to fear about returning empty-handed?" Li Chu gazed at Xiao Liang with unwavering determination and earnestly inquired, "Xiao Liang, if I could assure you of attaining the top rank, would you be willing to serve me for 3 years?" Were it any other woman making such a bold claim, Xiao Liang would dismiss it as jest. Yet, with Li Chu, he felt an inexplicable trust. Not to mention 3 years, even a lifetime of service would be a privilege Xiao Liang would gladly accept. Chapter 15. The ruthless season of death upon returning to the residence. Li Chu promptly dispatched a carriage to fetch Xiao Liang and his grandson. She possessed a 3-entry courtyard located not far away on Fuhua Street, a birthday gift bestowed upon her by her brother Li Mo several years prior, which now proved to be of great utility. As Qing Yu entered with a tray of tea, Li Chu sat by the window, resting her chin on her hand, gazing at the courtyard filled with red plum blossoms. Her skin was as delicate as cream, her face adorned with a rosy glow, and her lips, naturally tinted, made her resemble a celestial being stepping forth from a painting. Suddenly, a flurry of white snowflakes descended onto her hand. It was snowing. The first snowfall had arrived so swiftly. Despite having met her demise amidst a wintry flurry in her past life, she still held a fondness for snow. During her time as the princess of the universe, Rong Mingyu had planted a green plum tree for her in the backyard of the royal residence. In moments of leisure, she would often sit beneath the green plum tree, composing poetry and painting, cherishing those as her happiest days. However, it now seemed fraught with suspicion. Given Rong Mingyu's ruthless and cold-hearted nature, how could he have sought out the rare and precious green plum tree for her? "Miss, it is snowing. Perhaps you should sip some tea to warm yourself," Qing Yu suggested, concerned that the snow might chill her mistress. After offering the tea, she prepared to close the window. At that moment, Li Chu, holding the warm tea in one hand, halted Qing Yu's action with the other. "Do not close it. Let me gaze a while longer. Qing Yu, do you not think that planting a green plum tree in this courtyard would be more fitting? The view of the green plum tree would serve as a constant reminder for her to remain true to her original intentions." Unaware of the profound anguish her mistress had endured, Qing Yu assumed that Li Chu simply had an affection for the beautiful green plum. "Miss, I shall send someone to find one at once." The green plum would indeed complement Lu Li Pavilion beautifully. For the moment, the search for the green plum could wait. The formidable Jufeng escort team arriving from Qingsheng would soon be in Shengjing. They must be closely monitored, and any news should be reported immediately. Understood, Mississippi. The literary champion she sought to claim for herself, and the martial champion she intended to secure as well. In Lishui City, the Xianwang's residence remained as orderly as ever, with servants quietly attending to their tasks. None dared to cast a glance at the imposing figure of His Highness, who lay upon a garden chaise, his demeanor both intimidating and serene. Since Li Chu's departure, he had become increasingly capricious. Xiaoyang, the escort agency? What was her true intention? Upon hearing the news relayed by Feng Ying, a barely perceptible tenderness flickered within Rong Xian's profound gaze. This little fox seemed to be plotting something significant, perhaps destined to disrupt the entire court in the future. Yet, while Rong Mingyu appeared reckless, he had capable allies working behind the scenes. One could only hope that this little fox would not find herself ensnared instead, raising concern. Feng Ying, prepare. We shall set forth for the capital tomorrow. Meanwhile, Luli Pavilion welcomed an unexpected guest. "Third miss, please wait a moment while I inform the mistress." Qing Lian and Qing He were attending to the affairs of Li Chu's estate, and with Qing Feng out gathering intelligence, only Qing Yu remained to serve Li Chu. Although Li Shangyun is the offspring of a secondary wife, the lady of the house possesses a benevolent heart and has specifically instructed the household staff to treat her as a daughter of the Prime Minister's residence. Referring to her as the fourth Mississippi, Li Shangyun stormed into the Liuli Pavilion accompanied by a retinue of servants, only to be blocked at the entrance by Qing Yu, causing her to tremble with fury. She exclaimed sharply, "How dare a mere servant obstruct me? If Li Chu cannot teach her subordinates, allow me to do so. Seize her at once. If she dares to resist, deal with her accordingly." Just as Qing Yu was about to be apprehended by 2 elderly maids, Li Chu emerged from her chamber with an air of calmness. With a fierce gaze, she cast her eyes upon those accompanying Li Shangyun and rebuked, "How dare you act wantonly within the Prime Minister's residence? Someone come forth." The servants stood frozen in place, overwhelmed by the imposing presence of the second Mississippi. Guards concealed in the corners of the Liuli garden rushed forth, bowing in unison, "Miss, please command us. Throw all these trespassers out of the Liuli Pavilion, leaving no one behind." With screams and lamentations echoing, Li Shangyun and her entourage were unceremoniously discarded at the gate, forming a chaotic heap. Even Li Shangyun herself was not spared, with several individuals atop her, leaving her gasping for breath. Get off me at once. If you cannot even handle Li Chu's people, what use are you as my subordinates? Once the guards had resumed their positions, Li Chu advised Xingyu, in the future, do not jeopardize your safety. If she seeks my permission to enter, let her, but I shall not be so accommodating next time. Miss, news has arrived. At that moment, Qing Feng hurried back with information from the Jufeng escort agency. Earlier that morning, members of the agency had entered the city and were currently residing at the Youfu Inn. Li Chu's eyes sparkled with a hint of anticipation. They had arrived sooner than she had expected, granting her additional time for preparation. Ji Wuhan was not as easily swayed as Xiao Yang. He was solitary, aloof, and seemingly indifferent to the world around him, rendering her approach challenging. However, reflecting on his past, she realized that he had once yielded to the crown prince of Beihua, indicating that something must have moved him. Regardless of the circumstances, she would not relinquish even the slightest opportunity. Let our people withdraw, Li Chu declared, initially intending to have someone shadow Ji Wuhan to glean useful information. But upon reconsideration, she knew that with Ji Wuhan's skills, it would only be a matter of time before he detected their presence. Ji Wuhan, being cold-blooded and ruthless, would rather not offend her than attempt to win him over. Very well, I shall go myself. She was curious to see what kind of person her mistress was so intent on winning over. To avoid alarming him, she would approach personally, as a seemingly harmless woman. She was unlikely to attract Ji Wuhan's attention. At the Youfu Inn, in the top-tier room, a man with a chilling demeanor sat quietly on the bed, slowly unfastening his outer garments. A sharp pain shot through his waist, and beads of sweat trickled down his straight nose and tightly pressed lips. Damn you, Liu Yuchen! To launch a surprise attack. Once I recover, I shall obliterate your Yulo Hall. A series of knocks resounded at the door. A deep, hoarse voice emerged from outside. Young master, it is I, the innkeeper's assistant, come to deliver water. Enter. As the door swung open, a strong scent of blood assaulted the senses. Crimson liquid had already pooled on the floor, cascading from the bed. Ji Wuhan lifted his gaze towards the assistant, who was holding a basin of water. Come, assist me with the medicine. The assistant hesitated momentarily, but set down the basin, suppressing the fear that welled within. She meticulously applied the wound ointment to the grievous injury, deep enough to reveal bone. Due to her short stature, she had to lean her entire body over Ji Wuhan to wrap the bandage around his waist. Ji Wuhan's body stiffened, his pupils dilating in shock. The intoxicating fragrance of jasmine and the softness of her body made it unmistakably clear that the assistant was, in fact, a woman. Once she tied a bow at his waist and bent down to wash her blood-stained hands in the basin, Ji Wuhan was finally able to discern her features. Her round face, complemented by her dove-like eyes, rendered her quite charming. Who had sent her? Regardless of her intentions, he decided to spare her life for her assistance in tending to his wounds. Very well, you may leave now. Return tomorrow at this time to help me with the medicine. The assistant retreated to the back hall, collapsing onto a stone bench, her small hand gently patting her accelerated heartbeat. She mused silently, reflecting on how such a severe injury had been treated without a single utterance of pain. Not only was he harsh towards others, but he was equally relentless with himself, truly terrifying. The thought of having to tend to his wounds again tomorrow made her break out in a cold sweat. For the sake of a young lady, what is a little risk? I would dare to venture into a den of wolves or a lair of tigers. This voice unmistakably belonged to Qing Feng. Chapter 16. The hunt for wild boar. Ji Wuhan possessed an extraordinary capacity for self-healing. Within 3 days, it was nearly impossible to discern that he had been gravely injured just days prior. This also indicated that Qing Feng had no further reason to approach him. Internally seething, she lamented the fact that she had never encountered someone so impervious to influence. No matter how she probed him in the past few days, his responses were limited to a single word. Oh, the effort she had expended over these 3 days seemed futile, and she felt an aversion to further interaction with this emotionally frigid individual. Perhaps it was best to return to her mistress. As she helped Ji Wuhan wrap his wounds, Qing Feng couldn't help but offer a gentle admonition. Although you have recovered significantly, you must continue with the medication to prevent any relapse. In truth, he was rather pitiable. Despite sustaining such grave injuries, he had to endure alone, lacking anyone to care for him. In contrast, she, though merely a servant, enjoyed a life of luxury, having grown up sharing everything with her mistress, who was cherished by both the master and mistress of the house. Ji Wuhan noticed the compassion in Qing Feng's expression. Was she about to leave? His hand, which hung limply at his side, gradually clenched into a fist. Ultimately, he closed his eyes, an aura of lethal intent enveloping him as he grasped the Shuyun sword and turned to depart. At Liuli Pavilion, Li Chu was selecting fabrics sent by her mother, preparing to design a gown for the upcoming Plum Blossom banquet. Qing Yu and the other two were nearby, offering their suggestions for her consideration. "Miss Qing Yu, Qing Lian, Qing He, I have returned," Qing Feng greeted with a lackluster tone before sinking onto a nearby stool, resting her chin upon her hands, her thoughts adrift in the ether. Despite her desire to disregard him, why did she find herself concerned about his well-being? Li Chu and the others exchanged puzzled glances, each mind flooded with questions. What had transpired in the past few days that they were unaware of? Or had this girl developed feelings for someone? Li Chu gestured for them to temper their curiosity, asserting that everyone is entitled to their own privacy, and when she was ready to share, she would do so. These two fabrics will suffice, Li Chu decided, selecting a light purple cloud brocade and a translucent white cloud gauze. Such an occasion called for subtlety, and the delicate hue of purple was just perfect. As night fell, the moonlight flickered beneath the cover of dark clouds. Qing Feng remained restless, tossing and turning in her bed. Unable to find solace, she climbed to the rooftop for fresh air. Suddenly, a sound of something heavy collapsing at the back door caught her attention. "Who is it?" Qing Feng asked warily, aware that hidden guards patrolled Liuli Pavilion. Summoning her courage, she opened the back door, only to be startled by a vivid red handprint smeared across the door. Her gaze dropped to the ground, where a figure in black lay in a pool of blood. This silhouette seemed familiar. Her curiosity compelled her to brush aside the hair obscuring his face, and she gasped in shock. Ji Wuhan, how could it be him? No wonder he had stormed off with his sword. He had gone to engage in a fight. She reached out to check for his breath and sighed in relief. He was still alive. Although she was angered by his reckless disregard for his own well-being, she could not simply abandon him to his fate. Turning to the shadows, she called out, "Qing Shu, Qing Yun." In an instant, two men appeared before Qing Feng, as silent as the wind, a pair of eyes glimmering with a chilling light and a visage of composed tranquility met the gaze of another, filled with insatiable curiosity and an air of roguishness. They were the elite shadow guards trained in the general's manner, tasked with safeguarding the well-being of Li Chu. "Qing Feng, do you know this man?" inquired the more composed Qing Shu. "He doesn't seem trustworthy. Should I slay him outright?" Qing Yun remarked, advancing with a knife toward Ji Wuhan, prompting Qing Feng to swiftly position himself before Ji Wuhan in alarm. "Do not harm him. He is of value to the young lady. I shall report to her." Qing Shu, keep an eye on Qing Yun and ensure he does not act recklessly. Only after receiving Qing Shu's assurance did Qing Feng lower his guard and hasten toward the young lady's chamber, lifting his skirts as he went. Li Chu was about to loosen her attire in preparation for rest when a series of urgent knocks resonated upon the door. "Come in, miss. Ji Wuhan lies gravely injured at the back door. If we do not attend to him, he may not survive." Qing Feng, oblivious to the urgency woven into his tone, relayed the message. "Fetch the medicine box and candlestick and follow me." After days of fruitless endeavors, she could not let this rare opportunity slip away. Upon reaching the back door, Qing Yun was lamenting while holding Ji Wuhan's long sword. "Wow, brother, this must be the renowned Shuyun sword, ranked third in the martial world. Since he is unconscious, why not?" Qing Feng stepped forward and snatched the Shuyun sword away, glaring at Qing Yun. To take without asking is to steal. A true man should not engage in such base behavior. Qing Yun, hands on his hips, regarded the irate Qing Feng with amusement. "I was merely jesting. Why the haste? Who is in a hurry? I simply believe this is improper. Ask the young lady if you don't believe me," Qing Feng stammered, his cheeks flushing as he realized his own feelings were laid bare. At this juncture, Li Chu discerned the situation clearly. The urgency lay in saving a life. Enough of your bickering. Assist in getting him onto the carriage. Following Li Chu's medical treatment, Ji Wu Hen's life was salvaged, yet fearing retribution from his enemies. Li Chu instructed Qing Shu and Qing Yun to escort him to the residence of Shaoyang. This house, comprising 4 courtyards in the north, south, east, and west, ensured that one could go about their affairs without disturbing another. Qing Feng, accompany them. The tasks of preparing and changing the medicine will be entrusted to you. Having endured a long night, Li Chu was utterly exhausted. She reached the screen and removed her blood-stained outer garment. At that moment, a voice, magnetic yet laced with languor, emerged from beyond the screen. Miss Li, you possess quite the charm. It seems several men are concealed within this private residence. Li Chu, incredulous, peered past the screen. Indeed, the ethereal man was seated in her chamber, savoring her tea. Rong Xian, how dare you intrude into a woman's chamber? She regarded the composed figure before her eyes betraying a hint of displeasure. Is it not that Dr. Li has been too preoccupied to attend to me? Thus, I have taken the liberty to present myself. Rong Xian replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The ungrateful little fox was amiable to everyone else, yet dared to show him hostility. He would eventually transform her into a gentle little rabbit. Li Chu sat helplessly across from Rong Xian, reaching out to rest her hand on his wrist, only for him to suddenly retract his hand, leaving her grasping at air. You! A glimmer of mischief flickered in Rong Xian's eyes as he feigned embarrassment. In the dead of night, a solitary man and woman alone together. Should this be made known, it would tarnish my reputation. Miss Li, you cannot be held accountable for my actions, so it is best that I take my leave. I shall await your return to the Xianwang mansion for your follow-up. Without waiting for Li Chu's response, he vanished from the room in a swift motion. With such agility, he could easily hunt wild boars in the mountains. When he was there for a follow-up, why intrude upon her chamber at night simply to remind her about a consultation? It was utterly perplexing. As dawn broke, sunlight poured over the land. Li Chu enjoyed a restful night and slowly opened her eyes past the hour of Chun. Qing Yu and her 2 companions attended to her morning routine, informing her that Li Ruotang had been waiting in the garden for a quarter of an hour. What could she possibly want? While enjoying her breakfast, Li Chu pondered this. Aside from the day her grandmother returned to the estate, she had not seen Li Ruotang during this time. It appeared that Ruotang had sought her out before she had the chance to visit her. After finishing her meal, Li Chu concealed her frosty demeanor and donned a sweet smile. It was time to discover what this dear sister sought from her. Now was not the moment to sever ties. The performance must continue. Chapter 17. Beautiful sister, I adore you. Li Ruotang sat within the garden pavilion, draped in a white cloak embroidered with begonia flowers. Clutching a steaming hand warmer, her gaze drifted into the distance, lost in thought. Miss, how can the 3rd miss be so inconsiderate, making you wait in this snowstorm for so long? Hani expressed her indignation at Li Chuxin's tardiness. Li Ruotang let out a cold snort. Her standing in the eyes of their parents surpassed that of her own. So is it not natural for her to be a bit spoiled and willful? The more willful she was, the better. After all, the plum appreciation banquet was approaching, and the real show was yet to unfold. It's nothing. As the elder sister, it is only right for me to make way for my younger sister. Just as Li Chuxin arrived, she overheard Li Ruotang's words and, filled with remorse, said, Sister, please do not be upset. I come here to apologize. Li Ruotang extended her hand to help Li Chuxin up, smiling as she said, We are family. There is no need for such formality between sisters. In her previous life, time had not afforded her the clarity she needed. Li Ruotang's cunning and cruelty far surpassed her imagination. At this moment, she likely remained unaware of her true heritage, yet she would readily conspire against her own sister for the sake of fame and status. What sisterly affection could exist in such circumstances? Even the entire Xiang residence was merely a stepping stone in her eyes. Thank you, sister, for your understanding. May I inquire as to why you sought me? Li Chuxin replied, feeling somewhat ashamed. At the upcoming banquet, the young ladies from each family will showcase their talents. Everyone knows of my abilities, and should I falter this time, it would tarnish the reputation of the Xiang residence. Ah, so she sought assistance. It was only natural. The poetry she had previously received from Li Ruotang must have been nearly exhausted. What you may not know, sister, is that I sprained my left hand yesterday, and fear I may not be able to write. Li Chuxin lamented, fearing that others might recognize the similarity in their handwriting. Li Chuxin had practiced diligently for years, finally mastering the art of left-handed calligraphy only last year. While it was widely said that the Xiong residence boasted two renowned beauties, the second miss celebrated for her talent, and the third miss for her charm, little did they know that the true embodiment of both talent and beauty resided solely within Li Chuxin. How are Qingyu and the others tending to you? Perhaps it is best to have Hongxiu look after you. Otherwise, I cannot help but worry. Her concern was indeed warranted. Although Li Chuxin's demeanor toward her had not changed, the admiration once evident in her gaze had vanished. This shift unnerved Li Ruotang, for the unpredictable Li Chuxin had become a significant threat in her eyes. My hand was injured from excessive practice. It has nothing to do with Qingyu and the others. I simply cannot assist you in writing. To think she could plant someone in her Liuli garden, such fanciful notions. Did she still perceive her as the naive Li Chuxin of the past? No, Chuxin, you must help me this time, no matter what. This banquet is of utmost importance to me. Li Ruotang grasped Li Chuxin's hand tightly, her gaze tinged with a hint of pleading. Li Chuxin lowered her eyes, increasingly bewildered by the true purpose of this banquet and what could have stirred such urgency in Li Ruotang. I can only write with my right hand, but it reflects my own handwriting. I truly cannot assist you. Li Ruotang remained silent for a considerable time, deep in thought, before finally biting her lip and nodding resolutely. Write, and use your right hand, attempting to mimic the script of your left. You have 3 days to practice. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. At the entrance of the minister's residence, Li Shangyun was throwing a tantrum at Lu Qiao. Meanwhile, the old matriarch implored the Li couple, Yin Fan. Must you truly leave Yuner behind? Aunt, it is not that I am unwilling. Only those in possession of an invitation may enter. Li Xiong was not the biological son of the matriarch. He lost his mother to illness at the tender age of 7. His father, preoccupied with business matters, could not attend to him, leaving his aunt to care for him for several years. In due course, his aunt missed the prime age for marriage, and out of guilt, his father took her as his second wife. Yuner has grown up without seeing the world. It is a failure on my part as her grandmother. I recall that Chuer is not fond of such occasions. Might it be possible for her to— Aunt, the invitation bears Chuer's name. Even if she were willing to relinquish it, Yuner still cannot enter. While understanding his aunt's concern for Yuner, Li Xiong could not allow Chuer to suffer any injustice. The hour grows late. Let us prepare to depart immediately. With a command from Li Xiong, 2 carriages set forth towards the palace, leaving Li Shangyun behind in tears. Inside the carriage, Li Chu handed Li Ruotang a stack of rice paper, densely filled with writing. Li Ruotang accepted the paper without a glance, her eyes surveying Li Chu's attire. The pale purple gown accentuated her perfect waistline, complemented by a flowing outer layer of misty gauze. Adorning her hair in a celestial bun were matching hairpins and a jeweled drop at her forehead, enhancing her naturally exquisite appearance. Sister, why this simplicity today? At your coming of age, vibrant colors suit you best. I shall make you a few splendid outfits upon our return. Do not worry about me, sister. Father is currently seeking a promising young gentleman from a reputable family for you. You should focus on yourself. A blush swiftly crept across Li Ruotang's face as she retrieved a bronze mirror from the drawer, meticulously adjusting her appearance. In that moment, Li Chu understood fully that Li Ruotang had already given her heart away, and that person was present at this gathering. Who could this unfortunate soul be? Captured by her gaze? Truly, the ancestors have not blessed him. At the palace gates, the carriages parted, allowing the minister's carriage to pass. 3 carriages had already come to a halt at the forefront, belonging to the Ming Wangfu, Taisher Mansion, and Li Guogongfu. As Li Chu and Li Ruotang disembarked, a familiar voice echoed from a distance. Sister Ruotang, you have finally arrived. I have been waiting for you. The speaker was Princess Wanhua of the Ming Wangfu. Your Grace, you flatter me. How could I dare to keep you waiting? At that moment, a throng of young ladies began to gather around Li Ruotang and Princess Wanhua, prompting Li Chu to quietly step back from the circle. Beautiful sister, are you alone? May I accompany you? just as Li Chu found her footing. A charming girl with sparkling eyes sidled up to her, gazing at her with unrestrained curiosity. I am Shui Yuzhu, the daughter of the cabinet scholar Shui Li. I hold a deep admiration for you. Might we become friends? She cherishes all things beautiful, and this sister before her is the most exquisite person she has ever encountered. The mere thought of gazing upon this visage daily is enough to stave off hunger. I am Li Chu, the daughter of Li Yunfan, and it is a pleasure to meet you. Shui Yuzhu's innocent and carefree aura brings a sense of ease. Unlike those sycophantic young ladies who can utter not a single genuine word, their every interaction laced with cunning. You seem to be older than I. May I call you Sister Chu? The hopeful expression on Li Chu's delicate face makes it difficult to refuse. Very well. Within the resplendent hall, officials of all ranks took their seats, followed closely by their families. The emperor has arrived, the empress has arrived, and concubine Ling has arrived. A high-pitched song echoed through the air. Everyone rose and knelt, paying their respects, wishing the emperor long life and the empress eternal prosperity. Ha! Esteemed ministers, please rise. The emperor Rong Qixiao said, his face adorned with a beaming smile that practically declared his joyous disposition. Thank you, your majesty. Today brings two pieces of delightful news. The first is that the empress intends to select a rightful consort for the crown prince at the Plum Blossom Banquet. You gentlemen must ensure your daughters perform splendidly. The second is that my son Rong Xian has encountered a peerless physician, and his health may soon be restored. Indeed, what a splendid day it is. Chapter 18. The possible dwindling of talent upon hearing that the empress intended to select the rightful consort for Prince Yu at the upcoming Plum Appreciation Banquet. The hearts of the noble young ladies present surged with excitement, though a few exceptions lingered. Li Ruotang was utterly elated. Could it be that her long wait was finally coming to an end? Amidst the lively conversation, a sharp announcement echoed from outside the hall. The arrival of Prince Xian. Prince Yu, Prince Xian, Princess Mingwei, and Princess Mingyi was heralded. Leading the procession was the strikingly handsome Rong Xian, clad in a dark robe, his gaze profound and frosty, evoking an atmosphere reminiscent of an icy chamber, stirring both admiration and trepidation among the onlookers. The noble ladies found themselves both enamored and intimidated by him, particularly Li Ruotang, whose eyes seemed to yearn to be affixed upon Rong Xian. The eldest, Prince Xian, exuded warmth and amiability, a true gentleman. The second, Princess Mingwei, born of the empress, was willful and capricious, looking down upon all save the emperor, empress, and Rong Xian. The youngest, Princess Mingyi, merely 13, was a sweet and endearing girl, drawing affection effortlessly. Greetings to father and mother. The princes and princesses knelt in reverence, with Rong Xian standing out distinctly. My children need not be overly formal. Please take your seats. The emperor raised his cup. Come, let us toast to the prosperity and strength of our nation, Xian. He toasted to all present. Wait, Prince Xian should not partake. Please bring him tea instead. As the wine flowed, the atmosphere gradually warmed, and the palace attendants began to serve the dishes. When the dining reached a satisfactory point, the emperor gestured and declared, Empress, let us indulge in a few more cups. You may take the ladies and young ones to admire the blossoms. Certainly, your majesty. In the imperial garden, the branches were laden with vibrant red plum blossoms, and the maidens had arranged tables and refreshments. The empress, seated at the head, spoke gently to those below. Today shall be a family gathering. Please do not be overly reserved. Take your seats. Thank you, your majesty. The male and female guests settled into their respective groups, most choosing to sit among familiar faces for ease of conversation. Li Chu was drawn to a seat at the back by Shui Yuzhu, distancing herself from the esteemed individuals at the front. This arrangement suited her well, as she preferred to avoid complications. However, two fervent gazes still pierced through the crowd, and Li Chu knew without a doubt to whom they belonged. One was Rong Mingyu, who was concocting mischief, and the other was Rong Xian, who had inadvertently forgotten to assist him with his follow-up examination. Li Chu nearly lowered her head to the table, her mouth agape, as if to partake in the delicacies laid before her. Sister Chu, are you very hungry? Here, have some of mine, Yuzhu innocently offered, oblivious to Li Chu's embarrassment as she presented her own snacks. Li Chu, astonished, lifted her head and exclaimed, "Oh, I'm not hungry. Did we not just eat?" A slightly plump lady glanced at Li Chu's figure, smiling kindly. "It's quite all right. Being able to eat is a blessing. It bodes well for future childbearing." The surrounding scrutinizing gazes made Li Chu sigh in despair. I made a grand fool of myself. At that moment, Rongxian suddenly spewed a mouthful of tea, his face struggling to suppress laughter. "This tea is rather hot." The palace maids silently bear the brunt of the blame. They dare not present the steaming tea to the noble ladies. In a fleeting moment of lowering his gaze, Rongxian could not help but smirk. With his internal cultivation, eavesdropping on Li Chu's conversation was hardly a challenge. To his surprise, the first thing he heard was a comment about the little fox's ample posterior, nearly shattering the dignified image he had painstakingly crafted. "Mother, is it time to showcase our talents? I find myself rather eager," Princess Ming Lu remarked as she noted the hour. "It is my oversight for being so engrossed in conversation. Are the young ladies present prepared?" The Empress inquired, her gaze drifting towards Li Chu, seated towards the back. "Empress, why not allow Ruan Hua to take the lead? Her Lingbo dance has reached perfection and is sure to impress my brother, the King of Xian," suggested one of the attendees. As the melodious music began to play, a troupe of dancers scattered flower petals in the breeze, and a yellow figure elegantly glided forth. With delicate footwork and flowing sleeves, the pink petals swirled around her, creating an ethereal atmosphere. Her graceful movements were reminiscent of a butterfly fluttering amidst blossoms, leaving the audience in rapturous contemplation as the performance concluded. Ruan Hua, brimming with excitement, approached Rongxian and proudly asked, "Brother Xian, how did I perform?" Regrettably, Rongxian merely nodded subtly, leaving Ruan Hua disheartened. Li Chu gently brushed her forehead, her gaze fixed on Ruan Hua's feet. Acknowledging that Ruan Hua possessed a certain martial prowess, she realized that her own martial studies could no longer be postponed. Next to volunteer was Li Ruotang. "Alas, I lack the talent to dance like the celestial Ruan Hua. Instead, I shall engage in poetry to foster camaraderie. To avoid wasting anyone's time, I have brought along some of my past works," she announced, offering a smile of admiration towards Ruan Hua. "Ruotang, you are far too modest. Who here does not know you as the foremost talented woman of Shiyuan?" Ruan Hua replied, as the two frequently exchanged compliments. "Then I shall humbly present my work. Lady Ping, please. The poems from the Plum Blossom Banquet must first be reviewed by the Empress before being shared with the assembly." The Empress briefly scanned the pages, her expression subtly shifting. This poem, while straightforward, was quite fitting for the occasion. Princess Ming Lu, puzzled, took the scroll from the Empress, questioning when Li Ruotang's poetry had ever been so accessible. In the 12th month, the plum blossoms bloom, drawing handsome visitors to the garden. If one wishes to reclaim glory, one must first beguile the multitude. Princess Ming Lu stared at Li Ruotang in astonishment, unable to regain her composure. Meanwhile, Li Ruotang shot a disbelieving glare at Li Chu, nearly grinding her silver teeth in frustration. She had been too careless, falling into this wretched woman's trap. "Sister Chu, how could someone of your sister's caliber be deemed the first talented woman?" "Suju Witspa Besai Li Ju." With one brave soul initiating, murmurs began to ripple through the imperial garden. "What is this? Even a talented woman can falter? Who knows, perhaps the well of inspiration has run dry, leaving one unable to conjure eloquent verses. Such a pity, for henceforth, the mansion shall possess only one unparalleled beauty." Yet, indeed, Li Chu has become increasingly captivating. In the past, she adorned herself like a flamboyant peacock, hardly deserving of the title of the foremost beauty. Only now does she truly embody that distinction. At this moment, the group of young nobles began to take notice of the figure clad in delicate lavender across the way, astonished to find her so transformed from the last they beheld. Who knows to whom she will be drawn in the future? Were it not for the lofty status, I would be tempted to make an attempt myself. Spare yourself the thought. She is the daughter of a prime minister, her uncle a valiant general, and her grandfather a distinguished duke. One cannot aspire to such heights. Li Ruotang, blushing with embarrassment and indignation, was formulating her explanation when a melodious voice wafted into her ears. It must be that Miss Li was in such a rush this morning that she inadvertently took the wrong item. There is no need for such alarm. Young Master Rongqi, holding a folding fan, approached gracefully and intervened on Li Ruiting's behalf before turning to pay his respects to Her Majesty. I pay my respects to Her Majesty. At the Queen's gesture, Rongqi took a seat beside Prince Xian and addressed the assembly. You are all familiar with the exquisite works of Miss Li at my Qingyu Pavilion each month. If one lacks the skill, it is understandable. Yet, to conspire behind her back is hardly commendable. Princess Wanhua, aware of her brother's affection for Li Ruiting, chimed in, indeed. It must have been a maid who made the mistake. The title of talented woman bestowed upon Ruiting is no mere embellishment. It is quite possible that the items were mistakenly given from Miss Li San's collection. Chapter 19. The Plum Blossom Banquet by a Stroke of Serendipity. Princess Wanhua inadvertently stumbled upon the truth. As the focus of scrutiny shifted to Li Chu, Shui Yuzhu leaned closer to her ear and inquired softly, "How is Sister Chu's literary talent?" Pat Sanbao, Li Chu Zipli. It was once rumored that the third young lady of the Xiang residence was not only beautiful, but also possessed remarkable literary skills. However, as Li Ruiting's fame soared, those whispers gradually faded into obscurity. With her affirmation, Shui Yuzhu straightened her back and boldly retorted to Princess Wanhua, "On what grounds do you make such claims? My sister Chu's literary prowess is exceptional. She could never compose such poor poetry." Li Chu, feeling somewhat awkward, pinched the tip of her nose. Indeed, these inferior verses were her own creation. Princess Wanhua cast a scornful glance at Li Chu, her lips curling into a derisive smile. "You think this mere vase can compose a poem on the spot?" The haughty derision of Princess Wanhua incited Shui Yuzhu's ire. "If she does manage to compose one, will you publicly apologize and make amends?" "Of course Princess Wanhua, fear nothing. If she fails, you shall kneel before me in contrition." "Very well, it's settled then." Shui Yuzhu secretly calculated her odds. After all, she was a princess bestowed by the emperor, and should she lose, kneeling before her would not be too disgraceful. Li Chu felt a flicker of anger at Princess Wanhua's relentless provocation. Initially, she had intended to enjoy the spectacle without interference. But now she was determined to defend her newly acknowledged sister from such humiliation. The Empress observed their dispute, but refrained from intervening. Eager to discern whether Li Chu was truly worthy of her son, since everyone wishes to witness the literary talent of the third young lady, let her compose a poem inspired by this garden of blossoms. As for the wager, let us not speak of it again. With the Empress's decree, Li Chu rose and approached the prepared writing desk, brush in hand. "I have finished, Your Majesty. I humbly request your appraisal." Li Chu's speed astonished all present. She completed her writing in mere strokes, seemingly without any deliberation. The Empress accepted the rice paper presented by the maid, and what flowed from Li Chu's brush was fluid and powerful, undeniably exquisite. Dim yellow petals, soft and light, with distant fragrance lingering bright. Why seek pale greens or deep reds when one is the finest in bloom? Plum blossoms envy, chrysanthemums shy, crown in autumn's bloom. Why must poets suffer from unrequited thoughts, when what was once seen lies unclaimed? The atmosphere fell into a stunned silence. Was she truly human? Had she been crafted by Nuwa herself over 3 days and nights? The perfection was beyond comprehension. Compared to her, even the celebrated Li Ruiting paled in comparison. Young Xian gazed, intrigued at the unexpectedly striking figure, fully aware that she had unveiled her true brilliance. "Well done, Sister Chu." The first to voice her admiration was Shui Yuzhu. Overwhelmed with joy at the outcome, she would not have to kneel in apology. Young Mingyu's eyes sparkled with delight, deepening his resolve to make her his bride. Only she could be deserving of him. He nodded solemnly at the Empress, his gaze resolute. The Empress, receiving young Mingyu's silent assurance, returned a reassuring glance. Such an extraordinary woman is destined solely for her son. She must marry you. I never anticipated that Miss Li San possessed such profound knowledge. It is truly astonishing. You should learn from her diligently. Indeed, Your Majesty. Just as Li Chu returned to her seat, Li Ruetang approached with a wine cup in hand. Congratulations, sister. I did not expect you to conceal your talents from me. Li Chu had caused her to lose face at this crucial banquet, while she herself basked in the limelight. She could no longer tolerate this. Today, she would ensure Li Chu's disgrace. Concealing talents is not quite accurate. One could say, I merely did not exert my full capabilities. Li Chu replied with a gentle smile, seemingly unconcerned. What an apt remark about not exerting oneself fully. Then it is no wonder, Li Ruetang said, extending the wine cup towards Li Chu. You have brought glory to the Xiang residence, and I am quite pleased. Let us toast to this achievement. Li Chu gazed intently at the wine cup she offered, asking with a hint of significance, Are you truly intent on drinking? It is merely a cup of light wine. It will not intoxicate you. You need not worry, Li Chu replied as she accepted the cup and drank it down in one gulp, then presented the empty cup back to Li Ruetang with a flourish. Excitement sparkled in Li Ruetang's eyes as she tilted her head back to finish her own drink. Addressing a nearby maid, she instructed, My sister cannot handle her liquor well. Please take her to a quiet room to rest. Yes, Miss Li. Li Chu dismissed the maid who attempted to assist her, saying, There is no need. I prefer not to have unfamiliar people too close. Shui Yuzhu, upon hearing Li Chu's words, quickly stood and offered, I shall take her to rest. No, allow me. I am her sister, and it is more appropriate for me to care for her, Li Ruetang insisted, pulling Li Chu aside, fearful that Shui Yuzhu might unwittingly follow them. As Rong Xian observed their retreating figures, a look of anxiety flickered in his eyes. He issued a few discreet instructions to Feng Ying, who nodded and silently departed. Do take care, sister. I shall take my leave first, Li Ruetang said, leading Li Chu into a fragrant chamber before turning to exit. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over Li Chu, and a subtle warmth spread through her body. What is happening to me? Quickly, take me outside. Li Chu leisurely lifted the incense burner lid and added some colorless, odorless powder within. Such inferior contrivances could hardly suffice for entertainment. Perhaps she should try the newly concocted falling immortal powder. As the name suggests, even beings as ethereal as fairies would find it irresistible. Observing the dazed Li Ruetang, Li Chu sighed. Alas, you always come to me. I feel almost embarrassed. From the moment she accepted the wine cup, Li Chu had discreetly added a dose to Li Ruetang's drink. Having consumed the antidote provided by her master, ordinary poisons no longer affected her. Enjoy the fruits of your own labor. I must take my leave now. Oh no, it's too late. The sound of footsteps approached the door, and before Li Chu could hide, the door swung open, revealing a figure. Their eyes met, and both Li Chu and Feng Ying stood frozen in place. Feng Ying, is it you? It is I, but it is not me. At that moment, footsteps echoed outside the door. At Li Chu's signal, Feng Ying positioned himself behind the door. As the individual entered, Feng Ying swiftly struck a blow to his neck, causing him to collapse lifelessly onto the floor. Li Chu, hands on her hips, regarded the fallen figure and gestured, Indeed, my suspicions were correct. Feng Ying, dispose of him on the bed and administer this pill to him. This concoction was developed alongside the fallen immortal powder, designed to ensure a relentless state for 3 days and 3 nights. Having completed these tasks, Li Chu and Feng Ying promptly withdrew from the chamber. Shortly thereafter, peculiar sounds emanated from within. Miss Li, we should hasten our departure. If the prince discovers we are eavesdropping here, I shall suffer a most grievous fate, Feng Ying remarked. Li Chu, not comprehending the gravity of Feng Ying's words, waved her hand dismissively, saying, I did not realize you possessed such modesty. Very well, let us return. Li Chu settled beside Shui Yuzhu in the imperial garden, nodding in gratitude towards Rong Xian, who cast a glance in her direction. Her absence had been brief, and aside from Rong Xian, who was attentively watching her, no one else seemed to notice. Not long after, a palace maid hurriedly knelt before the empress. Your Majesty, as I passed by the chamber, I heard unusual noises from within. I fear that someone may be. Upon hearing this, the empress, believing the situation had escalated, instantly rose from her seat in a fury. Such audacity! Gulme, lead me to discover who is responsible. Chapter 20. The ministers returned to his hometown before the group could reach the guest house. They were already met with faint, suggestive sounds emanating from within. The modest young ladies, with their delicate sensibilities, quickly clasped their hands over their ears, too bashful to proceed further. Meanwhile, the bolder young gentlemen, drawn by curiosity and the allure of spectacle, eagerly pressed forward, fearful of missing the best vantage point. The empress, having recognized her son's voice, understood that the die had been cast. Once the identity of the woman within was revealed to the gathered crowd as Li Chu, the marriage would be inevitable. To maintain the dignity of the imperial family and the ministerial household, the emperor would surely issue a decree of marriage. Consequently, the influence of the minister's residence, the general's estate, and the Duke of National Defense would all be consolidated under the emperor's lineage. However, it was imperative that the scene inside remained concealed from prying eyes. Thus, the knowledge of Li Chu's presence had to be discreetly disseminated. Feigning surprise, the empress exclaimed, "What is that you's voice? This unfilial son dares to indulge in such licentiousness in broad daylight. Who is that woman?" Several young men acquainted with Rome Mingyu chimed in, acknowledging the unmistakable voice of the crown prince, yet pondering the identity of such a shameless young lady. Indeed, it is the crown prince's voice. But I wonder which family's daughter lacks such modesty. With the crown prince's handsome visage, it was no wonder that he attracted female admiration, unlike myself. The empress seemed to have already shortlisted candidates for the position of crown princess during this plum blossom banquet. Speculation surged among the attendees regarding the identity of the woman inside. Princess Minghui gasped, "Where is the third miss of the Li family? I believe she just passed by here." At the back of the group, Li Chu cast a cold glance towards the guest house, silently urging them to weave their narratives. Soon enough, they would be in for a surprise. Shui Yuzhu was about to speak on Li Chu's behalf, but Li Chu swiftly covered her mouth, advising her to hold her tongue and observe for the time being. Confused by Li Chu's intent, Shui Yuzhu nodded in compliance. Princess Ruanhua, who had long harbored disdain for Li Chu, spat towards the guest house, declaring, "What a shameless daughter of the minister's household. No wonder she possesses such a bewitching appearance. You all should keep a close eye on your future husbands. Do not let this vixen ensnare them." The other ladies, upon hearing this, felt a pang of anxiety. Their beauty paled in comparison to even a single finger of Li Chu's, and jealousy twisted their expressions into something malevolent. Li Chu ought to be cast into a pigsty. How dare she continue to exist in this world? The minister surely has taught his daughter well. Indeed, with such progeny, one might fear for the family's ancestral reputation. Another echoed, "To bear such a daughter, perhaps the minister's reputation is but a facade." Almost everyone present began to cast aspersions upon Li Chu and the ministerial household. And in that moment, Li Chu became the target of scorn. "I have meticulously noted the names of all who have slandered me and my family. I shall present them before the emperor, so he may comprehend just how. Will you have raised your children?" A voice, cold as ice, rang out from behind. The crowd instinctively parted, allowing Li Chu to step into their view, her presence radiating an aura of authority and an icy demeanor that sent shivers down their spines. The shadowy figure trailing Li Chu, Feng Ying, understood her intent and swiftly made his way to the main hall to report the events that transpired here in full detail to the emperor. Li Chu's words rendered those who had just accused her pale with fear. They had misunderstood her. Should this matter reach the emperor, even their fathers would suffer dire consequences. The empress glanced between the side room and Li Chu, her expression darkening as her plans unraveled. They had misjudged the third miss of the Li family. An apology would suffice, and there was no need to escalate matters to the emperor. Maintaining her composure was crucial. This incident must not reach his ears. "Indeed, Miss Li, we are willing to offer our apologies," they pleaded. "It was our hasty tongues that caused offense. Please forgive us." Li Chu regarded the approaching group with a slight, scornful smile. Forgiveness? It seemed too late for that. The supplicants followed her gaze, their hearts sinking in unison. At the forefront stood the expressionless emperor, followed closely by the furious Prime Minister Li. The other officials cast reproachful glances at their own children. What is the meaning of this? The emperor's voice, deep and commanding, resonated with an unyielding authority. Everyone recognized his displeasure, shrinking back in trepidation, including the Empress, who began to feel fear. "Your Majesty, I humbly beseech you to deliver justice on behalf of your servant's daughter and for the Prime Minister's household." Li Chu knelt gracefully, her demeanor poised and dignified. "Your Majesty, this is my third daughter, Li Chu." The Prime Minister interjected hastily, fearing that the Emperor might not recognize her and hold him accountable. "Oh, so she is the third young lady from your esteemed household," the Emperor replied, his tone unexpectedly gentle. "Rise and speak. Do you have grievances that require my intervention?" Despite the amiable tone, Li Chu felt no stirrings within her heart. It is said that the heart of an emperor is inscrutable, caution is prudent, and her words might lack credibility. The Emperor gazed at Li Chu, who bore a striking resemblance to the young Prime Minister, and chuckled softly. "Indeed, a tiger begets no dog, and a cunning fox gives birth to a little fox." Just as everyone anticipated the Emperor's reprimand towards Li Chu, he instead turned to Feng Ying. "Feng Ying, you may explain." "Yes." Feng Ying recounted the events with clarity, omitting embellishments and leaving nothing unaddressed. The Prime Minister, seething with anger, felt the urge to strike someone, having thought his daughter merely faced some slight. To his astonishment, she had been insulted like a harlot. He lifted his official robe and knelt, bowing deeply before the Emperor. "Your Majesty, I have served as Prime Minister for 20 years, yet I never imagined my reputation would plummet so low, affecting my daughter in such a manner. I find myself too ashamed to remain in court. I humbly request permission to retire to my homeland." The Emperor cast a cold glance at the officials, contemplating whom to select as a replacement. His first order of business would be to deal with these incompetent fools who only brought about failure. With a sigh, he helped the kneeling Prime Minister to his feet. They were not only ruler and subject, but also confidants. He could not bear to let the Prime Minister depart. "Medir Minister, Uyist. At 40, one should be wise and in the prime of life. Do not speak of retirement again. I shall ensure justice for you and your daughter." Little Anzi, take note of the individuals mentioned by Feng Ying earlier. As for the fathers, their affection should suffice, since they lack the ability to educate. They ought to bear the consequences on behalf of their children. Thus each shall be demoted by 1 rank and have their salary suspended for 6 months. "Yes, Your Majesty, this servant has noted it. Little Anzi is the adopted son nurtured by Chief Steward and in his absence he attends to the duties." However, the commotion within the side chamber showed no signs of abating. The Emperor, filled with rage, declared, "Summon someone to kick down the door. I wish to see who dares to act so audaciously here." "Wait." The Empress gently grasped the Emperor's sleeve, pleading earnestly, "Your Majesty, this matter concerns the dignity of the royal family. Could it be handled discreetly? Given the current circumstances, there is no turning back. We can only take that woman as a concubine for now, and the rest can be decided later." Observing the Empress's actions, the Emperor understood her intent to quell the situation and promptly dismissed the others, retaining only Prime Minister Li and his daughter, along with Prince Ming and his father. The Empress, aware of the Emperor's desire for a peaceful resolution, hastily instructed Old Maid Ping to lead a few individuals inside to bring the two out. After a quarter of an hour, Old Maid Ping emerged, drenched in sweat, and anxiously reported, "This servant found it impossible to separate them." "How could this be?" The Empress staggered back 2 steps, utterly exhausted. "It was merely the most ordinary of Huan powders, which acts quickly and is harmless to the body. How could it take so long?" Chapter 21. Rong Xiantai is the savior at this moment. Li Ruotang's consciousness gradually returned. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered, to her astonishment, that she lay bare upon the bed, with a man beside her, prompting an involuntary scream. "Ah, what are you doing? Get away, go away." Li Qingxiang was preparing to escort Li Chu out of the palace when he suddenly heard a piercing scream, causing his heart to momentarily halt. "Is that your sister inside?" "Chu, father, I have no idea. I thought she had already returned," Li Chu replied, her heart untroubled as she uttered these disingenuous words. Suddenly, Li Qingxiang knelt before the Emperor again, his handsome, aged face marred with shame. "My Emperor, what is the meaning of this?" The Emperor, somewhat befuddled by Li Qingxiang's demeanor, inquired. "Your Majesty, The woman inside is my second daughter, Li Ruotang. Li Chengxiang's face was etched with anguish as he bowed his head, unable to lift it for a long while. A flicker of regret crossed Li Chu's mind. She and Li Ruotang were destined for a relentless confrontation. She could no longer allow her to maintain her status as a noble daughter of the Prime Minister's residence, as it would tarnish the family's reputation and cause grief to those unaware of the truth. What? The one inside is your second daughter? How could this happen? Jifeng, go and incapacitate Prince Yu, then ascertain whether this was consensual or a scheme against them. We shall wait in the garden. The few remaining individuals sat in the imperial garden, awaiting news from Jifeng, while Li Chengxiang remained engulfed in guilt. His aunt was unwell, and his wife had left to care for her, entrusting him with the responsibility of looking after their daughters. Yet he had. Young Master Rong Qi sat silently to one side, his eyes bloodshot and fists clenched. She must not have consented. It must have been Prince Rong Mingyu who forced her. Before long, Jifeng arrived, accompanied by the head of the Imperial Medical Bureau, to report. Your Majesty, I have discovered that Miss Li was administered a love potion, while His Highness Prince Yu merely exhibited excessive vigor. The elderly head spoke with impartiality. This scoundrel, my minister, this matter reflects our royal family's shame towards you. Whatever punishment you deem fit, I shall not object, the emperor declared, his gaze fixed on Li Chengxiang, who understood the gravity of the situation. Very well. Since it has come to this, let the emperor make the decision. Xiao Anzi, draft an edict. Miss Li Ruotang of the Prime Minister's residence, gentle and obedient, is to be betrothed to Prince Yu as his legitimate wife, with a wedding date to be chosen. Thus, the marriage between Rong Mingyu and Li Ruotang was irrevocably sealed without their knowledge. Upon returning home, Li Chengxiang hurried to explain and accept responsibility to his wife. My dear, it is all my fault, leading to this predicament for our two daughters. Surprisingly, after recounting the events, Li Chengxiang did not face his wife's wrath. Thank heavens my daughter is safe. Otherwise, I would not spare you, Shun Qiuyun replied, a sense of dread creeping into her heart, her instincts warning her that matters were far from straightforward. Back at Haitang Pavilion, Li Ruotang shattered everything within reach. Her dreams lay in ruins, and her heart ached for her Prince Xian. Her gaze grew increasingly sharp, her swollen eyes betraying an unmistakable thirst for vengeance. Li Chu, I will ensure your demise. In the glazed garden, several young ladies expressed their astonishment regarding Li Ruotang's situation, secretly relieved that their own young mistress had evaded calamity. Qing Yu, make secret arrangements. We shall visit Xiangyang in 2 days, and this matter must not reach the ears of anyone in the manor. Tonight, assist His Highness Xian Wang with a follow-up examination. And tomorrow, pay a visit to Xiao Liang and Ji Wuan. Only once everything is in order can she leave without distraction. Within the high-walled estate, the opulent Xian Wang Manor was indeed a place where every inch was precious. The bedroom floor was laid with warm jade, providing comfort in both winter and summer. His Highness truly knew how to indulge in life's pleasures. Rong Xian, clad in a white night robe with its collar wide open, reclined on the bed, his alluring peach blossom eyes fixated intently on Li Chu. Li Chu set down her medical kit, suppressing her own anxiety as she approached the bedside, inwardly mocking. Is this truly the same Xian Wang who was so unyielding before? He appears rather peculiar now. With delicate fingers, she gently grasped Rong Xian's wrist. The sudden sensation caused him to shudder involuntarily. As she meticulously checked his pulse, her brow furrowed with concern. Indeed, she suspected he had been administered an aphrodisiac. Rong Xian, perplexed by his own unusual sensations, wondered if they stemmed from her presence. Gazing at her face, so near, and her rosy, cherry-like lips, he swallowed hard, his ears flushing crimson. After taking his pulse 3 times, Li Chu finally released his wrist, finding no abnormalities. She then inquired, is there any discomfort in your body? Your Highness? No, I am perfectly fine, he replied. Perhaps it is just some unmentionable minor ailment of mine. Your Highness's health has improved significantly. The medication can be discontinued. She noted. Having observed his seemingly weak demeanor at the banquet earlier, she had harbored some concern, but it appeared now that it had all been an act. As the sky darkened, Li Chu prepared to rise and return to the manor when Rong Xian, in a flurry, grasped her wrist. The force of his grip caused her to tumble onto him. They found themselves in a wordless exchange, the atmosphere thick with tension. And Li Chu inadvertently brushed against something hard. Driven by curiosity, she tugged at the object, revealing a purple dragon-shaped jade pendant, inscribed with the character Xian. "Are you all right?" Rong Xian's restrained voice emerged from beneath her. The words echoed the sentiment he had expressed to her a month and a half prior. "Miss, are you all right? It is you, the one who saved me a month and a half ago, isn't it?" Li Chu exclaimed, holding the pendant aloft. "Indeed, it was I. Your maternal grandfather had done me a favor, and thus I aided you," he confessed. "Just a casual favor? If my grandfather had not aided you, would you have allowed me to perish?" Li Chu confronted him, her words striking a chord of truth. Given Rong Xian's bloodthirsty and sinister nature, he was certainly not one to meddle unnecessarily. For each day, countless lives were lost. How could he possibly save them all? The two engaged in their repartee, completely oblivious to the position they were in, until Feng Ying entered with tea in hand. "Alas, my subordinate's vision has suddenly vanished. I must first seek a physician for examination." With that, he set down his tea and departed in a flurry. Li Chu, flustered, scrambled up from Rong Xian, her face aflame, clutching tightly to the jade pendant. "I am eternally grateful for your highness's life-saving grace. Should fate allow, I shall repay you in due time." Li Chu expressed her gratitude before dashing toward the door. Upon reaching the threshold, she turned back to return the pendant to Rong Xian's hand. She then pivoted to flee once more, but soon retraced her steps, remembering the forgotten medicine box, and continued her escape without a backward glance. Rong Xian, supporting his forehead, watched her comings and goings with a chuckle. He had not anticipated such an endearing side to her. He lowered his gaze to inhale the lingering fragrance upon his chest, reminiscent of a dream. On the following day, Li Chu presented the final segment of her strategy discourse to Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang, astonished, noted how Li Chu's latter portion seamlessly complemented his own earlier contributions. As for Ji Wuhan, he remained obstinately silent, yet Li Chu remained unperturbed, for there were still 20 days for him to ponder. On the third day, prepared for departure, Li Chu set forth with Qing Yu, Qing Shu, and Qing Yun, making their way directly to Xiangyang City. Chapter 22. Doubts about the sister in Xiangyang City. Li Chu and Qing Yu were engaged in pleasant conversation within the confines of carriage, while Qing Shu and Qing Yun drove the horses from outside. "Miss, are we heading to Xiangyang City to visit relatives?" Qing Yu inquired, peeling an orange. "In a sense, yes. Or it could also be regarded as a search for kin, as I suspect my elder sister resides in Xiangyang City." "Then why must we conceal this from the household? Not even the master and mistress?" After handing the peeled orange to Li Chu, Qing Yu asked in confusion. "You are among the few I trust most, hence it is permissible to confide in you. Li Ruotang is not my biological sister." She held an unwavering trust in Qing Yu. Although Qing Shu and Qing Yun had only recently joined her, their loyalty was undeniable, as they hailed from the general's manor. "What?" Qing Yu exclaimed in astonishment, and the two brothers outside the carriage were equally taken aback. How could such a high-ranking household as the Shangfu have a case of a child being swapped? Where could the true second young lady be? Could it be, "I suspect my sister is indeed in Xiangyang City, but I currently lack the evidence to substantiate this, hence the need to investigate further." Li Chu's words confirmed their suspicions that the genuine second young lady might be in Xiangyang City. Li Chu merely hoped that this journey would not prove fruitless. Her rivalry with Li Ruotang had reached a critical point, and only by disentangling herself could she fully confront her adversary. Heavens! If the true second young lady is in Xiangyang City, then this matter must be connected to the second branch, which is utterly chilling, Qing Yu remarked, covering her mouth in surprise. Li Chu popped a segment of orange into her mouth, a flash of resentment crossing her eyes. Perhaps this was not solely the doing of the second branch. After a slow and steady journey, they finally arrived in Xiangyang City 4 days later. The city was of moderate size, neither particularly bustling nor excessively desolate. The group settled into an inn, where Qing Yu procured a change of clothing, for their current attire would undoubtedly draw attention. Having shed her luxurious garments, Li Chu donned a simple white dress and adorned her hair with a single white jade hairpin. This modest attire lent her an ethereal quality, as though untouched by the mundane world. Qing Yu also changed into a modest blue dress, tying her hair with a matching ribbon. Qing Shu and Qing Yun, upon entering Xiangyang City, concealed themselves in the shadows, finding no need for a change of clothes. Once attired appropriately, Li Chu and Qing Yu made their way directly to the most frequented tea house, selecting a prime spot for a quiet sit. This bustling establishment was the ideal venue for gathering information. Li Chu listened as patrons discussed the engagements of young masters, the indiscretions of widows, and the fertility of hens. Soon losing interest, had she chosen the wrong place? Why was there not a whisper of useful intelligence? Just as Li Chu contemplated leaving, a burly guard obstructed her path. "Miss, my young master invites you to join him for a drink." Li Chu met the guard's gaze and saw a stranger beckoning her with a wave. The man was reasonably handsome, yet his eyes were filled with a lascivious gleam, sending an unsettling chill down her spine. Li Chu, unwilling to engage, turned to leave, but was intercepted once more by the guards. "Step aside," Qing Yu admonished, asserting that nothing should dare impede her young mistress. Astrania Prolalitu, surveying her with a gentle gaze. "Amu, withdraw," he said amiably. "Do not be disrespectful to the young lady. Am Liyan, the young master of the Li family, and I wish to invite the lady for a cup of tea. Might you be inclined to accept this humble invitation?" This tactic had proven effective time and again, for no young lady could remain unmoved upon hearing the name of the Li family. Indeed, upon the mention of the Li family, a noticeable change swept across Li Chu's expression. "Which Li family?" she inquired with a hint of amusement. "Ah, there is but one Li family in Xiangyang, the family of the esteemed Prime Minister Li." Li Yan's eyes gleamed with pride and arrogance as he spoke of the Li family. With no male heirs and his second uncle's household willing to adopt him, he envisioned himself as the Prime Minister's own nephew, effortlessly securing a position in the capital. "Oh, so is that Li family," Li Chu mused, a smile gracing her lips, as if fate had conspired to bring her this opportunity. Seeing her smile, Li Yan's heart fluttered, eager to whisk her away to his abode. He reached out, attempting to close the distance, but Li Chu deftly evaded his unwelcome advance, elegantly sweeping her wide sleeves. "I am a wandering divine physician, renowned for treating complex ailments. If the young master is free of afflictions, it would be prudent not to seek my services." Before Li Yan could grasp the situation, Li Chu had vanished without a trace. Enraged, he shouted at Amu, "Where is she? Hurry and find her." Just as Amu was about to search for Li Chu, a loud thud resonated behind him. Li Yan had collapsed, unconscious. Returning to the inn, Li Chu sat by the window, her spirits high as she observed the bustling pedestrians below, confident that the truth would soon unravel. Meanwhile, chaos reigned at the Li residence. Li Yan, the youngest grandson of the family patriarch, had always been cherished, and now lay unconscious with no physician in all of Xiangyang able to ascertain the cause. Amidst the frenzy, Amu recounted his encounter with a divine physician skilled in treating intricate ailments. "What are we waiting for? Go fetch her at once," the patriarch bellowed, pounding the table in urgency. In less than half an hour, Li Chu and Qing Yu followed Amu to the Li household. Upon seeing the so-called divine physician was but a young girl, the Li family members expressed their skepticism. "How can a physician be so young? Is she not just a child?" One commented. "Indeed, sister-in-law, could she be a fraud? Can we trust our Li Yan with her?" The woman referred to as sister-in-law was none other than Li Yan's mother, Lady Lin of the Li family. Regaining her composure, she inquired politely of Li Chu, "Do you have confidence in curing my son?" Having exhausted all other options, she was willing to grasp even the slightest glimmer of hope. "Li Chu not that can Li," exuding confidence as she replied, "I can treat your son's ailment, but my compensation." "Rest assured, young lady," Lady Lin interjected. "As long as you can restore my son to health, gold is of no concern." Upon hearing that Li Chu could indeed cure her son, Lin's heart was momentarily lifted with relief. "Madam has misunderstood. I seek no monetary compensation. No payment for healing? Then what do you desire? Not long ago, I developed a new remedy and wish to conduct trials on a woman afflicted by a long-standing ailment. Would you be able to assist me in finding such a subject? In the Lee household, the only woman suffering from a chronic illness was her elder daughter, Lin. She too wished to observe how the Lee family would respond to her predicament. Lin furrowed her brow, hesitant to make a unilateral decision, and proposed to Li Chu. This presents a challenge. Might you consider an alternative condition? I beg your pardon, but apart from this, I have no other demands. In that case, could we deliberate for a moment? Please, allow the young lady to rest in the side chamber. Li Chu followed Amu to the designated room. Leaving the Li family to discuss matters at hand, Lin turned to her father-in-law, her expression uncertain. Father, what do you think we should do? With her husband away on business, her father-in-law was the only one who could guide her decisions. The elderly man, his face etched with wrinkles, gazed keenly and remarked indifferently, "Let Lin serve as a test subject for the divine physician. If she survives, it shall be her fortune. If misfortune befalls her, that would merely be her fate." He discerned that this physician might indeed possess the capability to heal his cherished grandson. Lin's face brightened. Her son was to be saved yet. What shall we say to the Lewin family, should anything go awry? The old matriarch is not one to be easily appeased. You need only proceed. I shall bear all consequences. With his astute perception, how could he fail to notice that the Lewin family held no regard for Lian? Otherwise they would not have left her, in such a dire state, alone in Xiangyang City? Chapter 23. Lian's peril. A quarter of an hour had elapsed since Li Chu was summoned back to the hall, and the elder had already retreated to rest. Lin took a deep breath and solemnly addressed Li Chu. "My dear lady, we have reached a decision. There happens to be a frail woman in our household, and once you restore my son to health, we shall entrust her to you for experimentation with your medicine." As anticipated, Li Chu felt a gradual tightening in her fingers, accompanied by a slight pang of sorrow for the unfamiliar woman. "Madam, have you truly considered this? This is an entirely untested remedy. There exists a possibility that the trial could prove fatal for her. Fear not. We have deliberated thoroughly. Please, I implore you, save my son first." "Very well, madam. Lead the way." Li Chu had long experienced the callousness of humanity. One could only ponder how deeply Lian would be pained if he were to discover that his kin so indifferently disregarded the sanctity of another's life. Lin guided Li Chu into a resplendent chamber, where Li Yin lay with closed eyes, appearing as if in slumber, yet no entreaty could rouse him. Maintaining the facade, Li Chu suppressed her discomfort and took his pulse. "Rest assured, I shall concoct a potion that will surely awaken him." She intended to prepare an exceedingly bitter draught to cleanse his sullied insides. "Excellent, excellent. Someone quickly fetch the medicine." A maid hastened to brew the concoction and soon returned with it. Lin carefully administered the bitter liquid to Li Yin, and it was not long before he awoke. Grimacing at the taste, "It's so bitter," he exclaimed. "Indeed, a good remedy is often unpalatable. You must finish it for it to take effect," Li Chu remarked with significance. Upon hearing this, Lin, fearing her son might slip back into unconsciousness, hastily poured the remainder into him. "Now that the young master is fully awake, may I be taken to see that woman?" A sudden sense of foreboding gripped Li Chu, compelling her to insist on meeting the woman without delay. "Very well, Xiao Mei. Please escort the lady to Lian." As Li Chu followed the maid named Xiao Mei away, Lin summoned another physician, assured of her son's safety before feeling completely at ease. Li Chu and Qin Yu trailed behind Xiao Mei as they ventured into increasingly secluded paths, ultimately halting before a dilapidated courtyard. This place was even more wretched than Xiao Yang's home, and it was disheartening to witness the daughter of the wealthiest family in Xiangyang subjected to such indignity, worse than that of a servant. Xiao Mei gently pushed open the gate, which creaked ominously and fell to the ground. "This door has long been in disrepair. I apologize for the fright it caused you," she said, embarrassed, unaware of its perilous state. "Not to worry. Let us proceed inside," Li Chu said, lifting her skirt and stepping into the room. Within, a frail woman lay curled upon a mere wooden plank on the floor, scarcely covered by a thin summer quilt. The rise and fall of her chest indicated that her breaths were becoming increasingly shallow. Li Chu hurriedly approached to take her pulse. "Oh no, her breath is fading. Qin Yu, the medicine kit." Xiao Mei, fetch a thicker blanket. As Xiao Mei stepped out to fetch a blanket, Li Chu gently brushed aside the covers and stray strands of hair from the woman's face. In that moment, a wave of despair washed over her, causing her to collapse to the ground, tears brimming in her eyes filled with murderous intent. She longed to race back to the capital and personally exact vengeance upon those responsible for such cruelty. How dare they treat her in this manner? Li Ruotang had enjoyed 18 years of opulence at the expense of her own sister, who had endured a life worse than that of beasts. Today, her sister lay on the brink of death, unattended and in dire need. Had she arrived even a moment later, they would have been irrevocably separated. Miss, she resembles the madam so closely. Could be we found her. Qing Yu could not contain her tears, lamenting the plight of the poor young lady, left utterly alone, awaiting her fate. After Xiao Mei had placed the blanket over Lian, she was promptly dismissed by Li Chu, who insisted on no interruptions during her treatment. Xiao Mei had no choice but to exit the room and report to the madam about Li An's precarious condition. Are you saying Lian is on the verge of death? And the divine healer is quite upset, perhaps blaming us for presenting her with a dying patient. Xiao Mei, keep a close watch on her, give her whatever she demands. Lin's secretly worried, contemplating the need to find another healer outside the estate should it come to that, for they must not allow her wrath to fall upon the Li family. At that moment, Li Chu was fervently administering acupuncture to Lian, never having anticipated that the second life-saving technique would be employed on her own sister. Each needle seemed to pierce her own heart, as she meticulously concentrated on the placement and pressure of each insertion. Fortunately, drawing from her prior experience, this time proved uneventful. With a heart heavy with anguish, Li Chu gazed at her frail sister, gently caressing the face that bore such a striking resemblance to their mother. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Sister, can you hear me? I am your sister. Please wake up. I will take you home, I promise. Lian's consciousness floated in darkness, faintly perceiving someone calling her sister, promising to take her home. No, Li Shangyun would never call her sister. Who could it be? Li Chu remained vigil at her sister's side throughout the night, not resting until dawn broke. As the first light of day emerged, Li Chu felt a flicker of movement in her sister's tightly clenched hand. With bated breath, she fixated on Lian's face, eagerly awaiting her awakening. When Lian finally opened her eyes, she was met with the visage of an incredibly beautiful woman, gazing intently at her without blinking. Did you save me? Lian's voice came out weak and hoarse. She understood that this woman before her was her savior. Within the Li household, no one cared for her well-being, not her parents, sister, nor grandmother. Yes, you are safe now. In no time, you will be as healthy as I am. Li Chu gently reassured her, vowing to take her back to their true home, where she would no longer have to suffer. Lian mustered her feeble strength to sit up, and Li Chu quickly supported her with her shoulder, allowing her to rest without strain. My dear, although I too hail from the Li residence, your act of saving me will not be rewarded by anyone. I am a being despised by my parents and my sister. All my relatives wish for my demise. Words of despair and heartbreak flowed slowly from Lian's lips, her eyes devoid of resentment, filled instead with a faint understanding and profound sorrow. No, it is not so. Your parents love you dearly, and your brother and sister hold you in great affection. You are not alone. Do not deceive me, for there is no one in this world who would love me. Lian believed that Li Chu was merely pitying her, providing false comfort, fabricating even a non-existent brother. Trust me just this once. This is not a place for conversation. Would you accompany me to leave? Residing in such a damp and dilapidated environment, her health would not improve. Very well, I shall go with you. In the Li residence, she felt no warmth of home nor the affection of kin. It was better to depart and never return in this lifetime. Qing Yu, please inform Madam Li that the treatment for Li and required many of my precious medicinal resources. Hence, I shall take her with me. Qing Yu recounted the events of Li An's rescue to Madam Li, who readily consented to Li Chu's request. After all, with that frail condition, should she perish within the estate, it would bring ill fortune. Li Chu successfully escorted Lian back to the inn where she was staying. She helped her shed the tattered, ill-fitting garments and performed a simple cleansing, ensuring she consumed her medicine before settling her down to sleep peacefully on her own bed. Chapter 24. Li Ruotang discovers her heritage in the capital, within the residence of the Xiang family. In the Luan Hall, the matriarch and Lu Xiaoping dismissed all the servants, seated together to deliberate on the situation at hand. My dear mother, what shall we do if she refuses to acknowledge us? Lu Xiaoping's face was etched with worry and fear. Whether she acknowledges it or not, the truth remains undeniable, the matriarch replied resolutely. Li Ruotang has already been betrothed to His Highness, the Prince of Yu, the legitimate son of Her Majesty the Empress. She is destined to ascend to the highest echelons of society, transforming into the most esteemed woman in the realm. Our actions years ago, when we stealthily exchanged the children during Shan Xiuyun's unconsciousness, were all for this day. Without this, how could a mere merchant like Li Wen ever hope for a brighter future? Indeed, our past actions were for her benefit, and even if she harbors resentment towards me, I shall accept it. Lu Xiaoping resolved, her heart heavy with yearning for her daughter, whom she had missed dearly for 8 long years. It pained her that, upon finally returning, she could not embrace her child, only able to gaze at her from afar. Fear not, I have already sent Mama Chun to summon her, the matriarch assured, her hopes resting on her granddaughter. Under Shin Xiuyun's upbringing, Li Ruotang had blossomed into a graceful and renowned young woman, affirming the correctness of the matriarch's past decision. Since her return from the palace, Li Ruotang had confined herself within her chamber, refusing to see anyone. Does grandmother seek me for something? Li Ruotang inquired through the door, her disdain for her adoptive grandmother and the second branch of the family palpable. To her, they were merely impoverished relatives living under someone else's roof. The matriarch has something of utmost importance to discuss with the young lady. Might you accompany this old servant? Mama Chun, having served the matriarch for decades, was well aware of Li Ruotang's true identity. Li Ruotang opened the door, revealing an impatient expression. Very well, let us proceed. It had better be of genuine significance. Otherwise, I shall not spare those who displease me. Upon entering the main hall, Li Ruotang noticed that aside from the matriarch and Lu Xiaoping, there was not a single attendant in sight. What could be so critical that they required such caution? Li Ruotang greeted her grandmother and acknowledged her second aunt. Lu Xiaoping swiftly approached, assisting her to rise, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Good child, no need for excessive formalities. Do sit down. Lu Xiaoping's behavior surprised Li Ruotang. Was she here to curry favor now that she was to become the rightful consort of the Prince of Yu? Thank you, second aunt. Li Ruotang accepted Lu Xiaoping's support and seated herself beside her. What matter does grandmother wish to discuss with Ruotang? The matriarch observed Li Ruotang with great satisfaction. Her every gesture was poised and graceful, truly befitting one destined to be a paragon of virtue. Grandmother wishes to share a story with you. Do listen intently. Once, there were 2 brothers in a household. The elder brother, at a young age, held the esteemed position of chancellor, while the younger, lacking in exceptional talent, relied on commerce for his livelihood. Both brothers' wives simultaneously gave birth to 2 daughters, and then, as Li Ruotang listened, an ominous feeling grew stronger within her. Had she been summoned for the mere purpose of hearing a tale? No, she wished to cease listening. Beside her, Lu Qiao was already in tears, gazing at Li Ruotang with deep remorse, her eyes brimming with affection and concern. Suddenly, Li Ruotang rose to interrupt the elderly lady, driven by unease to leave this place swiftly. Grandmother, Ruotang is feeling unwell and wishes to return to rest. I shall come back another day to listen. Upon hearing Li Ruotang's discomfort, Lu Qiao became frantic. Tanger, what do you feel unwell? Let me see. Li Ruotang widened her eyes at Lu Qiao, her voice tinged with anger. Aunt, you must choose your words carefully. I am not your daughter, Li Shangyun. This emotionless declaration pierced Lu Qiao's heart deeply. Nothing could be more heartbreaking than the indifference of one's own flesh and blood. Mother Tanger, what should I do? The elderly lady disregarded the weeping Lu Qiao and turned to the irate Li Ruotang with a serious tone. Li Ruotang, it is an undeniable fact that your biological parents are Li Wen and Lu Qiao. Every word of the story I just recounted is true. Li Ruotang maintained a calm demeanor, yet her eyes sparkled with sharp defiance. Just because you claim it to be true does not make it so. I refuse to believe your words. After expressing her thoughts, she attempted to leave, only to be firmly grasped by Lu Qiao, who understood that if she let her go now, any chance of recognition in the future would be further complicated. You have a red mole on your right breast, and a birthmark on the sole of your left foot. What does that signify? There are many who know of these matters. Tanger, believe me, I am truly your mother. I am not deceiving you. The elderly lady observed the two locked in conflict and called out to Chun Mama outside the door, "Bring me a bowl of clean water." A bowl of clear water was promptly presented. Lu Qiao understood the elderly lady's intentions, took a dagger, and forcefully sliced her fingertip, allowing 2 drops of blood to fall into the bowl. Tanger, a drop of your blood will reveal whether I am your true mother. No, I will not test it. I have no desire to know. Li Ruotang felt a twinge of fear. The identity of her biological parents was insignificant to her, as long as she remained the legitimate daughter of the Chancellor's household. The truth lies in Xiangyang City. Denying us will only lead to your identity being exposed. The elderly lady articulated Li Ruotang's deepest fear with precision. What's Xiangyang City? In Xiangyang City resides the true, legitimate daughter of the Chancellor's household. She seized the dagger, made a cut, and her blood mingled swiftly with that in the bowl. Li Ruotang slowly closed her eyes, as if resigning herself to fate. If I am to acknowledge my kin, then first you must eliminate that wretched Li Chu, for it is she who has sullied my reputation and led to my fall from grace. The elderly ladies were unaware that it was Li Ruotang's lost virtue that precipitated this arranged marriage. Upon hearing the account from Li Ruotang, it became evident that she had fallen prey to Li Chu's cunning trap. The old lady's gaze was icy, and a chilling smile escaped her lips. What a scheming individual Li Chu is, possessing such guile and calculation. Rest assured, I shall ensure her demise is irreversible, clearing the path for my dear Tanger. She must not perish too easily, having caused my own misfortune in marriage and a lifetime devoid of happiness. I desire for her to equally lose her purity and suffer a wretched, painful end. Li Ruotang felt a piercing anguish, her bitten lip oozing a trace of blood. 4 years ago, upon their first encounter beneath the peach blossom tree, he practiced swordplay, and his breathtaking form etched itself indelibly into her heart, impossible to erase. Deeply infatuated with him, she had long surpassed the age of marriage, yet remained unwed. Her 3 years of anticipation had dissolved into mere illusions. How could she not harbor resentment? Lu Qiao, perplexed by Li Ruotang's sentiments, earnestly inquired, "Do you not favor Rong Mingyu, the emperor's legitimate son? What do you understand?" Li Ruotan Raturta. The emperor places the utmost importance on Rong Xian, with nearly all the military power of Shiyuan concentrated in his hands. Rong Mingyu, a self-serving individual with nothing but his title, cannot possibly be compared to Rong Xian. Chapter 25. The reunion of sisters after consuming her medicine. Lian slept for an entire day and night. When she awakened once more, her strength had significantly returned. Leaning against the headboard, she sipped the shredded chicken porridge that Li Chu had lovingly prepared for her. Once Lian had finished a small bowl of the porridge, Li Chu gently wiped the corners of her mouth with her handkerchief. "Young lady, I have finished. Might you now tell me who you are?" Lian inquired, her curiosity piqued by the tender care of this young girl. "I'm the 3rd miss of the Prime Minister's residence, Li Chu. You're the daughter of my uncle. My cousin, what brings you here to save me?" Lian gazed into Li Chu's eyes, a glimmer of hope flickering within. Could her parents be coming to fetch her to the capital? "Because you're the most significant person to me, as important as my parents and my brother," Li Chu replied, observing the astonishment on Lian's face. Reluctant to keep her in the dark, she took Lian's hand and gently rubbed it. "Have you ever questioned your origins? If I were to tell you that you're not the biological child of the Li family, would you believe me?" Lian was momentarily taken aback, her hands trembling uncontrollably as she forced a feeble smile. At this point, what more could I possibly find unacceptable? "Speak freely." "It matters not," she responded. Since leaving the Li household, she had not envisioned returning. If she were truly not a member of the Li family, she could comprehend the family's actions toward her. 18 years ago, my mother gave birth to a baby girl in the Prime Minister's residence, while the second branch, Lu Qiao, also bore a daughter. Subsequently, grasping Li Chu's hand with sudden intensity, Lian's face was filled with disbelief. Tears cascaded down her cheeks as she choked out. You mean to say that I am the legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister's residence, and that I was swapped with Li Ruotang? The moment I laid eyes on you, I recognized you as my sister, for you are a perfect likeness of our mother, Li Chu said, wiping away the tear stains, finally providing a sense of closure regarding their parents. Lian's gaze became unfocused as her hands weakly covered her face, weeping in anguish. So, for the past 18 years, I have been treated like an animal, deprived of sustenance and warmth. How many times have I clung to life by sheer willpower? Why has this been done to me? Why? I once had a family that cared for me, yet due to their selfishness, I endured a life worse than that of pigs and dogs in the Li household. I have lamented the injustice of fate, believing it dealt me a cruel hand, only to discover that all this suffering was wrought by those who should have cherished me. Ha ha! Lian, unable to contain her rage, cried out in madness, clutching her hair as she wept and laughed, recounting the injustices she had faced over the years, her demeanor teetering on the brink of collapse. Sister, please calm yourself. I have taken note of your grievances. I will not allow those who have wronged you to escape unpunished. They shall regret ever entering this world. Li Chu held the distraught Lian in her embrace, gently patting her back while her eyes glimmered with a murderous intent. The Li family in Xiangyang, along with the old matriarch and the second branch in Shengjing, shall face retribution for their misdeeds. The time for reckoning has come. Are you prepared? 2 days later, Lian had nearly recovered and was prepared to return to Shengjing alongside Li Chu and Qingyu. As their carriage passed through the marketplace, the murmurs of passers-by reached their ears. Have you heard? The Li residence seems to be cursed. In just one night, the masters have become bedridden and incapable of movement, while only one clan leader has escaped unscathed. I dare say it's the result of their misdeeds catching up with them. Perhaps it's the enemies coming to settle scores. In any case, they deserve it. At last, we may have some peace in Xiangyang. Hearing all this, Lian turned to glance at the seemingly unconcerned Li Chu beside her. She softly inquired, Chuer, did you have a hand in the matters at the Li residence? Li Chu, her gaze fixed on the handkerchief she was toying with, replied nonchalantly, Sister, they all claim its retribution. I do not believe it. You alone possess the ability to render them incapacitated overnight. Chuer, heed your sister's advice. Do not create a cycle of bloodshed for me. If her hatred would lead her sister to commit such acts, she would prefer to choose forgiveness. The past is the past. All she desires now is to live the latter half of her life peacefully with her family, nothing more. Li Chu smiled sweetly as she embraced her sister's arm. Chuer will listen to her sister and spare them. However, I will make their lives a living torment. After 3 days of travel, with one more day remaining to reach Shengjing, the trio sat in the carriage sipping tea. Suddenly, Li Chu pulled Lian and Qingyu down to lie flat on the carriage. A sharp arrow struck the very spot where Li Chu had been seated, embedding itself deeply. Miss, be careful, came Qing Shu's urgent shout from outside, accompanied by the sounds of a fierce struggle. Li Chu shoved Lian and Qingyu beneath the seat and sternly instructed, no matter what sounds you hear, do not emerge, do you understand? No, Chu. You must hide as well. I cannot bear to leave you outside. Lian clutched Li Chu's hand tightly, unwilling to let go. Indeed, miss. You should come in as well, Qingyu echoed, equally concerned. There is no time. They are after me, and I have poison for protection. They may not be able to harm me. Trust me to stay hidden. As long as you do not come out, I shall have no worries. After imparting her final instructions, Li Chu took the poison with her and stepped out of the carriage, facing dozens of adversaries. On their side, only Qing Shu and Qing Yun remained. Continuing the fight was not in their favor. Qing Shu, Qing Yun, come back. Li Chu called out to the two engaged in battle. They did not linger, adopting a vigilant stance beside her. Miss, take the opportunity to escape. There are too many of them. Qing Yun, and I cannot hold them off for long. Li Chu turned her gaze toward the leader of the opposing group and declared, Who has hired you? I am willing to offer 10 times the amount in silver if you will withdraw. The young man leading the group regarded her with a mocking smile, saying, 10 times, you say? Quite tempting, but alas, our 9 killers sect must fulfill our mission. We want to rest until you are dead. In that case, may I die knowing who has sent you to kill me? Considering you pique my interest, I shall make an exception and give you a hint. It is someone close to you. You may close your eyes now. Kill her." Qing Yun and Qing Yu brandished their swords as they charged towards the assassins, providing Li Chu with the perfect opportunity to retreat into the dense woods behind her. The young man twisted his neck, a sly smile gracing his lips as he observed Li Chu fleeing. How amusing, indeed. As she ran, Li Chu calculated the distance between herself and her pursuers, gradually slowing her pace to feign exhaustion. Once she reached a sufficient distance, she suddenly pivoted, hurling the entirety of the poison powder in her grasp towards the young man behind her. Caught unawares, he had not anticipated that a mere maiden could wield such cunning. Inhaling a few breaths of the toxic powder, he was rendered disoriented, though the mask he wore mitigated the effects somewhat. Recognizing the gravity of the poison he had unwittingly inhaled, the young man dared not linger any longer. He swiftly took flight, leaving behind a parting remark. "I remember you now. My name is Jiu Bai, and I shall return to seek you out." Li Chu brushed the dust from her garments, relieved to have escaped the peril. With the assistance of the poison powder, Qing Shu and Qing Yun were likely safe as well. The beloved ones Jiu Bai referred to must be either the old crone or Li Ruotang. With her sister now located, how could you, devoid of any leverage, hope to contend with me? Chapter 26. The rules of the minister's residence. Perhaps the adversary did not anticipate that Li Chu would escape unscathed. Hence there were no further encounters with assassins. Upon arriving in Shengjing, the carriage, at Li Chu's behest, proceeded to Fuhua Street and came to a halt before her private residence. After the assassination attempt, Li Chu contemplated extensively. It was not the opportune moment for her sister to return home. The estate was far less secure than the outside world. "Sister, please disembark," Lian gently encouraged as she took Li Chu's hand and descended from the carriage. The residence before them exuded an air of elegance and tranquility. Lian inquired knowingly, "This cannot be the Prime Minister's residence, can it?" "Sister, this is my private abode. Let us enter, and I shall explain everything to you in detail." Li Chu led her to the main courtyard, her personal living quarters. The entire courtyard was imbued with the fragrance of books, a serene environment that Li Chu had meticulously arranged during her leisure. She began to elucidate the current situation in Shengjing to her sister, who was unfamiliar with it. Li Ruotang has lost her innocence and is to be wed to Prince Yu as the minister's eldest daughter. If you return now, this marriage may very well be altered. Moreover, the assassins we encountered on our journey were dispatched by our own household. I do not wish for you to take such risks. Seeing her sister's unwavering concern for her well-being, Lian felt a wave of emotion wash over her. Despite being the elder sister, she found herself continually cared for by Li Chu. "I understand your intentions, Chu. I shall refrain from returning to the minister's residence for now. Residing here is quite agreeable. Furthermore, let's not disclose anything to father, mother, or brother just yet. There will be ample time for that." She was no fool. She recognized that this was not the best time for a reunion with her family. "I apologize for any distress this may cause you, but trust me, the day of recognition is not far off." Li Chu silently resolved that the matter of toppling the second household could no longer be delayed. "With you by my side, I feel no regret. You may return. I am capable of taking care of myself." "Very well. And by the way, there are 2 gentlemen residing in the adjacent courtyard. They are honorable men and will not intrude here. You need not fear. Though Xiao Yang and Ji Wuhan would not invade her space, there was still a chance of encountering them outside. It was prudent to forewarn her sister to avoid any potential shock. "All right, I trust your friends implicitly. You may go. Then please rest well. Furong, Fuhui, she is now your mistress. You must take good care of her. Furong, Fuhui, we have met the young lady." The 2 maids bowed gracefully to Lian, their demeanor respectful and gentle. As Li Chu approached the gate of the west courtyard, she heard Qing Feng's displeased voice. "Ji Wuhan, do not be ungrateful. Were it not for my young lady's need for you, do you think I would have tended to you for so long?" Li Chu shook her head with a smile, intervening to calm Qing Feng. "Qing Feng, if young Master Ji is unwilling, we need not press him. Please escort him out." She never forced anyone against their will. Gratitude could not be bartered for sincerity, and it was better to let him leave freely. But, young lady, will you simply let him go without recompense? Qing Feng's heart was tumultuous with indignation, shooting an angry glare at the ungrateful Ji Wuhan. Miss Wang's efforts to nurse him back to health were in vain. She had devoted so much time and care to him, only to discover that he was such an ungrateful person. Alas, she would regard it as a misjudgment of character, and from now on, he would simply be an unfamiliar stranger. Qing Feng struggled to suppress the tears welling in her eyes until her emotions gradually settled. She offered a faint bow to Ji Wuhan, her tone imbued with coolness and indifference. "Young Master Ji, allow me to escort you out. This way, please." Qing Feng's aloofness caused Ji Wuhan's brows to furrow in irritation. "Let's go," he replied tersely. Just as they were about to exit the courtyard, Li Chu suddenly called out to Qing Feng. "Qing Feng, you should go next door to care for young Master Xiao. It seems that he is quite a gentleman, and you two appear to be well matched." Li Chu did not miss the change in Ji Wuhan's expression, which was as colorful as a palette, clearly showing his intent while stubbornly maintaining his silence. He deserved to be alone. Qing Feng was utterly disillusioned with Ji Wuhan and harbored no further hopes for him. She promptly responded, "I shall follow Mrs. Wishes." At the entrance, Ji Wuhan gazed at Qing Feng's retreating figure, unable to restrain his curiosity. "Do you truly wish to care for Xiao Yang? Are you willing to entrust your lifelong happiness to him?" Tears slowly traced down her face, but Qing Feng did not turn around. Instead, she spoke with a forlorn tone, "Yes. To me, being able to have young Master Xiao is already a great honor. What more could I desire?" Upon hearing this, Ji Wuhan let out a cold laugh, refraining from further inquiry, and resolutely turned to leave. He wandered aimlessly on the street, momentarily unsure of where to go. Having grown accustomed to her company, the thought of never seeing that charming young woman again caused his heart to ache. Yet, he was so accustomed to freedom that the idea of dedicating himself to a woman felt insurmountable. He was at a loss for what to do. Meanwhile, Li Chu was seated with Xiao Yang, discussing his writings. She had placed all her hopes on him, and had completely given up on Ji Wuhan. Forcing a free-spirited individual into an official role was tantamount to sentencing him to death. It was better left undone. Indeed, Xiao Yang, with the examination approaching, "I eagerly await your victory celebration." Li Chu added her insights to Xiao Liang's original work, convinced that he would undoubtedly secure the top position in 7 days. After their discussion concluded, Li Chu prepared to return home when she noticed Qing Feng squatting at the door. She exchanged a glance with Qing Yu, who shook his head in confusion. Qing Feng. Upon hearing her call, Qing Feng immediately rose, resuming her lively demeanor, and smiled. "Miss, I'm going to care for young Master Xiao." "Wait, sending you to care for young Master Xiao is merely a ruse. I wanted to gauge Ji Wuhan's attitude towards you." "Miss, how do you know everything?" Qing Feng shyly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, though a hint of sorrow lingered in her eyes. "All 4 of you are very important to me. Until I ascertain Ji Wuhan's deep feelings for you, I will not entrust you to him." Li Chu's sincerity caused Qing Feng's tears to fall once more, for indeed, Ji Wuhan cherished his freedom. Yet she was unwilling to part from her mistress, and their relationship was inevitably destined to yield no fruitful outcome. "Thank you, miss. I comprehend now. If he holds me in his heart, he shall return. If not, I shall not impose." The rationality exhibited by Qing Feng brought a sense of solace to Li Chu. One may love another, yet if the affection is unreciprocated, it ceases to be love. "You have been out for quite some time. Come, let us return to the residence together." As the trio returned to the Liuli pavilion, they had scarcely settled when Mama Chun, who stood beside the matriarch, approached them with a summons, stating that the old lady wished to see her. Li Chu leisurely finished her tea before rising to head towards the Luan Hall. They seemed more anxious than she. Perhaps they had discovered Lian's absence? Within the grand hall, the elderly matriarch sat with a frail demeanor at the head, while Li Wenlu and Xiao occupied either side. Remarkably, Li Ruotang was also present. A group of individuals adopted an interrogation stance, their gazes fixed intently upon Li Chu. Li Chu had encountered her grandmother, as well as her second uncle and aunt. A proper young lady of the Xiang residence should not be wandering outside her chamber all day, neglecting her home. "Do you still hold any regard for the proprieties of the Xiang family?" The matriarch glowered at Li Chu with a menacing glare, as if she were impervious to threats. It appeared that Li Chu had underestimated her adversary in the past. Chapter 27. A sense of justice lacking, Li Chu found a seat and calmly sat down. They were not worthy of making her stand to respond. Li Chu was perplexed by her grandmother's intentions and requested clarification. Li Chu, how dare you sit before your mother has invited you to do so? Truly, you lack manners. Lu Qiao looked at Li Chu with disdain, believing that such a woman could never compare to her own Tanger. Li Ruotang sat quietly beside, her gaze filled with resentment as she observed Li Chu. It was no wonder she had always found her displeasing. After all, she was merely an unworthy outsider without blood ties. Even the Nine Killers sect could not bring her down. Her life was indeed remarkably resilient. Second Aunt, your words are misplaced. Grandmother did not summon me to account for any misdeeds. Do you expect me to stand in punishment? You. Lu Qiao was rendered speechless by Li Chu's audacity. She had never encountered such a sharp-tongued individual, more formidable than her own mother. Enough, Li Chu. Your unauthorized departure from the estate is already a breach of decorum. And now you openly defy your aunt? It would be unjust not to impose some form of punishment today. The old matriarch slammed her palm on the table, a clear display of her ire. Since they could not slay her, it was only fitting to inflict upon her some minor suffering. Bring forth the family law. Li Chu watched with an air of composure as Chun Mama fetched a wrought-tan stick, approximately 2 fingers thick, her eyes gleaming with interest. It was the first time she had encountered the family law in her life. Lu Qiao, unable to tolerate Li Chu's calm demeanor, hastily ordered the servants to restrain her and administer the punishment. Several servants rushed towards Li Chu, but her piercing gaze frightened them into retreat, leaving them momentarily uncertain about their course of action. Li Chu leisurely rose, smoothing the creases of her dress, her eyes as cold as ice. Family rules, you say? Which rule states that the women of this household are forbidden to step outside? If none exist, then you're merely abusing your power. I shall report this to the Dali Temple. Who are you trying to intimidate? The punishment of a granddaughter by her grandmother is beyond the jurisdiction of the Dali Temple. Although Lu Qiao felt a twinge of fear from Li Chu's words, she mustered the courage to retort. Very well, I shall show you whether they can intervene or not. Qing Yu, go report to the Dali Temple. Qing Yu, in a fit of anger, moved to storm out but was stopped by Chun Mama. Chun Mama, I respect you as a person close to the old matriarch, but I am tasked with carrying out the young lady's orders. If you continue to obstruct me, do not hold me accountable for lacking respect for elders. Sure, you speak too harshly. We are family, and grandmother only wishes the best for you. Your behavior is detrimental to your reputation. The old matriarch, recognizing Li Chu's seriousness, hastily attempted to smooth over the situation. So, grandmother is not targeting me specifically, but rather applying the same standards to everyone in the household. Is that correct? You're grandmother's granddaughter. How could she possibly target you? I'm simply concerned for all of you. And if other sisters were to violate the family rules, I wonder how grandmother would handle that. The old matriarch, caught off guard by Li Chu's intentions, replied, of course, they would be dealt with according to family law. Now, please return to rest. You must not behave so recklessly again. Since grandmother is fair and equitable, I must report that 2 individuals have violated the family rules and hope for due punishment. After all, was not the old matriarch most fond of her own granddaughter? She decided to first demand a little interest on behalf of her sister. Who dares to violate the family rules? An ominous premonition began to stir within the old matriarch's heart. The second sister, Li Ruotang, had lost her virtue before marriage, tarnishing the family's reputation, while the fourth sister, Li Shangyun, harbored malicious intentions, endangering lives and breaching the family laws. It was requested that grandmother impose severe punishment to rectify the family's regulations. Although Li Chu was not present in the residence, she was well aware of the matters at hand. What do you mean? Li Chu, it is you who has caused my complete loss of virtue. And now you dare to accuse me of tarnishing my reputation here. Li Ruotang, in a fit of anger, lunged at Li Chu, but Li Chu deftly evaded her. If one wishes to keep a secret, one must refrain from wrongdoing. I have nothing to fear in speaking the truth, especially since it is indeed the reality. The old matriarch silently cursed her for being so ineffectual, A single remark from Li Chu had thrown her into disarray, indicating that she needed further refinement. Sue, you two bear some responsibility for the matter concerning Tanger. If punishment is to be meted out, you cannot escape it. Let's not dwell on this any longer. Was it I who forced my elder sister into infidelity? What does this have to do with me? Did you not administer drugs to your elder sister? Grandmother is fully aware of this. Do not attempt to deny it. I find this utterly incomprehensible. Why would I drug my own sister? Li Chu cast a sly glance at the old matriarch. Dare you reveal Li Ruotang's true identity? If you do not, there is no reason for her to harm her own legitimate sister, and no one would believe the accusations against her. It was merely a moment of panic that led grandmother to speak wrongly. This matter has nothing to do with Chu, as they are sisters and naturally share a deep bond. For grandmother's sake, let us forgive them this once. In the future, grandmother will surely keep a watchful eye. The old matriarch's admission of fault did not earn Li Chu's forgiveness. She could not simply brush it aside so lightly. What a dream that would be. Alas, it is evident that grandmother favors my elder sister and third sister, targeting only me. But why is this so? Qingyu, go fetch father. I lack a sense of justice here. Wait, your father is undoubtedly busy with official matters at this moment, perhaps surrounded by colleagues. Do you wish to invite ridicule upon him? Even upright officials have their family affairs. What is there to mock? It is just right to summon those adults as witnesses. How can you be so obstinate? Are you refusing even to heed grandmother's words? The old matriarch was so furious she appeared ready to devour Li Chu. She never anticipated being cornered to this extent by an unmarried young girl. The calmness and courage with which Li Chu handled the situation deeply astonished her. Can a mere 16-year-old truly possess such cunning? It is grandmother's bias. When Chu errs, she must be punished. Yet when the elder and third sisters err, it is easily overlooked. Chu has no choice but to summon father to seek justice on her behalf. Li Chu's voice suddenly softened, as if the assertive persona from moments ago had vanished. Someone, go fetch the fourth young lady. Mother, you. Lu Qiao, upon seeing the determination in the old matriarch's eyes, turned pale. How could she possibly resort to family punishment against both of her precious daughters? Li Ruotang cast a fierce glare at Li Chu, remaining silently resolute, her mind already formulating a strategy. Li Chu was no match for her. At this moment, Li Shangyun and two young ladies were meticulously selecting jewelry. Over the past days, she had discreetly withdrawn 50,000 taels of silver from the household treasury, indulging in extravagant purchases at the grand stores of Shengjing. The residence was now little more than a hollow shell. She draped a jade bead necklace around her neck and inquired of the two ladies beside her, "What do you think of this piece?" Miss Li, with her ethereal beauty, indeed looked splendid in anything. Indeed, this jade necklace accentuates your snow-like complexion. It is simply exquisite. Li Shangyun was entranced by their flattery, her head spinning with delight. With a wave of her hand, she settled their accounts in one go. "Thank you, Miss Four. You truly are generous, befitting of a noble lady." Li Shangyun reveled in their envious gazes, already contemplating where to venture next. Just then, a maid from Luan Hall hurriedly approached, urgently relaying that the matriarch requested her immediate return. Reluctantly, Li Shangyun bid farewell to the two young ladies and followed the maid back to Luan Hall. Upon entering, she immediately sensed an unsettling atmosphere. Both her grandmother and mother wore particularly grim expressions. Only Li Ruotang and Li Chu sat calmly in their places. "Grandmother, you summoned me in haste. Has something occurred in the household?" Chapter 28. Speak not when you are foolishly Shangyun, as per her usual manner. Approach her grandmother with a charming demeanor, gently shaking her arm and feigning innocence. "Stand still," her grandmother commanded. "Tell me, have you taken the life of a servant?" The old lady cast anxious glances, hoping she would remain silent. However, Li Shangyun, emboldened by her indulgence, arrogantly proclaimed, "If she died, so be it. Who told her to be so clumsy as to ruin my new jewelry?" The maid in question was not one brought from Shanyang, but rather a servant already in the Li household, assigned to attend to Li Shangyun by Shun Qiyun, and thus met her untimely demise. "Yinner, that is enough." The old lady hastily interrupted Li Shangyun's incessant chatter, fearing she might utter words that could not be taken back. "Grandmother, it was her fate to die. Her life holds no greater value than my jewelry. The reprimand from her grandmother ignited a flicker of anger within Li Xiangyun, prompting her to shout in discontent. Impudent! At such a tender age, your heart is as venomous as a serpent's. If you're not sent to the authorities for severe punishment today, you will only grow more reckless in the future. Upon returning from court, Lord Li heard of Li Chuer's grievances in the Luan Hall, and without having the time to change out of his official robes, rushed over. To his astonishment, he heard such blasphemous words from Li Xiangyun. A life, in her eyes, was worth less than that of an ant, casually extinguished. How could the Li family have raised such a venomous woman? Uncle Li Xiangyun, intimidated by Lord Li's imposing presence, cowered behind her grandmother, trembling with fear. You, my dear, has always been kind-hearted. This must have been a momentary lapse, not an intentional act. There is no need to involve the authorities. You have frightened her. The old lady, feeling pity for her frightened granddaughter, interceded on her behalf. Aunt, excessive indulgence will only lead to her downfall. You cannot continue to overlook her misdeeds. Lord Li, a man of integrity, resolutely insisted on strict punishment, unwilling to relent. Did you not say earlier that you would treat all equally? Are you now reneging on that promise? The old lady tightly shielded Li Xiangyun, realizing that if her husband could not act, she would indeed add fuel to the fire. Her earlier agreement to spare Li Chuer stemmed from the fact that the Luan Hall was filled with her people. Whether to be lightly or severely punished was at her discretion. However, once the matter was handed over to the authorities, the consequences would be dire, punishment severe enough to leave her physically marred and her reputation irreparably tarnished. Aunt, what crime has Chuer committed to warrant such severe punishment? Lord Li, momentarily overwhelmed by Li Xiangyun's audacity, forgot the matter of Chuer's impending punishment. Father, it's not a grave issue. Grandmother merely said that Chuer's rash departure from home violated the rules of the residence. Hence the need for familial discipline, Li Chuer embellishing the tale without restraint. The questioning gaze from Lord Li left the old lady flustered, and she hastily clarified, it is merely a misunderstanding. Once explained, all will be well. How could I bear to strike her? Li Chuer playfully toyed with the rattan stick in Mama Chun's hand, smirking, indeed. Grandmother is just trying to frighten me with family discipline. The family law has been brought forth. How could it merely be a simple intimidation? The intentions of Sima Zhao are evident to all. Yinfan, as long as I am here, it is impossible for you to take Yin'er away, unless you tread over my corpse. The old matriarch, devoted to protecting Li Xiangyun, held her tightly in her embrace, unwilling to let go. Aunt, today I must take her away. The current emperor is benevolent. Even princes are punished for their crimes alongside commoners, let alone her. I have only been away from home for half a day. What has transpired? Shun Xiuyun, having heard that her parents and brother's family were about to return to court, rushed early to inquire with the kind-hearted Madame Jing. Little did she expect to witness such a tense standoff upon her return home, prompting her to voice her concern. After learning the details, Shun Xiuyun stepped back in astonishment, unable to believe her eyes as she looked toward Li Xiangyun. The sweet girl who affectionately called her aunt had not only committed murder, but showed no sign of remorse. Could there be a misunderstanding? Shun Xiuyun wished to investigate further to avoid wrongfully accusing an innocent. There is no misunderstanding. She admitted it herself, claiming that the lives of servants pale in comparison to her jewels. Li Xiangyun was genuinely terrified. She often meted out violence against maids in Xiangyang. Why should it be any different here? It was evident that her uncle and aunt were biased. She could not believe that Li Ruotang and Li Chuxin had never taken a life. Thus, timidly she asserted, it was she who broke my hairpin, one that a lifetime of being a maid could never afford. Is it not justified for me to take her life in compensation? The old matriarch hastily covered her mouth. But it was too late. The forbidden words had escaped. Speak less, or even your grandmother cannot protect you. The third sister had recently acquired jewelry worth 50,000 taels, rotating through it for years without exhausting it. What could this single hairpin mean to you? Li Chuxin's words astonished everyone present. 50,000 taels. That was the entire income of the Xiang residence for 5 years. She had squandered it in mere days. Shun Xiuyun realized the gravity of the situation and quickly sent Fu Xiang to the treasury for inquiries. The results were alarming. That 50,000 taels had indeed been drawn from the Xiong residence's accounts, and now the household was nearly devoid of liquid cash. Why'd you take all the cash? Shen Xiuyun looked at Li Xiangyun in bewilderment, feeling she had treated her generously, only to be repaid thus. Aunt, you were the one who said I could take whatever I wished from the treasury. Li Xiangyun retorted unapologetically. If she had disagreed, she would not have been able to take anything. To come now to demand accountability was the height of hypocrisy. Shen Xiuyun sank into a chair, her face a mask of disappointment and bitter laughter. She had erred in underestimating Li Xiangyun's ruthless ambition, and now the household's deficit was her responsibility. Li Chuxin gently supported her mother and turned to the old matriarch, speaking steadily. Father, we can momentarily set aside the matter of money, but we must seek justice for the murdered. We cannot allow the hearts of those in the household to grow cold. Li Chuxin, you wretched girl, cease your incitement. I refuse to believe that your hands have never been stained with blood. Li Xiangyun trembled with rage as she rushed towards Li Chu, pointing at her and berating her. With two resounding slaps, Li Xiangyun's face gradually swelled. Li Chu retracted her hand, gently dabbed her palm with a handkerchief, and smirked, saying, If your tongue is sharp, perhaps you should refrain from speaking. Seeing her beloved daughter being struck, Lu Qiao shrieked and charged towards Li Chu, exclaiming, You little wretch, how dare you hit my daughter? I shall make you pay. She raised her hand, aiming a blow at Li Chu's face, only to be intercepted mid-air by Shen Xiuyun. What did you call my daughter? Dare you utter those words again? It seemed they had privately referred to her daughter in such a derogatory manner, despite Lu Qiao's misguided affection towards them, as if they were her own kin. Li Chu's heart leaped with joy. If her mother could see through their true nature, the day's turmoil would not be in vain. As long as her father and mother stood by her side, she would harbor no further reservations. Chapter 29. The old matron's illness enough, ceased the clamor. The old matron felt her head spinning and a dull ache in her chest. Gradually, her body tilted backward, and the vigilant Chun Mama swiftly caught her, exclaiming, The old matron has fainted. A crowd gathered around her, each person's thoughts diverging. Perhaps only the humble son of the chancellor harbored any genuine concern for her. Her biological son and daughter-in-law were merely anxious about her collapse. Fearing no one would be left to restrain Li Yunfan, Li Xiangyun clutched the old matron's sleeve tightly, unwilling to release her, fearing she might be forcibly taken to the authorities during her grandmother's unconsciousness. As for Shen Xiuyun, upon learning how her husband had treated Li Chu today, her perspective shifted dramatically. Perhaps her eyes had indeed been clouded. The old matron had shown Li Yunfan kindness and affection. Thus, she had always respected her, never once displaying a hint of neglect. Then there was Lu Qiao, the old matron's niece, who had married Li Wan, creating an even closer bond. She too had never faltered in her respect. Had everyone truly changed overnight, or had she simply grown too complacent in her tranquil household, losing the ability to discern right from wrong? Sure, your grandmother has fainted. Go assist her, thought Li Xiang. Sure, having studied under the renowned physician of the South, should possess some medical knowledge, making it unnecessary to seek distant help. Li Chu first placed a handkerchief on the old matron's wrist before gently covering it with her own. She wished to avoid direct contact with such a malevolent heart. The old matron's pulse was rapid and weak, indicating heart distress, as her fingers pressed down gently. The pulse seemed almost imperceptible. It appeared that her time was short. Perhaps this was retribution for her past deeds. Father, it is a generation pulse, indicative of heart disease. She can only be treated with a nourishing decoction of honeyed licorice. Even though her life hung by a thread, Li Chu was unwilling to let her pass too easily. What nonsense are you spouting? Clearly, it is your ineptitude as a physician. The old matron is quite healthy. She merely fainted from being upset by you. Lu Qiao, harboring resentment for the old matron's selfishness, was nonetheless the sole pillar of the second house and could not afford to falter. Xiaoyan, go fetch a physician, commanded the often overlooked second Master Li, finally seizing the opportunity to speak after being overshadowed by the two formidable women in his household. When the physician arrived, his diagnosis contradicted Li Chu's completely. He declared that the old matron's fainting was due to pent-up emotions causing a surge of blood, essentially fainting from anger. If this were to spread, it would position the Chancellor and Li Chu as unfilial and rebellious. The current emperor prized filial piety, and unfilial behavior was a grave sin, especially for a chancellor who led the ranks of officials. What is your surname, esteemed doctor? Which medical establishment do you represent? How long have you practiced medicine? Li Chu pressed him with a series of inquiries, unwilling to let him speak without scrutiny. The doctor stroked his graying beard confidently and replied, I am the resident physician at Ning and Tang, surnamed Lin. I have been practicing medicine for 40 years and am quite well regarded in this prosperous capital. Oh, after practicing medicine for 40 years, how could one fail to discern a pulse anomaly? Could it be a misdiagnosis? You insolent girl, how dare you tarnish my reputation? If you wish to disregard my treatment, so be it. Dr. Lin felt a mix of surprise and panic. He recognized that the old lady's pulse resembled an anomaly. But having received payment, he dared not speak the truth. Dr. Lin, do not depart. If you are not mistaken, why not vindicate your integrity? The renowned healer, Nanan, is currently within my residence. Why not summon him to clarify this matter? Dr. Lin's heart sank at the mention of the esteemed healer. This time, he truly found himself in a predicament, regretting that he had accepted the fee. Xiaoyan took a step back, equally bound to her orders. What shall it be, Dr. Lin? Li Chuqian pressed on. She was determined to use this opportunity to undermine the Xiang residents. As long as she was present, such thoughts were futile. Oh dear, I suddenly suffer from unbearable abdominal pain. Please consult someone more capable. Dr. Lin disregarded Lu Qiao's gaze and fled in haste. Qing Yu, to prove my innocence, please summon my senior brother. There is no need to trouble Master for such a trivial matter. Calling my senior brother will suffice. Very well, I shall go at once. Qing Yu accompanied the young lady to Xiangyang, feeling a pang of longing for her father and even for Nan Lu. How could she think of him? At Musong Pavilion, the esteemed healer lay languidly under the eaves, while Nan Lu busied herself organizing herbs. Her workload doubled with the addition of a junior sister. Father, Nan Lu, I have returned. The composed Qing Yu, having reunited with her father, was now much livelier. Oh, my dear daughter has returned. I have missed you terribly, to the point of losing my appetite and sleep, exclaimed the esteemed healer, rushing to embrace her. Qing Yu glanced at the reclining chair beneath the eaves and the scattered fruit peels, chuckling softly, yet refraining from pointing it out. I have missed you dearly as well. This time, I shall not leave. I do not wish to part from you again. If I must go next time, I shall take you with me. Qing Yu's lips twitched at the thought of bringing her father along on her errands. It seemed rather peculiar. By the way, Nin Lu, the young lady requests your presence at Luan Hall. Very well, I shall head there now. Nin Lu set aside the herbs and turned toward Luan Hall. Wait, I shall accompany you, Qing Yu declared, but her father halted her. Why not stay and keep your father company? Why do you need to follow? I am concerned. With Chu and Nan Lu present, what is there to worry about? Come, tell your father what has transpired at Luan Hall. Indeed, it appears there was a divergence in diagnosis between Dr. Lin of Ningen Hall and the young lady, hence the call for Nan Lu to conduct a reevaluation. The esteemed healer stroked his smooth chin, pondering whether his dear daughter minded his facial hair. I recall him. He once challenged my medical prowess a decade ago and fled in disgrace. I did not expect him to still be alive. Nan Lu attentively took the pulse twice before rising to speak. The pulse indicates a heart ailment. Administering a decoction of roasted licorice may alleviate the pain effectively. Lu Qiao cast a resentful glance at the elderly matron, thinking how infuriating it was that her ailment had chosen this moment to manifest. Even more vexing was the realization that the young and audacious Li Chu had correctly identified the issue, revealing her undeniable skill. Lordly dispatched someone to escort the matron back to her quarters for rest, while Mama Chun proceeded to prepare the medicine. Li Shangyun, if you willingly present yourself, I can ensure you are treated with care and spared from hardship. Lord Li's tone was grave. Matters must be addressed fairly, without leniency, due to the aunt's affliction. Mother, I refuse to go. I am terrified. Li Shangyun, bereft of her protector, wept behind Lu Qiao. She could not comprehend why her uncle clung so adamantly to this trivial matter. My lord, elder brother, I implore you to spare Yuner this time. If she is imprisoned, her future will be irrevocably ruined, and how will she ever marry? I beg of you. Lu Qiao knelt before Lord Li, repeatedly bowing her head until it bled. Sister-in-law, are you not putting me in a difficult position? Lord Li found himself torn. Upholding justice against kin would fracture brotherly bonds, yet showing favoritism would betray his conscience. Chapter 30. The transformation of Li Ruotang heir Chuer had a suggestion, wondering if her father would be willing to listen. Not wishing to see her father in turmoil, Li Chu contemplated a moderate solution. Please do share, she encouraged. Always astute and wise, perhaps she truly possessed a means to resolve her current predicament. If the third sister were to be imprisoned, her reputation would be irreparably tarnished. It would be better to have her return the 50,000 taels to the treasury, allowing us to comfort the bereaved family and seek their forgiveness. Subsequently, we could mete out familial punishment to the third sister, thereby restoring peace within the household. Should she be incarcerated, the matriarch would undoubtedly leverage connections at the government office to secure her release, resulting in no significant consequence. It might even tarnish my father's reputation, so it would be more prudent to reclaim that 50,000 taels and deliver a sound beating in lieu of incarceration. What? 50,000 taels, not merely 500. How could I possibly come up with that? After hearing Li Chu's words, Lu Qiao turned pale, for that sum represented nearly her entire fortune. Mistakes must incur consequences. If everyone could evade repercussions, what need would there be for the law? Li Chu was correct. If you are unwilling, then let her be turned over to the authorities. Li Xiang, deeply affected by Li Chu's words, realized this aligned perfectly with his aspirations as an official. Upon hearing the mention of the authorities, Li Shangyun was instantly filled with dread, weeping profusely. Father, mother, do those riches truly outweigh your daughter? Must you condemn her to a lifetime of ruin? In the end, Lu Qiao managed to produce the 50,000 taels to repay the treasury, while Li Shangyun bore the brunt of familial discipline, emerging from it battered and bruised. After all, it was the guards at Li Xiang's side who administered the punishment. They dared not show mercy without his command. Following her chastisement, Li Shangyun was taken by her parents to seek medical attention, while Li Chu and her family returned to their respective quarters. Only Li Ruotang remained seated in place, an inscrutable expression on her face, her calm eyes harboring profound resentment. Her biological parents cared solely for the daughter they kept close, and the adoptive ones were no different. Since everyone chose to disregard her, she would not hesitate to sever ties in the future. Red attire, let us depart. Li Ruotang seemed to have undergone a transformation, her demeanor colder than ever before. The following day at noon, in the Mingsheng restaurant, Rong Mingyu sat impatiently in a private room, pondering what scheme Li Ruotang was concocting. She had sent someone to invite him for a meeting the previous night, claiming there was an important matter to discuss. Yet the appointed time had arrived, and she was nowhere to be seen. Yusheng, we should leave. Frustrated by the delay, Rong Mingyu finished his last cup of tea and prepared to exit. Just then, Li Ruotang appeared at the doorway, a faint smile gracing her lips. Now that you are here, Your Highness, why the haste to depart? Rong Mingyu was equally curious about Li Ruotang's intentions. Although they were already betrothed, he did not harbor any affection for her. The dissolution of their engagement would be most welcome. Thus, he settled back into his seat, arching an eyebrow with a smile. Miss Li, you must know that even though we are engaged, I hold no feelings for you. Marrying me would bring you no benefit. I must say, the appearance of Rong Mingyu is indeed remarkable, a paragon of elegance and charm, causing even Li Ruotang to momentarily lose her composure. Naturally, Li Ruotang perceives the disdain that Prince Yu harbors towards her, as well as his affections for Li Chu, which she fully understands. Today, she intends to transform his love for Li Chu into loathing. For sometimes, an obsessive madness can strip one of their very essence, driving them to annihilate all. She raised her teacup to her crimson lips, her deep-set eyes cast downward, and spoke in a hushed tone. On that day in the palace, you were unconscious. Yet my awareness remained intact. Did you not have any questions? Do you know who it was that put us in this predicament? Who? I shall have her torn asunder. He values Li Chu's lineage, her beauty, her intellect, and her cunning ways of amassing wealth, all attributes he covets. Little did he anticipate that just when he was about to seize the opportunity, he would instead fall into a trap. Although Li Ruotang is also the daughter of the Li minister, Her utility pales in comparison to that of Li Chu. A cold smile crept upon Li Ruotang's lips as she stifled her profound resentment, gradually articulating. It was Li Chu who drugged me and had you, just as you entered, rendered unconscious and brought to my bed. Alas, by that time, her consciousness had already begun to wane. Otherwise, capturing the man who assisted her would have unveiled the truth. A flicker of hatred instantly crossed Rong Mingyu's face as he gritted his teeth and questioned. You claim it was Li Chu who drugged us? She is your own sister. What motive could she possibly have for such actions? Perhaps it is due to the previous incident of impersonation. I cannot fathom why she harbors such animosity towards you. I had good intentions in trying to unite you, yet I ended up in disgrace. As she spoke of her sorrow, tears glistened on her pitiful visage. Indeed, since the last marriage proposal was rejected, he had discerned Li Chu's change in demeanor, her disdain for him. Li Ruotang's innocent facade evoked a twinge of compassion in Rong Mingyu. After all, what fault lay with Li Ruotang? She merely sought her own well-being. It is I who have burdened you. Whatever you desire, do not hesitate to ask, for I shall fulfill your wishes. Upon closer inspection, Li Ruotang possessed a certain gentle allure. Her modest demeanor easily stirred a man's protective instincts. With no ulterior motives, she only wished for His Highness, Prince Yu, to attain his desires and for her own life to be peaceful and smooth. This sufficed. Rest assured, I shall treat you well for the rest of my days. Unbeknownst to him, Li Ruotang's affections for him were profound, igniting a warmth within his heart that he could not experience with Li Chu. Thank you, Your Highness. From this moment forth, you shall be everything to Ruotang, and I shall prioritize your needs above all else. A seductive glint ignited in Li Ruotang's eyes, her voice languid and soft, instantly stirring Rong Mingyu's desires. Observing the yearning reflected in his gaze, she realized it was nearly time for her to depart. The unattainable is what lingers most in one's thoughts. Ruotang, I wish to. His mind was flooded with the memories of their intimate moments, coupled with the enchanting presence of the woman before him. He found himself parched and entranced, unable to extricate himself. Indeed, aside from her looks, Li Ruotang's figure was truly irresistible. He was not inexperienced in matters of the heart, nor was he devoid of numerous concubines. Yet none could compare to the captivating allure of Li Ruotang. Fully aware that the moment had arrived, she realized that if she did not depart now, escape would become impossible. Hastily clutching her chest, she lamented, Your Highness, Ruotang has been greatly startled today. I am feeling quite unwell and wish to return home to rest. How can you be frightened when you reside comfortably within the mansion and seldom venture outside? Yesterday, Li Chu accused me of losing my virtue before marriage, bringing shame upon our family, and demanded that our grandmother administer punishment in accordance with family law. Our grandmother, unable to bear such an act against me, fainted from anger and only regained consciousness this morning. She knew that she was not the only one guilty of premarital indiscretions, and that statement subtly alluded to Rong Mingyu. Li Chu truly deserved her fate. There would come a day when she would pay for her actions. Then I shall take my leave, Ruotang said. Very well. Rest well. I shall visit you when time permits. At the moment she stepped into the carriage, a palpable shift occurred within her demeanor. Her once delicate and harmless appearance transformed into one of resentment and loathing. Li Chu, this is merely the first step. I shall remember every wound you have inflicted upon me and demand 100-fold, 1,000-fold retribution in the future. While returning home, the carriage suddenly came to a halt. Hong-Yi, go and see what has transpired. Miss, it is young Master Rong-Chi who has halted the carriage, inviting you to join him. A ripple of emotion coursed through Li Ruotang's serene visage. Ah, this would only serve to provide Li Chu with another formidable adversary. As she lifted the curtain, her expression once again transformed into one of charming vulnerability. She now comprehended that fragility was a woman's most potent weapon, capable of vanquishing foes unseen. Chapter 31. Li Ruotang encourages young Master Rongqi. Li Ruotang advanced slowly towards Rongqi, resembling a pear blossom burdened by tempest, pale and fragile. Her eyes brimmed with sorrow, glistening with unshed tears, yet her resolve prevented a single drop from falling. Rongshi tilted his head slightly, unable to bear the sight of her, a hint of unnoticeable desolation flickering in his gaze. They chose a nearby tea house, where Rongshi requested a table by the window. Given Li Ruotang's current status, their solitude could easily invite malicious gossip, potentially jeopardizing her. Rongshi wished to comfort her, but was at a loss for words, fearing he might inadvertently touch upon her grief. Observing his hesitance, it was ultimately Li Ruotang who broke the silence. "Young master, have you sought me for something of great significance? Are you well? Despite our long acquaintance, I was unaware of your affections for Prince Rongmingyu." Rongshi forced a bitter smile, intending to wait until after the Plum Blossom banquet to have his father formally propose. Little did he know that this delay would haunt him for a lifetime, questioning why the one she cherished was not himself, but rather that hypocritical scoundrel, Rongmingyu. Growing up alongside him, Rongshi understood all too well the man's avarice. He was certainly not a worthy companion for a lifelong commitment. Upon hearing this, Li Ruotang raised her handkerchief to conceal her cheek, masking the venomous hatred within. With a sorrowful sob, she declared, "If I had never held admiration for His Highness, how could I have felt such affection? Without mutual feelings, how could you?" The refined nature of Rongshi rendered him incapable of uttering disgraceful words. "Is it that in your eyes I am utterly devoid of shame? I have long had someone I admire, but it seems fate has decreed that we are destined to be apart." The phrase "someone I admire" struck Rongchi's heart with force. Could she be referring to him? If so, why had such circumstances unfolded? "To me, Ruotang is like the snow lotus atop the Tian Shan Mountains. How could I ever doubt your character? What truly transpired that day? You need not inquire further. Let this matter be laid to rest. I wish not to pursue it any longer. No, had it not been for this incident, you would have been my young master as consort. I must uncover the truth. Was it Rongmingyu who coerced you?" His determination to seek justice flared. "It was not His Highness. He too is a victim. Do not act impulsively." Li Ruotang cast aside her handkerchief, gripping Rongchi's sleeve tightly, as if fearing he might confront Rongmingyu in vengeance. This action allowed Rongchi to clearly see her sorrowful countenance, tears cascading down her cheeks like pearls from a broken string, revealing the depth of her anguish. He suppressed his fury, offering gentle reassurance. "Do not regard me as a stranger. Consider me a confidant. Please, share the truth with me." The beloved woman he cherished was forced into another's arms, while he remained oblivious to it all. How could he endure such a fate? Li Ruotang raised her face slightly, her expression one of pallor and resignation. So fragile it broke his heart. "My sister drugged me. You must keep this matter a secret. No third party must know, lest it ruin her." Rongchi initially felt a sense of bewilderment, his fists trembling slightly. "She is your own sister. Why treat you this way?" "I do not know. Since childhood, I have always yielded to her, even exchanging poems with her at the Plum Appreciation Banquet as she requested. Yet why does she still refuse to let me be?" Indeed, Rongchi suddenly recalled the situation at that time, where Ruotang's vulgar verses stood in stark contrast to Li Chu's astonishing masterpieces. So it was jealousy that drove her to ruin her own life out of envy for her elder sister's talents. His anger surged within him, his complexion alternating between pale and flushed as he spoke with fierce resolve. What a heart like that of a serpent! Such a person does not deserve to exist in this world. His hatred for Li Chu reached its zenith, emanating an oppressive chill and an unmistakable aura of malice. Once Ruotang achieved her aims, she no longer wished to entangle herself with young Master Rongchi. "Young Master, my grandmother at home is still unwell. Please excuse Ruotang for not being able to stay longer." Due to his concern for Li Ruotang, he had garnered some understanding of the affairs of the Xiang residence. How could the old matriarch, who had returned to the capital in good health yesterday, fall ill overnight? Did she not summon the imperial physician? "Miss, why must you shield the second miss? She will not appreciate your efforts." Hong Yi, a perceptive individual, quickly discerned Li Ruotang's intentions. "Do not speak too much," came Ruotang's low reprimand, while Hong Yi, filled with indignation, and her mistress worked in perfect harmony. Rongchi, intrigued, turned to Hong Yi and spoke softly. "Hong Yi, do tell." "It is as follows. Yesterday, the The second miss pressured the old matriarch to impose familial discipline on the eldest miss, claiming the crime of premarital dishonor and a lack of shame, which caused the old matriarch to faint from anger. Once again, it was Li Chu, showing disrespect to her elder sister and failing to honor their grandmother. This young master is aware of it now. After Li Ruotang departed, Rongqi immediately instructed those behind him. Mu Yin, you have heard what transpired. Spread the word. I want her to suffer the same disgrace. Though Mu Yin was fiercely loyal to Rongqi, he was not a fool. Young master, should we not first verify the matter before making a decision? No need. I trust Ruotang. She would not jest with her own future, nor would she have any reason to harm her sister. You shall proceed. Understood. The young master was resolute, and so this humble guard could only comply, apologizing silently to the second Mississippi. Meanwhile, Li Chu was in her chamber, exchanging glances with Rongxian, utterly oblivious to the impending crisis. What brings you to my room? Rongxian seemed to treat her bedroom as if it were his own kitchen, coming and going with such casualness. The esteemed Dr. Li had been missing for so long, finally deigning to return, perhaps forgetting that there was still a patient in Shengjing. Rongxian cast a subtle glance at Li Chu, his voice hoarse. This detestable woman, leaving without even notifying him. He had returned to Shengjing for her, yet she vanished without a trace, leaving him to languish in the long residence. Were it not for his own pressing matters, he would have surely pursued her to give her a piece of his mind. Are you still a patient? Are there patients who always insist on opening the doctor's window? Perhaps it would be better to simply seal it up and see how they could enter. If there is a matter to discuss, must it be confined to the bedroom? I have heard that you encountered an assassination attempt. I come to ascertain whether you have sustained any grievous injuries that might impede your recovery. He is aware that she is accompanied by 2 capable shadow guards, and that ordinary assassins would pose no threat to her. However, he was taken aback to discover that the assailants were from the 9-kill hall, with the hall master, Jiu Bai, personally involved. Just yesterday, he had hurriedly gone to incapacitate Jiu Bai, leaving him now with the time to check on her. Thankfully, she appears unharmed. You are concerned for me? I have heard tales of the formidable martial prowess possessed by the war god, Xian Wang. Might you impart upon me a few techniques, particularly those that ensure one's escape? Li Chu clasped her hands behind her back, her radiant face drawing closer to Rongxian's. She had previously intended to learn martial arts from him, but the burdens of life had delayed her pursuits. Now, a window of opportunity had finally presented itself. Rongxian lowered his head to align with Li Chu's gaze, his long fingers gently lifting her delicate chin as he murmured, "Do you truly believe that I would learn techniques solely for evasion?" Chapter 32. Your life is in your own hands. Li Chu widened her eyes, gazing at the approaching tip of his nose and his alluringly thin lips. She could not help but swallow, for a man of such striking allure could surely lead one astray. Suppressing the fluttering in her heart, she took a step back, maintaining the safest distance. Well, just teach me whatever you can. Anything that could help preserve my life will suffice. Rongxian narrowed his eyes slightly, a low chuckle escaping from deep within his throat. Having faced 3 assassination attempts in merely 2 months, I indeed require life-preserving techniques. Would your highness be willing to impart such knowledge? Starting tomorrow, I shall come to the Xianwang mansion for 2 hours of lessons each day. I cannot afford to be too publicly involved with you. It could attract unwanted troubles. Li Chu hurriedly covered her mouth, realizing she had unwittingly spoken her thoughts aloud. Stealing a glance at Rongxian's ominously dark expression, she hastily attempted to clarify. I meant that our collaborative relationship should remain confidential. It is better to pretend we do not know each other in public. Rongxian's cold visage was still shrouded in an air of palpable danger. Realizing she was digging herself deeper, she conceded, "Let us conduct our lessons in my private residence, if that is acceptable." Li Chu was perplexed. She was not usually prone to fluster, yet today her words seemed to spiral into chaos. Her desperate attempts to distance herself only served to irritate Rongxian internally. Just as he was about to refuse, he recalled that her private abode housed 2 men, leading him to suspect that she was accustomed to the company of men. A sinister smile crept across his lips as he mused, "Very well. We shall conduct our lessons at your private residence." He was curious to see what manner of men they were and whether they could rival his own appeal. Good. initially expecting to spend considerable time persuading him. Li Chu was pleasantly surprised by his readiness to agree. He was rather easy to negotiate with this time. 15 minutes later, Li Chu slumped over the table, watching Rong Xian finish his third cup of tea. Just a quarter of an hour prior, he had requested a cup, and yet here he was, still lingering. Your Highness, is the tea from my residence truly that delightful? Would you like me to send some tea leaves home with you? Rong Xian's fingers twitched slightly, internally cursing, delicious. My foot, I simply wish to stay a while longer, yet I can't find a suitable topic to discuss. No need. I shall take my leave now, he replied, his tone laced with irritation and barely concealed restraint. Please, Your Highness, do not be so courteous. I still have plenty of tea. Before she could finish her sentence, Rong Xian had already vanished from the Liuli pavilion. At least she saved some money. A small amount of tea could cost several hundred taels of silver. Had Li Chu known the tea he drank was worth its weight in gold, she would have exclaimed in disbelief at his extravagance, pondering why one would waste so much wealth on tea. Early the next morning, Li Chu skipped breakfast and set out with Qing Yu and Qing Feng. She intended to accompany her sister for a meal while awaiting the arrival of the Xinhuang. With such a formidable presence descending upon them, it was only prudent to inform those within the household to prevent any unintentional affronts. Sister, Lian sat quietly at the table, embroidering a pouch with remarkable skill. The patterns on the pouch were vividly lifelike, surpassing even those crafted by the palace embroiderers. It was her sister, Li Chu. Lian hastily set down her needle and thread, glancing toward the door. Li Chu leaned against the door with her arms crossed, smiling at her. Sister, I've embroidered a pouch for you. Do you like it? It was Li Chu who had given her a new lease on life, a place to call home. Lacking in talents, her only redeeming skill lay in embroidery, a simple pouch yet brimming with her heartfelt sentiments. Before Li Chu lay a pouch adorned with magnolia flowers, appearing as though freshly plucked, droplets of water still clinging to it. Is this embroidered by you, sister? Your embroidery is truly exquisite, Li Chu exclaimed, her delight giving Lian a sense of relief. It was fortunate that Li Chu liked it, for she had been uncertain about what to gift her. Li Chu's keen eyes spotted 3 more pouches on the table. Are these for father, mother, and brother? She inquired. One pouch depicted cranes and pines, another showcased koi fish, and the last one bore an unfinished lotus design. It was evident that Lian had put considerable thought into these gifts. The cranes symbolizing longevity for father, the koi fish representing brother's aspirations, and the magnolia reflecting her own purity, while mother embodied the ethereal beauty of summer lotus. Though she could not yet openly stay by her family's side, she would convey her feelings through these pouches. Once I finish, I shall entrust them to you to deliver, she added. That sounds good, but brother is currently away with our uncle and has yet to return. I shall wait until he is back to give it to him, Li Chu replied. At that moment, Qing Yu and Qing Feng entered, bringing 2 servings of breakfast to the table. Miss, it is time to eat. The sisters chatted amiably over their meal, discussing their parents' love, brothers' amusing antics, and the valor of their maternal grandfather's family. Lian listened intently, her head tilted, absorbing tales previously unknown to her, filled with anticipation for the future. With such family, happiness was surely within reach. By the way, Prince Xian will come here daily to teach me martial arts. He can be quite temperamental, but overall, he isn't too bad. Don't be frightened, Li Chu reassured her. All right, I shall limit my outings, Lian responded. It is a pity I can no longer tend to the flowers and plants in the garden. No need to be so deliberate. Just pretend not to see him when you encounter him, Li Chu said nonchalantly, but you mustn't compromise your own comfort for him. Miss, Prince Xian has arrived and is currently waiting in the garden, Qing Yu announced. Li Chu changed into a simpler outfit behind the screen and said to Lian, Sister, I shall go ahead. Upon reaching the garden, Li Chu found Prince Xian reclining casually in a chair, engrossed in a book. You arrived quite early, Your Highness, she remarked, having expected to wait at least another hour. I always rise early. Is there a problem? He replied, irritated, for after returning home the previous night, he had tossed and turned, unable to sleep, her image haunting his mind. Thus, upon learning she had stepped out, he had followed closely behind. In the shadows, Feng Ying secretly harbored disdain for her own lord, pondering why he could not simply express his affection openly, instead of being so coy. At this rate, when would he ever secure the heart of his beloved? Observing Rong Xian's proud demeanor, Li Chu suppressed a smile and respectfully inquired, "Might I ask, esteemed Lord Xian, what lessons do you have for me today?" Her obsequiousness succeeded in eliciting a smile from Lord Xian. "Very well, take a seat cross-legged," he commanded. Although puzzled by what martial arts could possibly be taught while seated, Li Chu obediently complied. Rong Xian lifted the hem of his robe, gracefully positioning himself behind Li Chu. His palms pressed firmly against her back, channeling his energy into her. Li Chu felt a wave of warmth seep through her back, and soon her breath became erratic, beads of sweat forming on her brow. "Focus your mind and draw your energy to your dantian," a gentle voice instructed from behind her. She promptly followed the guidance, and after what felt like the duration of a tea ceremony, her breathing finally steadied. Upon opening her eyes, she found a glimmer of emotion in her autumn-like gaze. One she was unaware of. He had actually transmitted his internal energy to her. "Your Highness, is this truly worth it?" At that moment, Li Chu's demeanor was imbued with an unprecedented seriousness. If someone with ill intentions were to discover that he had sacrificed so much of his power, it could pose a grave threat to his life. "My life is yours. Do you deem it worthwhile?" Rong Xian suddenly leaned down, his lips brushing closely against her ear as he spoke softly, his tone laced with a subtle allure. Their skin brushed against one another, sending a tingling sensation coursing through them. Li Chu's heart raced like a drum, while his breath grew increasingly hurried. Chapter 33. Rong Xian's misunderstanding in the end. Li Chu could no longer endure the ambiguous atmosphere. She cautiously crawled a few steps forward before turning to face Rong Xian, her tone laden with formality. "Your Highness is jesting. I merely saved you." A fleeting sense of disappointment washed over Rong Xian. Was his demeanor not sufficiently overt? Or did she truly harbor no feelings for him? Perhaps it was best to assume she was unaware. Every matter should unfold gradually, and it would be unwise to startle her. Rong Xian rose, concealing his melancholic gaze, and with a charming smile, he strolled towards the lakeside. Let us practice lightness skills. They are essential for survival. There was ample time ahead. Having finally encountered someone of interest, he was confident that this little fox would ultimately remain within his grasp. "Oh, here she comes." Li Chu, feeling awkward, trailed behind him with her head lowered, her hands fiddling with the wild grass she had just uprooted. What a scoundrel! How could he make such life-threatening jokes? If it were another woman, she would likely have surrendered her heart and soul to him. It was difficult to fathom who had claimed that Rong Xian was indifferent to women. Surely the person was blind, or perhaps Rong Xian possessed two faces. Upon reaching their destination, Rong Xian turned to gaze at Li Chu, who was approaching him step by step. He remained silent, watching as she inadvertently collided into his embrace. It was not until a pair of strong arms encircled her waist that she realized the person before her had halted. A faint scent of moon musk wafted into her nostrils. Was that the fragrance of Rong Xian? His eyes radiated a palpable tenderness, and as he swallowed, his voice emerged slightly hoarse. "What is this? Are you so moved that you've thrown yourself into my arms?" Startled, Li Chu quickly recoiled. Yet the grip around her waist did not loosen in time, causing her to lose balance and fall back. Rong Xian swiftly secured her waist with one arm, while the other cradled her head, both of them landing on the ground in a position of male over female. Their noses nearly touched, their gazes locked, and they could even hear each other's heartbeats. "Are you injured?" Rong Xian inquired tenderly, brushing his fingers over her head. Meanwhile, Qing Yu and Qing Feng, trailing behind, were taken aback and attempted to approach, but were swiftly pulled away by Feng Ying. "Rest assured, my lord will not let your young lady come to harm. Let us find a place to dine instead." Feng Ying thought to himself, "Master, I can only assist you this far. The rest is up to you." As for Li Chu, the moment Rong Xian pressed down upon her, her thoughts soared to the heavens. Why? It was not that she harbored fantasies about him, but this sensation felt extraordinarily familiar, as if this were not their first time in such a position. She gazed dreamily at his flawless face and suddenly made an unexpected move, gently covering Rong Xian's face with her hand, closing her eyes to quietly absorb the moment. When she finally opened her eyes again, they brimmed with tears. Was it truly him? Was it the ugly servant? Yet how could the exalted Prince Xian ever be merely a lowly guard in the Yuang mansion? This is utterly unacceptable. Yet what could possibly explain this wretched sense of familiarity? Li Chu stars profundi un salat, Rong Xuan. He gazed in confusion at the sorrowful figure beneath him, questioning whether she truly detested him so. Rong Xian mistakenly believed that Li Chu wept due to their physical proximity, prompting him to withdraw hastily. Miss Li, it is I who have transgressed. Please cease your tears, and I assure you there shall be no repeat of this. Li Chu, preoccupied with thoughts of the ugly slave, did not fully comprehend Rong Xian's words, merely nodding gently. Indeed, it was her own misguided sentiments. Henceforth, she would do well to remain a mere collaborator, perhaps harboring lingering feelings for Rong Mingyu. With his back turned to Li Chu, Rong Xian's expression grew frigid, the chill upon his visage surpassing that of ice. His voice bore a trace of aloofness as he declared, "You are not in good spirits today. Let us resume our lessons another time." With that, he ascended to the eaves, looking down upon the figure still sprawled on the ground. Having known her for so long, he had always seen her as composed and unflappable. Yet today, she had succumbed to such disarray for Rong Mingyu. A dull ache stirred within his heart, momentarily clouded by jealousy, radiating an aura of peril akin to an abyss. Feng Ying, return to the manor, he commanded, his voice imbued with inner strength that reverberated throughout the courtyard, tinged with a hint of ire. Once Feng Ying departed, Qing Yu and Qing Feng hastened to the lakeside, discovering Li Chu alone on the ground, her eyes swollen and brimming with unending resentment. "Miss, what troubles you? Has the Prince of Xinyuan wronged you?" The concern of Qing Yu and Qing Feng momentarily tempered Li Chu's fierce glare. Thoughts of the ugly slave and her child, who had perished before birth, surged forth, reigniting her hatred. She had been reborn, and all her kin were still alive, yet that unfortunate child remained lost to her, never again to return, even the knowledge of its gender eluding her. Li Ruetang, Rong Mingyu, were it not for her consideration of the entire Prime Minister's residence, she would yearn to exact vengeance without delay. With the support of the two, Li Chu gradually rose to her feet, brushing off the debris from her attire, her gaze scanning for any sign of Rong Xian, but he was nowhere to be found. "I am fine, but where's the prince? Wasn't he to teach me lightness skills? Why has he vanished? Perhaps he had pressing matters. He left with Feng Ying just moments ago," Qing Yu speculated, finding the prince's reliability questionable, as it was improper to abandon a student mid-lesson, leaving her alone on the ground. Despite Rong Xian's departure, Li Chu remained to share a midday meal with Lian Chua. "I entrust these 3 pouches to you." She had spent the entire morning finishing the last one, hoping to have Li Chu take it back with her when she returned to the manor. "Sister, I have a secret to share. Mother is aware that Li Ruetang is not her daughter, and I plan to find an opportune moment to bring her to meet you." Mother has grown quite critical of the old matron and Lu Qiao. Revealing the truth to her may alleviate some of her disappointment and sorrow. Your existence should not be a secret known solely to her. That would be unjust to you. First, let mother and sister recognize each other. As for father, let him remain for the end. Father is a man who values filial piety, and the old lady has nurtured him and is his own aunt. Even upon discovering the truth, considering the bonds of many years, he would not be overly harsh towards grandmother. As for brother, let it be. He is far away in the border town, and it is uncertain when he will return to the capital, so I shall not dwell on him for now. Will mother like me? I lack your intelligence and your knowledge. What if mother? Years of oppression have shaped Li An's character into one that is timid and submissive. She fears that mother might despise her like those others. Sister, listen well. I do not possess your gentle temperament, nor do I match your exquisite embroidery skills. You have many strengths. Father and mother will surely favor you. So do not belittle yourself. Li Chu embraced the anxious Lian, gently comforting her by whispering in her ear. She understood her helplessness. She was meant to be the most outstanding, legitimate daughter of the Xiang family in Shengjing. Yet now, she feared she would not live up to that identity, worried she might bring shame to her parents. All right, I believe in your words, sure. I will diligently learn from the teacher and the old lady. After she moved into this residence, Chuer had arranged for a tutor and a nurse to teach her etiquette. She would not tarnish the reputation of this young family. Chapter 34. Li Chu surrounded by the people. By the way, sister, will the second house recognize this purse as your handiwork? Not at all. I see the people of the Li residence no more than twice a year, and I have no maid by my side. Therefore, aside from you, no one else knows of my embroidery skills. Sister, you will be fine in the future. No one will dare to look down on you again. Yes, I understand. You should return now. Do not let our parents worry. After being out for quite some time, Li Chu urged the carriage to hasten its pace, but to her surprise, it was stopped midway. Outside, a cacophony of insults erupted, and it seemed there were quite a number of people present. Shameless wretch, driving our grandmother to madness. Framing your own sister. How dare you step outside? What first beauty? You are as venomous as a viper. I spit upon you. Everyone come. Here are the leftover vegetable scraps from my house. Do not show any mercy to such a person. Li Chu, a woman like you does not deserve to live in this world. Following this, a barrage of rotten vegetable leaves, foul fruit, and even stones were hurled at Li Chu's carriage. To prevent her escape, some even forcibly detained the coachman. Li Chu sat still, her face growing increasingly somber. A palpable aura of wrath enveloping her. Who could be behind this? Who incited the populace to besiege her and tarnish her reputation? She realized that remaining in the carriage was futile. It would not be long before someone would force her out. Let us go outside, she commanded. Qing Yu and Qing Feng, though frightened, stood resolutely in front of Li Chu, concerned for her safety. Just as the three of them stepped out of the carriage, a stone was swiftly launched, soaring past the two, protecting her and aiming directly for Li Chu's forehead. Reacting with remarkable speed, Li Chu deftly tilted her head aside, yet it still grazed her cheek. Blood trickling down. She cast a fierce glance toward the shadowy corner from whence the stone had come, questioning who wished to take her life. Had she not evaded that blow in time, she might have already become a lifeless corpse. In her heart, she felt immense gratitude towards Rong Xian. It was his internal strength that had saved her life, marking the second time he had rescued her. The crowd, witnessing Li Chu's audacity to emerge, grew even more aggressive, their vitriol intensifying. Vile woman, get out of Shi Yuan Kingdom. A person like you deserves to be subjected to slow slicing and experience the pain you have inflicted on others. Indeed, someone like you should be rendered childless. Qing Yu and Qing Feng pressed closely against Li Chu, both adorned with vegetable leaves and bearing wounds from the stones. Have you had your fill of insults? Her voice, imbued with internal power, reverberated over a wide area, momentarily stunning the unsophisticated crowd. Li Chu lifted her eyelids slightly, casting a cold and indifferent glance at those below. Her gaze exuded an innate authority, accompanied by a tone befitting one of high status. Take note of all who participated in this assault and those who hurled insults. We shall report them to the Dali Temple. The surrounding populace immediately expressed their discontent. How could commoners contend with the authorities? Was this not an act of oppression? I wish to bring a case against you at the Dali Temple as well. What is wrong with merely speaking the truth? A rugged-looking man argued vehemently with Li Chu. Go ahead and sue. I too wish to know the origins of these baseless accusations. If they were not founded in reality, how could such rumors arise? Are rumors inherently true? If I were to proclaim that you are a spy from a foreign land, would that make it so? You do not speak nonsense. I am a rightful citizen of Shi Yuan. The man faltered, for how could she know of his foreign origins? He scoffed, asserting he was no spy. Rumors cease with the wise. Yet it is evident that none of you possess such wisdom. Li Chu cast a disdainful glance at the ignorant crowd, being mere pawns, reveled in their misguided beliefs. Is it not a fact that you caused your grandmother's distress? News of her illness has spread from the residence. This time, the man fell silent, and a plump, middle-aged woman took his place. Indeed, my grandmother's ailment was triggered by the young lady of the house, but it was not I. Then, who do you claim is responsible? Do you expect me to believe you? She retorted, if you truly seek answers, visit Luoshi village outside the city. There lies the truth you wish to uncover. The maid slain by Li Shangyun was from Luoshi village, and the steward has already gone to apologize and offer compensation. Having signed a contract of servitude, the family dared not pursue the matter further. especially upon hearing that the true culprit has faced punishment. Very well. Then you have indeed framed your own sister, stripping her of her honor. That remains an undeniable fact. Why would I harm my own sister? If I intended to do so, why would I target the most noble prince? Ah, indeed, His Highness, Prince Yu, is the Queen's legitimate son. It appears you are aiding your sister. Moreover, following the incident, the current emperor had ordered a thorough investigation. If I were guilty, I would have long been imprisoned. Why should it be you who seeks to uphold justice? Indeed, they are sisters. There is no reason for such treachery. Could it be that we have misunderstood her? If she pursues this matter, we shall find ourselves in dire straits. Perhaps we should take our leave and avoid this murky water. Under Li Chu's explanation, public sentiment gradually shifted. The crowd began to abandon their makeshift weapons, engaging in discussions about whether they had misjudged her. Miss Li is indeed eloquent. Your motive for harming your sister is rooted in jealousy. Rongqi had been lurking in the shadows, having mingled among the populace with several accomplices. Those who shouted the loudest and cast the harshest insults were his people. As he watched Li Chu being berated and nearly attacked, it became apparent that she had made many enemies. Otherwise, why would anyone wish to harm her? Unexpectedly, she proved to be quite the silver-tongued orator, swiftly swaying the crowd and absolving herself of blame. Reluctantly, Rongqi had to reveal himself. While others feared her status, he, as the heir, had always been the one whom others feared. Miss Li, I pay my respects to young Master Rong. Upon his appearance, Li Chu was fully aware that this incident had been orchestrated by him. Despite knowing his involvement, she maintained the necessary decorum, for one must not provide ammunition for gossip. Yet, Li Chu could not comprehend the meaning behind the crown prince's words regarding jealousy towards her sister. Her eyes, like tranquil waters, held a hint of icy detachment, and she exuded an ethereal grace, her demeanor poised and elegant. She bore no grievances against Rongqi from the past or present. If he chose to be a sword for Li Ruotang, it was of no consequence to her. However, he should not direct that sword towards her. Just for the fact that he had sent assassins after her today, he had already secured a place on her list of those to be eliminated. Why must he feign such pretentiousness? Over the years, he had garnered much acclaim by leveraging his sister's talents. Why could not let her be? It is not arrogance on my part. Even you, who are reputed to be the foremost scholar, cannot compare to me in any respect. I do not require the aid of another's intellect. I had intended to speak with him respectfully, considering his status, yet his demeanor was intolerable. What an exceedingly arrogant woman. The crown prince is now curious to see how he could possibly fall short of her in any regard. Enough with the superfluous words. Either propose a challenge or allow me to return home. I have no time to squander here with you. Chapter 35. The Ordeals of the Young Master Rongqi. Very well. Let us compose a poem inspired by this bustling street, he declared, eager to witness how she would navigate this challenge without the assistance of Ruotang. After a brief moment of contemplation, Li Chu began to recite. Fine steeds and ornate carriages perfume the thoroughfare. The melodious flute stirs the air. The jade pot glimmers bright. A night of dancing fish and dragons unfolds. Moths and snow willow threads of gold entwine. Laughter fills the air. Fragrant whispers drift away. Impossible? Let's try again. This time with the palace as our muse. Crimson tassels and rooster heralds the dawn. The royal attire enters adorned in emerald fur. The gates of the heavens swing open to reveal the palace. Nations bow in homage to the imperial crown. Now, let's focus on the soldiers of the frontier. Dark clouds loom over the city, threatening its fall. Armor gleams like gold scales in the sunlight. The horn's call resounds amidst the autumn hues. The night darkens with the essence of red lip powder from the borderlands. Half a roll of crimson flags by the Yishui River. The frost weighs heavily, silencing the drum's cold echoes. I convey to you the intent from the Golden Terrace, to wield the jade dragon and sacrifice for your honor. Rongqi presented 3 themes in quick succession, each met with Li Chu's swift and eloquent responses. Not even Ruotang, nor Rongqi himself, could achieve such a feat. Rongqi stood in stunned silence, gazing at Li Chu in disbelief, rendered momentarily speechless. Perhaps Ruotang's poetry has been appropriated by you? He was reluctant to accept that such a delicate and refined person as Ruotang could deceive him. Why not present these 3 poems to her and see if she can elucidate their meanings? Li Ruotang could hardly interpret her casual compositions, let alone these verses born from deep reflection. Even Rong Qi, the young master, ceased to insist on keeping Li Chu, while the common folk made way for her. As she departed, Li Chu deliberately approached Rong Qi and whispered softly, "Today, you have not succeeded in your attempt on my life, but rest assured, I shall return the favor twofold in the future." Rong Qi stared after her, perplexed. What does she mean? When did I ever attempt to kill her? Mu Yan, feeling sympathy for the young master who had become an unwitting pawn, endeavored to clarify. Young master, Miss Li mistakenly believes that the assassin was sent by you. I did not dispatch anyone to harm her, he protested. Though he harbored resentment towards Li Chu, he could not stoop to hiring an assassin. You are indeed implicated in this matter, for the coincidence is too striking. Not only Miss Li, but even I suspect you were involved. Let us return. I must commit these 3 poems to memory. In the residence of the Li family, at Mu Chiu Pavilion, Li Xiang reclined on a soft couch, engrossed in a book, while Shin Shuyan sat at the round table, stitching a shoe sole. Ayun, I have enough shoes, you need not toil so. Li Xiang rose and approached his wife, gently massaging her shoulders. Who said this was for you? Shun Xiuyun replied with a teasing smile, implying he was overthinking. This ink is far removed from the borderlands, and serves no purpose here. Could it be? Indeed, it is true. Inker, along with your father and brother, shall return. The Duke of Jinghua has sent word by the War Eagle. The conflict has subsided, and they will soon return to the capital. The urgent battle reports were en route, likely to arrive at the palace the following day. As she shared this news with the wife of the Duke of Jinghua, she received the information ahead of time. My brother and maternal grandfather's family shall return. Upon entering the doorway, Li Chu overheard her parents' conversation, filled with anticipation to reunite with her brother and maternal relatives. Years had passed since their last meeting, and Chu had missed her brother dearly. Shun Shuyun affectionately pulled Li Chu to sit beside her. Not only is he a brother, but I yearn for everyone. Your brother, I reckon, must be longing for you terribly. Speaking of this valiant son, Li Xiang's tone brimmed with pride. Currently, he is resolute in his desire to enlist, and not a soul supports this decision. Who could have imagined that a general could emerge from the Xiang residence? The fact that his brother has ascended from a mere soldier to a major general in just 3 years speaks volumes of his mature and steady character. Perhaps it is time to share the matter concerning my sister with him, though I must keep it from our father for a while longer. Father, mother, Chu has something for you. Li Chu retrieved 3 exquisitely embroidered pouches from her sleeve. She presented the one adorned with cranes to her father, the one featuring summer lotus to her mother, and retained one for herself. Never had they encountered such unparalleled embroidery. Li Xiang and his wife exclaimed in unison. In affluent households, exquisite embroidery is abundant. However, in comparison to the pouches before them, those items seemed utterly mundane. Do you like them, father and mother? Indeed, Chu Ia. Where did you procure them? Acquire more. Father wishes to give them to others. Li Xiang promptly unfastened the old pouch from his waist and replaced it with a new one. Oh, my dear father, are you not concerned about exhausting your second daughter? Chu, such pouches must not come cheap. I fear you have overspent. As expected, mother was more considerate, unlike father who wished for her to buy even more. She intended to share some intimate words with her mother. Yet alas, her father remained steadfastly present, forcing Li Chu to relinquish her thoughts. At Musong Pavilion, Li Chu held a generous assortment of delicacies while searching for her master's figure, ultimately finding him beneath the shade of a tree by the pond. Master, Chu has come to see you, and I have brought delicious treats to honor you. Please do try them. The southern physician cast a glance at the pastries and fruit platter, stifling his saliva, and retorted, Do you still remember you have a master? Once a master, always a father. Chu would never dare to forget you, she flattered, her endearment evidently pleasing him. The southern physician took a piece of pastry and chewed, mumbling, Now that's more like it. Remember to bring your master next time. Li Chu shared her experiences of training in martial arts with Rong Xian and how she must dedicate half her time to studying medicine. Though she had been bustling about She always clutched her master's handwritten notes, never allowing them to slip from her grasp. That's fine. It's a good thing. If you can safeguard yourself, your master will be much more at ease. The southern physician expressed his understanding. One should not devote their entire life to a single pursuit. Besides, he knew that Li Chu could never find contentment within the confines of a domestic life. She was a phoenix destined to soar high, destined for grander aspirations. Thank you, my dear master. I assure you that my medical skills shall not falter. She had long since regarded her master as family. It was only before family that she allowed her youthful demeanor to show. Sigh, when a young lady is absent, I am the cherished daughter. When she returns, I turn into a mere specter. Qing Yu pouted, sitting nearby, glumly munching on an apple. Can it truly be the same? The initial arrival of the child was marked by an abundance of gifts bestowed upon me, while you came empty-handed. The esteemed healer, Nan, teased his daughter without reservation. As night descended, the moonlight cascaded upon the windowsill, casting a slender silhouette of Li Chu. Alas, this was the 8th sigh that escaped her lips. Since the conclusion of dinner, she had remained perched upon the windowsill, her gaze fixed until the moon ascended the heavens. In moments of stillness, her thoughts inevitably drifted back to the events of the day. What connection could there possibly be between Chon Nu and Rongxian? Why did he vanish so abruptly? Each fleeting thought disturbed her peace and rendered her sleepless. She vaguely recalled a prominent scar upon Chon Nu's chest, a wound inflicted by an arrow. Yet, after scrutinizing Rongxian from head to toe, she found no trace of such an injury upon him. Initially, she had resolved to seek vengeance and then retreat into a life of solitude, accepting the burdens of her own creation without endangering her family. However, Rongxian's unexpected presence disrupted her carefully laid plans. In his company, she found herself easily losing control. This was not a favorable situation for her. Perhaps provoking Rongxian would prove far more perilous than inciting the wrath of Rong Mingyu. Chapter 36. Rongxian's perilous disappearance. Li Chu waited in the courtyard for Rongxian for 3 entire days, yet he failed to make an appearance. Thus, she resorted to learning some basic techniques under Qing Shu's guidance. What transpired that day? She worried that something unfortunate had befallen Rongxian. Otherwise, how could he have failed to honor their appointment? Miss, be cautious. Due to Li Chu's distraction, the sword in her hand was knocked from her grasp by Qing Yun. Had he not swiftly retrieved the blade, her hand might have suffered grievous injury. I am fine. I shall rest for a moment. Until she confirmed Rongxian's safety, her mind would remain unsettled. Resolutely, she decided to venture to the Xian Wang Manor that night to uncover the truth. As night fell, Li Chu stealthily slipped out through the back door, making her way towards the Xian Wang Manor. Upon gazing at the towering city walls, doubt began to creep into her heart. Why build such lofty walls? Would she be able to scale them? Ultimately, after attempting to climb for the 10th time, she decisively relinquished her efforts. Forget it. I shan't concern myself with your fate any longer. Just as she turned to leave, the door creaked open, and Feng Lei peeked out. Miss Li, if you truly cannot climb in, why not come inside? Watching her repeatedly attempt to scale the wall had grown tiresome, and seeing her turn to leave prompted him to hastily descend and open the door. How long have I been trying to climb over? I saw you from the very first attempt. Li Chu was overwhelmed with the urge to strike him. If he had seen her from the start, why had he not opened the door earlier? Clenching her fists and casting Feng Lei a glare, she strode into the Xian Wang Manor. The vast main courtyard was devoid of any presence. Li Chu searched high and low but found no trace of Rongxian. Where's your lord? She panted as she sat on the threshold, addressing the ever-present Feng Lei. My lord has not returned for 3 days. 3 days. Precisely the day she was to learn his internal energy techniques. Has he gone on an errand? Indeed, but he was expected back yesterday. I am unsure why he has not returned. Have you not dispatched anyone to investigate? I have, but they have yet to return. Very well. Let us wait a little longer. I must see him to be at ease. Not good, Lord Feng Lei. The king has encountered an ambush and is now missing. Li Chu froze, disbelief washing over her. What? Immediately dispatch personnel to accompany me into the mountains. Quickly. Feng Lei swiftly assembled a group of shadow guards, preparing to head towards Wuying Mountain. The king must have discovered something amiss at Wuying Mountain, prompting him to investigate alongside Fengying. I never anticipated an ambush. It is dire, for they are but two against many. Feng Lei, take me with you. Worry clouded Li Chu's features. She felt a profound sense of responsibility for his potential peril. Miss Li, this undertaking is far too perilous. You should return to the manor. Once I locate the king, I will send word. As a fragile woman, should anything befall her in the mountains, the king would surely hold him accountable. No, I must go. If you refuse to take me, I shall venture forth alone. Wind and Thunder found themselves with no choice but to venture forth together. The vast expanse of Wuying Mountain, layered and convoluted, resembled a labyrinth, easily ensnaring those who dared to wander within. They dispersed to search, intending to signal with fireworks upon locating the prince. Everyone separated, save for Li Chu, who remained alongside Wind and Thunder. She opened a medicine box brought by Wind and Thunder's men, revealing the poisons she had concocted during her leisure hours. Carrying the most potent toxins and 2 antidote pills, she and Wind and Thunder pressed deeper into the mountain's heart. Searching for an individual amidst the grandeur of the mountains was akin to fishing for a needle in the vast ocean. After 3 full hours of fruitless searching, twilight began to descend, and the ominous threat of a torrential downpour loomed. They needed to hasten their pace. Suddenly, a flurry of arrows sliced through the air. Li Chu swiftly bent down, narrowly evading the deadly projectiles. At that moment, Wind and Thunder was engaged in combat with a group of cloaked assailants, and Li Chu realized her presence would only serve as a hindrance to him. Seizing the opportunity, while most of the attention was diverted toward Wind and Thunder, she crouched and stealthily retreated in the opposite direction. Yet, one astute assailant noticed her presence and pursued her relentlessly. "Little girl, where do you think you're running?" From a distance, he observed merely a young girl, yet he was taken aback by her striking beauty. The black-clad man, consumed by lust, advanced toward Li Chu with predatory intent. "Big brother, I'm merely passing through. Please don't kill me," she stammered, trembling with fear as if she might collapse at any moment. Her feeble demeanor only served to excite the assailant further. "Fear not. As long as you comply, I shall spare your life." Just 3 steps away from her, Li Chu scattered a handful of poison powder. "Congratulations. You are honored to be the first person I shall kill in this lifetime." Her previously fearful gaze transformed into one of unfathomable wrath. The assailant, witnessing the fierce, bloodthirsty woman before him, spat blood and succumbed to his fate, utterly unprepared for such a capricious adversary. In his next life, he would surely steer clear of enchanting women. Wind and Thunder bore traces of the poison powder as well, likely sufficient for an escape. Finding Rongxian was of utmost priority. Thus, Li Chu navigated through the thicket, becoming tattered and disheveled. In her current state, returning to the capital might yield her a fair sum of coins. "Rongxian, where on earth are you? Is it safety or peril?" Exhausted, she leaned against a towering tree, murmuring to herself. Suddenly, a faint sound emerged from the other side of the tree. Gripping a handful of poison powder in trepidation, Li Chu cautiously approached the source of the noise. However, no one was present on the other side. Just as she was about to turn away, she felt a grip around her ankle. Startled, she nearly cried out, yanking her foot back and crouching down to investigate. "Rongxian, how could it be you?" After examining his wrist for a moment, she realized he had been poisoned, and not by one, but multiple toxins. Administering both antidote pills she carried into his mouth, she recognized that one was insufficient to quell such a multitude of poisons. Furthermore, he needed to be taken to a more secluded area for treatment. She recalled needing to signal Wind and Thunder with fireworks. As she touched her waist, a wave of dread washed over her. The foolish giant Feng Lei had failed to provide her with fireworks, and he likely never anticipated their separation. At that moment, she could only rely on herself. After expending immense effort, she finally managed to lead Rongxian into a concealed cave. The ground was thickly carpeted with wild grass, and she carefully laid Rongxian upon it. She then obscured the cave entrance with vines, setting a toxic powder every few steps. Once her preparations were complete, she returned to Rongxian's side to administer acupuncture to purge the poison. As the blood he expelled transformed from black to red, his toxins were entirely eradicated. Confirming that he was no longer in mortal danger, Li Chu found herself utterly exhausted. She lay beside him, succumbing to a deep slumber. After a while, a torrential rain began to fall outside, prompting Rongxian to awaken. His poison had been cleared, and his consciousness regained its former sharpness. It was raining. Where was he? At that moment, his hand brushed against another person lying beside him. Who could it be? In the dim light, he discerned a woman beside him. As he focused, his eyes widened in shock. Li Chu, how could it be you? In his state of poisoned confusion, he had envisioned countless possibilities, yet never considered that Li Chu would come to his rescue. Now that you are here, you shall never escape this fate. Rongxian gently wiped the dirt from Li Chu's face with his sleeve, a tender smile gracing his features. Chapter 37. A night in the cave. Perhaps it was the cacophony of the rain or the chill of the mountains, but Li Chu awakened after a brief slumber. As she opened her eyes, she was startled to find Rongxian's face looming large before her. Wow! Li Chu gasped, genuinely taken aback by his sudden presence. Your Highness, you are awake. Is there anything amiss? The instinct of a healer compelled her to rub one, while her other hand instinctively reached for Rongxian's wrist. Do not worry, I am fine. What brings you here? His foremost curiosity lay in how she had arrived at Wuying Mountain and had come to his rescue. His pulse is strong. He is indeed not gravely injured. I waited for you for 3 days, but saw no sign of you. It was only at Xian Wang's residence that I learned you had been ambushed, so I came here with Feng Lei. In hindsight, she realized that her actions might have been impulsive. She had ventured into such a perilous place without considering the dire consequences. Are you worried about me? Afraid I might perish? Indeed, if you were to die, who would teach me martial arts? Who would assist me in dealing with Rong Mingyu? Rongxian's heart, once aflame, now felt a chill. Had he known, he would have refrained from asking. He found himself in a perplexing position. Li Chu appeared to have intentions towards him, yet there remained an air of ambiguity. Such inscrutability was most tormenting. Were we still in Wuying Mountain? Yes, we are in a cave. The rain is torrential, and the night is treacherous. We must spend the night here. Very well, I shall start a fire. You cannot withstand the chill of these mountains. Allow me to do it. You have only just recovered from the poison and require rest. Rongxian lay in the innermost part of the cave, beneath a circular opening at the top. Rainwater trickled in, bringing a penetrating chill. Li Chu, guided by the faint light filtering in, circled the cave and soon discovered a considerable amount of dry wood, likely remnants left by previous occupants. This should suffice to keep the cold at bay. Rubbing her somewhat numbed hands together, she began to gather the wood and pile it beside Rongxian. This large heap should last until dawn. As Rongxian observed Li Chu's earnest yet disheveled figure, a wave of happiness washed over him. She was the first woman, aside from his mother, to care for him in such a manner. Do you have a fire starter? Just below my chest. I am feeling quite weak. You may retrieve it yourself. Rongxian reclined elegantly among the weeds, resembling a sickly beauty. Li Chu glanced at the still regal Rongxian and then at her own tattered appearance. Why did the savior appear far more wretched than the one being saved? At that moment, the cold wind relentlessly seeped into Li Chu's being. She could afford no more considerations of decorum. Her immediate priority was survival. She reached into Rongxian's collar, searching blindly. Where is it? A bit lower. Her hand had now clearly brushed against his navel. Could she venture further? She could only cautiously continue her exploration within his embrace. Under the gentle touch of Li Chu, Rongxian found himself enduring a considerable strain. The veins in his neck stood out prominently as he struggled to withstand her icy little hand that roamed about in his embrace. What began as a fleeting whim to tease her had ultimately led to his own torment. Indeed, he was reaping the consequences of his own actions. Just as the discomfort became unbearable, a triumphant exclamation from Li Chu broke through the tension. She held aloft a fire starter, exclaiming her success. In no time, she had kindled a fire, brightening the surroundings instantly. Illuminated by the flames, Rongxian's face bore an expression of restraint, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Your Highness, why are you still sweating? She inquired. I feel a bit warm, he replied. The year was drawing to a close, and a heavy snowfall had recently blanketed the land. While she trembled from the cold, he inexplicably felt overheated. Li Chu boldly took his place, seizing the best spot by the fire. "If you're warm, then you can stay there," she declared, unaware of the futility of her generous gesture. The torrential rain showed no signs of abating, and the likes of Feng Lei and others would not arrive anytime soon. As the warmth enveloped her, drowsiness crept in once more. Li Chu rested her head on her knees, her body swaying gently until she succumbed to sleep. Gazing upon her tranquil visage, Rongxian was filled with a myriad of emotions. Surely, there was no other woman in the capital who possessed such courage. He carefully removed his outer garment and draped it over her shoulders, ensuring she could rest soundly upon his lap. His fingers tenderly brushed against her cheek, and in that fleeting moment, he noticed the scars marring her otherwise flawless complexion. Though they had scabbed over, they remained striking against her pale skin. Who had dared to harm her? In just a few days of his absence, someone had the audacity to injure her. Rongxian's eyes blazed crimson, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent filling the cave. He would not permit anyone to lay a finger on his little fox, not a single hair. That night, Li Chu struggled to find restful sleep, trapped in a nightmarish reverie from which she could not escape. "Ugly slave, who are you really?" she murmured in her sleep, prompting Rongxian to lean closer to her lips. "Li Ruotang, Rong Mingyu, even if it leads to my destruction, I will drag you both into hell." Who was the ugly slave? And Li Ruotang? Wasn't she her elder sister? It seemed that the one who had diverted Rong Mingyu's affections must indeed be her sister. Such a blind fool, enamored by a man whose only merit lay in his appearance. Normally astute, she was utterly foolish when it came to matters of the heart. In a moment of ire, he nearly cast Li Chu aside. One day, he would ensure that Rong Mingyu vanished from her thoughts. If necessary, he would not hesitate to erase Rong Mingyu from this world entirely. As dawn broke the following morning, the sky lightened gradually, the rain giving way to clear skies, and the forest was alive with the sounds of birds and insects. The sight of the two of them nestled together for warmth was as picturesque as a painting. Li Chu slowly awakened to the morning light, attempting to rise, but discovering herself unable to move. How had she ended up resting on his lap? And how was he positioned atop her? Li Chu's slight movements stirred Rongxian from his slumber. His expression shifted subtly, and he awkwardly straightened himself, astonished that he had dozed off on her back. As Li Chu rose to stretch her limbs, which had fallen numb, she remarked that dawn had arrived, and they should devise a way to descend a mountain. As Rongxian picked up his fallen outer garment and prepared to rise, he unexpectedly emitted a low groan. "Ah!" Li Chu turned around in haste, only to find him cradling his legs. A playful smile graced her lips as she teased. "Ah, your legs have gone numb. Serves you right." Rongxian chuckled softly and approached Li Chu, his gaze drawn to her tattered attire. He had not observed her closely before, and to his surprise, Dr. Li possessed such an alluring and graceful figure. Her voice was smooth, yet carried an enchanting undertone, a unique charm that seemed to envelop Li Chu. "You rogue," Li Chu thought he was jesting with her. A casual glance downward sent her heart racing, and she instinctively clasped her hands over her chest, yet glimpsed a delicate pink bodice against her fair skin. Rongxian, unhurried, turned his back to her, draping a dark men's robe into her embrace. Li Chu, disregarding whether it would fit, eagerly slipped it on. "Your Highness, does this come with a dagger?" she mused, as the long robe resembled a child donning an adult's clothing, trailing on the ground and making even the simplest of movements cumbersome. To her astonishment, Rongxian knelt beside her feet, meticulously trimming the excess fabric from the robe. A tremor coursed through Li Chu's heart, stirring something within her, and her pulse quickened in response. Chapter 38. The hot spring water slips away, master. It appears there are signs of tampering here. At that moment, a group of men clad in black discovered the cave's entrance, and the scout noted the disturbed vines. Leading them was a man in crimson, whose delicate features were marred by an air of reckless abandon. He twirled a ring adorned with a hawk totem on his index finger and spoke with an ominous tone. "You too, venture inside." "Yes, Lord Qishue." The two foremost figures, brandishing long swords, advanced towards the cave entrance, severing the obstructing vines. Before the onlookers stood an opening spacious enough for two to exit simultaneously. "Indeed, there is a cave," the two remarked, only to collapse to the ground. Blood oozing from their 7 orifices, lifeless. "All retreat," commanded the man known as Chishua, his gaze fixed on the fallen bodies, the murderous intent in his eyes intensifying. This was not the method of Rongxian. He would only kill to stop a kill, disdainful of such underhanded tactics. A potent poison, capable of extinguishing life in an instant, was truly formidable. He had always delighted in concocting peculiar poisons, reveling in their lethal potency. To him, poisoning was the most decisive means of murder. Within the cave, Rongxian swiftly assisted Li Chu in adjusting her attire, ensuring not a hint of her form was exposed. "Someone's approaching. Remember to stay close to me." "Your Highness, I have laid various toxic powders at the entrance. They should not be able to enter." "No. If it were anyone else, they might not gain entry. But Chishua, who is a disciple of the Mad Doctor and skilled in poison crafting, will inevitably breach our defenses." "The Mad Doctor? Isn't she a senior disciple of my master?" "I had not anticipated she would take on an apprentice to teach the art of poison." "Your Highness, does this not place us in a precarious situation?" Rongxian glanced up at the cave ceiling, a cold smile curling his lips. "I am the one who captures, not the one who is captured. Hold tightly to me." Li Chu, understanding his intent, quickly climbed onto him, her hands firmly gripping his neck. "Ready? You may take flight." Rongxian pressed her face into his embrace, cautioning, "Do not let anyone see your face. Otherwise, more assassins will come for you." Obediently, Li Chu loosened her already disheveled hair, allowing it to cascade over her face, presenting a somewhat eerie appearance. It was no jest. There were already enough who sought her demise, and she dared not attract more. Thus, Rongxian propelled himself through the top exit, swiftly carrying Li Chu as they darted through the woods. Outside, Chishua, still pondering the toxins, heard a commotion and looked up to see Rongxian's figure receding into the distance. "Return first. I shall pursue." If his instincts were correct, Rongxian had already neutralized the poison. No one but himself could keep pace with him. Chishua soared in pursuit of Rongxian, a chilling smile gracing his lips. The relentless chase instilled a hint of satisfaction in Rongxian's otherwise stoic demeanor. Thus, Chishua pursued Rongxian, circling the entire Wuying Mountain 3 times. Ultimately, Chishua, unable to sustain the chase, halted, gasping for breath as he shouted at the distant figure ahead. Rongxian, possessing the capability to pause, preferred to engage in a battle rather than continue the endless chase. "You wish to kill me, yet I must stop to allow you that opportunity? Fool, come chase me." With that, Rongxian once again employed his lightness skill and vanished into the distance, infuriating Chishua, who was left stomping in place. Something seemed amiss. He had just caught a glimpse of what appeared to be a figure cradled in Rongxian's embrace. How could the cold-blooded, bloodthirsty King Xian be holding someone? That scene was profoundly bizarre. Exhausted yet driven by curiosity, he forced himself to pursue further. "Your Highness, why do you want him to chase after you?" asked the tightly wrapped Li Chu, unable to contain her curiosity. "I merely wish to irritate him." "Surely, I cannot admit it is because I wish to hold her a while longer," replied Chishua. After 3 more laps of pursuit, he was utterly worn out, now lying on the grass, lamenting his plight. "I shan't chase any longer. It is not worth exhausting myself for such a trifling sum of silver." He had discerned that Rongxian's arms cradled a beggar. The god of war Rongxian soaring through the woods with a beggar. Who would dare believe such a tale? This beggar must possess an extraordinary background, perhaps even linked to Rongxian's unique ability to counteract poison. He was the only one who had survived the dual poisons of soul-devouring and heart-severing, suggesting the presence of an equally skilled antidote master behind him. But could that individual truly be this beggar? Meanwhile, Rongxian had discreetly returned to the Xianwang mansion, aided by Feng Lei. "Miss Li, our mansion boasts a natural hot spring. A mere quarter hour therein will wash away all fatigue," Feng Lei remarked as they walked. Li Chu blinked in envy, yearning for her own natural hot spring. Upon reaching the spring, they were met with a billowing warmth. "Miss Li, I cannot enter. Please do so on your own." This hot spring is the private sanctuary of the prince, and as subordinates, we dare not intrude, Feng Lei stated. Very well, I shall enter, Li Chu replied, hastily stepping into the spring, which offered two separate bathing chambers. Since Feng Lei did not specify which one to choose, she assumed either was acceptable and entered the left chamber, closing the door behind her as she eagerly disrobed. Dressed only in a bodice and undergarments, she stepped into the water, which enveloped her chest in warmth, a sensation so delightful it nearly elicited an involuntary gasp. Her long, dark hair cascaded like a waterfall down her back, the snow-white curve of her back subtly revealed beneath the water, creating a perfect silhouette. Beneath the surface, Rongxian sensed another's presence and emerged to investigate, only to be met with a sight that stirred his very essence. He gazed, entranced, at Li Chu's form, his eyes betraying a tumult of unrestrained desire. Li Chu, startled by the sound of water behind her, turned to find Rongxian standing not far away. Both were momentarily ensnared in shock, rendered speechless. Her body trembled slightly, her mind momentarily blank. His throat felt parched, and he nearly forgot how to breathe. "Ah!" Li Chu exclaimed in surprise, covering her eyes, and quickly submerged her entire body in the water, leaving only her head above the surface. With a fierce glare directed at Rongxian, she demanded, "What brings you here?" She had initially presumed him to be a man of integrity, only to discover he was a reckless scoundrel. "That question should be posed to you," he retorted, "for I was already here before you entered." The disdain in her eyes amused and irritated Rongxian. It seemed the wind and thunder had misled her. Li Chu recalled that there were two bathing rooms outside when she entered. Perhaps the wind and thunder had neglected to clarify the situation. A cunning master and a foolish subordinate. Truly a complimentary pair. "You, put on your clothes and leave," Li Chu said with a hint of distaste as she regarded Rongxian. Confused by her disdain, Rongxian simply nodded and smiled. "Are you certain you wish to watch me get dressed?" Chapter 39. The ambush of the long-hidden falcon. As Li Churong made her radiant entrance, Rongxian had already arranged a sumptuous banquet. Clad in white, he awaited her at the table, his celestial visage leaving her utterly awestruck. Beneath the dark garb, he exuded an air of lethal gravitas that rendered him intimidating. Yet, shrouded in white, he resembled a celestial being inadvertently descended to the mortal realm, invoking a sense of reverence. The memory of their recent encounter in the hot springs made Li Churong blush, prompting her to deliberately choose a seat at a distance from him. Rongxian, however, made no mention of it, and signaled for a steaming bowl of bird's nest and red date soup to be brought to her. "First, savor the sweet soup before indulging in the meal," he suggested. "Understood," Li Churong replied, cradling the bowl and sipping delicately, though her gaze was fixed intently on the delectable dishes spread before her. After an entire night without sustenance and the refreshing bath, her hunger had become insatiable. After finishing half the bowl, she shifted her chopsticks toward the roasted leg of lamb, which appeared irresistibly succulent and tender. Yet, the chopsticks proved uncooperative, and, after several attempts, she still failed to grasp a piece of meat. With a smile, Rongxian picked up a knife and expertly carved the meat into bite-sized pieces, presenting them to Li Churong. "Give it a try and see if it suits your palate." Following their journey through Wuying Mountain, it seemed that Rongxian had undergone a significant transformation in his demeanor towards her. This gentle allure, imbued with a hint of peril, was something no woman could easily resist. Li Churong tilted her head, pondering whether he would exhibit such tenderness towards his future queen. If he were to marry, would she still have the chance to visit him? The thought of him potentially wed to another woman ignited a surge of inexplicable anger within her. Casting a glare filled with indignation at Rongxian, she slammed her chopsticks onto the table. "I shall not eat anymore. I am returning to the Xiang residence." Rongxian assumed that the roasted lamb had not met her expectations and suggested, "Then perhaps you might try the rouge fish. I can assist you in removing the bones." To his surprise, this remark only deepened her displeasure. "Save your assistance for your future queen. I have no need for it." With that, she adeptly located the back door through which she had entered, leaving without a backward glance. "Have I angered her?" Rongxian inquired, glancing at Feng Lei, who stood behind him. It is said that a woman's heart is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. Indeed, it seems true. She left without finishing her meal for reasons unknown, Feng Lei noted. In my view, Miss Li may have taken offense at your suggestion to serve her future queen. That must be the case, Rong Xian mused, recalling that it was only after he had offered her a dish that she had begun to fume. You may leave now. He had thought himself rather astute just moments ago, yet now it appeared that Li Churong's misstep in the bathing rooms had been a mere blunder, unrelated to him. Once Feng Lei departed, Rong Xian fell into a contemplative silence. The future queen? Could it be that she is feeling jealous? This realization stirred an excitement within Rong Xian, prompting him to rise abruptly. Could this be evidence that she harbored feelings for him? Fool, you are the only one I shall ever call my wife. Once he had resolved to commit to someone, he would not easily waver. In the Liuli pavilion, a voice called out, "Miss, where have you been? We were worried sick." For young ladies surrounded Li Chu, anxiously inquiring about her whereabouts. Heaven knows how frantic they felt when they discovered their mistress was missing. They dared not raise an alarm and could only send Qing Shu and Qing Yin out to investigate. Li Chu recounted her intentions to rescue the Xian Wang from Wuing Mountain, omitting only the part about soaking in the hot springs. My lady, aren't you afraid of endangering yourself by acting recklessly to save someone? One of them asked. Indeed, do you not value your own safety? How can the Xian Wang be so important? No matter how vital he is, he cannot surpass your own well-being. You are being rash, my lady. Dear lady, Li Chu, observing the increasingly misguided discourse of the four, could not help but interject. Stop, stop, stop. If you continue, I might as well be marrying the Xian Wang. You're quite imaginative, Qing Yu remarked, having spent the most time by Li Chu's side. She too sensed that her mistress harbored some feelings for the Xian Wang. Go and fetch Qing Shu, Li Chu instructed. She playfully tapped Qing Yu's forehead, teasing her newfound boldness. Qing Yu stuck out her tongue and dashed outside. In no time, Qing Shu appeared before Li Chu. How goes the investigation into Rong Qi? I haven't had the chance to settle the matter regarding the citizens who incited a commotion in the market against her. And what of the stone that sought her life? I shall return each debt in kind. It was indeed confirmed that Rong Qi had sent individuals to spread rumors, and that he had seen Li Ruotang the day prior. Oh, so Li Ruotang has swiftly mastered the art of using others to achieve her ends. Li Chu mused. Li Ruotang had not only met with Rong Qi, but also with Rong Mingyu. They needed to keep a close watch on Li Ruotang's movements, as well as the actions of the second house. The second house had previously dispatched assassins to await her return from Xiangyang, indicating they were aware of her visit. They would surely send someone to Xiangyang to gather information. But fortunately, she had left behind the shrewdest elder in the Li family. If the elder wished to save his descendants, he would have to act according to her directives. Thus, the second house would remain oblivious to the fact that her sister had already departed from the Li family, still considering her as their final trump card. In the Lewin Hall, the matriarch had learned of her illness, lamenting, "Such is the fate that is beyond my control." At that moment, she was conversing with a masked man. "Luing, how have you fared all these years?" The man's voice revealed he was nearing his 60s. His demeanor gentle as he gazed at the now aged matriarch with a look of remorse. I never expected to see you again in this lifetime." Her aged eyes glistened with emotion as they rested upon the figure she had longed to see. Shui lamented his shortcomings in this life. "I owe you a debt I cannot repay. If there is a next life, I shall make amends." Both hailed from the Beihua kingdom and had infiltrated the Western Abyss as spies in their youth. Time had flown by, and over 3 decades had passed, transforming them into frail elders. Yet, they had never forgotten their mission and responsibilities. The matriarch yearned to tell Shui, "You have nothing to regret. At least you gifted me a child." Yet, the words remained lodged in her throat, never to be spoken. "It is perhaps for the best. He has his own descendants now, and I shall not burden him with my sorrows. Have you come to seek me because there is news from the master?" Years ago, 20 of them infiltrated the kingdom of Shiyuan, severing ties with their master. Given their remarkable talents, they should now hold positions of great influence and power. Indeed, news has arrived from their master. The falcon hunt has officially commenced. Shui is the leader of this endeavor, with the remaining 19 following his command. The day has finally arrived. How are your preparations faring? The future queen is destined to be among us. The rest depends on your efforts. Had Li Yunfan been present, he would have found it hard to believe that this was the very aunt who had tirelessly nurtured him. How much sincerity lay within her past kindness. In truth, every step he took was orchestrated by her design. An hour later, Shui departed, leaving the old matriarch gazing at his retreating figure, her eyes brimming with uncontainable tears. If given a choice, she would prefer to live an ordinary life with the one she loves, rather than remain a pawn for eternity, denied even the possession of her true name after death. Must she truly continue down this path? Is it worth dragging her descendants along, with their lives perpetually at risk? Chapter 40. The arrow wound that was solely missing in the beginning. I would offer you the coveted position of queen with both hands. For you, I am willing to give everything. It has been a while since I last visited you, and my heart longs for you dearly. I have procured a green plum tree and planted it in your courtyard, so that in my absence, it may accompany you in my stead. The man's gentle whispers enveloped Li Chu's ears, rendering her unable, or perhaps unwilling, to awaken. Who exactly are you? She grasped his arm, yearning to discern his visage. I am the one who loves you most dearly. He silenced her questioning lips with a tender kiss, treating her as a precious treasure. His cool lips brushed against her forehead, her neck, and trailed down along her collarbone. Li Chu found herself entranced, unable to extricate herself from this enchantment as her hands instinctively roamed over his chest. There, half an inch from his heart, lay a prominent scar, the result of that arrow wound. Moonlight streamed through the partially opened window, illuminating his delicate lips and sharply defined jawline. Who are you, truly? Li Chu yearned to unveil the mask that concealed his face, but her hand grasped only air as she awoke in a cold sweat, startled from her dream. Her long eyelashes veiled the disappointment in her eyes, while a gentle tenderness lingered in her brows. Why? If you hold affection for me, why not take me away? Why withhold even your true name from me? Her feelings towards the enigmatic man were intricate. 3 years of affection were not mere illusions, and her grievances were equally genuine. Do you know? We had a child together, but alas, the long nights stretched endlessly, devoid of sleep. The following day dawned bright and beautiful. Unfortunately for Li Chu, she sat at the dining table, bearing dark circles under her eyes, receiving the inquisitive gazes of those around her. Ha ha, did you sneak out last night? The first to jest was Li Xiang, surprised to see his usually composed daughter in such a predicament. Indeed, a few flaws render a person more relatable. Is it customary to jest about one's own daughter? Sure, what did you steal? Do tell your mother. Shun Xiaoyun chimed in, laughing in agreement with her husband. Li Chu forced a smile, her words startling. How about I steal a son-in-law for you? That will not do. I shall choose my own son-in-law, and your choice will not be considered. Upon hearing the mention of son-in-law, Li Xiang's smile quickly faded. When he first learned of her affection for Rong Mingyu, it nearly sent him into a frenzy. Though it turned out to be a misunderstanding, he still believed it best for him to oversee such matters. No matter how intelligent and wise she was, she remained a young girl, susceptible to deception. Moreover, as the chief examiner for the imperial examination, he had indeed discovered a remarkable talent. If he was not mistaken, the top scholar would soon be within his grasp. What remained now was to assess the young man's character, for he placed great importance on virtue. A person endowed with extraordinary talent, but lacking integrity, would undoubtedly become a bane to society. Li Chu was unaware that her father had secretly been searching for a suitable match for her. After finishing her breakfast, she proceeded directly to her residence. Upon arriving at the courtyard, she found Lian diligently studying under the guidance of her tutor. Observing her sister's earnest concentration, Li Chu felt reluctant to interrupt. So she settled down beside her, sipping tea while waiting. Miss, His Highness the Xian Wang has arrived, Qing Feng announced, having learned of the prince's presence. While Qing Yu went off to prepare refreshments. Please take me to him, Li Chu replied, noting that her sister was not likely to finish her studies anytime soon. It was the perfect opportunity to meet Rong Xian. She harbored a bold conjecture, one that could be validated today. From a distance, she spotted Rong Xian standing by the artificial lake, clad in white, his figure tall and elegant. His perfect profile radiated an ethereal grace. He stood there, exuding an indescribable charm. The gentle breeze lifted his garments and hair, rendering the surrounding scenery suddenly dim in comparison. "Your Highness," Li Chu murmured, bending slightly, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon him. "We share a bond that transcends mere formalities," Rong Xian replied, lifting Li Chu to her feet before turning away. His demeanor appeared slightly awkward. What was it about this little fox that stirred such feelings within him? Under her keen scrutiny, he felt as though he were laid bare, devoid of any defenses. Rong Xian's turning away caused Li Chu to furrow her brow, prompting her to step in front of him once more. Her gaze was piercing and fervent as she delicately lifted his chin, holding it until she found the angle to her satisfaction. Her expression gradually stiffened, her fingertips trembling slightly. Identical. It was astonishingly identical to the ugly servant. Li Chu took a step back in shock, unaware that she was teetering on the edge of the artificial lake. In an instant, she felt a sense of weightlessness as she began to fall into the water. Just as she was about to plunge in, Rong Xian caught her by the waist, their bodies entwined in a close embrace. "What is the matter? Why you look at me like that?" Rong Xian questioned, puzzled by her unusual demeanor. He saw a mix of surprise, joy, and above all, disbelief in her eyes. What could have transpired to leave the usually composed Li Chu so flustered, nearly plunging into the depths of the lake? Li Chu did not clarify his confusion. Instead, she pushed aside his garments to examine his chest. The skin there was pristine, so he could not be the ugly servant. A sense of loss washed over her. She closed her eyes, forcing herself to regain her composure, contemplating the possibilities of this situation. The half-visible face, the familiar touch and scent, yet lacking a distinct arrow wound. The repressed pain and despair erupted within her, leading Li Chu to cover her head and cry out involuntarily. "Li Chu, I'm here. If there's something troubling you, speak of it, and I shall help you. Please, do not frighten me," Rong Xian urged, his heart aching at the sight of her breakdown, yet feeling utterly helpless. All he could do was hold her, gently patting her back in a tender attempt to comfort her. "Rong Xian, if only you had an arrow wound on your left chest as well," Li Chu murmured softly, lost in a trance. She could no longer deny the burgeoning feeling she harbored for Rong Xian. She deeply wished he were the ugly servant, the father of her unborn child. But could such a possibility truly exist? Unless Rong Xian has truly been struck in the left chest by an arrow, mere half an inch from the heart, such an injury would surely spell a fate of near certain demise. How could she dare to wish for his harm? No, absolutely not. Rong Xian distinctly heard Li Chu's murmured words. Was she truly hoping for such a calamity? What had transpired to instill such profound despair within her? Since she was unwilling to disclose the truth, he would investigate on his own. He would not spare anyone who dared to inflict harm upon her. After weeping in Rong Xian's embrace for what felt like an eternity, Li Chu's emotions gradually settled. Observing the dampness on his chest, a rosy hue crept onto her cheeks, accompanied by a sense of guilt. "I apologize for my moment of overwhelming emotion. I shall arrange for someone to procure a change of attire for you." Rong Xian gently grasped her hand and reassured her, "It is of no consequence. It will dry in due time." Yet, could you enlighten me as to what transpired? More than a change of clothing, he yearned to understand the source of her heartache and turmoil. The anguish of witnessing her suffer while feeling utterly powerless was an unbearable weight upon his soul. Chapter 41, with a single sentence. He cannot even secure the second place. I am untroubled. I merely recalled a dream in which I was engulfed in profound anguish and despair, inadvertently allowing it to seep into my reality. A dream, you say? Rong Xian couldn't help but reminisce about his own past dreams. Ever since he encountered Li Chu, he seemed to have seldom ventured into the realm of dreams. In his dreams, there was a woman, yet all that lingered in his memory were the tender moments they shared each night, the annihilation of her entire lineage, and her final act of self-mutilation. An innocent woman, undeserving of her fate, met with such a tragic end due to the misfortune of her encounters. He fervently hoped that Li Chu's dreams differed from his, that they did not harbor such overwhelming despair and suffering, which he himself could scarcely endure. It is often said that dreams and reality are inversely related. You shall surely be well. I shall not permit despair and suffering to descend upon you. He was willing to wait for the day she would unveil her heart to him, Indeed, in this lifetime I shall thrive. The true miscreants are those who have committed heinous acts. The blood feud remains unavenged. She could not afford to languish in negativity any longer. With 3 days left until the grand wedding of Rong Mingyu and Li Ruotang, she would present a significant gift as a token of her congratulations. To take a life is merely a matter of administering a poison. What she desired was to make them experience an equal measure of despair, enduring excruciating pain while having to humbly cling to life. You lack a martial May by your side. How about I find one for you? Although there are shadow guards discreetly protecting her, there are occasions when their presence is unwelcome. For instance, during the last incident when the commoners intercepted them, the fatal stone was beyond a shadow guard's reach. If His Highness is willing to part with her, Li Chu would naturally be most grateful. Indeed, she was in need of a maid skilled in martial arts. The path she was destined to tread was fraught with peril, and she did not wish for 4 defenseless maidens to face life-threatening dangers once more. Even with protection, one must not grow complacent. Come now, let us begin with lightness of foot. He had always pursued personal strength, for only by being sufficiently powerful could one adeptly confront any lethal threat. His adversaries were never trivial. She, at the very least, needed the ability to defend herself. Otherwise, how could he feel secure in her company? Channeling her inner strength, she gradually learned to control her body. By the end of the morning, Li Chu had transformed from a clumsy fledgling to someone capable of soaring from the lake to the opposite shore. Of course, there were numerous instances where she fell from the air, landing safely in Rong Xian's embrace. Let's take a moment to rest. Li Chu's determination greatly impressed Rong Xian as he retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe the sweat from her brow. He had never seen a young lady of noble birth endure such hardship. If he did not call for a break, she likely would not cease her efforts. Li Chu nodded in gratitude, suddenly noticing the handkerchief he held was strikingly familiar. Was it not her handkerchief? She recalled using it to wipe blood from him during their last encounter in Lishui City. Why did he still possess it? Upon hearing her words, Rong Xian swiftly dabbed her face with the handkerchief before quickly stowing it away. Since you have given it to me, it now belongs to me. Do not think to reclaim it. Rong Xian appeared somewhat apprehensive about Li Chu reclaiming her possession, which instead elicited laughter from Li Chu. I shall not take it back. It is merely a handkerchief. I can have as many as I desire. Is it necessary to guard it, as if it were a treasure? It was noon, and she suggested, let us dine at Fei Huang Tower. Rong Xian proposed dining outside, as the presence of certain individuals within the estate would diminish his appetite. Indeed, that bothersome individual was Xiao Liang, a rather distinguished-looking bookworm. I have guests in my residence, so she felt reluctant to leave her sister behind and dine alone. However, Rong Xian assumed she referred to Xiao Liang, dismissing him as an insignificant guest. Very well then, we shall dine at your place. If he were to depart now, it would grant them an opportunity to be alone together. Rong Xian's refusal to leave dashed Li Chu's hopes of sharing a meal with her sister. The kitchen swiftly prepared 8 dishes and a soup, featuring Li Chu's favorites, 8 treasure duck and shrimp dumplings. At the dining table sat only Rong Xian, Li Chu, and Xiao Liang, as Lian was not yet fit to appear publicly. Qing Yu and Qing Feng, under the formidable presence of the Prince of Xian, dare not join the table and instead stood by to serve. As for Xiao Liang, feeling somewhat coerced, he silently dug into his bowl of rice, not once touching any of the dishes. The Prince of Xian occasionally cast hostile glances his way, leaving him in a state of unease. He had no prior acquaintance with the prince and had not wronged him in any manner. Why did he regard him with such animosity? It was no wonder that the world spoke of the war god Rong Xian as cold-hearted and ruthless. It seemed to be true. Xiao Liang, are you feeling cold? I shall assist you in procuring a few warm garments tomorrow. Li Chu, observing Xiao Liang trembling under Rong Xian's intimidating gaze, assumed his attire was insufficiently warm. Now that he was under her command, she could not allow him to suffer from hunger or cold. Xiao Liang continued to lower his head and consume his rice. Sensing a menacing glare directed at him without needing to look up, he knew it was undoubtedly the Prince of Xian. A vague suspicion began to form in his mind. Perhaps the prince harbored animosity towards him due to the 3rd Mississippi seeing the untouched array of dishes on the table. Li Chu speculated that Xiao Yang might be too intimidated by Rong Xian to eat. Thus, she served him a generous bowl of food. Yet Xiao Yang chewed as if on wax, finding all the delicacies devoid of flavor. Under the increasingly palpable murderous intent from the prince, he became utterly convinced that the Prince of Xian indeed favored the third Mississippi. However, what concern was it of his? He was merely a subordinate. "Oh, grandmother, I wish to return and dine with you. I do not wish to partake in this meal where my head is metaphorically suspended over a blade. My lord, you should eat as well." Out of politeness, Li Chu also served Rong Xian a considerable amount of dishes. The prince's icy demeanor finally softened somewhat, and he shot Xiao Yang a triumphant glance as he emptied his bowl. "You should eat more." Rong Xian offered Li Chu a piece of her beloved 8-treasure duck. This scene nearly caused Xiao Yang to drop his jaw in astonishment. He quickly covered his mouth, gazing at the Prince of Xian, who appeared transformed from moments before. It is often said that a woman's heart is as inscrutable as the depths of the sea, yet the heart of His Highness, the Prince, is unfathomably more elusive, bordering on the terrifying. "Your Highness, the third young lady, tomorrow marks the final imperial examination. Xiao Yang must return to prepare, so I shall take my leave." "Very well. You have worked hard, future top scholar." Among the other students in this cohort, none stand out. Xiao Yang's success as the top scholar is as certain as nails driven into wood. The anticipation in Li Chu's eyes shines remarkably in Rong Xian's gaze. The distinction of first place, is it not? He could easily ensure that with a mere word, the other candidates would not even secure second place. Yet, upon reflection, he dismisses the thought. He cannot bring himself to destroy another future pointlessly. If he were to do so, not only would Li Chu resent him, but it is likely that even his father would reprimand him, leaving him with no benefit whatsoever. He is keenly aware of his father's eagerness for talented individuals, and perhaps Xiao Yang could assist his father in the future. For now, he shall consider him an ally. Li Chu's people are also under his protection, and in times of need, he must extend his support. Unbeknownst to Li Chu, who is preoccupied with plans to send him away, she is focused on preparing a surprise for her sister, to inform her of their brother and grandfather's imminent return to the capital. Little did she anticipate, however, that her sister would also provide her with an unexpected surprise. Chapter 42. The absence of silver. Upon returning, Li Chu observed the unperturbed Rong Xian, who wore a smile on his face. "Your Highness, do you have any further matters to attend to?" "Yes, there are a few affairs that require my attention. I shall return tomorrow." He indeed had pressing matters to address, and thus took his leave to the Xianwang mansion. After finishing her lunch, Lian was engrossed in a book, completely unaware of Li Chu's arrival. Silently, Li Chu approached her from behind and discovered that she was reading the official records of Xiyuan. She recalled that this book belonged to Xiao Yang, who had mentioned his intent to enter officialdom and the necessity of being well-versed in the ranks and functions of every position. Was it mere coincidence? Or was it, as she suspected? "Sister," Li Chu called softly, startlingly and so much that she nearly dropped the book. Upon realizing it was Li Chu, she placed a hand over her heart, still trembling. "Chu, do you wish to give your sister a fright? Why be afraid when you have done nothing wrong?" Li Chu remarked, taking the book from her hands. The pages contained various notes, undeniably in Xiao Yang's handwriting. It appeared that during this time, her sister had been meeting with Xiao Yang and even conversing quite amiably. Lian retrieved the book from Li Chu, hiding it behind her back, her cheeks tinged with an unnatural flush. "I'm not afraid, merely startled." Observing her sister's behavior, Li Chu was momentarily taken aback. Was this not akin to the saying about hiding silver? Her sister indeed had a charming innocence, and Xiao Liang was fortunate. After spending time together, she had discerned that Xiao Yang was a person of great integrity. If he and her sister shared mutual affection, it would indeed be a delightful affair. "I shan't tease you further. I have come to inform you that brother and grandfather's family will be returning soon." At this, a smile brightened Li Chu's countenance, for she had always referred to her maternal grandfather, as it felt more intimate. Grandfather Shunqing had dedicated his life to serving the nation, achieving numerous feats, and was thus early granted the title of Duke of National Defense, retiring from the forefront. However, he was a man who could not bear idleness. 2 years ago, he suddenly decided to relocate the entire family to the border town. Uncle Shun Xingfeng was a valiant general. 3 years prior, when the barbarian tribes invaded, he was ordered to guard the borders. Only now, with the cessation of hostilities, could the family return. Yet in Li Chu's view, their return was not necessarily a cause for celebration. The impending conflicts among the princes and the veiled intrigues within the court were far more treacherous than the swords of the battlefield. Ideally, one would observe the struggle from a distance, but if unable, one could only confront the challenges head-on. Indeed, our grandfather and uncle are so valiant and noble. Lian's eyes sparkled with admiration. These were her true kin. Tomorrow, I shall bring mother along. You must prepare yourself, for mother still harbors affection for the old matriarch and the second branch. Whether you can sever this bond depends on you. Upon hearing that their mother had been deceived by the old matriarch and the second branch for so many years, Lian felt a surge of anger, nodding resolutely. Rest assured, sister, I know precisely what to do. Her own resentments could be set aside, as she regarded it as a way to repay the kindness of over a decade of nurturing. However, my dear mother should no longer be kept in the dark, exchanging her sincerity for betrayal. When Li Chu returned to the residence, the minister had yet to arrive, which was precisely to her liking. After searching the Muchio pavilion, she was taken aback by the absence of Shen Xiuyun. Fu Xiang, where's my mother? She inquired, finding only Fu Xiang tending to the flower beds in the garden. Third miss, the madam has gone to attend to the old madam's illness and should return shortly. Leaning against the trellis of the flower beds, Li Chu engaged in casual conversation with Fu Xiang while awaiting her mother's return. How has the old madam been recently? I have accompanied the madam on 2 occasions. She appears to be in good spirits, though she requires the madam's attendance for her ailment. The old madam's illness did not seem dire at present. It felt as though she were deliberately troubling her mother. But what could be her motive? Would such actions not serve to bestow upon her mother the reputation of filial piety? The old woman was hardly so benevolent. It was prudent to observe further. After some time, Shun Xiuyun returned accompanied by Granny Su. Chuer, you have returned. You've been elusive of late. One wonders what has kept you so occupied. Mother, there's something I wish to discuss with you, Li Chu said, her expression tinged with seriousness. You too, stand guard at the door. Permit no one to enter. If the master returns, notify me in advance. After instructing Fu Xiang and her mother, Shun Xiuyun led Li Chu into the room. Shun Xiuyun looked at Li Chu. Anxiety etched on her face. Chuer, do you have news? During this time, she had spent nearly all her days attending to the old madam, leaving her little opportunity to investigate the matters of the past. I have some leads. Tomorrow, I will take you to a place. She had initially believed that, given her mother's intelligence, uncovering the truth of the past would not pose a challenge. Little did she expect her mother to be so predisposed, harboring no suspicion toward the true enemy. Ultimately, the true nature of the old madam and the second house would have to be revealed by her own hands. When the minister returned, he found the door tightly shut, and Fu Xiang and her mother appeared both tense and wary in his presence. Master, you have returned. Fu Xiang greeted him with an unusually loud voice, seemingly to draw attention. Li Xiang's heart jolted in alarm. Could it be that his wife? No, he could not entertain such notions. His affection for her was unwavering, and such a thing could not possibly occur. Approaching the door, his hand trembled even before it made contact. Taking a deep breath, he forcefully pushed the door open. Fortunately, nothing seemed amiss within. Only his wife and daughter were present. They glared at him, simultaneously exclaiming, "Why such a ruckus?" Both were startled by the sudden noise. The culprit quickly offered an apologetic smile. You have the door tightly shut during the day, leaving someone to keep watch outside. Is it any wonder I grew anxious? Li Wenfan, how dare you question me? I shall pack my belongings and return to my family with our daughter. You can manage on your own. Shun Xiuyun, usually gentle, erupted upon perceiving the implications of Li Xiang's words. After 20 years of marriage, how could he dare to doubt her? It was utterly unforgivable. Li Chu shook her head. It would be best for her to leave first. She feared that if she inadvertently witnessed her father kneeling in apology, it might lead to dire consequences. Upon returning to the Lioli pavilion, Qinglian had urgent news to report. Miss, a masked figure visited Lewin Hall last night and conferred with the old matriarch for an hour before departing. Li Chu's immediate thought was that the old matriarch's envoy from Xianyang had returned. However, upon further reflection, it seemed rather implausible, as a single report should not require such an extended duration. What characteristics did the masked individual possess? It appeared to be a man in his 60s. 60s? A man? Li Chu pondered for a long moment before arriving at a reasonable conclusion. It must be an old acquaintance of the matriarch, someone not seen in many years, and likely with whom there was a collaborative relationship. Have Qing Shu keep a watchful eye on the old matriarch's activities. It is imperative to ascertain the identity of that man. Perhaps it is time to investigate the matriarch thoroughly. The matter of my sister's replacement may not be as straightforward as it seems. Surely it cannot merely be to allow Li Ruotang to indulge in a bit more wealth and splendor. Miss, something terrible has happened at Mingxiang Hall. Chapter 43. The poisoning of the rouge at Mingxiang Hall, as Li Chu had just given instructions to Qing Feng. The urgent cry of Qinghe echoed from outside. Mingxiang Hall was one of her establishments, primarily selling cosmetics for women. It had always operated with integrity, neither gaining nor losing, so how could a mishap occur? Li Chu handed Qinghe a cup of tea, signaling her to drink and gather her thoughts before speaking. 3 women used the powders from our shop, and their faces have become severely disfigured. They are currently causing a ruckus in the store and have even reported us to the authorities. If this matter cannot be resolved, Mingxiang Hall may not only face closure, but could also be embroiled in legal troubles. Qinghe could manage smaller issues, but this was beyond her capacity. She had no choice but to seek her mistress's assistance. Please wait a moment. Li Chu swiftly changed in his simple attire, removing her hairpins and donning a veil. Let's go. The group hurried to Mingxiang Hall, hoping to arrive before the authorities. Miss, there are too many onlookers. The carriage cannot pass through, the driver lamented. Realizing the situation was dire, we shall walk from here. At the entrance of Mingxiang Hall, a crowd had gathered, making entry challenging. After considerable effort, Li Chu and her companions managed to squeeze inside. Make way. Our manager has arrived. We will certainly provide an explanation, Qing Yu shouted, pushing back a few obstinate family members. What kind of black shop is this? Look at my daughter's face. How will she ever marry now? One man cried out. Another added, and my wife. We were newlyweds, planning to buy her a gift, but now her beauty is ruined. Indeed, the authorities are on their way. If this is not resolved today, you shall never reopen this establishment. The relatives hurled accusations at Li Chu and her group, their anger palpable. Silence. Allow me to understand the circumstances first. Otherwise, how can I provide you with an answer? Li Chu's lips parted slightly, her voice as cold as ice. This situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. Even her private establishment had come under scrutiny. Who was behind this? Was it the second branch, or perhaps Rongqi? No. Rongqi was likely preoccupied with dispelling rumors concerning him and Li Ruotang at this moment. That was a gift she had given him. Did he not claim to be enamored with Li Ruotang, determined to stand up for her? If so, then let this incident become widely known. For it would not be in vain for him to harbor such deep feelings for Li Ruotang. Thus, he certainly would not have the time for such petty schemes. The priority was to uncover the cause of the women's facial disfigurement and stabilize public sentiment. Qing Yu, retrieve the remaining powders. May I see the cosmetics you ladies used? Li Chu Yingui. Qinghe was meticulous and cautious. She always tested new product herself. Therefore, the issue might very well lie within the bottles currently in the women's possession. You intend to switch them out secretly? Not while I am here. One of the mothers stepped forward to intervene. Madam, with so many eyes upon us, I lack the capacity to make any exchanges, and if the cause of this festering is not promptly identified, her visage may be irredeemably lost. Her words are sincere. With a mere glance at those few women, she has already reached a conclusion in her heart. It is poison. They must all be afflicted, and by the same venom. Should the toxins not be swiftly purged, disfigurement will be the least of their worries, for their very lives could be at stake. Yet, uttering such alarming truths would invite disbelief, and she would merely come across as a charlatan. Thus, she can only speak of disfigurement, which, for a woman, is akin to a death sentence. My dear, you possess medical knowledge, do you not? I beseech you to heal us. I've just been wed, and I cannot bear the thought of losing my beauty. The young woman nearest to Li Chu, her hair elegantly styled, could distinctly sense the scent of herbs emanating from her. The lingering aroma suggested a prolonged association with medicinal materials, leading her to deduce that Li Chu was indeed skilled in healing arts. Mother, let her examine our daughter. We must not allow her beauty to be ruined. Indeed, she claims there is hope. Let us permit her to assess the situation first. The remaining two ladies, upon learning of Li Chu's medical expertise, quickly joined in their pleas. Thank you for placing your trust in me. I shall not allow your beauty to be squandered. Li Chu retrieved a small amount of powder from her shop and applied it to her hand, the faint floral fragrance indicating its safety. After sampling the powders from the three women, she applied a bit to her own hand, bringing it close to her nose for a thorough inspection. A nauseating odor surged into her nostrils, and her hand began to redden and swell. Onlookers gasped as they witnessed the transformation of her hand, their astonishment palpable. This truly is alarming. Yet, it appeared that the products from their establishment were devoid of issues. Only the few bottles sold elsewhere harbored the poison. But what did it matter? It could not be ruled out that they had merely poisoned those specific bottles. A dangerous glint flickered in Li Chu's eyes. It was the work of the infamous Qi Shui, known for concocting the deadly scorpion beauty. This poison, derived from the venom of snakes and scorpions, was specifically designed to mar one's appearance. Upon encountering Qi Shui, she recognized him as a formidable adversary. Even Yuan Xian could fall prey to his treachery with a single misstep. Consequently, she had privately gathered extensive information regarding Qi Shui, who was indeed a prodigious poisoner. Many of the notorious toxins within the martial world were merely experimental concoctions he had casually created. Qi Shui, setting aside your personal vendetta with Yuan Xian, our enmity is already cemented due to the poison you have unleashed upon my Mingxiang Hall. Your 3 boxes of powder have been tainted with the scorpion beauty, a toxin of immense value. I would never squander a fortune to tarnish my shop's reputation. Upon hearing the term deadly poison, the 3 women nearly succumbed to fainting. What shall we do? Good heavens! The elderly matron had collapsed to the ground. She had but one daughter, upon whom she depended for the future, and now it seemed all was lost. I recognized this poison. It is crafted by the notorious Qi Shui, known as the Jade Poison Prince. His toxins are notoriously formidable, spoke a middle-aged man with a sword at his back. Among the 3 women, the young wife suppressed her inner fear and cast a pleading gaze toward Li Chu. Young lady, can you discern the nature of the poison at a glance? Does that mean you possess the ability to counteract it? I can indeed neutralize this poison. Please, follow me into the inner chamber, Li Chu replied. Qing Yu and Qing Feng, along with Qing He, stood guard at the entrance, preventing anyone from intruding. Do you truly believe that this young girl can resolve the poison? One remarked skeptically. I find it highly doubtful. The toxin from the Jade Poison Prince is notoriously difficult to remedy. A man wielding a sword commented with a smirk. A figure concealed within the crowd fixed his gaze intently upon the room occupied by Li Chu, his eyes betraying a hint of anticipation. Inside the chamber, Li Chu retrieved herbs capable of counteracting the venom of serpents and scorpions, grinding them into a fine powder to create a paste that she applied evenly to the faces of the 3 women. You may experience a slight itch, but it is bearable. Remember, do not scratch, she instructed. After about a quarter of an hour, Li Chu opened her needle pouch. This poison was not as fierce as that which afflicted Rong Xian. There was no need for the revival needles. Only ordinary silver ones would suffice. After treating for so long without any visible effect, it seems this may merely be an act of bravado, someone mused. Suddenly, a provocative voice echoed throughout the Mingxiang Hall. Chapter 44. Going to Xiangyang City to meet the Li family, Li Chu withdrew the silver needle, having thoroughly disinfected it before returning it to its rightful place, and proceeded to cleanse her hands. A faint smirk graced her lips at the impatience displayed by those around her. Qingyu entered, carrying 3 basins of clear water. The trio assisted the 3 women in washing their faces, and the previous decay had vanished, leaving only faint traces. Qingyu handed them a bronze mirror, allowing them to behold their restored visages. It truly is healed. My face has returned to normal. I was terrified, they exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down their faces. "Thank you, young lady, for detoxifying us. Your medical skills are remarkable." The three women, once resigned to a life of despair, now embraced the hope of a new beginning. "There's no need for gratitude. Let us step outside. Your families must be anxious," Li Chu replied, eager to confront the one who had provoked her earlier. The voice, imbued with an inner strength, felt oddly familiar. She had a strong inkling of the identity behind it. With a soft creak, the door swung open. Those waiting outside craned their necks, eager to glimpse the three women's faces, wondering if they had indeed been restored to their former glory. Three strikingly beautiful women emerged, leaving the onlookers in a state of astonishment. Could these truly be the same three women whose faces had been so grotesquely disfigured? It was truly miraculous that they had been healed. Their families rushed forward, scrutinizing their faces with fervent attention. Once assured of their complete recovery, they turned to Li Chu with heartfelt thanks. "Young lady, we previously misunderstood you. Our deepest gratitude for overlooking past grievances and healing my wife. Indeed, let the blame rest with that vile young master of poison, who resorts to such despicable means to harm others. They were but ordinary folk, having never wronged him in any way, yet had suffered such grievous harm at his hands." A chorus of grievances erupted, as all present voiced their ire against the young master of poison. Amidst the tumult, a figure clad in dark robes stood apart, holding a jade flute. His serpentine gaze pierced through to Li Chu. He had initially believed her to be merely stalling for time, but was now taken aback by her ability to counteract the very poison she had crafted. Clearly, he had underestimated her at such a tender age. Her medical prowess rivaled his own. If she were to continue her growth, she might one day surpass him, a notion that intrigued him greatly. "Pray tell, what do you surmise to be the intentions behind the young master of poison's actions?" Without her realizing it, Li Chu had approached him, her question laden with significance. Red blood raised his gaze to meet hers, their eyes locking in a moment of intensity. He felt an involuntary step back, startled by the fierce aura emanating from her. "Isn't it a jest, young lady? I am not the young master of poison. How could I possibly fathom his thoughts?" he replied, forcing a semblance of calm with a faint smile. "Is that so? While others here curse him for his cruelty, you remain silent. I had thought you may share some connection with him." At this, nearly everyone present turned their scrutinizing eyes upon him. "Indeed, is it not the case that you are in league with one another? Perhaps it is that young master sent to probe for information. What a cunning and treacherous woman she is. Does she not seek to provoke him into uttering insults against her? Nevertheless, he is a man of stature, and there is little merit in engaging in futile disputes with a mere girl. There is ample time ahead. He shall return to seek her counsel on another occasion." With this thought, Chishu deftly extricated himself from the throng, casting a lingering glance at Li Chu before soaring to the eaves and vanishing from sight. Having already cleared the name of Mingxiang Hall, Li Chu paid little heed to the still chattering populace and made her way directly back to the residence. Qinghe, however, remained behind to tidy up the aftermath, as she could not depart just yet. "Miss, do you know that gentleman in the dark robe?" Qing Yu inquired leisurely, following closely behind Li Chu. "Indeed, he is the young master of jade venom, Qi Xue. He was the one who administered the poison. What could his motive possibly be?" Li Chu pondered the events at Wuying Mountain, concluding that he likely did not recognize her. Thus the mastermind behind the scheme against Mingxiang Hall might not be Qi Xue himself. "It should not be him. I bear him no enmity. His presence there may have been mere coincidence. Those who would spend a fortune to ensnare me are few in this prosperous capital. Among that select few, the likelihood of Li Ruetang being involved is the greatest. Miss, Qing Shu has matters to report," Qing Shu announced upon Li Chu's return to the Lioli Pavilion. "Has there been movement from the second house?" "Yes. Li Ruetang has dispatched someone to meet with the young master of jade venom." Li Chu's heart sank. It was indeed her, with the wedding fast approaching and rumors swirling. It was astonishing that she still found the energy to plot against her. In the past, she had not been so composed. Who could be instructing her from the shadows? The second house, perhaps? Qing Shu, you and Qing Yin are to proceed to Xiangyang to bring back members of the Li family. Here is the antidote. Sufficient for a month. Old Master Li is a wise man. He will know how to navigate this situation. Miss, if we all depart, what of your safety? Fear not. The Xian Wang assured me this morning that he would procure a skilled maidservant for my protection, and she should arrive shortly. At Luan Hall. Grandmother, I have just received word that Li Chu has neutralized the poison. Li Ruetang fidgeted anxiously with her handkerchief, cursing that wretched woman. She had hoped to dismantle her enterprise and tarnish her reputation. Yet once again, Li Chu had evaded disaster. Why is it that she can repeatedly escape, while I remain ensnared and unable to break free? A rare seriousness glinted in the old lady's eyes as she scolded. That little vixen has indeed grasped some of the Southern physician's true teachings. This Southern physician is truly remarkable. In such a short time, she has made considerable progress. If only my granddaughter could study under him, it would be immensely beneficial for her future. Grandmother, rumors are swirling outside about my relationship with Rongqi. I scarcely dare to step out. What should I do? Since you cannot venture out, it is best to remain in. Some matters do not require personal attendance. Letters can convey what is needed. I have always been known for my handwriting that mimics Li Chu's. I cannot write as myself, Li Ruetang replied. Her head bowed in shame and anger. Your sister Yin'er has mastered a remarkable calligraphy that can easily deceive the eye. She will wholeheartedly support you, and I only hope that when you ascend to great heights in the future, you will not forget her. Grandmother, please rest assured, for she is my only beloved sister, and I shall care for her dearly, provided she does not hinder her own path. It is well. Grandmother wishes for you to follow the esteemed physician Nan Shan. Are you willing? Li Ruetang felt a flicker of surprise. Why would grandmother want her to pursue medicine? Nevertheless, if Li Chu can learn it, she too is capable. Ruetang is willing, but as for Nan Shan, even the coarsest steel needle is susceptible to wear, as long as you demonstrate your unwavering resolve to Nan Shan. I believe he would be inclined to teach you. Li Ruetang nodded with a smile, brimming with confidence. She is the second daughter of the Xiang residents, of greater value than the third daughter, Li Chu, and thus he has no reason to refuse her. By the way, grandmother, I have been feeling a sense of unease lately. Is everything well in Xiangyang? The messenger has returned, and my elder brother reports that all remains as usual, without any unusual occurrences. The elder brother referred to by the old matriarch is none other than old Master Li, though she is yet unaware that he has been ensnared by Li Chu and that soon he will bring the entire family to the capital, delivering a devastating blow to the second branch. That is good, then I shall be at ease. However, Li Ruetang's anxious actions gradually darkened the old lady's expression. Ruetang, in the future, you will encounter far greater perils. The path you are destined to tread is anything but ordinary. If you do not become more decisive and ruthless, it will be you who suffers the consequences. Li Ruetang felt a bit dazed, armed with her identity as the legitimate daughter of the Xiang residents. She believed that once she eliminated Li Chu, she would lead a life above all others. What dangers could possibly lie ahead? What does grandmother mean? What perils await me? Chapter 45. Lian narrates a tragic past. Grandmother harbors her own burdens, which she cannot yet reveal. One day, when you are capable of facing any circumstance with composure, she will entrust all her secrets to you. Is grandmother merely a secondary spouse, brought into the household by grandfather due to her inability to marry elsewhere? What secrets could she possibly possess? Yet, at times, she inadvertently emanates a sense of lethal intent. Initially, Li Ruetang believed she might have been mistaken. However, upon witnessing it twice more, she became certain of its authenticity. Is grandmother's identity truly as simple as it appears? This suggests that her secrets must be extraordinary. When will she choose to disclose them? She is thoroughly weary of the second branch of the family, who are desperate to reclaim her while concealing numerous matters from her. One day, she will no longer depend on anyone. She shall stand at the pinnacle of power. She has etched today's disdain into her memory, and when the time of her glory arrives, she will not bestow even a fragment of mercy. Thus, the two generations exchanged hollow laughter, their hearts at odds. Li Ruotang, unable to extract any information from her grandmother, departed in disinterest. The room was left with only the old matriarch and Nurse Chan. The old lady regained her sharp, piercing gaze and scoffed. So you know how to pro my words, yet alas, you are still too inexperienced. How rare it is for a young lady of her age to possess such intellect. Nurse Chun chimed in, having accompanied the old lady for over 30 years. Fully aware of her identity and character. There is no need to flatter her. By the time I was her age, I had already entered the West Abyss and achieved numerous accomplishments. Look at her. She is still merely preoccupied with her own gains and losses. From the moment of Li Ruotang's birth, the old lady had been scheming, establishing her identity as a maternal figure, thus willing to grant her another chance. If she cannot alter her course and continues to remain obstinate, then it will be up to Yun to take her place. The old lady's wisdom is unmatched by most women in the world. At this point, Nurse Chun couldn't help but think of Li Chu. She was the only woman she had encountered who surpassed the old lady in shrewdness and wisdom. Had she not met an untimely end, she would undoubtedly have become an unassailable presence in the future. However, as she is not the old lady's biological granddaughter, she is doomed to stand in opposition to the second branch of the family. Ironically, at that moment, the old lady was also contemplating Li Chu, dismissing Li Yunfan and Shun Qiuyun entirely. It could be said that the entire residence was within her strategic grasp, except for Li Chu. Her presence seemed to be a means of undermining her. Initially, the old lady had considered her useful and intended to spare her for the time being. Yet, Li Chu failed to appreciate the opportunity, continually testing the old lady's limits, even beginning to question Li Ruotang's lineage. What was a 9-kill pavilion thinking? 50,000 taels of silver. If it were for Li Chu's life, not even a single finger of hers would remain intact. Were it not for the fact that her own people could not be recklessly employed, she would not have needed to seek out such a band of inept individuals. If Jubai were to hear the old lady's thoughts, he would surely be infuriated to the point of wanting to commit murder. Do you think earning that 50,000 taels is easy? Having been poisoned by Li Chu, Laozi barely managed to salvage half of his life. Soon after, he found himself at the mercy of Rong Xian, who nearly brought him to his demise. Had he foreseen the consequences, he would have never accepted this commission. The following morning, while Minister Li was attending court, Li Chu clandestinely led Shun Qiuyun to her residence. "Child, we are sneaking around like thieves. If your father discovers this, will he be furious with us? That is not my concern. If the sky were to fall, mother would bear the burden," replied Li Chu. "You ungrateful child. Truly my dear daughter," her mother responded. "Thank you for the compliment, mother. Let us hurry. But you have yet to tell me whom we are here to meet. Is it someone in the know?" Shun Qiuyun's heart stirred with curiosity, wishing for clarity instead of vague hints. Li Chu had instructed that no one was to approach the courtyard today, so they encountered no one along their way. Upon reaching the garden, Li Chu pointed to a young girl amidst the flowers, saying, "Look, is she not right there? Why not inquire directly?" The girl wore a pale yellow gauzy dress adorned with floral patterns, her hair cascading down her back, and an ornate hairpin of 8 treasures glimmered atop her cloud-like coif. She wielded scissors, delicately trimming the withered branches and gathering fallen petals. A subtle sadness lingered in her gaze, leaving one to wonder if it was for herself or for the fallen blossoms. Shun Qiuyun approached Lian, gazing at her intently. The resemblance to her youth was striking. "Young lady, are you my daughter?" She wished to ask, but hesitated, overwhelmed by a flood of unexpected joy. She feared that such elation might soon be met with despair. "Greetings, madam. I am Lian," the girl replied, initially intending to address her as aunt. The word stuck in her throat, for this was her mother. Shun Qiuyun instinctively placed a hand over her heart, mouth agape, unable to utter a word. Her eyes fixated on Lian, confusion etched across her face. Li Chu understood that no amount of explanation could match the clarity of a simple bowl of water. The clear water, already prepared, was brought forth by Li Chu. Lian resolutely pricked her finger, yet Shun Qiuyun remained in a daze, unmoved. Li Chu had to personally pierce her fingertip, allowing the blood to mingle with Li An's in the water. "Your name is Lian? Which Lian?" Shun Qiuyun fervently wished for it to be a mere coincidence of names, but reality shattered her illusions. Lian of the second branch of the Li family, daughter of Li Wen and Lu Qiao. "Chu." Shun Qiuyun gazed at Li Chu with a mixture of joy and sorrow, tears streaming down her face. Li Chu merely nodded. recognizing that certain truths must be revealed by the sister herself to carry greater weight. Would you like to hear my story from childhood? Lian inquired. Shun Shuyun nodded eagerly, thinking, how could one not wish to know? Since my arrival in Xiangyang, I have been utterly alone, without servants by my side, residing in a dilapidated courtyard once used for livestock, unable to shield me from the wind or rain, and at night, devoid of even a single lamp. Regardless of the biting cold, I am perpetually clad in the thin garments of summer. Occasionally, when Li Shangyun is in high spirits, she might bestow upon me a discarded dress from her maid. Any servant within the household may freely insult and mistreat me. I possess no bed nor blanket, merely a dilapidated door plank laid upon the ground to sleep upon, subsisting on the leftover meals of the servants. Whenever illness befalls me, it is a matter of life and death, for none would summon a physician, nor procure medicine, nor offer care. Countless times I have lingered at the threshold of death. Madam, why do they treat me thus? I have never committed a wrong. Am I, by nature, so detestable that they wish for my demise? In recalling the depths of my despair, Lian could no longer contain herself, trembling as her heart ached, rendering her entire being numb. Shun Shuyun could only hear the incessant echoes of Li An's words, her plight, her helplessness, her despair. The spasms of her heart drained her complexion of color, as if all strength had been siphoned from her, and she fainted. Li Chu and Lian simultaneously caught her limp form, their eyes brimming with tears. Sister, what shall we do? Lian cried fervently, her voice choked with emotion. Li Chu felt their mother's pulse and, exhaling in relief, reassured, do not worry. It is merely a faint. She shall awaken soon. Together, they gently placed her on the bed and stood vigil by her side, unwavering in their wait for her revival. As noon approached, Shun Shuyun slowly regained consciousness, her feeble body dragging her off the bed. She tightly embraced Lian, exclaiming, my child, my heart's treasure. I am so sorry. It is all my fault for losing you, for subjecting you to so much suffering. Oh, heavens, let all torment befall me instead. Do not afflict my daughter so. No, it is not right. Those who torment my daughter still dwell within my household, living in comfort. You wretched souls, old hag Li Wan, Lu Qiao, I shall return and exact vengeance upon you. In Shun Xiuyun's crimson eyes burned a deep-seated hatred as she clenched her teeth and surged forth. Chapter 46. Upon uncovering the truth, Shun Xiuyun nearly descended into madness. Li Chu and Lian exchanged a glance, silently lamenting the impulsiveness of their usually composed mother. Shun Xiuyun charged toward the door, only to be pulled back by her two daughters, her heart heavy with frustration. Why are you stopping me? I must confront them. For years, even if the Prime Minister referred to her as an aunt, she had unequivocally been her mother for over 2 decades. She had always been profoundly grateful for the old lady's care and the indulgence of the second household. She vividly recalled the words spoken by the matriarch before her departure. Though Li Wan and his wife were her biological children, she wished to prevent them from harboring any inappropriate thoughts regarding the Prime Minister's residence. Thus, she insisted on bringing the second household back home, always considering Shun Xiuyun's well-being as if she were her own daughter. Shun Xiuyun collapsed onto the ground, her eyes brimming with guilt and resentment. The pain in her heart felt as though a dull knife was relentlessly slicing through it. She had once questioned why the old lady had treated her with greater kindness than her own daughter-in-law. It turned out to be nothing more than a performance, a cruel jest where she was made to feel like a fool. It was all her own fault. Li Xiang and his wife had lived harmoniously, never giving her cause for discontent. In her complacency, she had forgotten to remain vigilant and had overlooked the treachery of human nature. Grasping Lian's frostbitten hands tightly against her face, she lamented, my dear child, I am a wretched mother. No matter what I do, I cannot amend the pain you have endured. You are the legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister's residence. That is your true home. Come, let us return. She resolved to expel those who had wronged them, and should Li Wan dare to intervene, she would not hesitate to sever ties with him. She would then take her 3 children back to her maternal home, where both the Duke of Protecting the Nation's residence and the General's estate would welcome them with open arms. There was no way she could continue living under the same roof as those heartless creatures. Mother, my sister cannot return home just yet, Li Chu interjected. Her animosity toward the second household mirrored that of her mother, yet returning now would serve no beneficial purpose for her sister. How long must we wait? When will justice be served for you, sister? I cannot bear to wait even a moment longer. I will ensure that the second household pays a heavy price. Shun Shiyun was on the brink of madness. After all, she was a daughter of a military family, never one to be trifled with. Li Chu's attempts at reasoning did little to calm her mother, leading her to seek assistance from Lian mother. Lian summoned her courage and cried out, and indeed, that single utterance restored some semblance of reason to Shun Shiyun. What did you call me? Repeat it, Shun Shiyun asked, her eyes misty with tears, unable to believe what she had heard. Mother. The first call was meant to soothe her, but the second arose from the depths of Lian's heart. She could see how deeply her mother loved her, and that was enough, was it not? Oh, my unfortunate daughter. The two embraced, weeping together, their hearts intertwined in shared sorrow. Li Chu sat quietly by the side, wiping away her tears, pondering how she had suddenly become superfluous. By the time their emotions settled, it was already lunchtime. The three of them were dining together for the first time, and Xingyu had put in great effort to prepare the meal. Anur, please eat more. You are too frail. The thought that she had not had a full meal in over a decade caused Shun Shiyun's heart to ache anew. Thank you, mother. Lian's voice was soft and delicate, instantly dispelling Shun Shiyun's worries. How wonderful it is to be cherished by a mother. A smile graced Lian's lips as she savored the dishes her mother served her. Mother, the imperial decree clearly states the betrothal to the second daughter of the Xiang family. If we reveal Li Ruotang's true identity now, what will happen to my sister? After a moment of contemplation, Shun Shiyun realized that Chuer was right. She had acted impulsively. Let Li Ruotang marry first, and then we shall see. In 2 days, Li Ruotang would wed the prince of Yu. She could afford to wait. Once she entered the household, she would immediately expose her identity and see how she would maintain her position as the legitimate wife. Lu Qiao, the suffering you have inflicted on my daughter will be returned to your daughter in kind. After lunch, Shun Shiyun pulled Lian into their room, as if there were endless conversations to be had. Li Chu, on the other hand, practiced lightness of body by the lakeside with Rong Xian. Why are we so late today? And who is wailing over there? Rong Xian pointed towards Lian's courtyard. Li Chu immediately shot him a disdainful glance. Is there need to speak like that about someone's mother? It's nothing. You must have misheard. Let us begin. Then let us start. With his keen hearing, it was impossible for him to have misheard. The little fox was clearly wary of him. Compared to the last time, Li Chu's flying skills had improved significantly, causing Rong Xian to feel both joy and sorrow. Joy, for she had acquired a means of self-preservation. Sorrow, for once she had mastered it. He would no longer have the chance to embrace her beauty. Unbeknownst to them, the sun began to set, painting the sky with delicate shades of rouge. It is getting late. Let's conclude for today. I have matters to attend to tomorrow, and will return the day after to continue your lessons, Rong Xian said, observing Li Chu with a tone that lacked his usual fondness. Damn Gu Ji, if this strategy of feigned retreat does not yield results, I may have to tighten my grip. Li Chu replied, feeling a sudden surge of despondency. What was wrong with him? It felt as though he had reverted to the aloof and indifferent person she had first met, one who seemed to care little for anything. Yet it made sense. He was, after all, the exalted god of war, while she was merely a minor daughter of the Xiang family. It was only natural that he would distance himself. Better to do so now than to regret it when things spiraled out of control. After Rong Xian departed, Li Chu numbly made her way to her sister's courtyard. I cannot leave you here alone. I will return to pack my things and move in to stay with you. Li Chu was jolted awake by those words, cold sweat beading on her forehead. Mother, that won't do. Father would skin me alive. She could hardly bear to imagine what her father would think if he discovered that her mother had ventured out with her, contemplating the possibility of moving out. The thought was too daunting, too unsettling. Mother, please don't frighten me, she implored. The day is drawing to a close. You must return swiftly. There is no need to worry about me. Lian's obedient and understanding demeanor warmed Shun Shiyun's heart. Indeed, Lian seemed far more sensible than her sister, and the longer she gazed at her, the more reluctant she felt to part ways. Sister, take good care of yourself. I shall return tomorrow. Thus, Li Chu tugged at her mother, who kept glancing back, and after much coaxing, they finally boarded the carriage homeward. Do you think I am particularly foolish, mother? The self-reproach in Shun Qiuyun's eyes was unmistakable. She attributed most of the blame to herself. It was her kindness that led her to trust these so-called family members. Yet, it was only now that she understood. True sincerity does not always beget sincerity in return. Once we excise this malignant presence, our family can still lead a tranquil life. And mother need not dwell on it. Resolutely, she decided that upon their return, she would reclaim her rightful share of the household authority. In a moment of folly, she had unwittingly entrusted half of the authority to Lu Qiao. It was high time to rectify that mistake. Chapter 47. Reclaiming Stewardship. Confronting the second house, the young girl eagerly anticipated her mother's display of prowess. Her mother would not intervene in the conflict with the second house unless absolutely necessary. In the Luan Hall, the matriarch and a few others were engaged in casual conversation. Upon the arrival of Shun Qiuyun, the elder lady's attendant, Mama Chun, was the first to notice. Everyone is here, and I have something to announce. Effective immediately, I shall reclaim the stewardship from Lu Qiao. At these words, Lu Qiao was taken aback, her newfound authority slipping away faster than she could have imagined. Sister-in-law, surely you jest? Does it appear as though I am jesting? Shun Qiuyun replied. From now on, you need not frequent the treasury. You, mother is still present. How can you presume to dictate? Shun Qiuyun nearly laughed at Lu Qiao's indignation, amused at her own naivete for being deceived by such poor theatrics for nearly 2 decades. Shifting her gaze to the matriarch, she refrained from addressing her as mother again. Qiuyun, has something transpired? Why the sudden decision to reclaim stewardship? The elder lady, having long regarded the residence as her own, was unwilling to concede lightly. After 2 decades of harmonious coexistence, what had prompted such an unusual shift? Her darkened gaze fell upon Li Chu, suspecting her as the instigator. I was conversing over tea with several esteemed ladies who suggested that relinquishing stewardship would tarnish the Marquis's reputation. I considered their counsel. After all, you have always emphasized prioritizing the Marquis. Shun Qiuyun adeptly masked her resentment, feigning helplessness. Nonsense. How can you implicate the Marquis? It is clearly your reluctance. Using him as an excuse, Lu Qiao's expression darkened, her frustration boiling over. After nearly 20 years of toil, why should Shun Qiuyun have the authority to retract her stewardship? Qiuyun, we are family. I only wish to alleviate your burdens. As a first-rank lady, your days are filled with dealings among the elite while managing the household's intricacies. That is precisely why I allowed Lu Qiao to assist you. The matriarch coaxed Shun Qiuyun, hoping she would comprehend her intentions. While her words held some truth, Shun Qiuyun countered, however, my brother is soon to return triumphantly, and my parents will accompany him. If they discover someone overstepping their bounds in the Marquis's household, it could lead to dire consequences. The matriarch's expression shifted, her frustration evident. If that is the case, we cannot feel at ease here. Perhaps we should move out or return directly to Xiangyang to avoid further tarnishing the Marquis's reputation. Li Chu silently marveled at this strategic retreat. Had her mother not perceived their feigned concern in advance, she might have unwittingly played into their hands. Shun Qiuyun wore a composed smile, though her lips hinted at a subtle disdain as she remarked, since you hold such intentions, I shall convey your wishes to the Lord upon his return to the residence, and seek another abode for you. Lu Qiao's gaze was as piercing as that of a serpent, fixated on Shun Qiuyun. Yet Shun Qiuyun turned away, leading Li Chu to depart. Mother, are we truly going to move out? Liuan asked timidly. The family's income relied entirely on Shun Qiuyun's several estates. And now that she had regained control of the household, there was no telling when she might reclaim the estates as well. What were they to do? At this moment, the old matriarch's eyes had transformed into a venomous glare. With Li Ruotang's marriage imminent, they could not afford any missteps, lest their efforts be in vain. Lu Qiao, return the authority of the steward. For now, we must sacrifice the small for the greater good. Mother, I refuse. That shameless Shun Qiuyun has no right to act so capriciously. Lu Qiao exclaimed, her frustration boiling over at the thought of relinquishing her stewardship. Witnessing Lu Qiao's pettiness, the old matriarch's eyes flickered with disdain. Enough. Have you not considered? Your daughter is to be the future consort of the prince, destined to embody dignity and grace. To quarrel over such trivial matters at this juncture is utterly absurd. The thought of Li Ruotang marrying the prince brought Lu Qiao somewhat back to her senses. Indeed, why should she bicker with that wretched woman? She herself was to be the future queen mother. What could that shameless creature possibly compare? Very well, I shall heed your counsel. But why does that wretched woman seem so peculiar today? In the future, we may find it hard to contend with her. She has already begun to harbor ill intentions toward us. This Li Chu is indeed formidable, managing to sway Shun Chiyun back so swiftly. She should not be underestimated. It is time I sought out those from the 9 Killers' Hall again. Having received their payment, they ought to execute their task with greater finesse. Upon returning to the Lioli Pavilion, Li Chu discovered several maidservants standing at the entrance, as rigid as sentinels. Oh, are you practicing some sort of formation? Quite impressive. Qing Yu exchanged knowing glances with Li Chu, her eyes darting toward the inner chamber. Is there someone inside? Who is it? Li Chu hurriedly stepped into the bedroom. There is no one here. What are you maidservants up to in such secrecy? Just as she was about to step out to inquire further, a figure clad in red descended from above. No, more accurately from the eaves. Feng Yue pays her respects to the mistress. A remarkably beautiful woman in red knelt before Li Chu. Feng, as in Feng Yue, was the leader of the 4 elite shadow guards serving Rongxian. She had claimed to seek a martial maid for her, yet had delivered one of her most capable subordinates instead. What was Rongxian's true intention? Feng Yue, your status is too elevated. I could never accept such an honor. Please convey my refusal to the prince. Li Chu politely assisted Feng Yue to her feet and offered a respectful gesture, her eyes devoid of any condescension. Initially harboring some dissatisfaction towards Li Chu, Feng Yue now regarded her with newfound respect. As the leader of the 4 shadow guards and the overseer of the Huali Tower, she had encountered countless women of various dispositions. Everyone harbors a mixture of love and fear towards the prince. To earn his favor, they would willingly sacrifice their lives. Yet, she alone is determined to sever ties with him, which perhaps explains the prince's intrigue towards her and even her own unexpected curiosity about him. My lord, among the 4 shadow guards, I am the only woman. If you do not wish for me, the prince may send either Feng Ying or Feng Lei in my stead. It is more likely to be Feng Lei, as Feng Ying is inseparable from the prince, she remarked. Li Chu smiled faintly. Surely not. It was agreed that a woman would be sent. Feng Yue shrugged. Who can say? The prince is often full of surprises. The thought of Feng Lei, who had abandoned her on Wuying Mountain without even a signal flare, still sent shivers down her spine. That would be you then. It seems Feng Yue will have to work harder from now on. The prince has decreed that my name has been removed from the list of shadow guards. Henceforth, you shall be my only master. I kindly ask you to bestow a new name upon me. As Li Chu absorbed Feng Yue's words, her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears, her gaze shimmering with a faint light. He had entrusted her with the shadow guard he had meticulously nurtured for years. To say she was not moved would be a falsehood. Rongxian, I am grateful for your kindness. I shall repay you in the future. Very well, from now on, you shall be called Qing Yue. Thank you, my lord, for the name. Remembering the young maidens still standing in punishment at the door, Li Chu inquired with curiosity. By the way, what is the situation with those maidens outside? Chapter 48. Subduing the Shadow Guard leader. Qing Yue, they attempted to obstruct my path, yet they were utterly powerless, and I swiftly brought them all to the ground. Qing Yue, arms crossed over her chest, raised an eyebrow, a hint of disdain flickering in her eyes. She firmly believed that women should possess the skills to protect themselves. However, these few were weaker than ants. It was laughable to think they could safeguard their master. Merely not being a hindrance would suffice. Having followed me since childhood, they were referred to as maidservants, but in truth, they shared my meals and dwelling. They were somewhat delicate, so it was best not to be overly harsh with them. The 4 of them had suffered great humiliation in their past lives. Sent to the military, only to meet a tragic end. In this life, all she wished for them was to find good homes and live peaceful lives. Her vendetta was hers alone to resolve. A momentary pause marred Qingyue's smile as she discerned a profound compassion in Li Chu's eyes. Why would her master harbor such sentiments for mere maidservants? It was rather uncharacteristic. At the very least, her original master had never shown such empathy, only relentless exploitation. If the master desired a life of domesticity, then their laxity would be inconsequential. However, if the young lady's path was strewn with thorns, then that address of master from Qingyue was genuine. She had wholeheartedly acknowledged this new master. I am destined to tread an extraordinary path, burdened with deep-seated enmities. Her life was a gamble, making it impossible to lead a tranquil existence. Yet, the thought of compelling the four of them to learn martial arts for her sake pained her. Starting to train at their age, she was well aware of the challenges involved. Noticing Li Chu deep in contemplation, Qingyue understood that she was weighing her options. Master, I shall take my leave to select a room. Go ahead. Any unoccupied room will do. Choose one you favor. With her bundle in tow, Qingyue exited, and Qingyu and the others felt a twinge of fear upon seeing her. What did this sorceress intend to do? Would she strike him again? What do you want, sorceress? Qing Feng asked defiantly, her gaze darting to the eaves, contemplating summoning Qing Shu and Qing Yun for backup. She could not believe that two strong men would be bested by a single woman. Qingyue sensed two presences concealed beneath the eaves. Mere small fry, certainly not her match. From now on, I shall be known as Qingyue. Call me sorceress again, and I shall skin you alive, she declared, her face adorned with a friendly smile, yet her words were laced with venom. Once she departed, the four of them finally exhaled in relief, genuinely terrified. By the way, what did she mean by saying she would be called Qingyue? Indeed, she is now just like us. Does this mean we will be cohabitating with her day and night? Perhaps we should inquire with the young lady. As the four stepped into the room, Li Chu had just reached a conclusion. You arrived at the perfect moment. I have matters to discuss with you. Rather than agonizing alone, it was better to entrust the decision-making to them. Li Chu's sudden seriousness left them somewhat bewildered. Young lady, is it regarding Qingyue? Qingyu surmised that the matter the young lady was about to discuss concerned Qingyue. Indeed, the first point of discussion was that Qingyue would henceforth join them. Remaining by my side, the countenance of the four instantly dimmed. They would truly be working alongside the witch. The second matter was my desire to find suitable suitors for you, allowing you to marry under the esteemed title of the Duke's daughters. From my own resources and dowry, I would allocate a portion to ensure you have a substantial dowry, granting you a worry-free existence in your later years. Young lady, do you no longer want us? They implored. We do not wish to marry. We only desire to remain by your side. Upon hearing Li Chu's words, they could no longer contain their emotions, collapsing to the ground in tears. Rise, and allow me to finish speaking. It pains me more than anyone to send you away, but I have no alternative. Li Chu's gaze grew ever more resolute as she continued. I harbor deep-seated grievances that must be avenged. In a year's time, perhaps even sooner, I shall navigate through perilous battles, risking my life for retribution. I do not wish for your lives to be endangered. They were indeed trustworthy, and thus revealing some of her vengeful sentiments served to alert them to the arduous path that lay ahead. It became clear why the young lady had summoned Qingyue, a formidable warrior, to her side. She did not wish to abandon them. Rather, she sought to protect them, and if blame were to be assigned, it would be for their lack of martial prowess. Young lady, we are willing to learn martial arts, only seeking to continue accompanying you. The four declared in unison as they gazed at Li Chu. If the young lady was prepared to disregard her own dangers, what significance did their safety hold? Furthermore, if the young lady found herself in dire straits, how could they possibly find solace in marriage? Tears streamed from the corners of Li Chu's eyes. Their loyalty to her transcended lifetimes, unwavering in both this life and the next. Rise, do not weep. I shall ensure your safety. Li Chu embraced them, silently vowing that in this lifetime, she would not allow anyone to harm those dear to her. If anyone dared to threaten them, she would confront them unflinchingly, indifferent to the consequences of her actions, focused solely on their well-being. The returning Qingyue was profoundly moved by the scene before her. The bond between mistress and servants was deeper than that of biological sisters. This sentiment was foreign to her, as she was an orphan raised by the prince to become a shadow guard. Unyielding by nature, she exerted herself more than anyone else, training tirelessly while others rested and sleeping only to refine her skills. It was through her relentless efforts that she attained her current status as the leader of the Shadow Guards. Having always been devoid of desires, she adhered strictly to her master's commands, taking countless lives without ever grasping the concept of emotion. With a bitter smile, she turned to leave, convinced that someone as bloodthirsty and cold-hearted as herself was unworthy of such warmth. Determined to follow the young lady, the four boldly approached Qingwei. "Qingwei, would you be willing to teach us martial arts?" Qingfeng nearly let slip the word, which once again, training in martial arts is far from a simple endeavor. The hardships involved are not something you can easily endure. If one were to train them in the same rigorous manner as I do with my shadow guards, they would either perish or emerge severely battered. Nevertheless, we are capable of enduring suffering. If the young lady can withstand such trials, why should they falter? Very well, follow me, and just refrain from lamenting for your parents later. Qingwei led them to an open area and commenced a grueling training regimen. As the night fell, they persevered for over 2 hours without a moment's respite. They were not devoid of exhaustion. Rather, they gritted their teeth and pressed on with remarkable determination, which even impressed Qingwei. This was somewhat unexpected. "Well done. We shall continue tomorrow." During the meal, Li Chu observed their weary expressions and felt a pang of compassion. Once they had eaten, return to wash up and rest. "I wish to retire early tonight, and your attendance is not required." They understood her sentiments and made no objections. Qingwei remained behind, as there was a matter she needed her assistance with, one that only she could undertake. "Please, give your instructions, my lady. There is no need for formality in my presence. Feel free to act as they do." "Very well," replied the young lady. "Go and keep an eye on the old matriarch. If you happen to see a veiled man of about 60, ascertain his identity for me. If my suspicions are correct, he shall return soon." "Understood." In an instant, Qingwei's presence vanished from the room. When shall I possess such remarkable skills? Li Ju Sai Sopti. Chapter 49. The grand conspiracy of the matriarch clad in dark attire. Qingwei concealed her presence, perched high atop the tallest tree in Luan Hall, observing every movement within the courtyard. To her surprise, several skilled individuals lurked in the shadows, indicating the depth of intrigue within the Xiang residence. The days ahead promised to be quite captivating. As the hour of high approached, Qingwei, who had been meditating with her eyes shut, suddenly opened them, a cold smile gracing her lips. Finally, they had arrived. A shadowy figure slipped into the main courtyard. Intriguingly, the hidden observers made no effort to obstruct him. This must be the individual the young lady had tasked her to investigate. With an ethereal swiftness, Qingwei vanished from her perch and appeared outside the matriarch's window. "Ai, what brings you here?" the matriarch exclaimed, her countenance, once dull and lifeless, now illuminated with a hint of excitement. "The master has words to convey, and I wish to see you as well," Shui replied. He harbored feelings for her, yet fate had conspired to keep them apart, each bound by their respective duties. What words? Only upon the complete fulfillment of the master's plan, securing a prosperous future for her descendants, would she find true liberation. The master will secretly support Rong Mingyu's ascendance. You must ensure Li Ruotang becomes pregnant as soon as possible. Once she conceives, Rong Mingyu can retire successfully. Rest assured, I have already devised a plan. Even though she is far away in Xiangyang, I have placed spies within the estate to monitor her. It is likely she is already with child, though she remains unaware. Moreover, I have brought a dowry for her. Please deliver it on my behalf. Shui produced a large luminous pearl, clearly of considerable worth. He felt indebted to Lu Ying and hoped this pearl would serve as a token of repayment. The matriarch, tears glistening in her eyes, cradled the pearl, understanding his sentiment. Take good care of yourself. Our opportunities to meet are dwindling. Her ailment had reached a critical stage, and she feared that one day she might depart unexpectedly. Hence, she wished to impart her final instructions while she still could. Indeed, our years are advancing. How many more times can we meet? Shui remained oblivious to the severity of her condition, and she had no intention of revealing it to him. After about an hour, Shui rose to bid farewell to the matriarch. I must take my leave, rest well, and I shall visit again when possible. With that, he donned a mask and swiftly exited the Xiang residence, heading towards a bustling street. Qingwei discreetly followed him, arriving at a grand and imposing estate. She closely trailed Shui, vaulting over the towering walls, heading straight for the main courtyard. Once inside his chamber, Shui removed his mask, revealing the face of Shui Run, the commander of the Nine Gates. Hastening back to the Liuli Pavilion, Qingwei recounted her observations to Li Chu, commander of the Nine Gates. Su Reing, Li Chu sprang to her feet, her face paling with concern. Had she overlooked something crucial? The dowry, assisting Rong Mingyu's rise. Li Ruitang's pregnancy. She rubbed her hands together, her expression a rare blend of gravity and confusion. Who, indeed, was the matriarch? And what lay behind her alliance with the commander of the Nine Gates? What were their true intentions? Behind them undoubtedly lies a vast organization, an entity that the current Li Ruitang cannot shake. The matter of unveiling Li Ruitang's identity may need to be postponed. To recklessly disrupt their plans could provoke a desperate retaliation against the residents. Indeed, one tumult is hardly settled before another arises, and a fierce glint suddenly flashed in Li Chu's eyes. Qingwei, observing Li Chu's somber countenance, inquired expressionlessly, "Miss, do you require me to investigate the individuals behind this? Perhaps this matter should also be brought to the attention of the prince. However, as she is now aligned with the miss, should the miss choose not to inform the prince, she too would remain silent. No, it is far too perilous for you to investigate alone. We must not act recklessly. Our safety must come first. Although Qingyu possesses formidable martial skills, we remain entirely ignorant of the opponent's background, so prudence is advisable." A warm current flowed through Qingyue's heart. Is this what it feels like to be cared for? The following day, Li Chu hurried to her mother's courtyard early in the morning. For the results of the imperial examination were to be announced today, and her father, as the chief examiner, would not return promptly. Heavens! I've been sleeping beside a ferocious tiger all these years. After hearing Li Chu's account, Shun Shiyun, astonished and fearful, patted her chest. How terrifying! The current matriarch is akin to a man-eating tiger in her eyes, deeply cunning, adept at disguise, toying with countless individuals at her whim. Cold-blooded and unfeeling, she recognizes no kin, even willing to exploit her own family. Fortunately, Chu intervened in time to rectify the situation. Otherwise, she too might have fallen victim to the old matriarch. Thus, the matter of acknowledging her sister must be postponed. For them, the absence of Li Ruitang makes little difference, as Li Shangyun could suffice, or even the sister in herself. They merely seek a capable heiress of the residence who can bear children. Shun Shuyun recognized the gravity of the situation and repeatedly gestured. No, this matter must not implicate you sisters. If we must postpone, then so be it. For me, the safety and health of family are paramount. Mother, let's not speak of this to father just yet. I know his brash nature. It is better to keep this from him for now. The mother and daughter exchanged glances filled with unspoken sorrow. Initially, with father and brother returning to the capital and her daughter finding her way back, these should have been joyous occasions. Yet, the meddling of the second household has sullied their happiness, which is truly lamentable. Li Chu's concerns ran deeper. The matriarch's actions would inevitably impact the residents, potentially leading to grave consequences. The residents must not suffer such calamity. She must seek out Rong Xian to discuss matters anew, ensuring Rong Mingyu does not seize the throne effortlessly. She intended to visit the prince's residence, but suddenly recalled Rong Xian's mention of important business today. It seemed she must wait until tomorrow to speak with him. In the grandest brothel of Shengjing, the Huali Tower, Rong Xian sat within a lavish private room, listening to the reports of his subordinates, his gaze darkening slightly. Such grand ambitions. Now, with the three nations of Shiyuan, Nanqi, and Beihua in a delicate balance, Beihua seeks to shatter this tranquility, as if mocking my plight, poisoned and on the brink of death. Xiao Yinxing, you likely did not anticipate that my poison has long been resolved. I await your arrival with open arms, ready to bestow upon you a monumental surprise. Fengting, You have performed admirably. Continue your investigation. Thank you, Your Highness. Why is there no sign of Feng Yue today? Beside Feng Ying stood a man exuding a carefree and unrestrained demeanor. He was Feng Ting, one of the 4 shadow guards. Feng Yue has been given away. Feng Ying whispered conspiratorially into Feng Ting's ear. Given away? Feng Ting exclaimed incredulously, glancing at Rongshuan, the commander of all shadow guards, whose orders even he obeyed. Was this not akin to relinquishing one's own power? Rongshuan cast a cursory glance at Feng Ying. If you cannot speak, then let your mouth be given away as well. I shall reclaim what is rightfully mine with interest in due time. By then, will the couple still divide what is yours and mine? Feng Ying, with his wooden-headedness, was no wonder he struggled to find partner. Your Highness, could I also be given away? Feng Ting cheekily leaned towards Rongshuan, a playful grin adorning his face. His affection for Feng Yue was well known, and although he often returned battered and bruised, he firmly believed that pain was a form of love and that Feng Yue surely harbored feelings for him. Rongshuan, with a devilishly charming smile, beckoned Feng Ting closer. When he leaned in, Rongshuan simply said, "You are unworthy. Your Highness, news from Feng Yue has arrived. Miss Li wishes to see you urgently," Feng Yue announced, having brought the message from Xianwang residence. "You are not permitted to follow," Rongshuan declared, donning his cloak as he prepared to depart for the Xiang residence. Chapter 50. Li Chu and Rong Xian confirmed their feelings as noon approached. Li Xiang returned to the residence with a beaming smile. During the meal, Li Chu observed her father, who had laughed 8 times, and curiously inquired, "Father, have you found some money?" The joyful laughter resonated throughout the dining hall, leaving her feeling anxious as she ate. Though no money was found, a new top scholar had emerged. This time was indeed quite thrilling, as it had always been Xiao Liang who took the lead, and Li Xiang had believed that Xiao Yang's success was a foregone conclusion. Unexpectedly, during the palace examination, a dark horse named Lin Xian emerged, whose talents and strategies proved to be on par with Xiao Yang's. The court quickly divided into 2 factions, each holding firm to their opinions, one supporting Xiao Liang, the other championing Lin Xian. Ultimately, it was Xiao Liang's benevolent strategies that swayed the emperor, leading to Xiao Liang being crowned as the top scholar and Lin Xian as the second. Li Xiang found himself increasingly fond of Xiao Liang, seeing a reflection of his younger self, ambitious yet pure-hearted, prioritizing the well-being of the people. Such an individual in office would indeed be a blessing for the populace. Shun Qiuyun, observing Li Xiang's enthusiastic praise for the new top scholar, soon discerned his intentions. "When did you take on the role of a matchmaker? Especially for your own daughter's suitor." "What? Father, do you wish to act as a matchmaker for him? That simply cannot be. If you truly become a matchmaker for Xiao Liang, what will happen to my sister? She could not allow such a thing to occur, disrupting potential unions. Do not fret. Such a remarkable talent must surely be destined for you," he reassured her. "Me?" Li Chu barely had time to feel relieved before anxiety crept back in. This was not merely meddling. It was a chaotic entanglement of affections. Just refuse him outright, lest he whimsically decides to pair Xiao Liang with someone else. For her sister's sake, it would be wiser to acquiesce for the time being and clarify matters when the truth eventually surfaced. "Very well, father. I will heed your words. You must listen to me. He truly is exceptional. And in the future what? You have agreed?" Li Xiang was still rambling on, unaware that Li Chu had already acquiesced. He had anticipated her refusal, for she was a girl of strong opinions. How could she so easily agree? Surely, she must have some ulterior motives. "Chuer, Xiao Liang is genuinely talented. Do not scheme against him." "What nonsense are you speaking, father? Is your daughter such a person? Are you not? I merely hope you grant father some dignity and do not overly pressure him." Li Chu felt that continuing this conversation would drive her to madness. After hastily swallowing a few bites, she discreetly retreated to the Liuli pavilion. "Miss, the prince has arrived," Qingyue announced, rushing forward upon spotting Li Chu. "Rongxian has come?" A hint of joy crept into Li Chu's voice, which she herself did not notice. He had mentioned that he had urgent matters to attend to. How could he find time to visit her? With a gentle push, she opened the door and closed it behind her with fluid grace. There stood Rongxian, his back turned, concealing his emotions, yet an aura of coldness emanated from him. Li Chu, noticing his indifference, stepped closer and called out to him. Yongxian, what troubles you? As I drew closer, I noticed his lips were tightly pressed together, and his eyes, suffused with blood, appeared as eerily red as a specter's. He smiled bitterly in his fury. Congratulations, Miss Li, on your impending nuptials. I shall personally bestow a gift upon you. Struggling to contain his anger, Yongxian stood to leave. Li Chu was perplexed by his words, instinctively reluctant to let him depart. She wrapped her arms tightly around his waist, their bodies fitting together without a sliver of space between them. With whom am I marrying? Your words are utterly perplexing. A subtle melancholy tinged her gentle voice. She detested misunderstandings and believed it best to clarify any misconceptions on the spot. Yongxian turned to her, gently grasping her arms, his face shadowed by worry. I am aware of your father's wishes for you to wed Xiaoliang. You remain oblivious to my affections. I believed you reciprocated my feelings, only to realize it was unrequited. Why can you not love me? His agitation escalated, culminating in tears that fell from his eyes like shattered glass. Li Chu, gazing up at him in disbelief, felt his tears warm her lips, mingling with a briny taste. She struggled to process his words. Everything had unfolded so unexpectedly. If not for her father's reckless actions, she would have remained ignorant of Yongxian's profound feelings for her. A quiet joy stirred within her, accompanied by a twinge of anxiety. Fixated on Yongxian, she earnestly replied, You have misunderstood. My father indeed has a daughter to marry Xiaoliang, but it is not I. Upon hearing that she would not wed Xiaoliang, Yongxian exerted considerable effort to restrain his burgeoning joy. Yet, confusion clouded his thoughts. Your sister is promised to Yongmingyu. Does your father have 3 daughters? My father has only 2 daughters, but the one currently in the residence is not genuine. To clarify matters, Li Chu felt compelled to reveal the truth about her sister's substitution. So that is the case. Let's set that aside for now. I only wish to ask, do you harbor feelings for me? His hands gradually tightened around her, his gaze piercing into her soul. Yongxian's inquiry plunged Li Chu into a state of turmoil, her heart wrestling with the possibility of love anew. Her indecision tormented him. Did she genuinely care, or was she indifferent? I carry burdens that I cannot articulate. I'm beset by deep-seated enmity. One day, when vengeance is fulfilled, if you still await my return, I shall not disappoint you. Granting him a chance was tantamount to granting herself one, hoping he would not let her down. Yet, without certainty of his willingness to risk everything for her, she could not fully surrender herself. Life teaches one through adversity. The paths once traversed must not be revisited. No matter the path you tread or where it leads you, I will always be behind you should you turn back. Zongsuan tat li tu tendeli, pressing a gentle kiss upon her forehead. No wonder she occasionally exhibits erratic behavior. However, as far as she knows, her life has been smooth sailing. So how could there be any animosity? He would patiently await the moment she felt inclined to be candid with him. Meanwhile, while the two were indulging in their intimacy, Feng Ting sought out Qingyu. Fengyu, I have returned. Did you miss me? Qingyu, casting a cold glance at the annoyingly close face before her, retorted. Of course I did. Without you around, I had no suitable punching bag. Consequently, Feng Ting found himself being dragged by the collar to a secluded spot for what he referred to as a lesson in love. Please don't hit my face. Ouch. Be gentler. Don't apply so much force. Feng Ting darted about in evasion under Qing Yu's relentless assault, inadvertently stumbling into Qing He's room. Startled by the sudden intrusion of a man while she was bathing, Qing He nearly lost her wits and cried out in alarm. Ah, help. There, S.A. flower thief. Chapter 51. Feng Ting encounters Qing He. Bathing Feng Ting, caught in a moment of confusion, found himself uncertain whether to act foolishly or genuinely. Upon witnessing the young lady bathing, instead of discreetly exiting, he moved closer and covered Qing He's mouth, attempting to explain himself. Do not scream, fair maiden. I'm not a rogue, I am. In response, Qing He fiercely bit the hand that covered her mouth, seizing the opportunity to grab a water ladle and strike Feng Ting on the back of his head. Feng Ting shouted, already battered and bruised. Women, indeed, can be formidable. When Qing Yu heard the commotion and rushed in, she was met with the sight of Qing He bathing and Feng Ting groaning beside her. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she swiftly approached and incapacitated Feng Ting with a well-placed strike. After discarding Feng Ting from the room, Qing Yu turned to Qing He and inquired, "Qing He, are you unharmed?" She chastised herself for the oversight that allowed Feng Ting to intrude upon their sanctuary. What would she say to the mistress now? Should she simply eliminate Feng Ting? That seemed unwise, considering he was once a colleague and subordinate. "I am fine," Qing He reassured her, though her heart still raced. Fortunately, her habit of bathing amidst layers of flower petals had spared her any embarrassment. The scoundrel had seen nothing untoward. Otherwise, she would have been compelled to take drastic measures. Li Chu and Rong Xian, drawn by the cries, emerged hand in hand, only to find a battered man sprawled before Qing He's door. "Feng Ting?" Rong Xian gently prodded his leg with his foot. "Is this one of yours, Qing He?" What transpired inside? Li Chu began to express her concern. After a moment, Qing He emerged, fully dressed, and rushed to Li Chu to voice her grievances. "Mistress, this scoundrel intruded upon my bathing." Both Li Chu and Rong Xian were taken aback by the revelation. "This rascal has grown bold enough to spy on a lady's bath." "Indeed, it is as such." Qing Yu recounted the entire sequence of events. She feared that the young man might truly meet his demise at the hands of the mistress, as she had keenly observed the protective nature she held for the four of them. "Qing He, did he cause you any harm?" "Mistress, the petals shielded me. I suffered no indignities." "That is a relief. You may deal with him as you see fit." Li Chu glared at Rong Xian with a fierce expression, silently warning him against interceding. Having just won the affections of a beautiful maiden, Rong Xian dared not plead for leniency. To Qing He, he declared, "He is yours to handle." Qing Yu felt a wave of relief for Feng Ting. Fortunate to have encountered the most amiable of the group, Qing He. Had it been the unreasonable Qing Feng, he would surely have been penning his last will and testament. With that, the group departed, leaving Qing He to ponder how to address the unconscious Feng Ting before her. "You wish for me to handle this?" Given his injuries, perhaps it is best to reconsider. After some deliberation, Qing He ultimately decided to drag him to the woodshed. It would be ill-fated if he were to perish on her doorstep. She retrieved the golden wound medicine concocted by her mistress and sprinkled it on the visible injuries upon his body. Fearing for his life, he deliberately sprinkled a generous layer of powder before departing without a backward glance. After several hours, Feng Ting finally stirred from his slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself lying on the ground, seemingly in a storage room. Could it be that he had been confined for peeking at a maiden bathing? If word of this spread, his position as one of the four dark guards would be rendered obsolete. Who could be so malicious as to cover him in flour? As he attempted to rise, he realized he was coated in a fine white powder, prompting several involuntary sneezes, bringing a pinch to his nose. He discerned that it was not flour at all, but rather a high-quality wound medicine. Who would waste such a precious item? Dragging his injured body back to the Xian Wang mansion to recuperate, he had just reached the doorway when Qing Yu coldly remarked from the roof, "The prince has commanded that you cannot leave until Qing He has dealt with you. Why should I be punished? I saw nothing, and I have already been beaten to this extent." Feng Ting pouted in dissatisfaction. "That is no concern of mine. If you wish to defy orders, you may return to receive your punishment," she replied dismissively. Reluctantly, Feng Ting returned to the storage room, not out of fear of punishment, but rather because he found residing in the storage room to be an intriguing novelty he had yet to experience. However, he did feel a pang of hunger, and it seemed no one in the residence remembered him. He hoped that Qing Yu would take pity on their past acquaintance and bring him a meal. After all, he was one of the legendary four dark guards of the Xian Wang, and it would be a shame for him to go hungry. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from the door. At last, Feng Ting eagerly opened the door, yet he did not find the figure he had been anticipating, only a meal placed upon the ground. A fleeting glimpse revealed a departing silhouette. It was her, the little girl he had seen bathing. Wasn't she supposed to punish me? Why didn't she bring me food? Gazing at the bountiful spread before him, Feng Ting could not help but smile foolishly. What a delightful little girl, far more amusing than the bloodthirsty Feng Yu. The following day marked the grand wedding of Rong Mingyu and Li Ruetang. The residence was adorned with colorful decorations, vibrant red silks draped everywhere, and the doors and windows were embellished with the auspicious character for double happiness. Li Ruetang was already dressed and ready, awaiting the arrival of her groom. The matriarch and Lu Qiao sat nearby, offering her words of wisdom. Remember, only by capturing the heart of Prince will your position be unassailable. Alas, I cannot send you off as your mother. Lu Qiao, wiping her tears, spoke with a sense of bitter resignation. It pained her that such a noble daughter must refer to the woman she despised as mother. It was a thorn in her heart. Yet, had Li Ruetang not called Shinchuyan mother, she would have lacked the qualifications to marry into the royal family. Li Ruetang di ragarda liu kia usteos. What she needed was a mother of nobility. To her, Lu Qiao was merely a stranger related by blood, devoid of any genuine affection. Upon stepping out of the door today, she shall return as the esteemed consort of the emperor. Even the chancellor and the highest-ranking noble ladies would be compelled to pay their respects in her presence. Especially Li Chu, with her unparalleled beauty and remarkable talent, would find herself no match for the weight of her newfound status, and in the days to come, would have to show her utmost deference. The mere thought of this brought a sense of joy to Li Ruetang, easing her previous discontent. Shin Shuyun had not intended to come, yet the show must go on. She offered Li Ruetang a few hasty words of advice before claiming the need to attend to guests and departing. Li Chu had prepared a lavish banquet to celebrate Li Ruetang's imminent departure from the minister's residence, relishing the opportunity to exact her true revenge. The trivial skirmishes of the past were now at an end. She intended to let them savor the heady sensation of being exalted, only to experience the delightful fall from grace. By the time Rongxian arrived, Li Chu had already consumed a jug of wine. Her vision blurred as she clung to him, her words a garbled mix of nonsense. Qing Yu promptly dismissed the guests, aware that too many witnesses could threaten their silence. She retreated to her own quarters, determined to remain hidden regardless of the sounds that might arise. Xian, why have you come? Li Chu's lips brushed against Rongxian's chin, her tone imbued with a hint of playful affection. Chapter 52. The Grand Wedding of Rong Mingyu and Li Ruetang. Li Chu's intoxication. Rongxian tenderly caressed Li Chu's head, his gaze imbued with affection as he inquired, "Why have you taken to drinking again?" Today should have been her sister's day of reunion with her heritage. However, due to unavoidable circumstances, it was delayed. He worried that she might lose control of her emotions and cause a disturbance at the banquet. Seizing a moment of opportunity, he stealthily approached to check on her, only to find her delightfully tipsy and endearingly soft. Li Chu's delicate fingers lightly brushed against his lips, her eyes misty. "Sure, do not interfere with me. I simply wish to indulge in a couple of drinks to temporarily forget my sorrows. Allow me this moment of recklessness, for by tomorrow, I shall once again bear the weight of vengeance." As Li Chu, returning to the table, she grabbed a wine jug and poured it into her mouth, her face glistening, rendering it indistinguishable whether it was wine or tears. Rongxian watched her, a profound ache swelling within him. "Chu, do not torment yourself thus. If it were not for your lingering reservations towards me, I would gladly shoulder your burdens." The wine jug was wrested from her grasp, as she found herself enveloped in a warm embrace. A smile graced her lips as she reached up to caress his exquisitely chiseled features. "You resemble him, truly you do." Soon after, her arms fell limply to her sides, and she succumbed to the intoxication in Rongxian's embrace. A look of astonishment crossed Rongxian's face, his profound, dark eyes devoid of warmth. He stifled the pang of bitterness, his voice hoarse and trembling. "Do not mistake me for another, Chu, otherwise the weight of such anguish would be unbearable for us both. As for that other, it mattered not. He was magnanimous and would not stoop to quarrel with a ghost." He lifted Li Chu effortlessly and laid her upon her bed. Her breaths were shallow, traces of unshed tears still glistening at the corners of her eyes, her brow clouded with a mist of sorrow. How could a mere 16-year-old girl, sheltered in her chamber, bear such the visage of one who has weathered countless trials? What sorrows and resentments coursed through her? When would he be able to penetrate the depths of her heart and share her burdens? Having tucked her in, Rongxian prepared to return to the royal mansion. His younger brother was marrying, and as the elder brother, his absence would surely incite their father's ire. When angered, their father would report to their mother, who, delicate and fragile, would weep uncontrollably, gasping for breath. Who could fathom that the fearless god of war, Rongxian, harbored the greatest fear of his mother, shedding tears? As he reached the doorway, he glanced back at Li Chu with lingering concern. Chu, I shall refrain from prying into your secrets, but do not make me wait too long, will you? After instructing Qin Yue to keep a watchful eye on Li Chu, he departed for the royal mansion. Upon returning to his seat, Rongxian's celestial visage drove the women present into a frenzy. The Prince of Yu is married. We wonder when our Prince Xian shall take a bride. Alas, he was indifferent to women, or else I would have attempted to engage him in conversation. Spare yourself. Such a heavenly figure is beyond your reach. The auspicious moment had arrived as the groom gently led his bride into the grand hall. Clad in a resplendent crimson robe, he radiated warmth with a gentle smile upon his face, while the bride, equally adorned in a magnificent red gown, possessed a captivating figure, her visage obscured by the bridal veil. The emperor and empress occupied the principal seats, flanked by high-ranking officials, with others seated at the banquet outside, eagerly awaiting the feast. Beside the emperor stood a formidable eunuch, his penetrating gaze seemingly capable of discerning the innermost thoughts of those around him. He was He, the chief steward of the imperial harem. Recently returned to the capital after fulfilling the emperor's orders, he now prepared to officiate the ceremony. Once the couple had taken their positions, Steward raised his voice, proclaiming, with the joining of hands, "May your hearts be forever entwined. Proceed with the wedding rites." They bowed to heaven and earth, then to their parents, and finally exchanged vows as husband and wife, completing the ceremony and ushering them into the bridal chamber. Today, as we celebrate the union of His Majesty, the King, I urge all esteemed guests to relax and enjoy the festivities. Come, let me raise a toast to you all. The emperor declared joyously, rising from his seat. The ministers and their families followed suit, expressing their gratitude to the emperor. Rong Mingyu escorted Li Ruotang back to Qingyi Pavilion, lifting her veil with a specially prepared tool. Li Ruotang had adorned herself with exceptional care today, captivating Rong Mingyu's gaze. Her vibrant red attire revealed a plunging neckline, hinting at her alluring figure, with her features reminiscent of a lotus blossom and eyes more enchanting than peach blossoms, fixed intently upon him. Her crimson lips curled into a teasing smile as she called out, "Husband." Unable to withstand her allure, Rong Mingyu advanced, cupping her face and leaning in for a kiss. "Wait, husband, do not rush. You must go greet the guests first. Ruotang will patiently await your return." Resisting his overwhelming desire, he gently caressed her cheek, whispering, "Upon my return, I shall cherish you properly." No sooner had Rong Mingyu departed than Li Ruotang's expression darkened, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. During the wedding ceremony, she had caught a glimpse of Rongxian's figure, and countless times she had fantasized that the one leading her by the hand to wed would be him. Thanks to Li Chu, her dreams had been shattered, forcing her to marry a hypocritical scoundrel. "Li Chu, mark my words, from the day you drug me. Our fates are entwined in a relentless conflict. Should you survive, even if I ascend to the position of empress, my heart shall remain unfulfilled." As Rong Mingyu moved through the hall, toasting each guest, he noticed with surprise that Li Chu was conspicuously absent when he reached the Li couple. "Father-in-law, mother-in-law, where's Miss Li Chu?" he inquired. "She has fallen ill and cannot attend. I hope His Highness can understand," replied the Li patriarch, perplexed, for she had seemed well the previous day. "Do not be so formal. We are family. Li Chu is like a sister to me, and I hold no grievances against her," Rong Mingyu reassured them. After all, it was her elder sister's grand wedding. Perhaps her heart still harbored feelings for him, preventing her from attending. He pondered, contemplating that he would not let either sister escape his grasp. In this world, there was no woman beyond his reach. Once he set his sights on someone, she would inevitably belong to him. As he approached Rongxian, Rong Mingyu's originally gentle gaze gradually darkened. There sat Rongxian languidly, with eyes as cold as the depths of winter, resembling an eagle in the shadows. Proud, unyielding, yet imperious. I appreciate my royal brother's presence at my wedding despite his ailment. How is your health, dear brother? Rongxian slightly tilted his head, lazily lifting his eyelids to respond with an air of indifference, a venomous resolve cloaked in delay. Yet, I observe that my royal brother appears vibrant, hardly resembling one on the brink of death. Having taken potent medicine, he seems relatively well for the moment, but before he could finish, Rongxian was seized by a violent fit of coughing, his face abruptly drained of color. Your Highness, it is time to return for your medication. Feng Ying gently patted Rongxian's back, reminding him of the hour for his treatment. Rong Mingyu's probing gaze flitted between the two, confirming that Rongxian had indeed succumbed to a grave condition. In that case, I shall not impose upon my royal brother any further. With a heart buoyed by delight, Rong Mingyu strode toward the bridal chamber. A fleeting night of passion is worth a fortune. It is best not to squander time on one who is near death. With only 4 sons, the emperor's position remains unthreatened, save for Rongxian. Now that Rongxian has fallen, it seems heaven itself is aiding him. The splendid realm is within his grasp. Chapter 53. The conspiracy of Rong Mingyu's self-harm. Meanwhile, the injured Feng Ting was holed up in the woodshed, not daring to step outside. Every day, he would deliver meals and medicine to the door before quietly departing. The two had not met since. Feng Ting longed to see her, but the little girl was fleet of foot, disappearing before he could open the door. As his injuries healed, he realized it was time to return to his duties for the prince. He pondered whether he would have the chance to see that charming girl again. He picked up his sword and cast one last glance at the humble yet cozy woodshed, preparing to report back, when he unexpectedly encountered Qing. He's standing at the threshold. Lost in thought, Qing He, taken aback by the sudden opening of the door, was struck by the strikingly handsome youth before her. Thank you, Miss Qing He, for caring for me all this time. I must return to report. Feng Ting spoke, his voice clear and laced with an air of nonchalance. You are Feng Ting? Qing had only seen him in a disheveled state before. She had no idea he was so remarkably handsome. My apologies for the abruptness, dear lady. If fate allows, I shall make amends, he said, a hint of regret in his tone. Qing felt her cheeks flush as she waved her hands dismissively. You need not concern yourself. It was nothing. Then I shall take my leave. Feng Ting gazed deeply into Qing He's eyes, a flicker of reluctance crossing his own, before he leaped onto the rooftop and returned to the royal residence. As he departed, a subtle sense of loss settled in Qing He's heart. Would she ever see this carefree youth again? With less than 10 days until the new year, snowflakes began to drift down outside. Li Chu, feeling disheartened, rested her chin on her desk, beside her an unfinished painting of a snowy landscape. The artwork depicted 2 red plum trees standing proud against the frost, snowflakes gently falling from their branches, while beneath stood a handsome young man, though his face remained unpainted. Sighing, Li Chu bit her pen. It has been 3 days already. Has Rongxian truly been so busy that he cannot spare a moment to visit me? Miss, it is Qing Yu, she announced, removing her snow-covered cloak and warming herself by the fire, cautious not to pass on the chill to Li Chu. Qing Yu, you must be weary from your endeavors in this frigid weather, Li Chu said. It is no trouble. Mississippi yesterday, the Lin family village outside the city was ravaged by mountain bandits. Prince Yu led his troops to exterminate them, but sustained severe injuries and remains unconscious. Li Chu silently shielded the painting with a medical book, rising to approach Qing Yu, twirling a lock of hair in her fingers. A smirk of disdain and mockery crept on her face. She vaguely recalled the fierce rivalry between Rong Mingyu and the 5th prince, Rong Mingxiu, who had Rongxian support, making them formidable adversaries. At that time, Rongxian had been deeply poisoned, the toxins having seeped into his very being. With the continued use of precious antidotes, he could barely survive for another 5 years, though his body would gradually deteriorate until he could no longer move. Yet, Rongxian chose the most extreme course of action, consuming the potent and unresolvable pill. This antidote, crafted by Qi Shui, could neutralize all poisons and restore vitality instantaneously, but it came with 3 significant side effects. First, there's the unbearable pain that strikes like 1,000 arrows every 3 days, a torment that ordinary people cannot endure. Second, there remains only a mere 3 years of life, after which she will succumb to a gruesome death, bleeding from every orifice. Third, she is oblivious to the fact that in her previous life, she paid little attention to such matters. Indeed, how could she forget that Rongxian suffered no less than she did in her past existence? Moreover, a portion of this suffering is of her own making. For Rong Mingyu, how many innocent lives has she harmed? She likely cannot even count them herself. It is precisely due to Rongxian's brief recovery that Rong Mingxiu gained the ability to confront Rong Mingyu. Although her clansmen rallied in full force for that battle, the effort was still exceedingly arduous, and she had braced herself for defeat. To her astonishment, the adversary retreated at every turn. Logically, with the war god Rongxian orchestrating events from behind the scenes, Rong Mingxiu should not have appeared so weak. Even now, she remains perplexed by this. She recalls enduring countless skirmishes while Rong Mingyu always lurked in the shadows, enjoying the spoils. He is a man who values his life above all. How could such a person possibly take the initiative to eradicate bandits? It is nothing short of a farce. Li Chu paced back and forth in her chamber, as today marked the day of Li Ruotang's return to her family. To be injured on such an occasion would prevent her from making that visit. This incident would undoubtedly become common knowledge, and Rong Mingyu's reputation would soar as a result. What a clever stratagem! Such cunning could not have originated from Rong Mingyu alone, for there must be a mastermind behind him. Is it due to her rebirth that certain events diverge so drastically from her previous life? If I were to say she miscalculated, this matter would have surely spread throughout the entire Shiyuan, and the truth of Rong Mingyu's injury would be a mix of fact and fiction. Is the young lady suggesting that the report of the king of Yu's injury is false? It is not merely the injury that is a fabrication. Even the arrival of these bandits is highly suspicious. One must investigate whether there are any anomalies at Lin's residence. Qingwei was dispatched to carry out this task, while Qingshu remained behind to safeguard the estate, unable to leave his post as he also watched over the Li family in Xiangyang. Alas, the individuals at her disposal are still far too few. That detestable Ji Wuhan has truly vanished without a trace. Poor Qing Feng, having poured his heart into her service, now finds himself unappreciated, having been kept well-fed and cared for without a hint of gratitude. Yet, Xiao Yang has proven himself, achieving the esteemed rank of a fourth-grade advisor through his own merit. It is believed that he will soon ascend further, for capable individuals in the court are in short supply. At that moment, Qingyu entered stealthily, accompanied by a woman wearing a hooded cloak. "Miss, Han Yun has arrived." The woman slowly removed her hood, revealing herself to be Han Yun, one of Li Ruotang's 4 chief maids, who had accompanied her as a bridal attendant to the king of Yu's residence. Han Yun has met the 3rd Mississippi. You may rise. Your arrival at this hour suggests you bear important news. In her previous life, Han Yun, possessing a semblance of kindness, refused to perform malevolent deeds for Li Ruotang, ultimately meeting a tragic end by dismemberment. In this life, she sought out Han Yun, whose parents had passed away, leaving only elderly grandparents behind, her sole vulnerability. Having served Li Ruotang for many years, Han Yun was well aware of her malice and ruthlessness. Should her grandparents fall in her clutches, their survival would be utterly impossible. Thus, she was willing to pledge her loyalty to the 3rd Miss, seeking only that her grandparents could enjoy their twilight years in peace, which would suffice for her contentment. Indeed, the monthly correspondence from the young lady had not arrived this month, and while His Highness the Crown Prince appeared gravely injured, he was remarkably vigorous when in the company of the young lady. "I have ensured the well-being of your relatives. Their lives are secure, and if you wish to visit them, I can arrange for an escort." With tears welling in her eyes, Han Yun offered a graceful bow to Li Chu, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, 3rd Miss, but I must refrain from going. I have been away for too long. The young lady may grow suspicious, and I must return." "Very well. Proceed with caution, and do not allow anyone to detect your actions. Do not pursue information that is unattainable. Preserving your life is of utmost importance." Indeed, aside from her grandparents, the 3rd Miss was the 3rd person to genuinely care for her, and she would serve the 3rd Miss faithfully, without hesitation. "My lady, isn't this akin to courting danger with a tiger?" It is far too perilous, Qing Yu said, regarding Han Yun with sympathy. Both were maidservants of the same household, yet their lives were starkly different. This is an unavoidable situation. Knowing so much about Li Ruetang, do you truly believe she would allow me to leave? Chapter 54. The resentful heart of the newly appointed runner-up. Upon receiving orders from Li Chu, Qing Yu hastened to the Lin family village, recently ravaged by slaughter. Curiously, the roads were teeming with wandering townsfolk. The terror of bandits laying waste to villages is a grave matter. How could so many citizens still dare to roam? It appears my lady's suspicions were indeed well-founded. Something sinister lurks beneath the surface. Qing Yu tethered her horse in a secluded corner and discreetly trailed a group of villagers, soon catching wind of valuable information. Where's that lad run off to? He's nowhere to be found, pondered a stout, short man with evident confusion. With such severe injuries, he has likely perished in some forgotten corner. Why bother searching for him? Replied a taller man, his demeanor suggesting a reluctance to continue the hunt. Enough of your idle chatter. If we cannot deal with this elusive fish, watch your necks. The leader, a rugged middle-aged man with a scarred forehead and an air of menace, commanded. His features bore the hallmark of a veteran who dined at the edge of a blade. Indeed, they were all seasoned fighters. Qing Yu suppressed her presence even further, reveling in the thrill of lurking like a mantis stalking a cicada, with a sparrow waiting in the shadows. She was unaware of the identity of this elusive fish they spoke of, but she knew she must not allow them to capture him, for he might be the sole bearer of crucial knowledge. After half an hour, the stout man suddenly shouted, "Brother, there are bloodstains here. The person must be nearby." The leader, gripping his large blade with murderous intent, ordered, "Search. Dig 3 feet into the earth, if need be. We must find him. They must not locate him first. Even if she could retrieve him from their clutches, it would inevitably alert them." Qing Yu pricked her ears, attentively listening to the surrounding sounds. With her internal energy, discerning sounds from several miles away was not particularly challenging. "Found him." A soft murmur emanated from the western woods, confirming her suspicions. Qing Yu swiftly employed her lightness skill, racing toward the source of the sound, only to find a large tree. How strange, she mused, tilting her head in confusion. This must be the place. She could not have misheard. Circling the tree, she scrutinized it carefully and gently wrapped her knuckles against its trunk. Hollow, locating a slightly protruding patch of bark, she tugged at it with force, and a pungent scent of blood assailed her senses. There, curled within a hollow, lay a bloodied youth, his breath fading. "Hey, are you still alive?" Qing Yu prodded him with her sword. She had no desire to return with the corpse. "Help me," the boy murmured, his eyes tightly shut, the words seemingly exhausting his last vestiges of strength. Fearing he might perish before her eyes, she swiftly applied pressure to staunch his bleeding and administered some healing ointment before carrying him back to her lady's retreat. Upon receiving word, Li Chu hurried to the retreat with a medical kit, finding Qing Yu stationed at the entrance. "My lady, this person is being pursued. He may possess secrets. So I rescued him," Qing Yu explained as Li Chu began her ministrations. "You have done well. Once he regains consciousness, we might glean important information from him." Curiosity enveloped Li Chu as she pondered the plight of this unarmed scholar. Why was he pursued so relentlessly? Observing the young man, who remained unconscious for the moment, she resolved to seek out her sister first. "Stay here and watch over him. Should he awaken, inform me immediately." Understood. However, upon arriving at Lian's courtyard, she found it eerily deserted. Where could her sister have gone? After searching the garden and pavilion, where her sister often frequented, she was met with disconcerting emptiness, causing her complexion to pale with alarm. Someone, a maid tidying the flower beds, hurried to her side, bowing respectfully. "Greetings, Mississippi. Where is your young mistress?" Li Chu's voice trembled with urgency. Today, Qing Yun had been dispatched on an errand. The absence of guards left her uneasy. "The eldest young lady is with young Master Xiao." "Xiao Yang?" A wave of relief washed over Li Chu. So they had conspired to keep this from her. Yet, she couldn't help but wonder if their relationship was progressing too swiftly, even faster than her own with Rong Xian. Choosing not to intrude, she returned to Qing Yu's side. The scholar bore numerous wounds. Though they were superficial, he would likely awaken soon. Indeed, as she entered the room, she found the scholar trembling as he slowly opened his eyes. "Where am I?" he inquired, his consciousness still hazy. "You have lost a great deal of blood. First, drink this medicine." He consumed the potion handed to him by the maid, before finally turning his gaze toward Li Chu and Qing Yu. "Did you save me?" His voice was hoarse, yet Li Chu detected an undercurrent of hostility. "It was Qing Yu who saved you. I have a few questions if you would be so kind." "Please, miss, I shall speak freely." "Your surname is Lin?" Li Chu's pupils contracted as she continued to probe. "Are you aware of the Lin family estate that was slaughtered by bandits?" The scholar's countenance darkened, as if a tempest of suppressed resentment and vengeance surged within him. "Do you know how many remain from the Lin estate?" Memories of that fateful night ignited an uncontrollable blaze of fury in his eyes. "Only you." "Ah, who was it?" His teeth clenched, bitterness lacing his words. He would never forget that night when he celebrated with his mother, brother, sister-in-law, and 2 adorable nephews, reveling in his 10 years of diligent study. Although he had not achieved the top scholar title, his family had beamed with pride. Suddenly, a band of marauders stormed into their home, brandishing swords and striking down anyone in their path. He witnessed his mother perish tragically while shielding him. His twin nephews, merely 5 years old, were brutally slain, while his brother fell in an instant. His sister-in-law, enduring unspeakable humiliation, sacrificed herself to grant him a fleeting chance at survival. Summoning the last of his strength, he fled, unwilling to succumb to death. His sister-in-law's desperate cries echoed in his mind. "Lin Xian, run! The Lin family has, but you left. Do not forget our enmity. Find the murderer, seek vengeance, and run." At the moment he escaped into the distance, a deafening roar and the curses of bandits reached his ears, and he realized that his gentle and virtuous sister-in-law had met a tragic end. When he lifted his gaze again, Lin Xian's eyes were filled with a deep-seated resentment. His sole conviction for survival was to avenge his family. "I can uncover the truth behind this, but only if you reveal your true identity and the reality of the massacre." She suspected that this incident was primarily orchestrated by Rong Mingyu, yet she lamented the absence of evidence. "Is what you say true?" Li Chu's words became Lin Xian's lifeline, offering him a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, uncovering the truth would be as daunting as scaling the heavens with his own limited abilities. Qing Yue possesses the capability to rescue you from beneath the very noses of those men, and likewise, she can ascertain the truth. Li Chu regarded him with unwavering determination. Lin Xian fell to his knees at Li Chu's feet, tears streaming down his face as he sorrowfully declared, "If Miss can assist me in uncovering the truth, Lin Xian is willing to toil like an ox in gratitude for your kindness." Lin Xian? Sharing the same name as the newly appointed second-place scholar. Do not tell me this is mere coincidence. Chapter 55. The elder brother returns to the capital. The second-place scholar as his advisor, it is no mere coincidence that I, Lin Xian, the newly appointed second-place scholar of the imperial examination, hail from Lin family village. On the day of our celebration banquet with my family, an unforeseen tragedy struck. Upon hearing Lin Xian's harrowing account, both Li Chu and Qing Yu were overwhelmed with tears, lamenting the brutality of the inhumane beasts who extinguished the lives of 103 villagers. Li Chu believed wholeheartedly in Lin Xian's words, though a sense of unease gnawed at her heart. As I am aware, Lin Xian has been appointed as the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Rights and has commenced his duties today. Yet, here I remain, who has taken office in my stead. Lin Xian, upon hearing this, raised his head stiffly, his eyes wide with disbelief. Was it truly for his official position that an entire village was slaughtered? Li Chu reached out to support him, her voice heavy with concern. What a grand conspiracy this is, aimed at the entirety of Shiyuan. No wonder they dared to use an entire village as a sacrificial offering. What connection could there possibly be to Shiyuan? He had initially assumed that someone sought to usurp his position, committing such an unforgivable act. Yet, it dawned on him that the puppeteer behind this horrific deed had their sights set on the entire realm of Shiyuan. The campaign against bandits led by Prince Yu was merely a fade. However, he had not yet become so ruthless as to perpetrate a massacre himself. Surely, someone was manipulating him as a pawn. Are you suggesting that the perpetrators of the massacre are affiliated with Prince Yu? What could possibly be their motive? Naturally, it was for the highest seat of power. The chief beneficiary of the village slaughter could only be him. Lin Xian's eyes burned with fury, and his chest felt as though it were crushed under a colossal weight, rendering him speechless. Prince Yu, a member of the royal family and the legitimate son of the current queen. How could he exact his revenge? How could he dare to confront such a foe? The despondency in Lin Xian's expression mirrored that of Li Chu in her past life, filled with resentment yet rendered helpless. You need not despair. I shall assist you in seeking vengeance. Lin Xian gazed at her in disbelief. Why would you do this for me? As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. We could forge an alliance. But with our meager strength, how can we possibly challenge a prince? He was merely a frail scholar, and she a sheltered maiden. Alone, their efforts would be insufficient to make a significant impact. I am Li Chu, the third daughter of Prime Minister Li. My grandfather is the Duke of the Protectorate, and my uncle is the valiant general. My beloved is none other than the war god, Prince Xian. Qing Yu added swiftly. You are the third Miss Li? Then Prince Yu is your brother-in-law. How could you possibly harbor enmity towards him? The recent nuptials between Prince Yu and the second daughter of the Prime Minister had spread throughout the streets, and even he had heard whispers of it. Everyone carries their own secrets. There is no need for further inquiries. All I require from you is to declare your willingness to collaborate. She was willing to join forces, but would not divulge her secrets to him. I am now all alone, having even lost my official title. What could I possibly offer in this partnership? It was not merely his despondency. The truth was undeniable. He was rendered powerless, far better off infiltrating Prince Yu's residence to poison him discreetly. Fear not, you are of great value to me. Remain hidden for now, and there will surely come a day of reckoning. Everything shall be at the lady's discretion. Li Chu nodded in satisfaction. While vengeance is a dish best served cold, the time for retribution had yet to arrive, and thus she must conceal her intentions and gather strength in secrecy. Much like herself, Qing Yu had summoned a master of disguise to alter Lin Xian's appearance, ensuring that even if his family were still alive, they would not recognize him for the time being. With her elder brother soon to return to the capital, they would publicly declare him to be her brother's advisor, leaving no room for suspicion regarding his true identity. Her father had once remarked that his intellect was on par with Xiao Yang's, albeit with a more ruthless demeanor. Such a person, if harnessed, could prove to be a valuable asset. At the Lioli Pavilion, Qing Yu assisted Li Chu in stretching her muscles, the perfect balance of pressure lulling her into a state of drowsiness. Miss, the eldest young master has returned. Li Chu was suddenly roused, gazing at the approaching figure of Qing He, and hesitantly inquired, Who do you speak of? It is the eldest young master. He has already arrived at the main gate. Qing He barely caught a glimpse of a fleeting shadow, marveling at how her mistress's lightness of foot had reached such remarkable heights. At the entrance, a gallant young man dismounted with grace, his white battle robe lending him an air of majesty. Shun Shiyun's eyes were slightly reddened as she stepped forward, grasping Li Mo's hand, exclaiming that he had grown thinner, her eyes brimming with concern. Li Chu, who had been racing towards them, abruptly halted, her gaze fixed on the weary figure before her, her mind conjuring the image of him pierced by 1,000 arrows. Brother. 3 years had elapsed, and in their reunion, her dependence on him remained as strong as ever. She reminisced about the mischief he had led her into and how he had always taken the blame for her. He had finally returned. Hearing the choked plea, Li Mo slowly turned, his eyes meeting the tearful gaze of his stunning sister. In an instant, his face was alight with joy as he opened his arms wide, exclaiming, Is it you, Chu? Come, let your brother embrace you. Having been away from the capital for 3 years, he had missed his sister to the point of near madness, which was why he had left the army and returned to Xinjing alone, having exhausted several horses along the way. Though only a few paces separated them, Li Chu could hardly contain herself as she soared towards him, landing squarely in his embrace. Ah, my little bookworm has even learned martial arts, he thought, his heart racing with concern as she leapt, fearing she might fall. Brother, you have returned safely. How wonderful, Li Chu murmured against his broad shoulder. tears cascading down her cheeks. In her previous life, when her soul had departed, she had witnessed her brother returning to rescue her, only to be pierced by countless arrows. Enduring in silence, as blood poured from his mouth as he called out her name. Thankfully, he had returned in this life. Should anyone dare to harm him even slightly, she would ensure they faced 100-fold retribution. "Why are you crying so? It pains your brother's heart," Li Mo said, wishing to wipe away her tears. Yet finding no handkerchief on him, he could only lift the hem of his robe to gently dry her face. Suddenly, a ripple of laughter erupted around them, all eyes converging on Li Chu's tear-streaked visage. "What's so amusing? Is it not simply a display of uncontrolled emotion?" Li Mo, feeling somewhat guilty, let go of the dust-laden corner of his robe and glanced at Li Chu, whose face resembled that of a black cat. "They are pleased to see my return. Kulme, let us proceed inside." Li Mo turned back and shot a glare at them, signaling them to restrain themselves and not let Chu discover any clues. Thus, Li Chu spent the entire afternoon wandering about the estate, adorned with her feline visage, even during mealtime. No one had the kindness to inform her of her appearance until the evening, when she returned to the Lioli pavilion to remove her hair and bathe. It was then that she realized her face was even darker than her brother's, who had just returned from the border town. "Li Mo, you scoundrel." The affection she had felt moments ago transformed into resentment. Was it typical of a brother, after 3 years of absence, to return only to play tricks on his sister? Chapter 56. Confessing Li Ruotang's identity to my brother the following day, the entire family gathered in the grand hall, preparing a feast to welcome Li Mo back home. Even the old matriarch and the members of the second branch were present. Li Shangyun had been grounded for her previous misconduct of harming a maid, and it was only today that the old matriarch had deemed it appropriate to release her. This surprised Li Chu greatly, as the second branch cherished this daughter like a precious gem, yet they had permitted such a lengthy confinement. Li Shangyun rose and bowed to the elders, acknowledging her past behavior as unruly and ungrateful. She vowed never to behave so again and sought forgiveness from her uncle and aunt. After her words, she knelt down before them. Shun Shiyun observed her with a scrutinizing gaze, uncertain whether her repentance was genuine or feigned. It was Li Xiang who extended a hand to assist her, remarking that recognizing one's faults and striving for improvement is a noble pursuit, and that she should show more leniency towards those beneath her. "Thank you for your guidance, uncle. I understand," Li Shangyun replied with a gentle smile as she returned to her seat to continue her meal. What transgression had she committed? Li Mo leaned in closely to Li Chu, whispering his confusion. Having not seen his youngest sister for 8 years, he knew little of her, but the reprimand from their father indicated that her misdeed was no trivial matter. Li Chu, inquiring yet withholding answers, merely bit her chopsticks and gestured subtly towards him. "What is wrong? Why are you making signs?" Li Mo asked, oblivious to the fact that their father had been glaring at him for some time. "If you don't want to eat, you can leave. Your noise is giving me a headache," came a stern reprimand that silenced Li Mo, who quickly lowered his head and obediently resumed eating. "Yin Fan, now that Mo has become a major general, you cannot discipline him as you did in his childhood." The old matriarch chided Li Xiang with a disapproving glance. "Aunt, even if one day he holds a higher position than I, he will always remain my son. As parents, we must not show favoritism. You have never been so harsh with Chuer. Mo is your heir. Do not wound his heart." The old matriarch's words left Li Xiang momentarily at a loss, as he set down his chopsticks and silently regarded Li Mo, seemingly trying to discern if his son truly felt hurt by his scolding. The atmosphere became palpably awkward, with Li Mo bowing his head even lower. A flicker of anger ignited within Li Chu. This old woman seemed intent on disrupting their peace. The matriarch had spoken wrongly. Her brother's future responsibilities were substantial and far-reaching, and it was only natural for their father to be a bit stern. As a daughter, soon to be married, her time in the household was limited, and it was only right for their father to show her affection. In contrast, the matriarch's words could easily jeopardize the bond between her father and brother. Li Xiang was suddenly taken aback, and even Li Mo, who had been quietly eating, was stunned. "Chua, you must not." This statement bore a significant defiance. Regardless of the household, it would surely incur punishment. Yet every word she spoke rang true. Alas, she has indeed grown. Even her grandmother is no longer regarded with reverence. One wonders if this bodes well or ill for the future of the Xiang residents. Those deserving of respect are held dear in Chuer's heart. For what the eyes perceive is not always the truth, is it not? Very well, a sharp tongue indeed. It seems grandmother cannot contend with you any longer. Let's forego this meal. Yin'er, assist grandmother in returning home. The elderly matriarch trembled as she rose, and Li Shangyun hurried to support her. Grandmother, perhaps third sister did not intend to defy you. Please do not be upset. Lu Qiao cast a disdainful glance at Li Chuer, thinking how ungracious the impudent girl was, and wondered how long she could maintain her arrogance. Thus, a once joyous, welcoming banquet ended in discord, leaving Li Chuer composed and the father and son exchanging bewildered glances. Chuer, are you concealing something from me? Li Xiang began to harbor suspicions, recalling her recent secretive behavior. She often retreated with her mother to whisper in private, abruptly halting their conversations upon his arrival. What could possibly be so secret that he was not privy to it? Contemplating this, Li Xiang felt a wave of melancholy wash over him until he noticed his confused son beside him, which brought him a measure of solace. It seemed he was not the only one kept in the dark. However, unbeknownst to him, soon he would be the only one left in ignorance. For Li Chuer had resolved to test her brother. If he passed her trial, she would introduce him to their sister. As for their father, that could wait. As night deepened, Li Mo, clad in white night clothes, leaned against the edge of his bed, reading military texts by the flickering candlelight, when suddenly someone pushed the door open. Li Chuer peeked in, her head barely visible, and their gazes met. Hee, brother, are you not resting yet? Upon entering, she shut the door behind her, appearing somewhat guilty, having chosen this moment when their father was otherwise occupied to avoid detection. Are you unable to sleep? I have much to discuss with you. Come here. Li Mo looked at Li Chuer with a gaze full of affection, taking her hand and guiding her to sit at the table. He recalled that during his time at the frontier, the thing he longed for most each day was his sister, for his heart ached solely for Li Chuer. Though Li Ruetang was also his sister, for reasons unknown, he did not feel the same profound bond with her as he did with Li Chuer. Many believed his achievements were for personal glory. Yet only he understood that his 3 years of toil were solely to ensure that his sister would have a strong support in the future. The roughness of his hands caused Li Chuer some discomfort. His hands bore numerous painful scars. Brother, have you been well these past years? A flicker of worry and tenderness was evident in her eyes. My sister has indeed grown up. She now understands the pain of her brother. Rest assured, I am doing well, and our grandparents and uncle are also thriving, so you need not worry. I did not anticipate my brother's early return. By the way, when will our grandparents arrive? Regarding my maternal family's reunion, Li Chu harbored genuine anticipation. This long-awaited reunion felt like a precious gift from fate. It should be soon, perhaps in 3 to 5 days. By the way, what is the situation between Ruetang and Prince Rong Mingyu? On his way back to the capital, he had heard many unfavorable rumors about Li Ruetang. Li Chu bit her lip, inhaled deeply, and finally spoke slowly. I administered a drug to both her and Rong Mingyu. Concerning Li Ruetang, since she had decided to confide in her brother, she would reveal everything. Li Mo's hand suddenly stiffened, and he gazed at Li Chu in disbelief. He could not fathom that his sweet and obedient sister could commit such an act. No matter their lack of closeness, Ruetang remained their full-blooded sister. How could she possibly do such a thing? Li Chu discerned his bewilderment and offered a bitter smile, wondering if he thought her too ruthless. But she merely retaliated in kind. What you imply is that Ruetang acted first against you. Li Mo's confusion deepened. In just 3 years of absence, how had their sisterly bond deteriorated to such a state of hostility? The magnitude of this upheaval weighed heavily on his heart, making it difficult for him to accept. What truly transpired between the two of you? Chapter 57. What is the relationship with the god of war, Rong Xian? At the Plum Appreciation Banquet, she conspired with Rong Mingyu to drug me. If I do not refute, I would be the one to suffer disgrace and marry Rong Mingyu today. Upon hearing this, Li Mo suddenly rose, his gaze filled with astonishment as he looked towards Haitang Pavilion, unable to believe that Ruatang could commit such an act. That is because she is not truly the daughter of my parents. Li Chu seemed to hear the thoughts in his heart, murmuring once more. Sweat beads formed on Li Mo's forehead, and his hands trembled slightly, his complexion paling in shock. Did he mishear? Chuer claimed that Ruatang was not their father's and mother's daughter, not his biological sister. Then who was she? It was a fact that their mother bore 3 children. If Ruatang was a falsehood, where then was the truth? A multitude of questions nearly drove Li Mo to madness as he clutched his head in anguish. Li Ruatang also bears the surname Li, being the true daughter of Li Wan and Lu Qiao. Li Wan and Lu Qiao? Were they not his uncle and aunt? It had been 8 years since he last thought of those names, nearly forgotten. He recalled that his uncle's eldest daughter seemed to be of similar age to Ruatang. Could it be that they had been swapped at birth? If that were the case, how did his parents intend to proceed? After a moment's hesitation, he gradually accepted the reality, believing from the depths of his heart that the child had indeed been swapped long ago. After all, they were all members of the Li family, not biological sisters, yet still cousins. There was little difference, and they could continue living together as one family. Would you not inquire about how your biological sister, Lian, has fared all these years? Surely, uncle and aunt treated her well. She must be living quite comfortably. And I am at ease. Ha! Li Chu let out a cold laugh, responding with indifferent warmth. That would surely disappoint you. When I found her, she was clinging to life by a thread. Had I arrived even a moment later, the world would have gained another innocent soul lost to injustice. She understood her brother's typically carefree nature, so all she needed to do was reveal the truth to him, ensuring he did not hinder her efforts against Ruatang and the second household. She would shoulder the burden of her sister's vendetta alone. Thus, she disclosed everything regarding the old matriarch and the second household's misdeeds. This matter remains unclear, and the evidence is insufficient. They would not admit it either. Well, please continue. Observing his gradually calming demeanor, Li Chu proceeded to speak. The old lady appears simple on the surface, yet she is truly extraordinary. After an entire hour, Li Chu finally articulated all her conjectures and recounted the incident involving Lin Xian. Is it truly so convoluted? My head is spinning from the narrative. Li Mo never anticipated that the situation would involve the entire Shiyuan kingdom. This indeed posed a dilemma for him. While he could handle brawls, he was utterly powerless against the intricate machinations of deceit and manipulation. Thus, I intentionally arranged for Lin Xian to be by your side. His agile and composed mind would serve as your advisor under an assumed identity, proving to be immensely beneficial for you in the future. Li Mo cast a doubtful glance at Li Chu, feeling as though his sister was implying something about his own lack of cleverness. Well, I shall not disturb your rest any longer. Clear your schedule for tomorrow, as I will take you to see your sister. Seizing the moment while Li Mo was still processing her words, Li Chu lifted her skirts and dashed away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. That night, Li Mo experienced a restless slumber, and before dawn had fully broken, he found himself in the kitchen preparing breakfast for Li Chu. Conversely, Li Chu enjoyed a peaceful night's sleep. Upon finishing her dressing and grooming, she saw Li Mo hurriedly approaching, a bowl of dark concoction in hand. Sue, you're awake. Come quickly and eat. We must leave early. Li Chu strolled over to the table, glancing down to see. Oh, brother, have you made me sesame paste? What kind of look is that? This is plain porridge, merely not as white. Just as Li Chu scooped a spoonful to taste, hearing the words plain porridge, she hastily discarded the spoon. Why don't you try a bite first? Staring at the bowl of porridge, Li Chu felt a strong aversion, resolutely refusing to take even a single mouthful. Come now. I'm your brother. Would I harm you? Li Mo took a generous spoonful and swallowed, only to sputter it all over the table the next moment. His expression soured, and awkwardly, he remarked, This bowl, isn't particularly palatable. I shall prepare another. No, let us just go to our sister for some. Li Chu quickly interjected, having already witnessed her brother's culinary skills and dared not harbor any expectations. Very well, then let us be off. Without a second thought, Li Mo lifted Li Chu and soared up to the rooftop. Li Chu was quite startled. Could he not get a warning beforehand? You need not carry me. I can manage the lightness of step myself. Li Chu Gumba, shaking off his grip and swiftly flying towards the other courtyard. I forgot. Li Mo sheepishly touched his nose and chased after her, realizing he could not catch up. Had her skills truly reached such a remarkable level? In a short while, the siblings arrived at the other courtyard, with Li Mo trailing behind Li Chu, incessantly inquiring, "Who taught you your lightness of step? Does he still take disciples? What do you think of me?" Though his martial skills were commendable, his lightness of step left much to be desired, and he had long sought a formidable master to teach him. It seemed fortune smiled upon him today. It is not that I am unwilling to divulge the information, but rather that sharing it would prove futile. You should swiftly abandon this notion. How could the indifferent Rong Xian possibly impart martial skills to others, unless, of course, he were an exception himself? Furthermore, it has been a long time since she last encountered him, and finding him now is an insurmountable challenge. Sister, you are being rather petty. All you need to do is introduce me to your master, and I shall handle the rest on my own. Rong Xian. She uttered those two words softly before hastily departing. The god of war, Xian Wang, is it he whom she speaks of? He is the one whom I hold in the highest esteem, indeed, the most revered figure among all who serve in the military. I can recite Xian Wang's illustrious achievements by heart. To meet him, even once, would render my life worthwhile. Alas, I have heard whispers of his grave poisoning, and that his days are numbered, a true tragedy of fate. Wait a moment. How could he possibly teach you? What is your connection to him? Chapter 58. The reunion of Li Mo and Li In. When Li Chu found Lian, she was bent over, watering a patch of ink orchids. From a distance, one could see her in a moonlit blue embroidered gown, gracefully meandering through the flower bed. A sweet smile adorned her face, radiating a sense of innocence and tranquility, as if nothing in this world could disturb her peace. Li Chu was also touched by this scene, a subtle smile curving her lips, wishing for her sister's perpetual happiness. Sister, Tsue. Hearing the voice behind her, Lian quickly turned around, tilting her watering can slightly, causing a few drops of water to splash onto her skirt. Unbeknownst to her, she had developed a profound dependency on this spirited younger sister. How careless of you. Quickly change into another dress. It is the height of winter, and you mustn't catch a chill. Concern sparkled in Li Chu's eyes. Her sister had just regained her health, and it was imperative that she not expose herself to the cold. As she spoke, she took out a handkerchief to wipe the wet stains from Lian's skirt, treating her like a child. Chewer, please do not busy yourself. I have something to discuss with you. Lian began, her cheeks flushing slightly. What a coincidence. I have something to tell you as well. Should you go first, or shall I? Li Chu stood tall, her eyes glinting with mischief. It was evident what she was about to say was certainly related to Xiao Yang. Oh dear father, I am truly sorry. I have found your daughter. Yet before we could acknowledge each other, she was whisked away by Xiao Yang. However, father seems quite pleased with him. He even wished to introduce him to me last time. Thus, it may indeed be a fortuitous turn of events. Let me speak first. Your matters can wait. Li Chu insisted. Are you truly not in a hurry? You may not be, but he certainly is, Lian replied, momentarily taken aback, gazing at Li Chu with confusion. Was it possible her sister had learned something? Well, if we continue this conversation, someone might turn into a stone of longing. Li Chu, not wishing to put her in a difficult position, deftly shifted the topic, turning slightly so that Lian could clearly see Li Mo behind her. At that moment, Li Mo appeared lost in a daze, his gaze fixed on the moonlit blue figure before him. In an instant, he recognized her. That face, strikingly similar to their mother's, coupled with the deep bond of blood, left no doubt that this was his beloved sister. Lian stood frozen, bewildered, and somewhat at a loss. He was the eldest brother? The brother who had become a youthful general? May I embrace you, dear sister? After a moment of shared silence, Li Mo finally uttered a line that was both endearing and amusing. Li Chu couldn't help but roll her eyes. Had he grown accustomed to such gestures? A flicker of worry crossed her mind about whether he would ever find a bride. Eldest brother, Lian choked back tears, her eyes misty as crystalline droplets traced delicate paths down her rosy cheeks. Li Mo stepped forward, enveloping the frail and heart-wrenching sister in his arms, her past experiences echoing relentlessly in his mind. The wretched Li Ruetang has usurped her identity, living a carefree life within the residence. While she endures the harshness of existence under Li Ruetang's name, barely clothed and starving, were it not for the desire to uncover the true machinations of the matriarch, he would have long since drawn his sword and sought vengeance upon the second house, to restore justice for his sister. Anur, you have suffered greatly. Henceforth, your elder brother shall protect you diligently, ensuring that you endure no further harm. Even a towering young man could not help but shed 2 tears. He felt the fragility of the person in his embrace. Though she was a year older than Chuer, in comparison, she appeared more like a younger sister. Upon hearing his words, Lian lifted her delicate face, her glass-like eyes gently blinking as she offered Li Mo a soft smile. Do not grieve for me. To reunite with you is my greatest fortune. We should rejoice. The past is but a memory. Despite enduring countless injustices and suffering, she could still so graciously overlook past grievances. How could they bear to be harsh with such an understanding sister? A flicker of ruthlessness appeared in Li Mo's eyes. As for the second house, they may enjoy their respite a while longer, but when the time is ripe, I shall methodically settle accounts with each of you. Beside them, Li Chu suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for her sister, who had already wept thrice. With father, grandfather, grandmother, and uncle involved, one could only wonder how many more tears would flow. Brother, sister is only just recovered. Let's not cause her further sorrow. Moreover, she came here without breakfast and must be ravenous by now. Upon hearing Li Chu's stomach rumble, the two exchanged knowing smiles. "Kuer is hungry. Let us return and have something to eat." Lian turned to instruct Furong to prepare a meal in the kitchen, then took Li Chu and Li Mo's hands as they made their way back. The 3 siblings conversed animatedly until they finished their lunch, at which point Qingwei arrived with news from the Lin family estate. "Miss, Qingwei has uncovered some clues. You two continue your conversation. I have matters to attend to," Li Chu said, before leading Qingwei to Lin Xian's courtyard. "What is Chuer being so secretive about? I have a feeling she is secretly plotting something significant," Li Mo murmured, watching her retreating figure. She was able to discover the exchange of Anur and Li Ruetang and rescue the nearly lifeless girl. She also seemed to possess some knowledge of the matriarch's schemes, and that maid, Qingwei, appeared to possess martial skills surpassing his own. And what of the enigmatic war god, Rongxian? That celestial figure had connections with her as well. What could she possibly be planning? Why, after 3 years of absence, had she transformed so drastically? It was all utterly bewildering. Brother, Chuer is unlike ordinary young ladies. She possesses courage and insight, fully aware of her actions. Though this was indeed true, a sliver of concern still lingered in his heart. Meanwhile, Qingwei produced a charred talisman and 2 jade pendants, their original colors indiscernible. She had arrived a moment too late. It seemed that the 3 men, in their frustration at being unable to find anyone, had set the entire Lin family estate ablaze. The token and the jade pendant were discovered amidst the ruins charred by the great fire. When Lin Xian beheld the 2 jade pendants, tears welled in his eyes. They were gifts he had bestowed upon his twin nephews, now tragically reduced to their sole relics. Li Chu, on the other hand, picked up the scorch token, which bore the unmistakable engraving of the character Yu. "Look at this," Li Chu remarked, offering the token to Lin Xian. "This is the only piece of evidence we have." As Lin Xian received the token, the character ignited a surge of hatred within him. It was indeed the people of the Yu clan who had slaughtered the entire village. Why would he do this? As a prince, why would he so mercilessly slay his own countrymen? Lin Xian cried out in anguish. In the eyes of those individuals, human life was as insignificant as that of ants. As long as it served their interests, they would not hesitate to kill, even their own wives and children. The mere thought of Rong Mingyu filled her with a seething rage. A person like him was unworthy of lineage. The likelihood of Li Ruetang's pregnancy seemed almost certain. Though the child was innocent, she could no longer afford to care. Was her own child not innocent as well? Chapter 59. Sheltering the wounded Rong Xian Lin Xian. From this moment forth, you shall be known as Lin Hong, serving as the strategist beside my elder brother. Yes, you. Within a span of no more than 2 years, I shall ensure that Rong Mingyu meets his demise. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Li Chu's eyes. accompanied by an unsettling, frenzied hatred that sent shivers down the spine. Due to Rong Mingyu's injury, Li Ruotang postponed her return home, intending to ascertain whether she truly bore child. Should she indeed be pregnant, she could seamlessly set her plans in motion. This child was destined to accompany her own offspring to the grave. Lin Heng heeded all of the young lady's commands. For the sake of vengeance, he would not hesitate to change his name and even lay down his life if necessary. Very well, come with me to meet my brother, Li Chu declared as she led Lin Heng back. Upon their return, Li Mo was engrossed in recounting his experiences over the past 3 years to Li Yin, who listened with bated breath. Brother, allow me to introduce someone to you. This is Lin Heng, who will henceforth be your strategist. Li Chu's voice interrupted Li Mo's narrative. Despite his prowess on the battlefield, the dynamics of Shengjing were vastly different. The city was rife with intrigues and political machinations, no less perilous than the bloodshed of war. One careless moment could cost a life. Although Lin Heng possessed a keen intellect, it must be acknowledged that if he remained sincere, he would undoubtedly become a significant asset to his brother, granting him considerable peace of mind. Subordinate Lin Heng pays his respects to the young general, he said, kneeling with sincerity. The young general, hailing from the Xiang residence, was truly an exceptional figure among the younger generation. While many expected him to follow in his father's footsteps, he instead immersed himself in military service from a young age. Within a mere 3 years, he had risen to the rank of young general through his own merits, and his future appeared exceedingly bright. The young lady had indeed arranged a fitting role for him. If he was not mistaken, this young general was certainly worthy of his loyalty, and he would strive not to disappoint the young lady in his support of the young general. Arise. Those who serve alongside me need not adhere to such formalities. When we are alone, there is no need for bowing, Li Mo replied. Although he was uncertain of his sister's intentions, he would unconditionally support her endeavors. Yes, young general. This response was imbued with a greater sense of sincerity than before. Thus, Lin Heng accompanied Li Mo back to the Xiang residence, taking up residence in the guest quarters of Qingmao Pavilion. As the lanterns flickered to life and the night rain fell upon the earth, the air was infused with the scent of damp soil. Li Chu gathered her cloak around her and meticulously placed a stack of rice paper into a wooden box, subsequently concealing it within the hidden compartment behind her vanity. These were pieces of evidence she had privately collected regarding Rong Mingyu's collusion and misconduct. However, this evidence alone was insufficient to bring him down. At most, it would result in a few years of salary deductions, an insipid consequence. What she sought was far more substantial, yet lamentably, the individuals behind Rong Mingyu were exceedingly cunning, and deeper evidence remained elusive. Chu, I have missed you so, a hoarse voice called from behind, and Li Chu found herself enveloped in a damp embrace. Rong Xian. Li Chu turned around, her face brightening with delight, only to be met with a dazed expression as her fury began to rise. With multiple knife wounds marring his body, blood stained his white attire, and a deep gash visible down to the bone marred his handsome visage, rendering the sight particularly harrowing. You are so gravely injured. Why venture out in the rain? Shouted Li Chu towards the door. Yet her hands did not cease their movements, as she deftly began to remove his drenched outer garment, part of which clung to his wounds, necessitating the careful use of a blade to separate them. I long to see you so. This is how I return to meet you? If it happens again, do not come, she replied, her voice thick with emotion, her hands becoming increasingly gentle in their task. After such a prolonged silence, his sudden reappearance startled her greatly, and tears of frustration slipped down her cheeks. I am sorry. It is my fault. I shall not allow myself to be harmed again. Do not worry. Rong Xian tenderly wiped away her tears, a flicker of secret delight blossoming within him. Her concern for him, her tears shed on his behalf, affirmed that she held him dear. The pain he endured was worth it. Miss, I have brought the garments, Qin Yue announced, hastily depositing the clothing before retreating from the room, for it was no place for her to linger. Bear with it. Li Chu softly sprinkled the anesthetic powder onto his wounds, and as its effects took hold, she meticulously excised the necrotic flesh before applying medicine and bandaging. Throughout the ordeal, Rong Xian remained silent, finding the physical pain trivial in comparison to his longing for her. The bandaging was complete, save for that ghastly wound upon his face. Who was the scoundrel that inflicted such harm upon him? If she were to discover the perpetrator, he would surely be fed poison thrice daily. Meanwhile, in a secluded courtyard, Qi Shui suddenly shivered, sensing someone maligning him. Li Chu labored for half an hour to cleanse the wounds on Rongxian's face, realizing that she would need to concoct a scar-removing ointment, as the blemish was particularly conspicuous on his fair complexion. "Is still pouring outside. You shall sleep in my bed tonight. And what about you? I can make do on the soft couch, or perhaps squeeze in with them. Or we could share." Rongxian's eyes glimmered with barely concealed anticipation. Li Chu's face flushed crimson at the suggestion. "No, you should sleep alone. I shall take my leave." As she hurried to Qing Yue's room, beads of perspiration adorned her forehead, leaving her uncertain if it was from heat or embarrassment. "Miss, what brings you here at this hour?" queried Qing Yue, taken aback by her presence with a pillow in tow. "I shall squeeze in with you tonight," Li Chu declared, not allowing her friend to refuse. As she promptly climbed onto the bed. "What? The prince will surely come here. You cannot stay? Well then, I shall share with Qing Yu. You should sleep alone." This time, it was Qing Yue who grabbed her pillow and fled in haste. "I am not Rongxian. Why are you running?" Rongxian lay upon Li Chu's bed, the unique fragrance of the young girl wafting into his senses, stirring his impatience. Perhaps it was time to seek an opportunity to subtly gauge Li's feelings. The following morning, Li Chu entered her chamber, carrying a tray of breakfast, only to find Rongxian already awake, having completed his morning rituals, and leaning against the edge of the bed, engrossed in his medical texts. "You are awake," she remarked. "I have prepared a medicinal meal for you. It will aid in your recovery." Li Chu carefully circumvented Rongxian's wound as she assisted him to the table, her heart heavy as she observed his struggle with the spoon. "Allow me," she offered softly, taking the spoon from him, cooling the contents before gently bringing it to his lips. A sudden spark of light ignited in Rongxian's eyes, an unexpected wave of joy enveloping him entirely. Chapter 60. The Pursuit of the Jade Poison Prince. Crimson blood under Li Chu's attentive care. Rongxian consumed 2 large bowls before finally pausing. He mused inwardly that the injury on his arm was indeed fortuitously timed. Otherwise, he would not have been able to indulge in such comforts. With the rain outside having ceased, he suggested, "Shall we have Feng Ying come to escort you back to the royal residence?" However, before he could revel in his joy, Li Chu spoke up, preparing to shoo him away. "We have matters that remain unresolved and will not return quickly. If I return to the Xian Palace, I shall be alone and must tend to myself." He winced, clutching his wound as he stumbled toward the door, his silhouette appearing both solitary and desolate. "Wait." Hearing Li Chu's call to halt, an unmistakable gleam of pride flickered in Rongxian's eyes. She truly was reluctant to part ways. "What if I lend you Qing Shu for a few days?" Rongxian's smile faltered, for this little fox possessed a peculiar mindset, leaving him with a sense of unfulfilled anticipation. "Never mind. I shall leave Qing Shu to protect you. I have other shadow guards." "Very well. I shall come by regularly to change your bandages. You should rest well." As Rongxian stepped out of the Xiang residence's back door, Feng Lei appeared at his side. "Your Highness, allow me to assist you in returning." "How did you come out?" Rongxian swiftly turned a glance at the closed back door, relieved that no one had witnessed his departure. Otherwise, he would have struggled to concoct an excuse. "Return to the residence. You are to reflect in solitude for 3 days, and must not be seen in public." Rongxian lifted his robe as he headed toward the carriage at the corner, while Feng Lei remained rooted in place, bewildered as to why he was being confined. Had he committed any wrongdoing? Once Rongxian left, Li Chu promptly summoned Qing Yu, eager to uncover the identity of the one who had harmed Rongxian. "Qing Yu, do you know where Rongxian has gone this time?" After careful consideration, Qing Yu resolved to inform Li Chu, recognizing that she was now her master and, soon, the future Xian Wangfei, closely linked to the prince. "I know. He went to Mo Shui City." Mo Shui City? Indeed, it lies on the border of the Shiyuan Kingdom and is the largest city closest to the Beiwa Kingdom. In her previous life, the Beiwa Kingdom harbored ambitions toward Shiyuan, engaging in numerous covert maneuvers. At that time, The Beihua crown prince was gravely injured by Rong Xian, who also suffered from a deadly poison, allowing her to assist Rong Mingyu in ascending the throne within a mere 3 years. In this lifetime, since Rong Xian had once again fallen victim to a lethal toxin, it stood to reason that the Beihua crown prince must also be grievously wounded. Who then would possess the capability to harm Rong Xian at the border? The confrontation between Rong Xian and the Beihua crown prince resulted in the latter sustaining severe injuries? Not at all. The Beihua crown prince was ambushed by Qi Shui, leading to Rong Xian being poisoned, while the crown prince remained unscathed. How could this be? In her previous life, it was clearly Ji Wuhan who had allied with the Beihua crown prince. Why had the allegiance shifted to Qi Shui this time? And Ji Wuhan, you scoundrel, if you dare to ally with the Beihua crown prince again in this life, I shall marry Qing Feng off to another. Thus, it could be concluded that the individuals responsible for injuring Rong Xian were none other than the Beihua crown prince and Qi Shui. Miss, there is trouble at the estate. Qing Feng rushed in, her face a mask of terror. What has happened? From the grave expression on her face, Li Chu surmised that a significant calamity had occurred. This morning, a sudden crisis struck Yaoquan Manor, leaving every soul within its walls incapacitated, without exception. How could an entire estate fall ill without reason? Taking along a medical kit, she instructed the two of them to accompany her. The carriage sped along the road, but an unsettling feeling gnawed at Li Chu's heart. She discreetly retrieved a portion of the most potent poison and entrusted it to Qing Yue and Qing Feng. Qing Yue observed the surroundings closely. I sense something amiss, she cautioned. Understood, Mississippi. After an hour, they finally arrived at Yaoquan Manor, which lay shrouded in an eerie stillness, devoid of life. Let us go inside and investigate, Li Chu urged. Stepping cautiously through the entrance, her vigilance heightened. Not a soul was in sight until they approached the grand hall, where faint wails began to echo. Qing Wei instinctively led the way, remaining alert, and the trio entered the hall unscathed. Miss, we must leave at once, implored a matron from the Guogong mansion, one of the estate's overseers. Please, we are innocent. You must help us, another overseer cried out, crawling towards Li Chu. Li Chu bypassed him, moving directly to the matron who had spoken earlier, grasping her hand to examine her carefully. After checking several others nearby, her suspicions were confirmed. Their pulses were all identical. Indeed, they had been poisoned. But who was behind this? This was clearly a targeted assault against her, using the lives of the entire estate as leverage, a truly malicious plot. A name flashed through her mind, Qi Shui. Now was not the time for contemplation. She could not afford to dwell on Qi Shui's whereabouts. She knew that if she did not act swiftly, these people would perish. Li Chu retrieved an antidote pill from her medical kit. Although the poison was vile, it paled in comparison to the lethal concoction employed by Rong Xian. As long as they took her antidote, they should be fine. A quarter of an hour later, those who had ingested the antidote began to regain their vitality, huddling together in fear as they cast terrified glances towards the entrance. Since we are here, why hide? Are you ashamed to show your face? Li Chu remarked, taking a seat, her gaze piercing towards the entrance. A small figure appeared in the doorway, a vivid red silhouette gliding in, stopping just outside the hall. With an air of intrigue, she scrutinized Li Chu. It was only now, having seen her without a veil in Mingxiang Hall, that Li Chu could fully appreciate her beauty, flawless skin, white as snow, draped in a pristine white gown. Casually leaning against the back of a chair, her expression indifferent yet laced with a hint of menace. I bear you no grudge. Why do you persist in entangling me in your schemes? If you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation, know that I, Li Chu, am no meek lamb to be trifled with. Since she had taken up martial arts, an enigmatic fierceness had emerged within her, captivating even Qi Shui, who had fancied herself worldly. A noble lady possessing such medical prowess and commanding presence was indeed a rarity. Truly, there is no animosity. I am but a pawn in another's game, compelled by circumstance. A flicker of crimson light danced in his eyes, evoking both temptation and provocation. Ah, what a predicament of unrequited affection. Then I shall respond in kind. Li Chu's lips curled into a smile that failed to reach her eyes. With a graceful yet forceful flick of her delicate fingers, a slender poison needle, as fine as a strand of cow's hair, swiftly darted towards the visage of Qi Shui. Qi Shui's brow furrowed in surprise, evidently unprepared for her formidable skills. In an instant, he was unable to evade, and the needle grazed his forehead, leaving behind a faint trace of blood. Qi Shui's pupils constricted sharply, his expression filled with astonishment. Had she truly wounded him? Through the haze of his fading consciousness and the sting of pain, he realized he had been poisoned. It was truly ironic. Having spent countless days hunting the wild goose, he found himself pecked in the eye. Even the illustrious master of poison could fall victim to toxins. Though he swallowed an antidote, it failed to halt the spread of the poison. The potency was remarkable, and he conceded defeat. A wise man recognizes the times. He must retreat at once, lest his life be forfeited here. As Qi Shui turned to flee, Li Chu was determined not to let him escape. To release a tiger back in the mountains would surely invite future calamity. It was better to take his life while he was vulnerable. Qingfeng, stay behind. Qingwei, follow me, she commanded as she pursued him. Chapter 61. Xiao Yinxing, will you kill me or save Qi Shui? Qi Shui sprinted through the dense forest, his body weakened by poison. Were it not for his partial immunity to toxins, he would have certainly succumbed to death by now. Li Chu and Qing Yu relentlessly pursued him, finally cornering Qi Shui by the edge of a serene lake. Why not let me submit to you, and grant me mercy this once? A stream of dark blood oozed from the corner of Qi Shui's mouth, indicating that even his resilience was failing against the spreading venom. To stall for time? Dream on. Qing Yu, kill him. Qing Yu leapt forward, delivering a powerful kick to Qi Shui's chest, resulting in several fractured ribs. However, just as Qing Yu's sword was about to pierce his heart, a shadowy figure abruptly appeared, deflecting the blade with ease. Dear lady, it is wise to spare those whom you can afford to. The tall figure stood with his back to Li Chu, his voice rich with magnetism. Although she could not see his face, Li Chu sensed an extraordinary aura and an inherent bloodlust emanating from him. Outwardly composed, Li Chu's heart surged with tumultuous waves. The one who had injured Rongxian had arrived sooner than anticipated. I wish to spare him, yet he shows no inclination to spare me. One must look after their own interests. Prince Xiao Yinxing of Beihua, wouldn't you agree? Xiao Yinxing paused, turning to gaze intently at Li Chu, a flicker of astonishment flashing in his eyes. Could the woman capable of neutralizing Qi Shui's poison be this very person? Did that imply she could also unravel Rongxian's toxin? With Rongxian now incapacitated, the kingdom of Shiyuan would surely fall into his grasp, and seizing Nanqi would be merely a matter of course. He could not allow any unpredictable variables to remain. She must not leave this place alive. Li Chu's dark eyes shifted, clearly catching the glint of murderous intent in Xiao Yinxing's gaze as another poison needle shot forth from her hand. Beware of the poison needle, Qi Shui warned, allowing Xiao Yinxing to narrowly evade the projectile. To have dodged her lethal needle attested to his exceptional skill. Indeed, how could one who had injured Rongxian be merely an amateur? Li Chu cast a cold, piercing glance at Qi Shui, pondering why he lingered, meddling in affairs that did not concern him. Her clear eyes darted between Qi Shui and Xiao Yinxing, as if weighing her options for escape. Stop looking, you cannot flee. Your demise is inevitable today, Xiao Yinxing declared, moving like lightning toward Li Chu. Is that so? I am equally curious to see whether Qi Shui's life holds more value than my own, she retorted as another deadly poison needle sped toward the utterly defenseless Qi Shui, too swift for even Xiao Yinxing to intervene. He could only hold on for another half hour, and then it would be up to the prince to decide. Li Chu smiled slyly, her feet barely touching the ground as she and Qing Yu swiftly vanished from sight. Damn it, what a cunning woman. Ultimately, Xiao Yinxing relinquished his pursuit of Li Chu, choosing instead to save Qi Shui, who lay on the ground, expelling dark blood and regret, lamenting how he had ever entangled himself with this sorceress. The mistakes of the past have been irrevocably made, and animosities have been formed. Confronted with her words once more, he would undoubtedly remain vigilant. Xiao Yinxing fed a detoxification pill to Qi Shui before leading him back to their temporary residence. The accompanying physician, under Qi Shui's guidance, exerted immense effort to prepare the antidote just in time to save his life. However, The 4 broken ribs would require a period of recuperation, rendering him unable to participate in subsequent plans. Li Chu and Qing Yu had rushed to Qingfeng, their pace only easing once they entered the city. Her instincts had proven correct. Qi Shui held significant importance to Xiao Yanqing, and he would certainly choose to save him. Fortuitously, her gamble paid off, and thankfully, her poison had not claimed Qi Shui's life instantly. Otherwise, she would have had to accompany him in death today. This incident would undoubtedly draw Xiao Yanqing's attention to her, placing her in a perilous situation. Qing Yu, I must trouble you to keep a close watch on the safety of the residents during this time. It seems I too will be under scrutiny. I can no longer visit my sister. Miss, Qing Yu will remain vigilant, she assured. But that alone may not suffice. Come, follow me to a certain place. Li Chu suddenly recalled an intriguing matter. Fei Huang Lu Li Chu requested the most expensive private room from the attendant, as she need not concern herself with the expense. The room was exquisitely adorned, and from the window, one could gaze upon the ethereal Imo Cho Lake, where various boats floated, creating a lively spectacle. Miss, here is the menu for your perusal. The attendant respectfully stood by, awaiting Li Chu's command. Bring forth the finest and most expensive dishes you have. Li Chu waved her hand dismissively, foregoing the menu. Before long, an array of delicacies filled the table, with some dishes spilling onto the floor due to lack of space. The 3 of them feasted contentedly, their bellies round and full. After a brief respite, Li Chu called out grandly, "Attendant, the bill, please." "Certainly, Mississippi. Your total comes to 8,125 taels. Rounded down to 8,000 taels," he replied. "Very well. Charge it to Shun Huayu's account. I shall return to settle it later," Li Chu declared as she lifted her skirts, preparing to leave. The attendant hastily blocked the doorway, maintaining a respectful tone. "I apologize, miss, but our establishment does not extend credit." At that moment, a group of well-trained individuals in black attire positioned themselves at the entrance, signaling that she would not leave without payment. "Then I shall not press you further. Summon your owner. I shall pay him directly," Li Chu replied, turning back to her seat without hesitation. Allow me to consult," the attendant pondered before addressing the black-clad individuals behind him. After approximately a cup of tea's time, a low, melodious voice resonated at the entrance. "Who dares dine and dash?" And even under Shun Huayu's name, a refined young man appeared before Li Chu and her companions, his handsome visage adorned with a carefree smile. "It is I. Long time no see, Shun Huayu." Li Chu turned her head, bestowing him with a captivating smile. A hand with distinctly defined lines gently tapped on Li Chu's smooth forehead. "Is it Shun Huayu that you called for? Call me cousin. Third cousin. Wow, my Chuer has grown up so much." Shun Huayu dismissed the servants and took Li Chu's hand with great affection. Since childhood, this exquisitely delicate younger sister had delighted in trailing behind him, sweetly calling him cousin. Until 5 years ago, when his father took his elder brother to the frontier, and 2 years later, their grandfather also led the family there. That journey lasted 3 years, during which both his elder and second brothers enlisted in the military, while he aspired solely to learn the art of commerce and the pursuit of wealth. Initially, his father opposed this ambition, but fortunately, their grandmother intervened on his behalf, granting him an opportunity for experience. Little did they know he would carve out an impressive path for himself. Now, his financial standing ranks second in the kingdom of Shiyuan, and the bustling Feihuang Tower is one of his enterprises. Indeed, third cousin is a prodigy in business, possessing an innate sense for success. Li Chu has always been generous with her praise for her relatives. "You certainly know how to flatter, but has Chu truly fallen to the depths of dining for free? Such a pity. Perhaps tomorrow I shall select a few prosperous shops to gift her." A young lady should not always rely on free meals. Chapter 62. The guardian left to her by grandfather recently. "My shop and estate have encountered some difficulties, and I wish to borrow a few guardians from the Shun family, if it is not too much trouble." The Shun family has meticulously cultivated these guardians, each possessing formidable martial skills and unwavering loyalty. Qing Shu and Qing Yun are among those who hail from the Shun guards. Now, she has caught the attention of Xiao Yanqing, and that blood red seems to be a person who harbors grudges, leaving her concerned that her visible estates and shops may become targets for his revenge. Should she have the Shun guards and her antidote at her disposal, she would feel considerably more at ease. What nonsense is this? We are family, whatever your request. Cousin Sam will fulfill it without hesitation. Moreover, grandfather has indeed reserved a guardian from the Shun family for you. There are a total of 240 elite guards, currently divided into 8 squads, with one assigned to the protector of the nation and another to the general. 3 squads have been allocated to the 3 brothers, while the general's wife and Shun Qian share 1 squad, leaving 2 remaining. Grandfather once hinted that one of these squads was meant for Li Chu. Whether given early or late, it was destined to be hers. Since she is in need now, it seems fitting to present it to her at this moment. Shun Huayu retrieved a bronze token from his waist, inscribed with the character Shin, exuding an air of antiquity and weightiness. Did grandfather truly leave a squad of Shin guards for me? Li Chu gazed at the bronze token, her hand hesitating to reach out. A wave of guilt washed over her. The facade of strength she had maintained crumbled in an instant, and tears unexpectedly brimmed her eyes. The same token from the Shun family. Yet in her previous life, all 8 had been in her possession, accompanying her through countless trials and tribulations, ultimately leading to her family's tragic demise. All the calamities were her doing. She alone bore the burden of their misfortunes. Even if given another chance, she would still owe everyone a life. After a long moment, Li Chu solemnly accepted the token, a resolute conviction igniting within her. She would never tread the same path again. She would safeguard her family. Grandfather still cares for me so deeply. It has been 3 years since we last met. I wonder how he and grandmother are faring. The thought of her silver-haired grandfather, still vibrant and spirited, brought an involuntary smile to her lips. Not merely concern, grandfather raised you for 3 years, and upon returning you, he wept for 3 whole days. When she was 10, grandfather suddenly appeared, stating his intention to bring Li Chu to the protector's mansion for his personal tutelage, a proposition that Li Xiang readily accepted. Thus, under the protective wing of grandfather Shinqing, Li Chu blossomed rapidly, becoming a stunningly talented young woman of Shiyuan within 3 years, adept in both strategy and wit. Had it not been for grandmother and her aunt's vehement opposition, unwilling to see such a delicate girl endure hardship, she might have been well-versed in both literature and martial arts. As grandmother and aunt would say, sons may be raised roughly, but daughters must be nurtured tenderly and delicately. It was not until Shun Qing decided to relocate the family to the border town, unable to bear seeing Li Chu suffer the harshness of life, that he returned her to the Xiang mansion, weeping all the way from Shengjing to the border town. The bond between grandfather and me is profound. How could I not constantly think of him? Upon her return to the mansion, she locked herself in her room and wept bitterly. Fortunately, 3 fleeting years have passed, and at long last, she has awaited this long overdue reunion across 2 lifetimes. Do not cry. At the latest, the day after tomorrow, you shall see your grandfather, Shun Huayu remarked. Unbeknownst to her, the intricacies of the situation eluded Shun Huayu, who merely assumed that the tears flowed from her profound longing for her grandfather. Very well, I shall go to the city gate to welcome him the day after tomorrow. At that moment, Li Chu's mindset underwent a profound transformation. To be candid, upon her rebirth, she recognized that eliminating Rong Mingyu would not be a simple endeavor. She had even contemplated that, should circumstances become dire, she would take him down with her, accompanying him to the netherworld. Yet now, her thoughts have shifted. With so many who care for and cherish her, including Rong Xian, how could she possibly entertain the notion of death? Moreover, it is hardly justifiable to exchange her precious, hard-won life for that of a scoundrel. Better to allow Rong Mingyu to meet his own demise. Li Chu returned to the Liuli Pavilion with her token, instructing Qing Wei to summon all of the guards belonging to the Shun family. 5 would remain at Yaoquan Manor, another 5 at Mingxiang Hall, while the rest would be stationed in the other courtyard to ensure the safety of her sister and Shaoyang. She also directed Qing Lian to remain in the shadows for the time being, managing the affairs of the various shops without allowing anyone to discover her enterprises. Qi Shui has never been a man of integrity, often resorting to underhanded tactics, and she must remain vigilant against him. Her suspicions were not unfounded. At that very moment, Qi Shui lay in bed, seething with resentment as he devised a plan to deal with Li Chu. Your Highness, this Li Chu is undeniably a formidable adversary. She may well influence our endeavors to conquer the Shiyuan kingdom in the future. Xiao Yinxing, exasperated, turned his head away, no longer willing to gaze upon Qi Shui's menacing visage. This marked the 10th time he had strategized against Li Chu since awakening. I, the illustrious young master of jade poison, have been outmaneuvered by a mere woman and nearly lost my life. Should this news circulate? Qi Shui cast a mournful glance at Xiao Yinxing, causing him to recoil in alarm, retreating with his chair. No other consort for the Eastern Palace had ever looked at him with such intensity, leaving him feeling utterly unnerved. I have matters to attend to. You should rest well. Xiao Yinxing rose and departed without a backward glance, vanishing in an instant. Alas, Your Highness, why do you flee? All I desire is for you to eliminate that detestable woman from me. Qi Shui muttered into the air, his anger still simmering. Let her enjoy her freedom for a few days. Once his injuries healed, he would ensure she paid dearly. At the Wang residence, Li Ruotang had diligently practiced her charms since the day she wed into the royal family. Lacking the knowledge and beauty of Li Chu, she could only rely on her body to secure Rong Mingyu's heart. She understood the nature of Rong Mingyu. Should she become a being devoid of value, he would undoubtedly discard her without hesitation. In red attire, has the prince not yet returned? Li Ruotang reclined wearily upon the favored concubine's couch, her spirit flagging and on the verge of slumber. Each night, she exerted every effort to please Rong Mingyu, leaving her drowsy throughout the day. In response to the princess, the prince has yet to return. As Hongyi followed the rising tide of Li Ruotang's fortunes, she found herself increasingly favored, not only by the royal consort, but also by the steward, who was keen to curry her favor. Now, she was well versed in the affairs of the royal residence and served as Li Ruotang's most trusted aide, discreetly resolving numerous troubles on her behalf. For instance, the audacious Lady Ro, emboldened by the prince's past affection, dared to act with insolence, neglecting the princess in the morning and evening. Alas, her life was abruptly claimed by a sudden illness, extinguishing her existence like a fleeting fragrance. Very well, I shall rest for a while. Please stand guard at the door, and awaken me when the prince returns, Li Ruotang instructed, her eyes fluttering shut as she succumbed to a deep slumber. Hongyi exited the room and securely closed the door, a sense of unease nagging at her. She sensed something amiss with the princess lately, as if no amount of sleep could suffice. Could it be that she was with child? Counting on her fingers, she confirmed that the princess's monthly cycle had been delayed by 7 days. Indeed, it seemed she was pregnant. If the princess truly was expecting, Hongyi would no longer be able to serve the prince, yet as her dowry maid. She would have a significant opportunity to rise in status. Hongyi, where's the princess? A melodious voice inquired. It was Rong Mingyu returning. The servant has paid her respects to the prince. The princess mentioned she was feeling weary and has since retired, Hongyi replied, mimicking Li Ruotang's demeanor, leaning gracefully and revealing a pair of pristine jade-like arms. Chapter 63. Rong Mingyu and the secret affair of Li Ruotang's made Rong Mingyu lowered his gaze, carefully observing the maid in red who was half-squatting. He had never noticed before that she possessed a certain allure. A smile graced his lips as he gently supported her arm, causing her to lose her balance and inadvertently tumble into his embrace. Your Highness, I beg your pardon for my unintentional offense, she stammered, her soft, ample bosom pressing against his arm, a fragrance unique to a maiden wafting into his nostrils. Instantly stiffening his body, an uncontrollable desire surged within him. As Li Ruotang's maid, she naturally belonged to him. With this thought, Rong Mingyu took her directly to his study. Upon entering, he could hardly contain his impatience as he unfastened her garments, revealing her pristine form before him, and he could no longer restrain himself. Moments later, the study was filled with the sounds of his heavy breaths and her pleas for mercy. Only by indulging in her completely would he come to cherish her, ensuring that thoughts of her would linger in his mind. With a few more encounters and the possibility of her becoming pregnant, she would then ascend in status through motherhood. Your Highness, I have harbored feelings for you for so long, but my lowly station prevents me from expressing my affection. To receive your favor, even if just this once, would leave me with no regrets. Even in death, she whispered, her fingers caressing his neck, her soft lips grazing his skin, igniting a fervent heat within him. The enchanting maid gazed at him with tear-filled eyes, her expression brimming with palpable affection. Coupled with such heartfelt declarations, it was hard for any man to resist. Redgarb, I cannot bear the thought of losing you, he murmured. Even the alluring Li Ruotang had never stirred such a desperate longing within him. She was indeed a treasure. How had he not recognized her worth sooner? At that moment, Hong Yun was carrying a bowl of bird's nest soup for Li Ruotang and, passing by the study, overheard the suggestive sounds emanating from within. The voice did not seem to belong to Li Ruotang. Who could that woman be? Hong Yun tiptoed closer, pressing her ear to the door. Your Highness, Redgarb truly adores you. The maid's voice rang out, startling Hong Yun. How could it be the maid most trusted by Li Ruotang? Steadying her trembling hands, Hong Yun cautiously retreated from the study, making sure to make no sound. Meanwhile, after resting for 2 hours, Li Ruotang had regained much of her energy. Upon seeing Hong Yun enter with the bird's nest, she inquired, Where has Redgarb gone? I have been awake for a while and have yet to see her. Replying to the princess, I have been in the kitchen preparing the bird's nest and have not seen Redgarb, Hong Yun replied, bowing slightly as she set down the dish. Determined not to reveal a single word about the affair between Rong Mingyu and Redgarb. It was not until Li Ruotang had consumed half a bowl of the soup that Redgarb returned, her face flushed and limping slightly, the scent of intimacy still clinging to her. Your Highness, I have returned, she announced softly. Redgarb, where have you been? Li Ruotang asked, her curiosity piqued. Having experienced the intricacies of human relationships, Li Ruotang immediately discerned her unusual demeanor. Furrowing her brows, she wondered if she had been consorting with some guards. Nevertheless, as long as she could competently assist her, bestowing upon her a chance at romance would not be out of the question. The maid made a brief visit to the kitchen. Inadvertently, Hong Yi shrank her shoulders, her gaze betraying a sense of anxiety. Having lingered by Li Ruotang's side for too long, she was acutely aware of her character and the dire consequences awaiting those who betrayed her. Yet, she yearned for more than a lifetime of servitude. Even if her current role was merely that of a lowly concubine, should Rong Mingyu ascend the throne, she could at least attain a noble status. Perhaps, should she bear a prince, her position might further elevate, thus allowing her to bring glory to her family. The adage holds that fortune favors the bold. If she could endure this phase, wealth and splendor would soon be within her grasp. Has the prince returned? Hong Yi's plight was inconsequential. The pressing matter was how to secure Rong Mingyu's heart and make him fall in love with her. Lately, he had been shrouded in mystery, even claiming to be injured, which delayed her return home. Despite her subtle attempts at intimacy, he deftly redirected the conversation, leaving her feeling increasingly anxious in her ignorance. Have you missed me, Tanga? Rong Mingyu appeared, clad in a pristine white robe, clearly having just bathed. Li Ruotang did not dwell on this, for she understood the prince's penchant for cleanliness. Leaning against his chest, she murmured, I have thought of you all day, my prince. Rong Mingyu tilted her delicate chin, planting a kiss upon her lips, a sensation entirely distinct from the one experienced with that little enchantress, Hong Yi, while holding Li Ruotang in his arms. His gaze lingered on Hong Yi's alluring figure, who boldly returned his glance with a flirtatious wink. As the two engaged in open flirtation, Hong Yun maintained her composure, observing with an air of indifference, her head lowered to feign ignorance of the scene unfolding before her. You may leave now, Li Ruotang said, her hands climbing up Rong Mingyu's robust form, slightly tilting her head towards Hong Yi and Hong Yun. Hong Yun bowed slightly and exited, while Hong Yi cast a resentful glance at Rong Mingyu, reluctantly withdrawing, aware of what would transpire next. At the Xianwang mansion, Li Chu came to change the dressings as scheduled. After several days of recovery, Rong Xian's wounds had healed considerably, and from tomorrow onward, dressing changes would no longer be necessary. Due to Li Chu's specific instructions, Rong Xian remained unaware of her formal confrontation with Qi Shui and Xiao Yanqing. Knowing Rong Xian's temperament, she feared that upon learning this, He would disregard his injuries and rush to confront them, a scenario she wished to avoid. Moreover, she did not desire to be like a parasitic flower, reliant on his protection. She aspired for a partnership built on mutual support through adversity. You have been gone for several days. Are you aware of the massacre at Lin's village? Once the dressings were changed, Li Chu sat across from Rong Xian, her tone grave. Rong Xian slowly tied his robe, a fierce glint in his eyes, acknowledging. It was while investigating this matter that I sustained my injuries. On that day, he received a tip-off that the crown prince of Beihua, Xiao Yanqing, had secretly infiltrated Shi Yuan and was clandestinely colluding with high-ranking officials of the court. It was common knowledge that Rong Xian was gravely poisoned and had little time left to live. Thus, he could only investigate this matter under the guise of the master of Qiling Tower. In addition to being the god of war, Rong Xian was also the proprietor of Qiling Tower, a formidable force whose influence spanned the realm, instilling fear in the hearts of many. The world was well aware of Qiling Tower's decisive brutality. Numerous factions had previously conspired to besiege it out of envy, only to be completely annihilated overnight. Since that time, no one dared to provoke this colossal entity, nor did anyone realize that its master was the infamous and ruthless god of war, Rong Xian. Who had harmed you? Qi Shui or Xiao Yanqing? If it was Qi Shui, then she had already avenged half of her grievances. If it was Xiao Yanqing, then he would be noted for future reckoning. Neither. Li Chuxin felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, her expression gradually darkening. If neither, then who could it be? How did this differ from what Qingyue had conveyed? Chapter 64. The Testing at the Return Feast, a master of swordsmanship. His technique, imbued with an icy chill and unparalleled ferocity, was adept at assassination. Taking advantage of the clash between me and Xiao Yanqing, he struck at me from the shadows. As Rong Xian reflected on that day, a wave of dread washed over him. Were it not for his timely escape, he might have succumbed to that man's blade and would never again see his little fox. As formidable as Xiao Yanqing was, he had now enlisted the services of the toxic expert, Qi Shui, alongside that assassin. It was akin to adding wings to a tiger, rendering them invincible. Hearing Rong Xian's words, Li Chu also felt a chill of fear, to think that a skilled assassin lurked beside Xiao Yanqing. And yet she had managed to escape his clutches. Truly, it was remarkable luck. She vowed never again to act recklessly. She could not afford to lose her life before avenging the great wrongs done to her. Such a fate would leave her restless in death. For reasons unknown, whenever the enigmatic swordsman was mentioned, Li Chu thought of Ji Wuhan, another adept swordsman skilled in the art of assassination. Surely it could not be mere coincidence. Otherwise, she would be unwittingly aiding a formidable foe. Were you able to discern the man's appearance? If it truly were Ji Wuhan, then the burden of Rong Xian's injuries would rest heavily upon her conscience. She would need to treat him with more kindness henceforth, as recompense. Draped in black and cloaked in the depth of night, she had not seen clearly. Perhaps it was best to set aside such thoughts for now, to rest and rejuvenate. For only in good health could she face the trials ahead. Xiao Yanqing's clandestine maneuvers were ceaseless, and the number of those poisoned by Qi Shui was countless. Now was not the time for recuperation. Rest assured, for Qi Shui will not stir up trouble for the time being. Li Chu remained oblivious to the increasingly inquisitive gaze Rong Xian cast upon her. Oh, what could this mean? Because Li Chu gasped, covering her mouth in terror. Had she truly lowered her guard against Rong Xian? How did she come to know of the connection between Xiao Yanqing and Qi Shui? Had they crossed paths? That was her bright eyes darted nervously, and the carefully prepared words faltered on her lips. Rong Xian gazed intently at her, his profound eyes seemingly penetrating to the very depths of her being, seeking to unveil her true thoughts. Do not lie, for I can uncover the truth with but a little effort. Seeing that he was resolute, Li Chu ultimately chose to speak candidly, recounting her encounter with Qi Shui and Xiao Yanqing in its entirety. Rong Xian's expression remained inscrutable as he pressed his lips together, the darkness in his eyes deepening. Akin to a hunter in the shadows, searching for prey, Xiao Yanqing had likely set his sights on his little fox, though he remained unaware of their connection. His caution stemmed from a fear that the little fox might aid in neutralizing the poison. Xiao Yanqing was known for his erratic behavior, preferring to eliminate 100 innocents rather than allowing one to escape. He needed to thwart Xiao Yinxing, ensuring the latter could not direct his attention toward the little fox, thus safeguarding her well-being. The next morning, Li Ruotang and Rong Mingyu rode in the luxurious carriage of the Prince of Yu, making a grand entrance to the Xiang residence, followed closely by several other carriages laden with gifts. In the foremost carriage, Li Ruotang delicately fed peeled grapes into Rong Mingyu's mouth, her voice soft and sweet, expressing her gratitude for the prince's willingness to accompany her on this visit. Although this return visit was somewhat overdue, it nonetheless provided her with considerable prestige. The numerous gifts were unprecedented in Shiyuan. Even the common folk along the way paused in their daily routines, gathering to discuss the astonishing display of gifts. Did you see that? 6 carriages worth of gifts. Only the Empress's legitimate son could manage such a feat. It is surprising how precious Li Ruotang's fate seems. Despite her past transgressions, she has secured the prince's exclusive favor. Indeed, it is said that upon her arrival, the prince dismissed all his concubines without a second thought. Among the onlookers, there were those filled with envy, others with jealousy, and of course, a few who harbored resentment. "Miss, did we sneak out just to witness this return visit?" Xiao Yu clung tightly to her mistress, fearful of being swept away by the crowd. What is so special about their return? I wish to find my sister Chu." Shui Yuzhu, feeling utterly disappointed, stamped her foot. Having been grounded for a month due to poor academic performance, she had finally managed to sneak out, only to encounter this return banquet. It was clear that the Xiang residents would not receive any outsiders during the festivities, making it unlikely for her to see her sister today. Oh well, since we are already out, we might as well wait at the entrance of the Xiang residence. Perhaps I will still encounter Sister Chu. Shui Yuzhu led Xiao Yu through the throng, moving in the direction of the Xiang residence alongside the prince's carriage. Fortunately, the distance was not great, merely 2 streets apart. In a quarter of an hour, the sign of the Xiang residence came into view. At the entrance, Li Xiang, Shan Shuyun, along with Liamo Li Chu, and members of the second branch, awaited their arrival. Rong Mingyu elegantly dismounted from the carriage and then turned to support the somewhat fatigued Li Ruotang. Indeed, she had not slept well the previous night, having spent the entire evening catering to Rong Mingyu's whims. She suspected that her exhaustion and drowsiness stemmed from this. Yet she was unwilling to allow another woman to attend to him. Thus she persevered. "Your Highness, Prince of Yu, Your Highness, Princess of Yu." Li Xiang led the members of the Xiang residence in a deep bow, displaying utmost courtesy. "Father, mother, grandmother, please rise. We are family and need not be so formal." Li Ruotang sincerely urged them to rise, though her eyes betrayed a glimmer of triumph. "There will come a time when you bow to me. Now, I hold the most esteemed position in the entire Xiang residence. Not only the detested Li Chu, but even Li Xiang himself must show her deference." Spotting Li Chu standing at the periphery, Li Ruotang couldn't resist a mocking remark. "Sister, who would have thought that the one marrying the Prince of Yu would be me? I once considered playing matchmaker for you." The implication was clear. She had once thought to pair Li Chu with the prince. Yet it was she who ultimately captured his heart, creating an illusion that the prince had dismissed Li Chu. "Sister seems to have made an error. I distinctly recall mentioning that I am rather discerning." Li Chu regarded Li Ruotang with a calm demeanor, observing Li Ruotang's appearance. It was evident that she bore some signs of pregnancy. A mere touch to her wrist would ascertain the truth. "Indeed, my sister's aspirations soar higher than the heavens, a feat I can only admire from afar. The hour grows late. Let us proceed to the estate and prepare for the banquet." Liamo, noticing the subtle rivalry between the two, deliberately shifted the subject. "Sister, your current status is esteemed. Allow me to assist you across the threshold." Li Chu stepped forward, supporting Li Ruotang's left arm, only releasing her grip once they had crossed the entrance, obediently stepping aside. "I appreciate your efforts, dear sister," Li Ruotang remarked with a haughty glance at Li Chu, her smile cooling at the corners. "What good is flattery now? It is far too late." Yet, in that fleeting moment of lowering her head, Li Chu flashed a beguiling smile. Indeed, Li Ruotang was with child, and soon, dear child, your mother shall bring you a companion. Chapter 65. Li Ruotang confirms her pregnancy at the pair would aid immortals table. Rong Mingyu and Li Ruotang occupied the seats of honor, followed in order by Li Xiang and the old matriarch. Li Ruotang deliberately puffed out her chest, adopting a humble and amiable tone, yet inwardly she was filled with disdain. She had delayed her return visit and was here to offer her apologies to everyone over tea. Your Highness, you are now of esteemed status. It is only right that we accommodate you, said Wang Feiyu with great politeness. Lu Qiao gazed at Li Ruotang with a look of deep satisfaction. Dressed in luxurious royal attire, adorned with priceless pink gemstones, and boasting a pair of red gold bracelets inlaid with South Sea pearls, she truly exuded an air of opulence. Her daughter had now risen to become the highest-ranking figure in Shiyuan, second only to the Empress, validating the 18 years of separation she had endured. Every sacrifice was indeed worthwhile. Although Li Ruotang held her biological mother in contempt, she could not ignore the flattery that was pleasing to her ears. "Aunt, you are too kind. It is I who should be apologizing," she replied graciously. Apart from Li Xiang, only Lu Qiao expressed genuine concern for her. The others remained silent. The old matriarch's expression darkened slightly, internally scolding Lu Qiao for her foolishness, unable to even perform her role adequately. As the banquet progressed, Li Xiang and Li Mo continued to share drinks with Rong Mingyu, while Li Ruotang, aware that the old matriarch had something to discuss with her, feigned fatigue and excused herself back to Haitang Pavilion. The old matriarch's keen gaze swept over Lu Qiao, prompting the two of them to take their leave as well. Heading directly to Luan Hall, Li Chu had also seized the moment to arrive near the rockery, for Hong Yun awaited her there. "Third Miss, I overheard Prince Yu and Hong Yi in a compromising situation in the study. The second miss is unaware, and she just went to Luan Hall." Hong Yun relayed succinctly before hastily returning to Haitang Pavilion, fearing that if Li Ruotang came back and did not find her, it would be difficult to explain. "Qingyue, go to Luan Hall and listen for any gossip," Li Chu instructed. Qingyue, upon hearing this, concealed her presence and stealthily infiltrated Luan Hall. Daylight was far more perilous than night, and she had to remain vigilant. Li Chu stood still, her eyes half closed, displaying a hint of amusement and curiosity. Rong Mingyu had indeed engaged in an affair with Hong Yi right under Li Ruotang's nose. The situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. Moreover, according to Hong Yun, Hong Yi had formidable charms in bed, and it wouldn't be long before Rong Mingyu fell completely under her spell. "Li Ruotang, you too shall experience the heart-wrenching pain of losing kin and the betrayal of those you trust most." In Luan Hall, the ailing Li Ruotang sat waiting, and before long, the old matriarch and Lu Qiao returned together. "Grandmother," she greeted, unable to adopt an air of superiority in front of the enigmatic matriarch, instead showing her utmost respect. "Indeed, you have heeded my words and successfully captured Prince Yu's heart," the old matriarch remarked. Since Li Ruotang's return, she had been observing her closely, while words could deceive. The eyes could not lie. She could see the affection Prince Yu held for Li Ruotang reflected in his gaze. "It is due to your wise guidance, grandmother. Come here. Let me have a look at you." As Li Ruotang stepped closer, the old matriarch seized her wrist, her sharp eyes glinting with a hint of anticipation. The pulse is smooth and round like a pearl, indicative of joy. A smile of delight appeared on the usually composed face of the elderly matron, for her mission had finally reached fruition. "Mother, are you saying that Tanger is pregnant?" "Indeed, and it has been some time. It must have been during the plum appreciation banquet that she conceived. Her health regimen has proven effective, allowing her to conceive with but a single instance." "Tanya, did you hear that? You are to become a mother." Lu Qiao shed tears of excitement, for she too was on the brink of becoming a grandmother. Li Ruotang, in a daze, gently caressed her abdomen as her heart raced uncontrollably, a warm current flowing through her being. Was she truly to be a mother? Within her womb resided a tiny life, a child connected by blood to her. Tanger, this child is the eldest grandson of the Emperor and Empress, a legitimate heir. You must exercise utmost caution and safeguard this precious life. This child had been the result of the matron's careful planning over the years, and she valued it above all else. The hopes of their master rested on this child. "Grandmother, Ruotang will certainly protect the child. This child is intertwined with her honor and disgrace. She will not allow any opportunities for harm. Excellent. I shall inform Prince Yu at once. Lu Qiao could hardly contain her eagerness to announce this news to the world. Her daughter was not merely exceptional, but surpassed even Shun Shuyun in tenacity. Wait, this matter should be conveyed by Ruotang herself. Do not forget that you are merely an aunt. The matron's icy words halted Lu Qiao in her tracks, a surge of unexpressed anger welling up within her. Was it wrong to rejoice on behalf of her daughter? Cursed old crone, I shall remember your past rebukes, and one day I will demand an apology. Mother is correct. I failed to consider everything thoroughly. Enough, you all may leave. I feel somewhat weary. Li Ruotang, clad in red, departed without a backward glance, showing no inclination to offer comfort to Lu Qiao. Alone, Lu Qiao strolled through the garden, her resentment toward the matron intensifying. She had endured for 20 years, and it was time for that to end. Miss, the situation is as follows. Qinghua produced a letter. Let me see. After Lu Qiao and Li Ruotang had left, the matron hastily sent a carrier pigeon, only for it to be intercepted by Qinghua. To Ruotang is indeed pregnant. The plan may officially commence. It was addressed to Shui. What could this plan entail? How many individuals were involved? This scheme had been in the works for over 30 years. Who, after all, was their master? The one who could inspire those exiled for 3 decades to remain resolute in their original intentions was not to be underestimated. Rongxian, you are about to be caught in a double bind, and I too shall be ensnared. The path of vengeance grows ever more treacherous. Qinghua, return the letter. Li Chu imitated the matron's handwriting to alter the contents, yet a delaying tactic could only prolong the inevitable for so long. On the other side, the inebriated Rong Mingyu was escorted back early by Li Ruotang. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a multitude of individuals from the Imperial Medical Bureau flocked to the Wangfu. Soon after, news spread that the Princess of Yu was with child. The emperor, filled with elation, bestowed numerous rare treasures, while the empress presented exquisite, nourishing delicacies. The concubines of the harem eagerly followed suit. Li Ruotang suddenly became the center of attention, each of her steps supported by others, with constant oversight on what she could consume and what she could not. Your Highness, the months are still young. There is no need for such caution, they advised. Yet Li Ruotang's eyes sparkled with boundless joy at the thought of Rong Mingyu. Li Tu, I wish you could see that even without relying on you, I remain the radiant star of attention. At this moment, you are unworthy even to carry my shoes. Beside her, the woman clad in red lowered her gaze, filled with resentment. Had she been the one to conceive first, all this glory would have been rightfully hers. A seed of hatred quietly took root within her heart. Chapter 66. The Shun family army returns to the capital. Grandfather and granddaughter weep profoundly. Rong Mingyu wrapped his arm around Li Ruotang's delicate waist, yet his gaze remained fixated on her pronounced bosom. It was evident that she was with child. No wonder her figure had unexpectedly grown. As he swallowed hard, his throat moving with agitation, he pondered, You're already pregnant. Does this mean we must refrain from? His intense stare abruptly made Li Ruotang realize the implications. Indeed, for the sake of their child, she could not indulge in their previous delights. Should he seek solace with his former concubines? As the esteemed Prince of Yu, it was clear that abstaining for her sake was an implausible notion. In this situation, it seemed she had no choice but to allow the concubines some temporary reprieve. With her condition still delicate, it might be best for His Highness to find lodging elsewhere for the time being. My Tanger is eternally so gracious and dignified. I find it hard to part from her. Yet, before you, I cannot help but feel a surge of desire, he sighed. This sentiment filled Li Ruotang's heart with satisfaction. The reality of his departure was undeniable, and all she could do was hope he would cherish her memory. Meanwhile, Rong Mingyu was lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, his heart racing with anticipation. Tonight, he was determined to charm the enchanting Hongyi into submission. Before the hour of Qin arrived, Li Ruotang began to feel drowsy, hastily consuming half a bowl of bird's nest porridge before retiring to bed. In contrast, Rong Mingyu sat restlessly at his desk, his eyes frequently darting toward the closed door, utterly uninterested in attending to state affairs. With a soft creak, "Your Highness." Hong slowly emerged, her voice delicate and soft like a cat's meow. "I noticed you hardly touched your dinner, so I prepared a bit of lotus seed soup for you." As she set down the tray, Rong Mingyu felt a rush of blood. She was draped in a sheer veil that accentuated her voluptuous form, perfectly showcasing her graceful silhouette. Even for one experienced in the company of women, he found it difficult to restrain himself and immediately swept Hong into his arms, indulging in unrestrained passion. It was not until dawn broke, the sky lightening, that Hong quietly returned to her chamber, donning her outer garments. Aside from Hong Yun, the other two were in deep slumber, entirely unaware of Hong's absence throughout the night. Li Chue spent the entire night in a state of half-sleep, occasionally dreaming of selfless sacrifices and the teachings of her grandfather. Unable to find rest, she decided to rise early, donning her ethereal fairy dress, styling her hair into a flowing bun, and even applying a light touch of makeup. Gazing into the bronze mirror at her stunning visage, Li Chue couldn't help but sigh. How could someone of such exceptional talent and beauty have descended into such a wretched fate in her past life? It is said that all men are drawn to beauty, yet no one seemed captivated by her charms, including Rong Xian, who appeared to harbor no desires toward her. "Oh dear," Li Chue lightly tapped her forehead, realizing she was still an unmarried woman. Perhaps she was overthinking things. If Rong Xian were to learn of her musings, he would surely mock her. Today marked the return of the army to the capital, and Qing Yu, and the others rose particularly early, knowing how significant this day was for their young mistress. "See, I told you the young lady would rise earlier than us. You all didn't believe me," Qing Feng said triumphantly as she crossed the threshold. "It appears that your astute intuition has proven correct, my clever spirit," Qiyu remarked, carrying the morning meal and gliding past Qing Feng with a hint of resignation. "What now? Are you placing bets on me again?" Li Chu turned around, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Surely, only a few daredevils in the entire capital would wager their own master as a stake. Once again, I have been accurately guessed by the young lady thus. For the next 3 days, I shall attend to her closely." Qing Feng's tone slightly airy. "A change of pace can be refreshing. In the future, you may decide for yourselves. The time draws near. After breakfast, we shall prepare to depart." Accompanying Li Chu on this journey are Qing Yue and Qing Feng. Along the way, Qing Feng animatedly recounted jokes, even managing to uplift Li Chu's spirits with her exuberance. As the carriage gradually came to a halt, Qing Yue lifted the curtain with the hilt of her sword. At that moment, a considerable crowd had gathered outside the city gates, eagerly awaiting the returning troops. "Miss, we have arrived." Qing Yue maneuvered through the throng with the two companions, finding an excellent vantage point from which to behold the grand procession of soldiers returning to the capital. As the sun ascended higher in the sky, distant sounds began to emerge, the rhythmic pounding of hooves and the creaking of cartwheels. Li Chu focused her attention, eagerly anticipating the sight. Her heart stirred with mixed emotions of joy and guilt. To the warriors of the Shun family, Li Chu felt a profound sense of remorse. A wave of emotion washed over her, first a pang of sorrow, then a rush of warmth, as myriad thoughts flooded her mind. Stealthily, she turned her head to wipe away the barely noticeable moisture from her eyes. The army steadily approached, 3 magnificent steeds leading the way, ridden by the valiant General Shun Xingfeng and the 2 young generals, Shun Huainan and Shun Huijue. "Father, brother, does that girl in white at the forefront seem somewhat familiar?" Shun Huijue squinted, peering intently at Li Chu. Upon hearing this, Shun Huainan scrutinized her closely and exclaimed with delight, "That is Chu Er. What? My precious Chu Er has arrived." An elderly figure swiftly emerged from the carriage, none other than the Duke of the Nation, Shun Qing. He immediately spotted the white-clad silhouette that had occupied his thoughts for 3 long years. Indeed, even after such a lengthy separation, he could recognize his beloved granddaughter. Unable to endure the slow-moving carriage, with no spare mounts in sight, his gaze fixed upon Shun Huijue. He leaped forward and seated himself behind Shun Huijue. Then, with a forceful embrace, he sent him crashing into Shun Xingfeng's arms. The spirited steed propelled Shun Qing toward the city gates, while Shun Huijue lay in his father's embrace, questioning his very existence. Grandfather is being quite ruthless, just tossing me aside like this. Get up. At your age, lying in your father's arms is rather unbecoming, don't you think? Immediately, Shun Xingfeng tossed him again, and he landed in Shun Huainan's arms. What should I do? I feel like crying. Brother, I implore you, don't throw me again. Grant me a modicum of dignity. Do you think it's still possible to salvage this? Many in the accompanying army wore smiles, some even casting sympathetic glances in his direction. Anxiously, Shun Qing dismounted, standing 5 paces away from Li Chu, gazing intently at her. Indeed, she has truly grown. When he departed, she was but a small child, yet now she has blossomed into a stunning young lady. The grandfather, stifling his tears, could not contain his emotions upon embracing her, weeping as he did so. How could merely 3 years apart have turned his hair to gray? My dear granddaughter, how wonderful it is to see you again, he exclaimed. On the battlefield, where he had fought valiantly for half a lifetime, Shun Qing could not restrain his tears upon the sight of Li Chu. This poignant scene moved the onlookers. For what could be more precious in this world than the bonds of blood? Congratulations to the valiant general on his victorious return. The townsfolk cried in unison, their fervent cheers bringing the two back to their senses. Such an occasion was not fitting for tears, and it would be better to weep later in private. Defending the nation is the duty of Shun, who graciously thanked the gathered crowd. Dismounting, Shun Xingfeng clasped his hands in gratitude to the people. Once the crowd had sufficiently dispersed, Li Chu stepped forward and respectfully bowed, having met her uncle and both of her elder cousins. Ah, how you grow, my dear. You surpass your mother in her youth, Shun Xingfeng remarked, gently stroking the back of Li Chu's head, his eyes filled with affection. Alas, I once prided myself on being the most handsome in the Shun family, but upon seeing you, I must now concede second place. Shen Huaiju grumbled, rubbing his sore back from being tossed aside. Li Chu, have you fared well these past years? Shen Huainan, the most refined of them all, inquired, embodying the scholarly demeanor often rare among those who have served in the military. It appears, my dear, that you have forgotten me. A soft voice of complaint drifted from the carriage. Chapter 67. No need to investigate further. It was I who involved Li Ruitang, a grand matron, clad in a deep purple and gold robe, descended from the carriage with the assistance of a graceful woman. It was grandmother. Li Chu turned with joy, tears cascading down her cheeks uncontrollably. How wonderful it was that her family was alive and well, every single one of them. Oh heavens! You have not been unkind to Li Chu. You granted me rebirth, an opportunity to atone for my sins, and you brought Rong Xian to my side. Such immense grace shall never be forgotten. I will do my utmost to assist those in need as a return for the divine favor bestowed upon me. Li Chu hastened toward them, her skirts lifted in a hurried run, her tear-streaked face adorned with an expression of heart-wrenching grievance. Grandmother, aunt, why have you returned only now? Despite her attempts to remain composed, she was still merely a girl of 16. For her grandmother and aunt, 3 years apart felt but a fleeting moment, while for Li Chu, it was as if an eternity had passed, compounded by the relentless pangs of guilt that tormented her heart. She pressed her lips tightly together, struggling not to cry, yet tears continued to fall unbidden. It was our fault. We shall never part again. The elderly matron's eyes brimmed with tears as well. Not witnessing her beloved granddaughter grow was her greatest regret. There had been thoughts of taking her along to the border town. Yet the harshness of that place made it unbearable to allow her to endure such suffering. Chua, my little Chua has grown so much. Let me see you. Lady Lin Wanyu held Li Chu's hand tightly, her affectionate gaze filled with love. Having only 3 sons, she had raised Li Chu as her own daughter. The sorrow of parting was no less for her than for the elder and the matron. Having met the Duke of Protecting the Nation, his wife, General Shun, and Lady Shun, Rong Xian dismounted gracefully, draped in a deep purple mink cloak, complementing Li Chu's attire. His features were strikingly handsome, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips, yet his gaze was fixed on Li Chu's eyes, swollen and red like walnuts. He had intended for her to enjoy a heartfelt reunion with her family, but upon seeing her in tears, he felt a surge of emotion, almost compelled to embrace her and offer comfort. May I pay my respects to His Royal Highness, Prince Xian. Rong Xian raised a hand to halt the half-bowed gestures of the Duke of protecting the nation and General Shun, for they were his future elders, and he dared not accept such reverence. To all the valiant soldiers, your efforts have not gone unnoticed. You are the heroes of Shiyuan. The Emperor has commanded me to reward the army and grant you a 3-day leave to reunite with your families. Please, accompany me into the city. Long live our Emperor. Some soldiers called out. In truth, whether rewarded or not mattered little to them. Their greatest desire was to return home and find solace in the embrace of their loved ones after years of longing. Sure, you shall ride in the carriage with grandmother. The elder matron took Li Chu's hand and ascended into the carriage, followed closely by Lin Wanyu. Just as the three settled in, the carriage curtain was lifted once more, revealing Duke Shenqing, who entered with a stern expression, seemingly harboring anger. With arms crossed, I leaned back against the opposite side of the carriage, my beard twitching with each inhalation and exhalation. Grandfather must not be upset. For years, Chuer has incessantly mentioned him day and night, while grandmother has been cherished in Chuer's heart, thus making grandfather the more significant figure. How could Li Chu be unaware of the reasons behind grandfather's displeasure? In the 3 years of separation, his temperament remains unchanged, still prone to jealousy over grandmother. Ha ha, you shameless old man, requiring your granddaughter to console you. Aren't you a bit embarrassed? Lady Shen teased, pointing at Shenqing with a chuckle. The four of them bantered jovially, soon arriving at the residence of the Grand General, with the Duke of Protecting the Nation's mansion adjacent. Since Shun Xingfeng and his wife disapproved of allowing the two elders to live alone, the entire family still resides in the Grand General's mansion. Father, mother, elder brother, sister-in-law, Shun Xun exclaimed, eagerly awaiting at the entrance. For the day she had long anticipated had finally arrived. Lady Shun and Lin Wanyu warmly approached Shun Qiuyun for a friendly chat, while Shenqing, her father, seemed oblivious, preoccupied with showering affection on Li Chu. Noticing this, Shun Qiuyun felt a surge of urgency. Father, do you truly not miss your daughter? You once cherished her like a precious gem in your palm. How is it that now you seem to have forgotten her entirely? You're getting older and less charming. Li Chu is far more endearing. Why don't you go find your mother? I shall take Li Chu inside first, he replied, not waiting for Shun Qiuyun's response before vanishing through the doorway with his granddaughter. Shen Qiuyun stood in shock, nearly dropping her jaw. What had her father just said? That she was getting old? Wasn't it commonly said that no matter how old children grow, they would always remain their parents' treasures? Apparently, such sentiments did not resonate with her father. General Shun, as you have arrived at the Grand General's mansion, I shall not intrude upon your family reunion, Li Chu stated, having already stepped inside, leaving no intention of lingering further. Farewell, Prince Xian. Once Xian left, the three men exchanged puzzled glances, evidently surprised that the prince had come to greet them at the city gate. According to their understanding, Prince Xian was known for his capricious nature, often disinterested in such trivial matters, even attending court only at his whim. Mother, sister, let us also proceed inside, Shun Xingfeng declared with a grand gesture, his voice resonating as he returned home after years of wandering. Within the hall, Shun Qing and Lady Shun occupied the seats of honor. Shun Qing gazed at Shun Qiuyun with concern, asking, how have you fared over the years? A father's heart aches for the daughter he has raised, wishing merely for her to share whispers with her mother. Other than missing you all, everything is well, Shun Qiuyun replied, her face alight with joy. By the way, why have Yin Fan, Mo and Ruotang not arrived? In the hall, the family was gathered, with the exception of the money-obsessed Shun Huayu, and the absence of Li Yun Fan and Li Ruotang was noted. Yin Fan and Mo are still occupied with unfinished matters. They will arrive shortly. As for Ruotang, she is now the princess consort of the king of Yu and is with child, making it inconvenient for her to come. Upon mentioning Li Ruotang, a subtle change flickered across Shun Qiuyun's expression, as though she were struggling to contain something within. You claim that if Ruotang marries Prince Yu, you, as her parents, are being foolish. Is Prince Yu truly a suitable companion for a lifelong commitment? Father, both Yin Fan and I disagree. However, Ruotang has already engaged in a marital bond with Prince Yu during the Plum Appreciation Banquet, and the Emperor has personally bestowed the marriage. There can be no delay. What? Upon hearing this, Shun Qing slammed the table and stood up, declaring that this matter surely harbors a conspiracy. I will instruct the Shun family guards to investigate secretly. We must uncover the one who has orchestrated this deceit. There is no need for further investigation. Li Chu calmly rose, her gaze turning icy. I am the one who orchestrated it. At this proclamation, the surroundings fell into a silence so profound that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard, leaving everyone speechless as they stared at her in astonishment. Chapter 68. Everyone chooses to conceal the truth from Li Xiang. Li Chu clenched her fists, exhaling a resigned sigh as she spoke. Originally, I was the one who should have been ensnared that day. It was through employing their own tactics against them that I managed to avert disaster. Even if she remains silent, the truth will inevitably be uncovered by my grandfather. I am acutely aware of the capabilities of the Shun family. Rather than disappointing them later, it is better for me to confess now. Chuer, you were raised by grandfather himself. He would not believe that you would engage in such self-destructive and harmful actions without cause. Shen Qing instantly sensed that there was more to this matter than met the eye. It was precisely because he had inadvertently glimpsed Ruotang's malevolent nature that he had taken Li Chu under his wing. At that time, Ruotang was merely 6 years old and Chuer was only 5. During a visit to see the two sisters, he witnessed Ruotang skinning alive the bird he had gifted to Chuer. In that moment, he realized that Ruotang had strayed from the right path, and fearing that Chuer might follow suit, he brought her back to the general's residence that very night. Now, just 3 years after Chuer returned to the Xiang residence, such an incident had occurred. Could it be that Ruotang intended harm toward Chuer, only to be countered by her? At that time, Li Ruotang had drugged my wine and assisted me to the side chamber, where I turned the tables on her and administered the drug back. Subsequently, news broke of her illicit affair with Prince Yu. Shun Qing stepped back, collapsing into a chair, his face a mask of disappointment. Ruotang had indeed become the very embodiment of his deepest fears. You are sisters. Why would she treat you thus? The astute Shun Huainan quickly discerned the inconsistencies. Even if Ruotang were truly that cruel, he could not believe that Chuer would ever harm her own sister. Because she is not my daughter. My biological daughter has been imprisoned by them for 17 years, enduring unspeakable torment. Shun Qiuyun, in a sorrowful and tearful recounting, unveiled the truth of the child swap that had transpired years ago, narrating the harrowing fate of Lian. Her daughter should have been a paragon of virtue, like Chuer, destined for a life of joy and ease. Yet, due to the machinations of that old crone, she had suffered grievously, nearly separated from her mother by the veil of death. At this revelation, the astonishment of all present far surpassed their earlier reactions. Thus, it was confirmed that Li Ruotang was indeed born of the second branch and bore no blood relation to the Shun family. But is it certain? Shun Qing's hands trembled, his lips quivering. Absolutely certain. An herb bears an uncanny resemblance to me. It was at this moment that Shun Qian finally comprehended why the second branch had insisted on returning to Xianyang all those years ago. They must have discovered that Lian increasingly resembled her, fearing exposure, which prompted their departure, not for the sake of offering her blessings. What audacity! What a cunning pair from the second branch, believing they could deceive the Shun family with impunity. Shen Qing suddenly erupted with a chilling murderous intent and commanded Shui Yan at his side, "Old Shui, fetch my papal whip." The whip was a reward earned through his lifetime of military service, intended to strike down tyrants and treacherous ministers alike. Although he had yet to formally unseal it in over a decade, today he would test its sharpness upon that vile old woman. "Uncle Yan, you must not." Li Chu grasped Shui Yan, who had been dutifully following Shun Qing's orders, and spoke with utmost respect. Shui Yan had been salvaged by her grandfather from the battlefield decades ago, gravely wounded and on the brink of death. Had it not been for her grandfather's intervention, he would have perished, left to rot in the wilderness. From that moment on, he had remained by her grandfather's side, enduring the trials of conflict and shielding him from countless threats. In essence, Shui Yan had become a member of the Shun family, and no one within it dared to show him disrespect. "Grandfather, if he could have killed me, he would not have waited until today. The hostility within Li Chu intensified. Is it possible that your father still clings to that fragment of familial affection? I shall confront him. She knew her father was unaware of this matter, as Lu Ying's identity was somewhat peculiar. Isn't she merely a concubine? What could be so special about that? Li Chu recalled the words exchanged between the old woman and Shui. She could not fathom Lu Ying as just an ordinary concubine. This was merely her facade. She is not one of us from Shiyuan. She has infiltrated our realm for decades with ulterior motives. And then there is Shui Run, the commander of the Nine Gates, whose real name is Shui Yi. He and Lu Ying are part of the same organization, though the intricacies of their plot remain shrouded in mystery. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, feeling that the terror they had experienced over the past year paled in comparison to the absurdity of the present revelation. Zue, is what you say truly the case? In matters of national significance, Shun Xingfeng, usually composed, could not help but inquire further. He had once crossed paths with Shui Run, who exuded an air of assuredness and handled affairs with unflappable poise, making him a formidable adversary. If he were indeed a spy sent by a foreign power, the implications would be grave. 3 years had passed, and Shui Run must have ascended to a position of great power, with his influence widespread. Indeed, my informants have witnessed this firsthand. There can be no mistake. They leave behind a mark when they communicate, and I shall illustrate it for you. As Li Chu moved her finger, a majestic eagle with hidden wings and piercing eyes soon materialized on the rice paper. Upon seeing the eagle, Shui Yin felt a dull ache in his head, as if decades of lost memories were on the verge of resurfacing. It was true, his brain had sustained severe trauma, and while his life had been salvaged, his memories had vanished entirely. After all these years, he had recalled little, save for the fleeting stirrings upon glimpsing that eagle. Yet, the attention of all was fixated on the rice paper, and none noticed his unusual reaction. What a peculiar organization, represented by an eagle without wings. Shun Huai Ju pondered for a long while, unable to discern any extraordinary implications. Your mind may be overly simplistic. It is not a matter of lost wings, but rather of concealment. The distinction is profound. Even Shun Huai Nan sensed that this was undoubtedly a grand conspiracy. With Lu Ying's demise, our leads will be severed, and pursuing Shui Run may not be a prudent choice. Li Chu's expression was serene, her dark eyes betraying not a hint of turbulence. Without absolute certainty, she would not dare to provoke that old crone. Should the matter unravel, her desire for mutual destruction would inevitably place the residence of the Marquis in peril. Chu spoke wisely. This matter should not be taken lightly or acted upon impulsively, lest it entangle the Xiang residents and result in irreparable losses. Shenqing wholeheartedly agreed with Li Chuer's words, for she was indeed a reflection of his upbringing, exhibiting both composure and sagacity. Keeping Yunfan uninformed was undoubtedly the best course of action. After all, Lu Ying had bestowed upon him the gift of nurturing, and one could not guarantee that he would not act out of emotion. Qiu Yun, you must exercise discretion and refrain from speaking too freely. Shenqing instructed after a moment of contemplation. Father, rest assured, I shall keep this matter from Yunfan, she replied. I'm truly sorry, my husband. It seems that everyone has chosen to conceal this from you, and I find myself powerless to change that. Why must you hide it from me? Such actions are rather unkind, Li Xiang interjected, having hurriedly finished his tasks and arrived, only to overhear that perplexing remark at the door. Chapter 69. When Lord Shun makes his move, even Minister Li trembles. Shun Chuyun turned in shock, her gaze fixed upon the distant figure approaching the entrance. Her heart suddenly filled with disquiet. Shun Qing, too, felt a sheen of perspiration form in his palms, his mouth agape, momentarily forgetting to close it. How fortuitous it was for him to arrive at such a moment. Uncertain of what he might have overheard, his anxious eyes darted towards Li Chu, as if silently imploring her for guidance. Li Chu merely cast a fleeting glance at Li Mo, who stood behind her father, her brows arching slightly. Only he knew the extent of what had been heard. What secrets are you all concealing from father? Is there something we are unaware of? Li Mo inquired. Rubbing his nose, his conscience pricked. The palpable tension within the room dissipated almost instantly. Thankfully, the crucial matters had not been overheard. "Madam, what on earth has transpired that you cannot share with me?" This feeling of being kept in the dark was profoundly unsettling. And why was it that everyone else was in the know, save for him, and his foolish son beside him? Yet, in truth, everyone was aware. He was the sole one left in ignorance. It is, Shun Qiuyun stammered, her gaze sweeping across the surrounding faces before finally resting on Li Chu. "It is that Chu has an admirer, and we fear it might cause you distress. Hence we cannot yet disclose it." Li Chu's mouth fell open in astonishment. She had not anticipated her mother would use her as a shield. How was she to navigate this predicament? "What?" Both Li Xiang and Shun Qing exclaimed in unison. Regaining his composure, Shun Qing awkwardly stroked his beard, realizing he had been duped into believing his foolish son-in-law. What was he so agitated about? Surely, Chu had no such admirer. "Chu, tell your father. Is what your mother said true?" Li Chu's bright, radiant eyes flickered with a hint of guilt. Unknowingly, her mother's errant guess had struck true. What to do? Today had already been rife with alarming revelations. If she were to divulge her connection with Rongxian, then— "Father, what mother said is not incorrect," Li Chu begrudgingly conceded, though she would never reveal Rongxian's identity. "This simply cannot be. You are but 16. We can take our time and are not in such a hurry." Li Xiang's arms crossed over his chest, his face a mask of disapproval. Seething with rage at the thought of that scoundrel attempting to elope with his daughter, he would surely break the young man's legs tomorrow. I believe I once uttered a similar sentiment, yet how did that certain someone respond?" Shun Qing shot an unfriendly glare at Li Yunfan. In those days, Li Yunfan had been merely a scholar, bold enough to seek his precious daughter's hand in marriage when Qiuyun had been only 16. Now, he finally comprehended the feelings he had once harbored. This was indeed a case of vengeance postponed rather than forgotten. "I must say, father-in-law, you seem to revel in this misfortune. Chu has been raised under your care. When the day comes for her to wed, it shall surely be you who weeps the most," Li Yunfan retorted, unwilling to concede. "Shuiyan, fetch the imperial whip," came the command from Lord Shun. It was said that when Lord Shun made his move, even Li Xiang would tremble, a folk saying that was far from unfounded. "My mother-in-law and father-in-law are about to strike me again. It seems that only my mother-in-law can save him from this impending beating." As expected, Lady Shun glared fiercely at Shun Qing and admonished, "You shameless old fool. Yun Fan is already a distinguished chancellor, yet you still threaten to strike him? Do you think he's still that naive young lad from yesteryear? Moreover, have you forgotten how my father dealt with you? Why must you force your son-in-law to traverse the same path you once walked?" Stop, I was wrong. I shall not strike him any more. Is that not enough?" Shun Qing hastily interrupted Lady Shun, fearing that her further remarks would expose his secrets. Inside, Li Chu felt a surge of relief. Her troubles seemed to have passed, and the necessary discussions had nearly concluded. It was time to leave the remaining moments for her father and brother. She needed to slip away. Otherwise, if her father suddenly recalled this matter, how would she explain herself? Finally, she escaped. At the entrance of the general's residence, Li Chu spread her arms as if liberated. Strolling through the bustling streets, the year-end festivities were in full swing, with throngs of people, joyous laughter, and vibrant attire. A palpable display of merriment. "Miss, is it always this lively during the year-end?" Qing Yu gazed in awe at the bustling market, overwhelmed by the vibrant atmosphere. Trained as a shadow guard since childhood, she had never truly experienced the festive spirit. This was her first encounter with the essence of the new year. "Come, let us shop. Take whatever catches your eye. Your young lady is wealthy," Li Chu urged, pulling the two of them into the crowd. An hour later, the three returned laden with bags, not only for themselves but also for the three who had stayed behind. However, after a while, the carriage grew increasingly quiet. Li Chu exchanged glances with Qing Yu, sensing something amiss. "Qing Feng, hold on to these poisons for your protection, and do not venture out of the carriage." With that, Li Chu and Qing Yu exited the carriage, only to find themselves in a quieter part of the outskirts, the driver mysteriously absent. After repeated provocations, Li Chu's patience had worn thin. With a slight smirk, she leisurely remarked, "Since your objectives have been achieved, why not reveal yourself and greet me?" "Haha, Miss Li San, I find myself increasingly intrigued by you," came a seductive voice, drawing closer. Xiao Yinxing landed gracefully before Li Chu, her playful gaze following suit. What a breathtaking beauty, a commanding presence, rare and striking. Even her mother might not possess such an aura. Alas, if only she were from the northern Hua kingdom. She might have been welcomed into the harem. However, as she hails from an enemy nation, she must perish instead. With a swift flick of her gaze, Xiao Yinxing unleashed a sharp gust of wind towards Li Chu. Qing Yu swiftly interposed herself, blocking the strike, her tone dripping with disdain. If you wish to harm a young lady, you must first contend with me. With a powerful motion of her right arm, Qing Yu wielded her sword against Xiao Yinxing. Her strikes both fierce and rapid, the blade slicing through the air with a chilling whistle. Xiao Yinxing, undeterred, retreated a few steps and swiftly drew his sword to counter this lethal strike. The pain radiating from his tiger's mouth heightened his vigilance towards Qing Yue. It was astonishing that a woman could possess such formidable skills. With an aura of murderous intent, each move she made was deadly. Who could she possibly be? And why would she obey the commands of a mere maiden from a wealthy household? Miss, I am Xiao Yinxing, the Crown Prince of Beiwa. With your capabilities, you could easily hold the rank of a general. Why must you subjugate yourself beneath a woman? Qing Yue's cold gaze bore into Xiao Yinxing, her underlying murderous aura unwavering, as if she had already deemed him a mere corpse. How dare you, hypocritical scoundrel, to undermine me before my very eyes and still maintain such audacity? Before Qing Yue could speak, Li Chu could no longer contain her frustration. What do you mean by a mere woman? Was he not born of a woman? To scorn women yet seek their aid. Does he truly consider himself a sage? Qing Yue's frigid expression softened slightly at Li Chu's words. Her mistress was indeed capable of sharp retorts, which was rather endearing. Enough of this idle chatter. Prepare to meet your end. Qing Yue's demeanor grew serious again as she raised her sword and lunged at Xiao Yinxing. Meanwhile, Li Chu had been silently observing the surroundings, never forgetting what Rong Xian had said. The skilled assassin, adept at swordplay, was surely lurking nearby, poised to deliver a lethal blow to Qing Yue, just as they had to Rong Xian. As expected, just as Xiao Yinxing began to falter, a shadowy figure, exuding a murderous intent, swiftly charged towards Qing Yue. Chapter 70. Xiao Yinhang. A choice between death and salvation. Li Chu, swift and agile, unleashed a poisoned needle towards the shadowy figure, but the fierce gleam of the sword veered off, allowing Qing Yue to evade a fatal strike, though a wound marred her arm. I will take your life. The crimson flow of blood from Qing Yue's arm stained Li Chu's vision. Disregarding all decorum, she instantaneously unleashed both poison and techniques. The cloaked figure momentarily faltered, having never encountered such a unique woman. Was she truly incensed for the sake of her maid? Regrettably, Li Chu's martial skills were still in their infancy, rendering her no match for the black-clad figure, and soon she found herself retreating. Suddenly, a spark ignited in Li Chu's eyes as she recalled the self-defense weapon that Rong Xian had gifted her. Her hand instinctively moved to her waist. With a crack, a shimmering silver whip lashed out at the cloaked man, who was caught off guard, blood gushing from his neck as his mask fell away. How infuriating. It really is you. Li Chu could not contain the fury within her, her eyes blazing as she glared at the black-clad man. Upon hearing her words, the assassin momentarily forgot to retaliate, a veil of confusion clouding his eyes. You know me? As a killer. Everyone he recognized had long since passed. How could this girl possibly know him? You wretched Ji Wuhan. Has your conscience been devoured by dogs? Our Qing Feng has awaited you in vain. Li Chu was astounded that Ji Wuhan had indeed allied himself with Xiao Yinhang. Everything seemed to be unfolding along the trajectory of her past life. Ji Wuhan emerged from the carriage, and the figure before her was unmistakably him. How dare you? Your life was saved by the young lady. I cared for you for more than half a month. How could you repay kindness with malice? Her youthful face was alight with indignation, her heart torn as she shouted at the black-clad man. The assassin was momentarily taken aback, perhaps mistaking her for someone else, someone who resembled him. I am not the person you seek. His ice-cold gaze swept over Qing Feng, utterly indifferent. Ji Wuhan, you scoundrel. The young lady was right. One must not allow emotions to flourish before confirming the other's sincerity. Yet it was too late. She was already ensnared. How could she and Ji Wuhan have descended into such enmity? With tear-filled eyes, Qing Feng fixed her gaze upon him, her expression a mix of defiance, rage, and resentment, yet devoid of fear. I told you, you have mistaken your target. The frigid voice echoed once more. Very well, I share your sentiment. From this day forth, we shall be as strangers. If you wish to kill the young lady, then you must first kill me. The diminutive figure stood resolutely before Li Chu. Qing Feng, such a man is not worth your sorrow. The young lady will find you a far superior match. Li Chu consoled the heartbroken Qing Feng, her heart aching for her friend. Very well, let the young lady decide on Qing Feng's marriage. Qing Feng's tone was resolute as her gaze remained fixed on the black-clad man, eager to witness his reaction to her declaration. Yet, there was none. He remained as cold and unfeeling as ever, not sparing her glance. However, unbeknownst to him, a fleeting pang of pain pierced the assassin's heart, the source of which eluded even his understanding. A faint, self-deprecating smile graced the corners of Qing Feng's lips. It was a manifestation of her own misguided sentiments. Her grip on the poison tightened with an increasing resolve. She was not far from him. The tormenting awareness churned within her chest. Yet ultimately, she relinquished the poison she held. Qing Feng, no, Li Chu still failed to halt her actions. I am sorry. Tears cascaded down Qing Feng's cheeks, drop by drop. While I could forgive betrayal, the assassination of a young lady warranted the gravest of punishments. The cloaked assassin, caught unawares, inhaled the toxic fumes and gazed incredulously at the petite figure before him. As a killer, heightened vigilance was his most fundamental instinct. How could he allow her to breach his perilous domain? At that moment, the clash between Qing Yue and Xiao Yinxing also ceased, both wary of one another, observing in silence. Xiao Yinxing, unfortunately, you must once again face the choice of killing me or saving him. Li Chu shot a provocative glance at Xiao Yinxing, her expression brimming with mischief. Subsequently, Li Chu and Qing Yue assisted the distraught Qing Feng into a carriage, returning to the city while leaving Xiao Yinxing seething with fury. Curse it! How can there be such a cunning woman? He had already fallen prey to her twice. Qi Shui and Qi Yin were his most trusted allies. Losing either would be a significant blow, yet both had nearly succumbed to her machinations. Xiao Yinxing returned to the villa with the poisoned Qi Yin, who lay nearly unconscious in the courtyard, basking in the sun. Upon seeing Qi Yan's condition, Qi Shui immediately rushed over. What happened to Qi Yan? His lips are black. He has been poisoned. Qi Shui, save him. You must preserve his life. Qi Shui confined himself with Qi Yin in a room, emerging over an hour later, drenched in sweat and visibly exhausted. Why is it Li Chu again? Does she intend to poison all of His Highness's men? First it was me. Now it's Qi Yin. Next, it could very well be His Highness himself. Xiao Yinxing forcefully swatted away Qi Shui's pointing finger. Do you still consider this an honor? The mere thought of Li Chu troubled Xiao Yinxing. She was a master of toxins, surrounded by extraordinary talent, more cunning than a fox. She was indeed more challenging to deal with than Rongxian. Looking down at the eagle engraved with concealed wings in his hand, perhaps it was time to deploy a pawn that had long remained hidden. Upon returning to the Lioli pavilion, Li Chu felt a lingering unease. Had it not been for Rongxian's warning, today she might have faced her own downfall. Qing Feng sat silently to one side, her face a portrait of despair and collapse. She had taken the life of the one she cherished. Qing Feng, he will be fine. Qi Shui can antidote his poison. Unable to bear the sight of Qing Feng's grief, Li Chu offered her a comforting assurance. Is that truly the case? But, if he survives, what will happen when he seeks to kill the young lady? The once relieved expression on Qing Feng's face swiftly darkened again, her gaze sharpening. Ji Wuhan, do not let me down again, please. Next time, do not lay a hand on him. I would rather be the one to kill him and earn your hatred than have you take his life with your own hands, living in regret for eternity. Miss, what should I do? The gentle breeze enveloped Li Chu as she wept uncontrollably, mourning the tragic conclusion of her first love. Overwhelmed by profound guilt, she lamented her decision to save Ji Wuhan and to allow Qing Feng to care for him. Regret had come too late. All she could do now was to preserve his life for a potential future. After the four had departed, Li Chu submerged herself in the bath prepared by Qingyu, momentarily finding solace. It had been more than 2 months since her rebirth, and Rong Mingyu and Li Ruotang continued to thrive in this world. Had she been too merciful? No, it was her unwillingness to let Rong Mingyu and Li Ruotang meet a fate too easily. They must endure sorrow and fear, experience collapse and despair, taste the myriad sufferings of the world, and then gradually succumb to death. Such a demise would be far more fulfilling. And that old schemer, are you not adept at masquerading? Then let me sever your most vital piece first. I am curious to see how long you can endure. Xinghua has been injured, hence, it would be more sincere for me to personally deliver this significant gift. Chapter 71. The Birthday Feast of the Princess Consort. A fatal encounter on the 27th day of the 12th month. The manor was adorned with the festive spirit of the new year, as everyone donned new garments. Clad in a flowing, dark-patterned gown, the sleeves embroidered with lilies of the valley, pearls dangled from her waist, swaying gracefully with her every movement. Li Chuxing's moon-like eyes held no trace of mirth, yet her cherry blossom-like lips curved into a crescent shape. Today marked the birthday of the princess consort. She was the sole legitimate wife of the prince and the mother of Rongxi and Ruanhua. The profound affection between the prince and the princess consort was well known throughout the kingdom of Xin, for the prince cherished her alone, never taking concubines or secondary wives. Although Rongqi and Ruanhua could be rather foolish at times, the prince and princess consort were truly benevolent souls. Wherever hardship arose, the couple would extend their assistance and had aided many in distress. Thus, despite her discontent with the impending feast, she felt compelled to attend. At the entrance of the residence, Shun Shuyun appeared in a first-rank ceremonial robe, exuding an indescribable air of nobility. Li Chu walked gracefully, her seemingly simple attire astonishing all who beheld her. Chua, her mother gasped, unable to suppress her admiration, even though she was well aware of her daughter's exceptional beauty. She had encountered countless noble women across Shiyuan, yet none possessed the commanding presence of Chua. Mother, let us proceed. The mother and daughter arrived at the prince's manor, where numerous noble women and young ladies had gathered, exchanging compliments and introductions. Upon noticing Shun Chuyun's approach, the ladies flocked to her side, showering her with flattery. As a first-rank lady whose husband was the current prime minister, with a son recently appointed as a young general and a daughter as the legitimate wife of the Prince of Yu, alongside her formidable maternal family, it was evident that no one could rival her status, save for the reigning empress, evoking envy and admiration. It has been a while since we last saw Madame Shun. You remain as youthful and beautiful as ever, remarked Madame Zhang Ping, wife of the third-rank Minister of Rights, who dreamt of emulating Xin Qiuyun but understood the disparity in their fates. And this must be the youngest daughter of Madame Shun, inquired the wife of the second-rank Minister of Justice, her eyes gleaming with intrigue. Chu, come greet the esteemed ladies, Shun Qiuyun urged, introducing Li Chu to the gathering. Previously, Chu had been disinclined to such gatherings, hence few had truly taken notice of her. With her impending betrothal, it was prudent to become accustomed to such affairs. Li Chu greeted the ladies with a demeanor of respectful humility, her exquisite countenance radiating grace. Indeed, Miss Li is truly remarkable, Madame Zhang observed, her gaze appraising Li Chu. She had heard tales of the third miss of the Shun family being unparalleled in beauty, and upon a previous encounter had found her unremarkable. Yet now, she appeared entirely transformed, a delightful enigma. Had she intentionally concealed her allure? Enough of the praise. Time is of the essence. We must pay our respects to the princess consort, Shun Qiyu noted, perceiving Li Chu's somberness and swiftly shifting the topic. At that moment, the princess consort sat at the head of the table, engaging in light conversation with several ladies, while Princess Ruanhua stood obediently by her side. However, the moment she laid eyes on Li Chu, her previously sweet and smiling visage darkened instantly. She had long harbored an infatuation for brother Rongxian and had spent considerable time investigating the woman who had shared a room with him in Lishui City. Yet she could uncover no trace of her. It was only recently, when Ruotang discreetly revealed to her that the woman in question was likely her own sister, Li Chu, that she belatedly recognized the striking similarity in their voices. After searching for so long, the truth was that the person had been right under her nose all along. She had waited for this day for an eternity, and she was determined to make Li Chu's life a living hell. No one could steal her beloved Rong Xian from her. Li Chu caught a glimpse of the hatred flickering in Ruan Hua's eyes and couldn't help but ponder what this foolish girl was plotting. They bore no enmity towards one another. Why was she so intent on making her life difficult? Just as Li Chu was engulfed in her frustration, a servant's voice rang out from outside, announcing the arrival of the prince and princess Yu. Except for the Ming princess, everyone rose to pay their respects, including Shen Xiuyun, who was no exception. First, the ministers bowed, followed by the mother and daughter. Despite her unwillingness, she had no choice but to comply. Rong Mingyu, accustomed to flattery, felt little stir within him, merely placing a gentle hand upon Li Ruotang's arm to safeguard her. In stark contrast, Li Ruotang's smile seemed to stretch to the heavens. Those whom she once sought to please were now prostrating themselves at her feet. How the tides had turned. Meanwhile, as Li Chu bent down, a cold smile graced her lips. Indulge in your triumph while you can, for it shall not last long. Once most had gathered, the Ming princess commanded the formal commencement of the banquet. Just as Li Chu settled into her seat, a sweet voice reached her ears. Sister Chu, it truly is you. Shui Yuzhu exclaimed, joyfully grasping Li Chu's arm. It had been over a month since their last meeting at the banquet. After finally escaping for a moment, she had not found her, but rather her brother, whose countenance was as exquisite as jade. Yuzhu, it has been too long, Li Chu replied, unable to suppress her smile upon seeing her. Sister Chu, I have missed you so much. The sorrowful little face pressed against Li Chu's shoulder. She loathed her father. What kind of father was so stringent with his children? Not only could she not play outside, but she also could not see her most beautiful sister Chu, which truly vexed her. When you have some free time, you can come find me. Our homes are only 2 streets apart, not far at all. All right, I shall come to visit you in a few days. Perhaps at the Shen residence. I will even encounter that gallant young general. No, what was she thinking? That was Sister Chu's brother after all, and henceforth, he would also be regarded as her brother, nothing more. After the feast concluded, the Ming princess led everyone to admire her garden, filled with rare and exotic flowers that the Ming king had painstakingly sought for her, seldom seen in the outside world. As Li Chu and Shui Yuzhu strolled in the midst, Li Chu suddenly felt a gentle bump against her. Instinctively, her hand reached for her sleeve pocket. Indeed, there lay a cool, heavy jade pendant, unmistakably of exquisite quality. Li Chu, with an unruffled demeanor, imperceptibly caused the jade pendant to crack before deftly plucking a leaf and sending it flying towards the nearby Ruanhua. Ruanhua's legs buckled momentarily, nearly causing her to tumble to the ground, but her companions swiftly steadied her swaying form. Taking advantage of the ensuing chaos, Li Chu surreptitiously slipped the jade pendant back in her waist. Such trivial tricks to counter her. Did they truly believe she was as foolish as they? In the garden, Li Chu deliberately sought out a secluded pavilion, for she held little fascination for the exotic flora, as her mother's courtyard was replete with them. Li Chu, what a shameless creature. Abruptly, a man's scornful voice rang out from behind her, and in an instant, Li Chu's murderous intent became palpable. Turning around, she coldly uttered a few words. Are you courting death? Chapter 72. Li Ruotang, I have rendered you defenseless. Rong Qi was taken aback. In just a brief period of absence, Li Chu had undergone such a remarkable transformation. The chilling aura emanating from her left his complexion pale, rendering him breathless, while an icy dread crawled up his spine. However, this was his home. Why should he fear a mere woman? Thus, Rong Qi feigned calmness and inquired, What do you intend to do? I have not spoken falsely. You have unjustly appropriated your elder sister's manuscript. Li Chu, suppressing her fury, refrained from offering a second explanation. To those who refused to believe, no amount of elucidation would suffice. It would be an exercise in futility. Step aside, she commanded, her voice as frigid as ice. He was the son of the Rong family, the host of today's gathering. If she were to act rashly, it could escalate matters unnecessarily. Surrounded by formidable opponents, it was unwise to engage with the Ming royal residents at this juncture. For now, patience was prudent. Noticing her anger had waned slightly, Rong Qi felt emboldened, sensing that she still harbored a fear of his noble status. He had just narrowly escaped a perceived assassination attempt. Surely it was but a figment of his imagination. What audacity would she possess to threaten a nobleman? This is my home, and I intend to remain here. On what grounds do you demand I leave? He unfurled his folding fan and sat on a low stool, nearly losing his balance as he did so. Nonetheless, he maintained a facade of composure, glaring at Li Chu while inwardly cursing the absurdly low seat that had nearly caused him embarrassment. Li Chu cast a glance at the fan and nodded lightly. You are correct. This is the Ming royal residence, your home. Therefore, I may take my leave, cannot I? Yuzhu, let us go. With that, Li Chu departed the pavilion, accompanied by Yuzhu. The gentle breeze lifted her garments, and her flowing hair danced like a cascading waterfall, resembling a celestial being who had inadvertently wandered into the mortal realm. Rong Qi found himself momentarily entranced, pondering why his interactions with her contradicted everything Ruotang had described. Apart from her chilling demeanor, she exhibited none of the arrogance or tyrannical tendencies he had anticipated. Yet, having known Ruotang far longer, he reasoned that he should place greater trust in her account. As Li Chu and Yuzhu arrived in the garden to rejoin the others, they were met with the panicked cries of Princess Ruanhua. Mother, the jade pendant that represents my identity is missing. Ah, the spectacle was about to unfold. He could hardly contain his curiosity about the exquisite expressions that would grace Princess Ruanhua's face should she discover that the precious pendant had been shattered into fragments. Anticipation flickered in Li Chu's eyes as she awaited their next move. What did you say? The pendant is lost? Princess Ruanhua feigned distress. But the Ming princess was genuinely frantic. That pendant symbolized royal lineage, always worn by Ruanhua. It was not something one could simply purchase with silver. If it were lost, there would be no second chance. The Ming princess hastily ordered all the servants within the estate to commence a search. As time stretched on, the Ming princess anxiously awaited news, her handkerchief wrinkled from her incessant grip. A quarter of an hour later, the steward returned with a report. The estate had been thoroughly searched, yet no trace of the pendant had been found. The heart of the esteemed Princess Ming plummeted to the depths of despair. That precious jade pendant was intended as a dowry for her daughter's marriage, leaving her in a dire predicament. At that moment, a young lady, a close acquaintance of Princess Ruanhua, suddenly gasped, covering her mouth with both hands. Shuiyao, what is the matter? Ruanhua hurriedly inquired with concern. I dare not speak, the woman named Shuiyao replied, casting a panicked glance at Li Chu, her expression fraught with indecision. You are Shuiyao, are you not? Speak freely, and I shall grant you amnesty, the princess assured, her keen perception revealing the unusual demeanor of Shuiyao, which did not escape the notice of the astute ladies present. Do you think she knows something? They whispered among themselves, their curiosity piqued. She has been closely following the princess. Surely she must be privy to some truth. It seems she has been watching the third miss of the Li family. Could there be some hidden intrigue? Several inquisitive matrons speculated quietly. Indeed, Princess Ming, I witnessed the third miss of the Li family bump into the princess, and then the princess's jade pendant went missing, Shuiyao reported, her outward demeanor submissive. Yet a hint of malice lurked in her eyes. Indeed, mother, the third miss of Li nearly knocked me over. These young ladies can testify to that, Ruanhua asserted, gesturing to her entourage of followers, who nodded in agreement, corroborating the princess's account. Your Highness, I did indeed see the third miss of Li approach the princess. One lady affirmed. Yes, I also witnessed it, another chimed in. You're lying. Shui Yuzhu was about to rush out to defend herself, outraged by their slander against her sister's reputation. Do not worry. They cannot conspire against me. Li Chu swiftly covered Shui Yuzhu's mouth, drawing her behind her. She appreciated her sister's concern, but deemed it unnecessary to offend Ruanhua and the other young ladies for her own sake. Do you understand the consequences of defaming others? Shun Shuyun stepped forward, her gaze sharp. She refused to believe that Chu would commit such an act. It was evident that they were deliberately framing her, which was utterly reprehensible. Indeed, without tangible evidence, the residents of the Marquis and the General's household would surely petition the Emperor for justice. Lin Wanyue added grimly as she emerged from the crowd. The onlookers recalled the previous incident at the Plum Appreciation Banquet, where a number of officials had faced penalties and demotions, making the young ladies shiver with apprehension at the thought of their fathers facing similar fates. Seeing their wavering resolve, Li Ruotang seized the moment, declaring, "It is quite simple to prove my sister's innocence. Let us conduct a search." A chorus of dubious glances fell upon Li Ruotang. Her proposition was met with skepticism. For a young lady to be publicly searched, regardless of the outcome, would lead to her utter disgrace. Shun Shiyun turned to glance at Li Ruotang, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Indeed, one cannot nurture a white-eyed wolf. How dare she treat Chuer in such a manner? Li Ruotang, oblivious to Shun Shiyun's gaze, focused solely on Li Chu, having some knowledge of Ruanhua's scheme. "Li Chu, this time, how will you escape?" "Sister, with such a sharp tongue, searching my person and tarnishing my reputation serves you no purpose. Just because you are on good terms with young Master Rongqi does not justify aiding his sister in defaming me." Li Chu looked at Li Ruotang with a sense of grievance, her eyes gradually reddening as tears silently streamed down her cheeks, her heart-wrenching sorrow evoking an involuntary sympathy. Given her understanding of Rong Mingyu, once he harbored suspicions, they would be difficult to dispel. This was a lesson she had learned in her previous life. "What are you babbling about? I am not acquainted with young Master Rongqi at all." Li Chu's words sent Li Ruotang into a flurry. Rong Mingyu's cold gaze swept back and forth between the two, seemingly weighing whose words held more credibility. "I am not fabricating lies. The folding fan that young Master carries with him at all times was a gift from my sister, and the inscription upon it can attest to that." Li Chu's gaze grew dark and menacing. "Li Ruotang, are you attempting to conspire with Ruanhua against me? If so, I shall ensure your own downfall." Chapter 73. The Jade Pendant Shattered. Princess Hua's collapse upon uttering these words. The young nobles present, who were on amicable terms with Rongqi, could not restrain themselves from gathering together to murmur amongst themselves. Indeed, the heir apparent held a profound affection for that folding fan, seldom parting with it. "I have seen the fan, and the handwriting upon it undoubtedly belongs to the Princess Yu. Ah, could it be that this matter is genuine?" Rong Mingyu's countenance darkened with increasing severity, wishing fervently to crush Li Ruotang and Rongqi on the spot. Yet, he found himself unable to do so. The prince's residence, the minister's estate, and the general's household would, in the future, become his indispensable allies. Li Ruotang, too, found herself ensnared in a dilemma. It was well known that the handwriting was indeed hers, a point she could not contest. At this juncture, should she acknowledge the writing as belonging to Li Chue, she would inevitably find herself branded as a self-serving fame-seeker. Neither option was favorable for her. Thus, she could only express her apologies to the heir apparent. With a quivering lip, she lifted her pale visage, exuding a fragility that tugged at the heartstrings. "Your Highness, the handwriting is undeniably mine. However, it was a piece I submitted for the poetry competition. I am unaware of why the heir apparent would choose to transform it into a folding fan." She had strived to reach this point, now bearing the first grandchild of the royal family, with a future bright ahead. She could not afford to falter at the hands of Rongqi. Upon hearing her words, Rongqi stood there, momentarily dazed. Even if he were slow to perceive the truth, he could discern that Li Ruotang was distancing herself from him. He closed his eyes, his throat dry, his voice trembling slightly as he spoke. "It is my admiration for this poem that led me to create the fan without the permission of Princess Yu." She was unaware of this matter. "Yes, just so. Your Highness, did you hear that?" Li Ruotang exclaimed with joy. She knew well that Rongqi harbored affections for her. How could he bear to see her ensnared in such a predicament? Rongqi cast a self-deprecating glance at Li Ruotang before mustering the last of his strength to turn away. The final flicker of hope within him extinguished entirely. All along, he had believed that Li Ruotang held feelings for him, but it now appeared he had been deluding himself. It was time to let go of his affections, especially since she had already married. As long as she could lead a good life, what did it matter if he sacrificed a modicum of his reputation? "Enough. I trust in my princess. Li Chue, do not attempt to sow discord here. What must be clarified now is your involvement in the theft of the Jade Pendant." Rong Mingyu quickly followed the lead provided by Rong Qi, realizing that Li Chue was attempting to divert the topic. Oh, indeed. Then, Your Highness, how do you propose this matter should be handled? Li Chue inquired with a tone of calmness. Since you are so fond of meddling, why not cast this conundrum upon your own shoulders and see how you manage it? Ruotang was correct. Searching one's person was the only expedient solution. If it could not be found within the estate, it must certainly be concealed upon one's person. Is this how Your Highness intends to proceed? Word of this may spread, and you might be accused of being overly impulsive. Firstly, without evidence, how could you search me? Secondly, among so many, why single me out? Is it possible that Your Highness harbors discontent towards the minister's estate and the general's household? In a moment of frustration, Rong Mingyu found herself at a loss for words. For the assertions made were undeniably true. Your Highness, let us conduct a thorough search. If I am to prove my innocence, I shall willingly be the first to be searched. Li Ruotang believed that by setting an example, she would garner a favorable reputation. Unbeknownst to her, this would incite the ire of the other ladies present, all of whom were wives and daughters of court officials. To be searched publicly at the banquet was an immense humiliation for them. Upon their return home, they would ensure their husbands understood the need to avenge this affront. Li Ruotang was the first to undergo the search, compelling the remaining ladies and young maidens to extend their hands in compliance. At that moment, those unwilling to be searched bore the greatest suspicion, leading everyone to cooperate fervently. The search proceeded swiftly, and soon it was Li Chue's turn. Li Chue stood before a few maidservants with her hands raised, disregarding the ecstatic expressions of Princess Wanhua and Li Ruotang, allowing herself to be searched. Chunyu, accompanied by several maidservants, searched Li Chue extensively, yet her expression grew increasingly grim. How could there be nothing? She had clearly placed it upon her person. In response to the princess, I have found nothing, Chunyu stated, shaking her head, her countenance darkening. Li Chue, where have you concealed the jade pendant? Princess Wanhua initially froze, then bellowed in a voice filled with desperation. The accursed Li Chue must have hidden her most treasured possession. It was imperative that it not be lost. She merely wished to use it as a means to incriminate Li Chue. Had it not been for the pendant's substantial value, she would never have dared to produce it. The princess's words were perplexing. Your maidservants have already searched me. Why then do you still believe the pendant is upon my person? I do not believe it. I shall search it myself. Princess Wanhua, aflame with rage, insisted that the maidservants must have overlooked something, convinced the pendant remained hidden on Li Chue. Your Highness, you are overstepping your bounds, leveraging your status to intimidate. Li Chue's low voice resonated among the crowd. Seeing the increasingly somber expressions of Shun Qiuyun and Lin Wanyue, the Duchess of Ming felt a sense of foreboding. She hastily intervened to temper the furious Princess Wanhua, perplexed by the girl's apparent vendetta against Miss Li San today. Wanhua, without evidence, how can you wrongfully accuse Miss Li San? I'm not wronging her, mother. My jade pendant is undoubtedly on her. Wanhua's unwavering tone finally raised doubts in the Duchess's mind. Could it be that she had taken the pendant herself? After all, Miss Li San had the backing of the Xiong residence, the Grand General's estate, and the Duke of Guo's household. How could Wanhua dare provoke her? Mother has said, without evidence, do not wrongfully accuse others. The Duchess's voice grew colder, tinged with an undercurrent of anger. I beg your pardon, Your Highness. I too wish to know why Princess Wanhua is so certain that the pendant lies upon me. Li Chue replied with calm dignity, inclining her body slightly. Miss Li San need not overthink. This is all mere ramblings from Wanhua. I apologize on her behalf, the Duchess interjected, her tone serious. Your Highness, you are too gracious. I dare not accept, Li Chue responded. Alas, how could the astute and affectionate Princess Ming give rise to such a foolish individual? Is this not the proverbial case of good bamboo yielding bad shoots? Li Chu, you are the only one who has approached me. Should you fail to surrender the jade pendant today, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Wanhua's gaze was fierce, her entire being radiating an aura of barely contained rage. Everyone had undergone a search, yet the principal party had not been examined. This so-called fairness seems to apply solely to the offspring of officials like us. Li Chu's words awakened all present to the reality. They had all been searched. Yet Princess Ruanhua had evaded scrutiny. Was this not a blatant disregard for the scions of these dignitaries? Had they known, they would have refrained from attending this embarrassing banquet. Ha! Li Chu, do you believe this will absolve you of suspicion? Very well, to demonstrate fairness. This princess shall also submit to a search. Ruanhua extended her hands, signaling for Chunyu to approach and examine her. In a swift motion, a small stone was propelled forth, and Chunyu, caught off guard, stumbled and fell towards Ruanhua's waist. With a resounding clap, a pale purple jade pendant fell from Ruanhua's waist, producing a melodious sound. In an instant, all eyes turned with dark intrigue towards the lofty princess, for it became evident that the pendant had never truly been lost. It was merely a ploy to toy with them. At this moment, Ruanhua's expression began to fade, her hands uncontrollably reaching for the scattered fragments on the ground, her face turning ashen. Chapter 74. Princess Duo's Ambush. Li Chu injured unbeknownst to anyone. As the jade pendant fell to the ground, an invisible and odorless powder wafted into the air with the wind. Li Ruotang, standing closest to Princess Duhua, inhaled several breaths of it. A glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Li Chu's brilliant eyes. Everyone must face the consequences of their actions. Consider this a minor lesson. Should there be a recurrence, she would no longer be so accommodating. Having lived once more, she was determined not to endure such indignities again. Why has my jade pendant shattered? My pendant, my pendant. Princess Duhua cried, cradling the shards on the ground. Her hands were lacerated and bleeding, yet she seemed impervious to the pain, fixated only on her lost ornament. The concubine, heartbroken, embraced her daughter, who appeared entranced, and gently urged, Huar, let go. Do not frighten your mother. The pendant was irreparably broken. Should her hands suffer further harm, it would only compound their misfortune. Princess Duhua released the fragments and approached Li Chu, her eyes glinting like a viper's, fixed intently upon her. It was you, wasn't it? The pendant was clearly on you. How then did it suddenly return to my waist? If not for your covert act of returning it, how could it have shattered? It is this wretched woman who is to blame. Under the guise of surprise, Duhua unsheathed her soft sword and lunged at Li Chu's heart. Li Chu, wishing to conceal her martial prowess, intended to feign a lucky escape. However, she was taken aback when her mother unexpectedly leaped forward to shield her. Caught off guard, Li Chu had no choice but to swap positions with her mother. A sharp pain pierced her left arm, and crimson blood instantly stained her azure dress. A sight most distressing. Upon witnessing her daughter's blood flowing profusely, Shun Xiuyun gasped and fainted. Li Chu checked her mother's wrist and was relieved to find her merely unconscious. Aunt, please support my mother. Do not worry, I am unhurt. Li Chu reassured Lin Wanyue with a gentle smile, despite the concern reflected in her eyes. Once the bleeding had subsided somewhat, Li Chu discreetly pressed on an acupoint to halt the flow. The sight of the blood was already sufficiently alarming. Duhua, you remain unaware of the dire consequences of your overreach. Allow me to offer you a first-hand experience, she declared. Qingyu, father must have returned from court. Please fetch him. Qingyu glanced back at her bloodied mistress with concern before swiftly making her way to the palace gates. The concubine, disheartened, sank back into her chair. The situation had spiraled beyond her control. To casually harm the daughter of the chancellor, even with her status as a princess, would not absolve her from punishment. In contrast, Rong Chi's eyes were filled with shock and horror. He had never imagined his sister would regard life so lightly. By comparison, Li Chu appeared far more principled. Qingyu paced anxiously at the palace gates, her worry intensifying. At last, the gates opened in response to her hopes, and Qingyu focused intently on the crowd, searching for the figure of Chancellor Li. As Li Yunfan and Shun Xingfeng strolled out, engaged in lively conversation, they remained blissfully unaware of the anxious Qingyu waiting for him outside. My lord, Miss is in trouble. Please follow me to the Ming Wangfu at once. Qingyu's urgent call startled not only Li Yunfan and Shun Xingfeng, but also drew the attention of nearby ministers. Today marked the birthday of the Ming Wangfei. Could there have been an incident at the banquet? In swift response, a group of officials in formal attire lifted their robes and dashed down the street. For the Ming Wangfu was not far from the palace, and they could not afford to wait for a carriage. Their families were within the Wangfu, and any mishap could pose a dire risk. Among them, the Ming Wang, Li Yunfan, and Shun Xingfeng ran with remarkable speed, while the bewildered servants and grooms could only watch in astonishment. What had caused their masters to abandon their carriages? Was there treasure to be found? At the Ming Wangfu, the sudden appearance of Crimson Only Chu roused Princess Duhua from her stupor, causing her to drop her soft sword in distress. I didn't mean to, mother. I truly didn't mean to. In a moment of anger, she had lost her composure. What should she do now? If her father found out, she would undoubtedly face punishment. The Ming Wangfei looked at her daughter with profound disappointment, reluctant to speak further. She felt she had failed in raising her, betraying both her husband and the ancestors of their own family. What calamity had befallen the household? The Ming Wang arrived before any word reached him. All those attending the banquet were relatives of nobles and officials. An incident was simply unacceptable, and he found himself at a loss for how to explain it. Upon reaching the garden, the trio immediately spotted Li Chu, pale and bloodied, slumped helplessly in a chair, accompanied by a female physician. My dear, what has happened to you? Please, do not frighten your father. Li Yunfan nearly collapsed, consumed by concern for his beloved daughter. The usually gentle and humble Li Xiang suddenly radiated an aura of menace. Chuer, tell your uncle who harmed you. Shun Xingfeng, exuding a formidable presence, gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, veins bulging. Earlier that day, the emperor had permitted him to bear arms into the court, and now it seemed fortuitously timely. Princess Duhua, taken aback, instinctively retreated. She had never encountered such palpable ferocity. Was this man the valiant general? My lord, you have returned. The Ming Wangfei appeared to find her anchor, tears streaming down her face. My love, has an assassin infiltrated the Wangfu? And this injury to Miss Li, has she received treatment from the physician? The Ming Wangfei shook her head helplessly, sighing. Miss Li refuses treatment, insisting she will wait for Lord Li to come and seek justice on her behalf. Her tone bore no hint of reproach. She understood Li Chu's stance, as anyone would be unable to swallow such indignity after nearly losing their life. Why does Miss Li refuse treatment? The Ming Wang inquired, perplexed, as he gazed at the weakened Li Chu. Your Highness, the fault lies with us. It was Princess Hua who initially misunderstood Miss Li, and then the Princess Ming recounted the sequence of events in a heartfelt manner, feeling unworthy to beseech for Li Chu's forgiveness. Regardless of the outcome today, she resolved to withdraw from further involvement. Shut, my dear, shut. Half-conscious, Shun Shiyun summoned the strength to rise unsteadily and approach Li Chu's side. Fortunately, Chuer still lived. She had nearly lost her beloved daughter. My lord, please present the edict token on my behalf. I wish to enter the palace and seek an audience with the Empress Dowager to demand justice for Chuer. Shun Shiyun understood that only the fair and impartial Empress Dowager could adjudicate their plight. Li Yunfan, his eyes reddened, accepted Shun Shiyun's edict token. Matters concerning the women were not his purview. It was best to entrust them to the Empress Dowager. My lord, Chuer is also my daughter. Please present my edict token as well. I too wish to voice my grievances before heaven. Lin Wanyuel likewise produced her edict token. The Shun family would not allow their dignity to be trampled upon. Thus, Li Yunfan and Shun Xingfeng, accompanied by their families, returned to the palace gates to seek an audience with the Empress Dowager. The Prince Ming gazed at Princess Hua with deep disappointment, mirroring the sentiments of the Princess Ming. At such a tender age, her heart was so cruel, daring to harm the daughter of a court official. The seed she had sown would yield consequences she must now bear. No, father, I am your daughter. You cannot abandon me. Princess Hua's complexion turned ashen, her hands trembling slightly, clearly gripped by fear. She dreaded meeting her grandmother. If the Empress Dowager learned of her actions, she would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. Chapter 75. The Disgrace of Princess Hua, nearly slain by Rong Xian in the Yonghe Palace. The main hall adorned with cloud-patterned sandalwood beams and illuminated by exquisite glazed jade lamps, exuded an opulence that was both lavish and understated. The Empress Dowager sat in the foremost position, her demeanor slightly grave. Fine lines had begun to etch the corners of her eyes. Yet she retained an air of dignified elegance. Casually, she cast a glance at the individuals below, her gaze ultimately resting upon Li Chu. Despite her pallid complexion, her exquisite beauty could not be concealed. Though kneeling, she exuded an aura of both humility and defiance. Accompanying her were the Prime Minister's wife and the General's wife, who had both petitioned on her behalf, undeniably indicating her noble lineage. Yet, the question lingered. Why was she drenched in blood? The mere act of bringing her case forth suggested that her assailant must possess considerable stature. Your Majesty, we humbly present ourselves, the consorts announced. Since men were prohibited from entering the imperial harem, only Shun Shuyun and Lin Wanyue accompanied Li Chu to meet the Empress Dowager, while the Prime Minister and the General awaited at the palace gates. Initially, they had contemplated joining her in addressing the Emperor, but recalling the benevolent nature of the Ming royal couple, they refrained. There is no need for excessive formalities. Rise, the Empress Dowager intoned, her voice resonating with a profound gravity, laced with an unspoken authority that commanded respect. Thank you, Your Majesty. The two women assisted Li Chu to her feet, standing to the side, awaiting the Empress Dowager's inquiries. Pray tell, esteemed ladies, what brings you to Yonga Palace? Your Majesty, we seek to bring charges against Princess Huahua. Today, we attended the birthday banquet of the Ming princess, only to find the Princess Huahua repeatedly targeting my daughter, Li Chu. Eventually, Shun Chun's heart felt as though it were being twisted, a dull ache of indignation as she recounted the misdeeds of Princess Huahua. Her daughter, raised in luxury and protected from harm, now bore the scars of such cruelty. Whatever the outcome, she was resolved to see Princess Huahua face consequences, even at the cost of her own noble status. The Empress Dowager's grip on her purple sandalwood prayer beads tightened, her anger deepening with each rotation. Throughout her life, she had detested the oppression of the powerful and the treachery of deceit, yet here was her youngest granddaughter guilty of both offenses. Your Majesty, the Ming prince and princess request an audience with you, accompanied by the princess, Mama Fong whispered at the Empress Dowager's side. Perfect timing. Let them in. The Empress Dowager's gaze turned frosty, yet a smile lingered at the corners of her lips. Your son greets you, mother. Your granddaughter greets you, grandmother. Princess Huahua cowered behind the Ming prince and princess, for her greatest fear in this world was her grandmother. Both of you, take a seat beside us, came the cold, emotionless command, leaving the Ming couple to sit silently, unable to utter a word. Huahua, I ask you, did you conspire against Miss Li? In your failure, did you resort to rage and attempt to take a life? Her penetrating gaze bore down on Princess Huahua, leaving no room for deceit. Gromutar, princess huostomered, trembling uncontrollably. Indeed, how could a mere 15-year-old girl withstand the scrutiny of the Empress Dowager, a woman who had seen countless souls? Thus, it has become an undeniable reality. The Empress Dowager's tone grew increasingly frigid. Princess Xiaohua cast a pleading glance towards her father and mother, yearning for someone to speak on her behalf. However, her parents turned their heads away, refusing to spare her a single glance, displaying an attitude of indifference. Xiaohua, the mistake has been made. Even if you wish to acknowledge it, it is too late. Today, I shall strip you of your title as princess, demote you to commoner status, and confine you for half a year. Do you have any objections? The Empress Dowager coldly uttered words that left Princess Xiaohua utterly astonished. Her grandmother sought to deprive her of her title because of that insignificant Li Chu, treating her own granddaughter in such a manner. No, I refuse to accept this, grandmother. I am your granddaughter. Why do you favor that Li Chu? Princess Xiaohua felt as though struck by a thunderbolt, her eyes wide with disbelief. Why did her parents not support her? Why did her grandmother not come to her aid? Even her brother, Rong Xian, who shared a close bond with her, had not struck down Li Chu when he had the chance. Li Chu observed the nearly frantic Princess Xiaohua with a calm demeanor. Can you not endure the loss of your title? This is the punishment you deserve, and my retribution awaits you. Enough. Since you refuse to be corrected, you shall be cast out from this family. The Rong family has no place for someone so unrepentant. The Empress Dowager abruptly stood, her fury reaching its zenith. Such malevolent thoughts, if left uncorrected, would surely bring harm to others as well as oneself. Grandmother, please temper your anger. Zhaohua, it need not come to stripping your title. Let Miss Li employ the same tactics against you, and whether you can evade it will be left to fate. What say you? Rongxian strode forth, his garments billowing, a fierce glint suddenly flashing his eyes as he looked down upon Princess Zhaohua. He had initially been discussing strategies with his colleagues regarding Xiao Yanheng when word arrived that Li Chu had been injured by Zhaohua, her clothes drenched in blood. In a panic, he utilized his agility to soar directly into the palace, racing towards Yonghe Palace. Upon reaching the entrance, he instantly spotted Li Chu in her blue attire, her dress already stained crimson, weakly leaning against Shun Qiuyun and Lin Wanyue. He longed to approach and inquire about her injuries, yet he hesitated, aware that Li Chu had her own plans and strategies, and thus could not publicly reveal their relationship just yet. Consequently, he redirected his fury towards the true instigator. Had she not been the daughter of his uncle, she would have met a far graver fate. Why has Xian come to Yonghe Palace today with such urgency? Surely it cannot be merely to reminisce about this old woman. The Empress Dowager's gaze bore an inquisitive glimmer. Xian had long reached the age for marriage and children, yet he remained disinterested in women. Countless noble ladies had been presented to him, yet he had shown no interest. However, this Miss Li possessed not only beauty, but also an extraordinary demeanor. If they could be united, it would indeed be a match made in heaven. My grandson simply missed his grandmother and came to pay a visit, Rongxian stated, his face betraying no hint of his insincerity. Brother Rongxian, even you refuse to stand by my side. How could that wretched Li Chu ensnare you, rendering you so utterly captivated? Upon witnessing his defense of Li Chu, Shahua's countenance turned increasingly deranged. Rongxian grasped Shahua's throat, lifting her petite frame off the ground. The suffocating sensation compelled her legs to thrash in search of solid ground. Help, help! Her feeble cries escaped her lips. Xin'er, do not kill her. I implore you, pleaded Uncle Wang. Your Highness, spare her this once. I shall ensure she is properly guided henceforth. The Ming Wang and Ming Wang Fei each grasped one of Rongxian's hands tightly, fully aware of his notorious cruelty if they did not intervene. Shahua's life would surely be forfeit. Xin'er, release her. After all, she is but your cousin, and her sins do not warrant death. The Empress Dowager also rushed forward. While Shahua deserved punishment, it was unthinkable for her to perish at Rongxian's hands. Mind your tongue. Should you speak again, you shall be rendered mute, came Rongxian's chilling voice. As he relinquished his grip, Shahua fell heavily to the ground, gasping for the long-forgotten air. A profound despair and a searing hatred filled her heart. All that transpired today was the doing of Li Chu. Her status, her brother Rongxian, both had been obliterated by Li Chu's existence. She vowed to end her life. It was said that within the Yu Lu Tang resided the finest assassins. For the right price, even nobility would meet their demise without exception. Li Chu, today marks your death day. I shall ensure your end is the most grotesque and tragic. And in death, you shall be scorned by all. Chapter 76. Li Ruotang's severe hemorrhage and miscarriage. The expression of Wanhua remained dazed, her numb pupils filled solely with hatred. Oblivious to the moment she was brought back to the Wangfu, Li Chu also returned to the Xiangfu alongside Shen Qiuyun and Lin Wanyue. Although her wound was not deep, the risk of infection loomed. In an instant, only the Empress Dowager, Rongxian, and Mama Fong remained in the grand hall of Yonghe Palace. Xuania, what brings you here today? The Empress Dowager queried, taking a delicate sip of tea. Didn't tea I just mentioned, grandmother? I came to visit you, Rongxian replied, his tone unusually gentle, in stark contrast to his usual cold demeanor in front of outsiders. From a young age, due to the deep affection between his father and mother, he was often cast aside to Yonghe Palace, where apart from them, his closest companion was none other than his grandmother. The Empress Dowager chuckled softly, believing she could not discern his true intentions, yet she had observed every change in his demeanor since he entered the main hall. The first person he had looked upon was none other than Miss Li, and upon seeing her injured, concern and anger flickered in his eyes. How could he not be provoked to such fury by a mere insult from Wanhua that almost led him to take her life? Enough, you need not speak. Your grandmother is aware. I am merely curious to see how long you can maintain your facade. The Empress Dowager sighed, yawning as she dismissed Rong Xian. At the Ming Wangfu, the Ming king and his consort sat in Ruanhua's chamber, earnestly imparting their parental wisdom, hoping she would comprehend their heartfelt intentions. Regrettably, Ruanhua absorbed none of their words. Her mind was consumed with thoughts of how to see Li Chu meet a wretched demise. Seeing their attempts at persuasion bear no fruit, the royal couple decided to withdraw, allowing her the space to calm her turbulent emotions. As the door clicked shut behind them, a chilling malice glimmered in Ruanhua's eyes. Chunyu, take 60,000 taels to Wanghua Tower. There, you can contact Yuletang. I desire Li Chu to endure torment, ultimately meeting her end. Destitute and shamed at the gates of the Shangfu, Ruanhua's pallid visage bore no traces of tears, only the madness of her hatred. Once given her orders, Chunyu hastily made her way to Wanghua Tower, which was currently desolate, with scarcely any patrons present. After uttering the name Yuletang to the innkeeper, she was escorted to a private room not open to the public. From behind the screen, she could vaguely discern the figure of a man. Thus, she presented her silver and articulated her intentions. 60,000 taels for the life of the Shangfu's heiress is ample. I accept. Return and await news. A languid voice, imbued with nonchalance, emerged from behind the screen, seemingly confident in the outcome. Once Chunyu departed, the man behind the screen stepped forth. His androgynous features could only be described as exquisitely captivating, a rarity for a man. Changfeng, you shall personally oversee this matter, he commanded. No sooner had he spoken than a figure clad in black appeared momentarily, receiving the orders before swiftly vanishing. The man sank back into his chair, fatigued. In recent days, he had faced an assassination attempt every 3 days, yet the burden of his woes remained unspoken. The esteemed leader of the killer organization, Yuletang, has found himself repeatedly ambushed, and each encounter has resulted in mutual destruction. This accursed Ji Wuhan, who previously mistakenly took his life, continues to cling to this grudge without respite. The relentless pursuit has left him exasperated. In recent days, he has become so fearful that he scarcely dares to step outside. He is not afraid of a formidable opponent, but rather of one who fights like a madman, a strategy that instills fear in anyone. As a young and handsome man, he cannot afford to perish alongside Ji Wuhan. In the residence of the aristocratic family, at the Lioli Pavilion, Qing Wei assisted Li Chu in tending to her wounds. Although the injuries appeared alarming, they were not as severe, thanks in part to her martial prowess. Miss, why did you not evade? Qing Yu asked, tears streaming down her face as she gazed at the blood-soaked garments. I am fine. Do not worry about me. Just a bit of blood loss, Li Chu reassured the concerned maidservants. Presently, there is an unidentified yet watchful old woman within the estate, and she must not allow this woman to become wary of her. Otherwise, it would become exceedingly difficult to gather information later. The so-called plan is destined to overturn the entire realm of Shiyuan, and they must not be allowed to succeed. This incident involving Ruanhua was unexpected. Who would have thought that someone so young could possess such cruelty? Yet, where does her murderous intent stem from? During their last meeting, she merely found Li Chu somewhat displeasing, not to the extent of wishing to kill her. Perhaps Li Ruetang is meddling behind the scenes. Both offspring of the Mingwang mansion are ensnared by her manipulations. When it comes to deception, she certainly possesses some skill. The gifts she has bestowed are due for their intended impact. Li Ruetang, enjoy it well. Meanwhile, the Yuang mansion has descended into chaos, with a throng of female doctors and imperial physicians gathered outside Qingyin Pavilion. Inside, the cries and screams of the Yu Wangfei echo intermittently, as bloody water is brought out in buckets. The situation is dire, and it appears that the first imperial grandson may not be saved. A pack of quacks. If the Wangfei's child does not survive, you shall pay with your lives. Rong Mingyu fumed, pointing accusingly at the physicians. As long as the first imperial grandson is born within the Yu Wang mansion, his ascent to power will take a significant leap forward. Victory seemed imminent until this sudden calamity struck. Your Highness, forgive us. The Wangfei's fetus was perfectly healthy until now. We cannot fathom the cause of this sudden hemorrhage. The group of physicians quaked on their knees, terrified to utter sound. Despite the pulse showing no abnormalities and no indication of improper diet. Why had the child suddenly perished? Still trying to argue? You acknowledged that there were no dietary issues. The loss of the child is clearly due to your incompetence. Rong Mingyu's eyes flickered with suppressed fury. This was his first child, one destined to help him achieve greatness, causing him profound heartache. Your Highness, might I inquire if the Wang Fei was startled today? The more composed head of the courtyard ventured, suggesting that external factors, rather than internal ones, could have contributed to the incident. Startled? In an instant, Rong Mingyu recalled the gruesome scene at the Ming Wang mansion. Could it be that Ruo Tang was traumatized at that moment? Indeed, Ruo Tang had only returned from the mansion a short while before she began to complain of abdominal pain, the timing aligning perfectly. Cursed be Ruan Hua. Cursed be Li Chu. Your rivalry bore no relevance to me, yet you have unjustly harmed my child, and for that, you shall pay with your lives. In that moment, both individuals were etched into Rong Mingyu's memory with enmity, and it was not just him. Li Ruo Tang would soon follow suit. Within the confines of the room, Li Ruo Tang lay in a daze upon the bed, her hand pressed firmly against her flat abdomen. Her child, her own flesh and blood. How could it simply depart from her? She had bestowed upon this child her highest hopes. Her honor and dreams were consumed in this instant. What had the physician said? A fierce hatred flickered in Li Ruo Tang's eyes, transforming her very demeanor. Hong Yi recounted the conversation between the prince and the physician to Li Ruo Tang in detail. Once again, it was Li Chu and Ruan Hua. It was all your fault. I want you to descend into hell and plead for forgiveness for my child. Suddenly, Li Ruo Tang recalled the talisman her grandmother had given her, along with a cadre of assassins at her command. Promptly, she dismissed Hong Yi, pen and note, and tied it to the leg of a black eagle. The eagle soared into the sky, vanishing from sight in an instant. Chapter 77. Regardless of whose possession, it is destined to be a one-way journey, the residence of the Xian King. Your Highness, you have returned. Feng Ting has just brought news of Xiao Yanqing. Feng Ying, upon catching sight of his master, hurriedly approached. Rong Xian had just returned from the minister's residence, the lingering anger on his face still evident. He had intended to check on Chu Chu's injuries, only to find her brothers surrounding her courtyard, unwilling to leave even after waiting for half an hour. With no other choice, he decided to return and address the matter concerning Xiao Yanqing first, planning to visit Chu Chu later. As Rong Xian strode into the study, his subordinates promptly rose to pay their respects. Your Highness, they greeted. Rong Xian replied, settling into his seat. Feng Ting then stepped forward, cupping his hands as he spoke. Your Highness, it appears that Xiao Yanqing has been secretly colluding with several ministers of our court. Furthermore, his subordinates, Qi Shui and Qi Yin, have recently suffered severe injuries and are still recuperating. A glimmer of sharpness flashed in Rong Xian's eyes, accompanied by a cold smile at the corners of his lips. Have those hidden pawns finally begun to reveal themselves? He pondered. Xiao Yanqing had frequently visited Shi Yuan, always under his watchful gaze, leaving him no opportunity to conspire with the ministers. This must be the long-buried organization that Chu Chu had mentioned. Xiao Yanqing was indeed cornered, having lost 2 of his generals. He was aware that Qi Shui had been injured by Chu Chu, and it was astonishing that someone could also harm the formidable Qi Yin. He was curious to ascertain whether this individual was friend or foe and would relish the opportunity to make their acquaintance. Feng Ting, continue your investigations. We must unearth those hidden pawns one by one, he commanded. It is also time for me to seek an audience with my father in the palace. The scheming had commenced over 30 years ago, undoubtedly orchestrated by Emperor Xiao Jintian of Beihua. Rumored to be ruthless and suspicious, he would not hesitate to eliminate anyone he deemed a threat, reminiscent of a long-sealed specter of malevolence. Rong Xian's father, however, was excessively benevolent, valuing talent above all else, leaving him with scant chances against Xiao Jintian. The court was infested with corrupt officials. It was uncertain how many of the genuinely talented individuals had been dispatched by Beihua. It was a situation fraught with peril, and Shi Yuan was on the brink of its gravest crisis. He must also disperse the influence of the Seven Stars Tower, ensuring that Shi Yuan could weather this impending storm. Meanwhile, on the side of Li Chu, her brothers remained tirelessly attentive, serving her tea and refreshments. The incessant noise left Li Chu dazed, yet she could not rebuff their concern, as it was a precious bond she had long sought, and one that her sister desired as well. Speaking of Lian, it had been ages since she had visited her. Every action of hers was under scrutiny, and even the slightest misstep could lead to disaster. Perhaps it would be prudent to send her to the general's residence, where security was stringent, making it difficult for anyone to come and go freely. This would not only ensure her safety, but also allow her to be near her family, a dual benefit. Yet, would she be willing to go? Could she bear to part with Xiaoyang, even temporarily? Brothers, please pause your efforts for a moment. I wish to seek your opinions on a matter, Li Chu said, her expression slightly grave. Shen Huainan set down the half-peeled orange and inquired with concern, what does Chuer wish to ask? Shen Huaiju and Shen Huaiyu craned their necks, curiously gazing at Li Chu. Only Lian Mo, who was seated at a distance, lay despondently on the table, his eyes filled with resentment. What a predicament this was. He had no sister of his own and now sought to claim another's, deliberately isolating him, all without a shred of reason. Originally, he had a second sister, yet for reasons unknown, she had been bewitched by that Xiaoyang, neglecting him entirely. He must be the most pitiful brother in the world, surrounded by numerous sisters, yet none held him dear. You all know that Lian is my sister. Recently, I have been beset by trivial matters and cannot guarantee her safety, so I wish to send her to the general's residence. What do you think? Excellent, excellent, Li Mo exclaimed. His spirits suddenly lifted as he clapped his hands in delight. This is wonderful. With this, that Xiaoyang will no longer be able to cling to Ner. For pairs of eyes fixated curiously on the overly enthusiastic Li Mo, their faces brimming with confusion and inquiry. What madness was this? Li Mo, have you suddenly found your conscience and decided to bestow a sister upon our general's residence? Shen Huaiju asked with a hint of mischief. Li Chu is indeed a good sister, but now that she has grown, she is no longer so easily amused. If only one could exchange her for a more obedient and charming sister, that would be splendid. Shen Huaiju, you are talking nonsense. How could I possibly part with my sister? Li Mo retorted angrily. Oh, it seems a while without sparring has made you restless? With that, the two dashed into the courtyard, exchanging punches to each other's faces. Li Chu watched, her heart racing, instinctively retreating a few steps while covering her face. They say one should avoid hitting the face, yet these two seemed to have long harbored disdain for each other's visages. Li Chu had previously considered that. Now, possessing some martial prowess, she might seek an opportunity to spar with them. But on second thought, perhaps it was best to refrain. Cousin, should we not intervene? Li Chu tugged at Shen Huainan's sleeve. Why did they all appear so accustomed to this? Did these two frequently engage in such antics within the military camp? No need to intervene. This is merely their way of communicating. Once one yields, all will be well. Shen Huainan's words nearly dropped Li Chu's jaw in astonishment. So indeed, her guess had been correct. After a while, the three grew bored and returned to their seats, realizing that their brawling resembled a dance with little entertainment value. Chuer, since you are unable to go, simply provide me with the address, and I shall personally fetch her. Shen Huainan sensed something unusual in Li Chu's words. Had she offended someone? Since she was reluctant to speak, it implied her resolve. She had always been exceptionally clever and would not easily trap herself in a predicament. The only thing he could do was alleviate her concerns, allowing her to focus on her own matters. Yes, let your brother accompany you. My sister is somewhat timid. It is all right. The days to come will improve, and she will gradually grow stronger. The two individuals thus determined the fate of Lian, which brought a measure of solace to Li Chu. As night fell quietly, the crescent moon hung like a delicate hook, while numerous stars twinkled with a cold glow. A gentle breeze wafted through the window, stirring the strands of Li Chu's hair. At this moment, Li Ruotang's child must have already perished when she shattered the jade pendant. She had inadvertently sprinkled it with a powder that induces miscarriage. Had Ruan Hua's targeting not been incited by Li Ruotang, had she not stood beside Ruan Hua when the pendant fell, she might have evaded this calamity. Alas, she failed to cherish her peace. choosing instead to shatter that fleeting tranquility, a consequence of her own making. Poor child, do not blame my heartlessness. Remember to seek a good family next time. And do not reincarnate in Li Ruotang's womb again. Just as Li Chu pondered in silence, a fierce wind surged forth, starkly contrasting the previous gentle breeze. Qing Yu remained, while the others returned to their rooms, securing doors and windows. No one was permitted to venture out without my command. Li Chu gazed coldly at the distant treetops, issuing orders to those beside her. So soon they have come. Are they Wan Hua's people or Li Ruotang's? Regardless of their allegiance, today is destined to be a one-way journey. Chapter 78. Li Chu's life hangs by a thread. Rescued by Rong Xian, my lady, you still bear injuries. Please refrain from engaging. Qing Yu quietly shifted her position, concealing Li Chu behind her, her gaze resolute. Li Chu felt a warmth in her heart. Having followed her for so long, Qing Yu had become akin to family. How could she choose to hide behind her loved ones for the sake of her own safety? Qing Yu, we are family. You need not regard protecting me as your utmost duty. Just do your best. Li Chu drew her whip, standing steadfastly beside Qing Yu, her bright eyes increasingly reflecting a fierce determination. My lady, even the typically aloof Qing Yu could not help but feel a stir within her. She was now part of the lady's family. For Qing Yu, the concept of family had always been ephemeral, as she had never encountered her own kin and remained uncertain of their existence. Resolutely, Qing Yu committed herself to safeguarding her lady. Henceforth, she would not only serve as her protector, but also as her family. They're here. Li Chu narrowed her beautiful eyes, observing the dark figures rushing towards them. There were at least 6 or 7 of them. Moreover, nearly all were formidable opponents. What a grand display! If they were to be defeated here, would their master not be infuriated beyond measure? Qing Yu, leave one alive. Li Chu executed a light-footed maneuver, propelling herself into the throng of shadows with her whip. Qing Yu unsheathed her long sword, joining the fray, her instinct for bloodlust awakening. Since her lady had commanded it, leaving one alive would suffice. In an instant, the air above the Lioli pavilion was filled with the clamor of clashing swords. Several concealed guards also emerged from the shadows to engage in the battle. After several exchanges, Li Chu's side began to falter, with several guards sustaining injuries. Had it not been for the ferocity of Li Chu's whip, keeping the adversaries at bay, she surely would have faced grievous wounds herself. My lady, their martial arts are not from Shiyuan. Qing Yu seized the opportunity to retreat to Li Chu's side, her astonishment scarcely concealed. The group of black-clad assailants pressed closer, their weapons glinting ominously like emotionless puppets. Li Chu cast a glance towards the nearby chamber, resolute in her decision. Retreat was no longer an option, for several maidens remained within. Qing Yu, take these poisons and use them. Everyone you can incapacitate counts. Qing Yu, momentarily stunned, accepted over a dozen porcelain vials. These toxins could likely slay an entire city. Truly, her lady was generous. Thus, the duo ingested detoxification pills and soared once more towards the black-clad figures, this time cloaked in a cloud of poison powder. However, the necessity of administering the poison left them vulnerable, and they soon sustained injuries. As 2 of the black-clad men fell, the remaining foes began to guard against them. How infuriating! Their vigilance is extraordinary. How could they detect us so swiftly? Soon after, 3 or 4 black-clad men surrounded Qing Yu, while the most skilled among them lunged directly at Li Chu. The assailant swung his blade, his only visible eyes radiating a deadly glint as the sword, imbued with lethal energy, surged towards Li Chu's chest. Li Chu was already injured, her movements naturally slowed, and she could only watch helplessly as the sword tip approached her, unable to evade. She had believed that her martial training had endowed her with the ability to defend herself, but today she realized that in the presence of these deliberately cultivated masters, she was as powerless as a fragile egg striking against stone. Her pale face was etched with unwillingness. With vengeance yet to be fulfilled, would she truly perish like this? No, she would not resign herself to such a fate. Summoning the last vestiges of her strength, she managed to evade a fatal strike, allowing the blade to pierce her shoulder. However, The sword only sank a fraction into her flesh before it halted, two slender fingers pressing firmly against the blade, immobilizing it. Rongxian, gathering his strength, withdrew the sword, channeling his internal energy as he delivered a powerful kick that sent the cloaked assailant flying over 10 meters, crashing against the surrounding wall, which subsequently crumbled and buried him beneath the debris. Feng Ying joined Qin Yu in encircling the remaining foes, and with their years of tacit understanding, they swiftly eliminated the rest, leaving only one survivor. Feng Ying, do not allow him to take his own life. Qin Yu, having narrowly escaped death, leaned against a tree trunk, feeling utterly drained. Chu, hold on. I will take you to the doctor immediately. Rongxian, in a flustered state, gazed at the blood-soaked Li Chu, his heart tightening with pain. Through her tattered, blood-stained garments, he could scarcely discern the extent of her injuries, making it impossible for him to lift her. Rongxian, do not panic, I am fine. Have you forgotten that I am a doctor? Li Chu weakly reassured him. Having endured 2 assassination attempts in a single day, she felt as though she were bleeding dry. Was this her fate, cursed by the heavens? Yet but Chu. Rongxian felt a profound anguish, his heart torn by endless sorrow and bitterness. He had arrived too late. Had he come sooner, she would not have been so grievously wounded. It was all his fault. Li Chu reached out, gently wrapping her arms around Rongxian's neck, then raised her hand to caress his eyes, which were filled with pain and guilt. When Li Yunfan and his wife, along with Li Mo, arrived at the scene, they were met with a shocking sight. The strikingly handsome man, exuding an aura of lethal grace, was none other than the current third prince, the war god Xianwang. The blood-soaked, feeble beauty in his arms was their beloved daughter. But why were they embracing? And what had happened to the lifeless bodies scattered about the courtyard? Wait, blood-soaked? Beloved daughter? Why was Chu injured again, and this time more severely than before? The three rushed to Li Chu's side, their concern for her injuries momentarily overshadowing their customary respect for Rongxian. Please help me inside to tend to my wounds, Li Chu implored, utterly exhausted. I will do it. Do not touch her injuries, Rongxian insisted, pushing aside Li Mo's hands, his demeanor frantic, fearing he might inadvertently cause her pain. He gently lifted Li Chu, carefully laying her on the bed, then retrieved her medicine box, as per her instructions. Li Chu glanced at her wounds, all located in concealed areas beyond her reach. Thus, she could only say, Rongxian, please call for mother to come in, and also ask Qin Yu to assist in treating my injuries. Upon turning back to the entrance, Rongxian beheld the three individuals still in a state of stunned bewilderment, exchanging glances of disbelief. Madam Li, could you kindly attend to her wounds? Certainly, I shall do so at once, replied Shin Chuyun, stepping into the room, only to realize with a jolt that the individual in question was her own daughter, prompting her to ponder why she had chosen such a polite expression. Outside, confronted by the chilling presence of His Highness, the Xianwang, Li Yunfan found himself at a loss for words. In a moment of desperation, he inadvertently nudged Li Mo, signaling him to initiate conversation with Rongxian. Your Highness, it is a privilege to finally meet you, Li Mo exclaimed, nearly causing Li Yunfan to lose his balance. Once the treatment is complete, you should return home. Tonight promises to be anything but peaceful. I shall remain here to ensure her protection. He had already instructed Feng Ying to secure the remaining survivor in the royal dungeon under stringent watch, aware that the absence of their return would likely prompt further inquiries from their adversaries. As Shun Chuyun finished administering the medicine and stepped out, she was rather bewilderingly whisked away by Li Yunfan, and Li Mo. Rongxian stood silently at the doorway, his expression inscrutable, gazing into the distance with eyes that betrayed an unmistakable glint of lethal intent. Before long, he sensed several presences rapidly approaching, and a faint, sinister smile crept across his lips as he murmured, just in time. Chapter 79. Rongxian's Fury, an eye for an eye. Chong Feng, under the orders of his master, set out to assassinate the third young lady of the Xiang family. However, before he even reached the residence, a sense of unease began to gnaw at him. With a heart filled with trepidation, he turned to his companion, Chong Yun, and said, I have a foreboding that this mission may end in disaster. Logically, Eliminating a mere young lady from a noble household should be a straightforward task, yet he could not quell his anxiety. Brother Feng, do not frighten me. Your instincts have always proven accurate. Could it be that we shall truly encounter some formidable challenge today? Chang Yun's grip on his sword tightened, for based on past experiences, he had come to trust Brother Feng implicitly. Under Feng's guidance, he had escaped death countless times, and though he sensed the peril of this mission, the orders of their master were not to be defied. Weighing the risks, Chang Feng resolved to take the chance. Chang Yun, do not draw too close. If anything seems amiss, flee at once. Do you understand? Chang Feng's caution only heightened Chang Yun's anxiety. It felt as though Brother Feng was preparing for the worst. No, if it were truly so perilous, he would never abandon Feng to escape alone. In the blink of an eye, the Xiang residence loomed before them, and Chang Feng sensed a profound and sinister aura emanating from within. It appeared his intuition was indeed correct. Today might be their last. Chang Yun, perhaps you should return. I can manage the remaining tasks alone. No way, Brother Feng. You cannot send me away. Regardless of the outcome, I shall remain by your side, Chang Yun declared resolutely. Meanwhile, Rongxian could no longer contain his fury. He seethed with rage, eagerly awaiting an opportunity to unleash it. As he observed the hesitation of the intruders outside, he decided it was time to take matters into his own hands. With a movement as swift as lightning, he vanished from sight, reappearing a mere 3 steps away from them. His voice was as cold as ice, dripping with murderous intent. Who sent you? He demanded. Speak, or your lives shall be forfeited here. Chang Feng and Chang Yun exchanged fearful glances, instinctively retreating. With his strikingly handsome visage and inscrutable prowess, it was none other than the war god, Rongxian. Your Highness, today we come under the orders of our master to procure the life of Miss Li San. We were unaware of your presence and beg your forgiveness for any offense caused. They recognized that their chances of escaping the war god were infinitesimal. Thus, it was wiser to be prudent and prioritize their own lives. Oh, an attempt on Miss Li San's life? In an instant, a fierce wind swept through, and a heavy punch landed squarely on Chang Feng. Unable to withstand the force, he staggered backward until he collided forcefully with the surrounding wall, coming to a halt. Clutching his chest, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, several ribs shattered. Was this the true strength of the war god? Return and relay to your leader that I shall remember this incident for now. Should another occurrence arise, do not blame me for disregarding past ties. Furthermore, return each of her directives, but spare her life, otherwise. Rongxian raised the sharp sword of Chang Feng, his gaze fearsome, and with a crack, the blade shattered into 2 pieces. Indeed, we are grateful to His Highness for sparing our lives. Upon returning, Chang Feng will certainly convey the truth to the leader. Having received Rongxian's consent, the group assisted the severely injured Chang Feng back to the base of Yuletang. The leader of Yulo reclined in his seat, a trace of perplexity flickering in his peach blossom eyes that held a semblance of a smile. The group stood in perfect order, unscathed, save for Chang Feng alone, who lay gravely wounded. Chang Feng had always been favored by fortune, often foreseeing perilous situations. During missions, others would sustain injuries while he remained unscathed. How is it that the roles had now reversed? Chang Feng, has your fortune abandoned you? The leader inquired, seemingly still half asleep, stifling a yawn. There was a hint of malice in his words. After all, every time they embarked on a mission together, the leader, despite holding the position, often sustained more severe injuries than Chang Feng, leaving him feeling quite disgruntled. It is the leader who has forsaken me, Chang Feng retorted from his position on the ground, not bothering to turn his head, his tone tinged with grievance. They were all assassins trained by the former leader, who had abdicated years ago in favor of the highly skilled Chang Yu. Yet, Chang Yu proved to be utterly unreliable, often relying on his marginally superior martial prowess to act arrogantly and dismissively. Without verifying information, he hastily issued commands. And due to the previous incident where Ji Wuhin was mistakenly killed, they were still being hunted by him. Today, they had also offended the god of war, Rongxian. Heaven forbid, Yuletang might very well meet its demise at the hands of Chang Yu one day. On what grounds do you say that? Does your injury have anything to do with me? The fact that you can see us alive is already a great mercy from His Highness Rongxian. Next time, could you perhaps ascertain the details before assigning tasks? The two engaged in a conversation, one seated and the other lying down. However, upon hearing the name Rongxian, the leader trembled, nearly toppling from his chair. You mentioned Rongxian. This cannot be right. He has some connections with me. How could he harm you without reason? He instructed me to convey to you that he has taken note of this matter, and additionally, Changfeng recounted Rongxian's demands verbatim, inwardly feeling anxious for the person who sought to take Miss Li San's life. This would tarnish the reputation of Yuletang, yet failing to comply could lead to the entire organization's obliteration. Who would they send to handle this? Changfeng sensed a gaze upon him and hastily feigned unconsciousness. Changyun quickly waved his hands, saying, "Leader, do not look at me. This is the command from His Highness Rongxian. If I were to mismanage it, wouldn't it implicate us all? What are the demands?" The leader asked, supporting his forehead, struggling to inquire, hoping they would not be too excessive, for he found it difficult to act against a woman. In the realm of frustration, the protagonist stands alone, burdened by the weight of responsibility. The late-night ambience of the Ming residence is illuminated by flickering lamps, casting the silhouettes of sycamore trees into the interior. Everyone else is in slumber, oblivious to the gentle patter of rain beginning to fall outside. Only Wanhua leans against the windowsill, listening intently to the rhythmic dripping in the courtyard, her eyes brimming with an indescribable delight. It is raining. At this very moment, Li Chu must be enduring torment, tossed out into the night without a shred of clothing. The mere thought of Li Chu facing the scorn of the masses fills her with an exhilarating thrill, rendering her unable to sleep. Brother Rongxuan, just wait and see. Regardless of whether you truly harbor feelings for her, once this day passes, your sentiments will surely turn to disdain. She muses fervently, Brother Rongxuan. There is but one woman in the entire Shengjing worthy of you, and that is I. You have no other choice. Should you favor another, I shall ensure her ruin. Lost in her obsessive monologue, she remains oblivious to the shadow slowly encroaching upon her from behind. Are all the women in Shengjing as malevolent as you? The owner of the Jade Tower cannot help but feel a surge of fear for Rongxuan, realizing he has caught the attention of such a woman, uncertain whether this is a blessing or a curse. A sudden voice jolts Wanhua from a reverie. When did someone enter her chamber without her knowledge? Who are you, daring to trespass into the Ming residence, intruding upon my private quarters? Wanhua suppresses her growing trepidation, feigning calmness as she inquires. I have come to present you with a grand gift, the intruder replies, prompting Wanhua to recall the darker aspects of her own demands, including the destruction of innocence. Is this not a cruel imposition? Must I sacrifice my purity as well? Chapter 80. The disfigurement of Wanhua was unceremoniously discarded at the entrance of the royal residence, scrutinized with disdain by the master of Yulo, who found her looks to be merely mediocre, her frame lacking substance, and her countenance rife with hostility. You scoundrel, Rongxian, if you cannot act upon your desires, how dare you compel me to do so? I shall not tarnish my innocence, even if it costs me my life. What is it that you wish from me? Someone, help! Wanhua cried out, clutching her flat chest. From the moment the lecherous intruder had entered, she had contemplated calling for aid, but hesitated, fearing for her life. To her dismay, he had quickly developed an unsavory interest in her. If she did not summon help soon, her purity would be irrevocably lost. A pristine grape struck Wanhua, abruptly silencing her cries. I say, we have yet to engage in any wrongdoing, and you already wail in despair. Do you exhibit such fear when confronting others? The master of Yulo plucked a crystal-like grape and savored it, his enchanting gaze sweeping over her. Until this encounter, he had been oblivious to the depths of malice that could emanate from one so young. Indeed, the cruelty of women knows no age, thus. He felt no obligation to show restraint. I am the esteemed princess of the Ming royal household, the emperor's own niece. I can grant you anything you desire. I beseech you, spare me. Wanhua's composure shattered as she was rendered immobile, her anguish erupting into desperate sobs and pleas. No, she was the most noble of princesses. She could not afford to lose her virtue, for she was destined to wed Rongxian. Why had the fate that befell Li Chu now descended upon her? What treachery had that wretched woman concocted in the shadows? The master of Yulo regarded her pitiful entreaties with indifference, her tears eliciting no sympathy in his heart to him. They were akin to the tears of a weasel, unworthy of compassion. Thus, he silenced her further, savoring the fruits of his machinations. After a span of half an hour, he gazed down upon his handiwork with satisfaction, pondering whether he had managed to preserve her innocence while simultaneously redeeming his own transgressions, a truly astute and handsome man. As dawn broke, the world lay in serene silence, dewdrops glistening as they fell to the earth, the first light of day lifting the veil of night. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the tranquil morning, as a woman clutching a vegetable basket collapsed in terror. "Oh no, there's a corpse! A corpse!" Curious onlookers rushed to the scene, discovering a ragged young girl sprawled motionless at the gates of the Ming royal residence. The pale visage bore the words self-inflicted misery etched upon it, rendering her original features nearly unrecognizable. What could have happened to this girl? How could she meet such a tragic end here? One passerby wondered. I do not know, though her tattered garments suggest a once considerable worth. Perhaps she was a lady of some nobility? Another speculated. Look at the words inscribed on her face. She must have been no good to suffer such a fate and be cast aside here. Amidst the cacophony of voices, Ruanhua felt her mind swirl as sharp pangs coursed through her face. Enduring the pain, she struggled to open her eyes, only to be greeted by a pale blue sky and an array of unfamiliar faces. Ah, has she risen from the dead? The few individuals closest to her noticed her eyelashes fluttering and leaned closer to examine her. To their astonishment, the lifeless body suddenly opened its eyes, causing them to leap back in fright several meters away. Who are you? How'd I end up here? With great effort, she propped herself up, memories of the previous night slowly replaying in her mind. It was that flower thief. He had brought her to the gates of the royal mansion. What could his intentions be? Fortunately, although her clothing was tattered, it remained relatively intact, and she sensed no other discomfort in her body. What a pity. Which family does this young lady belong to? Let me take you home. A woman in her 60s stepped forward, removing her outer robe and draping it over her shoulders to conceal the exposed pink bodice. Having a granddaughter of similar age, she felt heartbroken for the girl's plight. Such a fine maiden had been so cruelly ruined. How dare you drape such filth upon this princess? The woman's kindness was met with disdain. Noticing her rejection, the elderly woman chose to mind her own business, retrieving her garment and turning to leave. Creaking open, the gates of the Ming Wang mansion revealed the prince, who had just stepped out to attend court, only to find a crowd of commoners gathered at the entrance. Assuming a brawl had broken out, he rushed forward, demanding, "What is the meaning of this commotion?" "Father, I'm here." Hearing the prince's voice, she hurriedly turned and ran toward the gates. This sight sent a shiver down the prince's spine. Who was this disfigured woman that called him father? Who are you? What are you doing here? The unfamiliar tone and retreating steps of her father caused her to freeze in shock. Did he no longer recognize her? Hesitantly, her hands brushed against her cheeks, the uneven texture and searing pain overwhelming her senses. Ah, my face! What has happened to my face? Losing control, she dashed past the gates and found a water vat nearby, yet she lacked the courage to lean in. No, she must look. She needed to find the culprit and exact her vengeance, tearing them asunder and feeding the pieces to the dogs. Suddenly, tilting forward, her reflection appeared in the water, marred by bloodstains, with the words self-inflicted suffering etched upon it. "I will kill you. I will kill you," she screamed, her small face contorted with hatred and despair. Is this Wath? It took the prince a moment to recognize that the terrifying figure before him was indeed his daughter. What has caused you to become like this? Tell your father. With reddened eyes, he embraced the nearly broken girl. In her madness, she clawed and struck at him, spewing forth venomous words. In desperation, the prince had no choice but to render her unconscious and carry her back to her chamber, instructing the officials of the Li Si to investigate the matter. After a night of restful slumber, Li Chu felt significantly rejuvenated, while Rongxian vigilantly remained by her side throughout the night, never straying even a step away. It was only upon her awakening that he approached the door. Bringing with him a bowl of chicken soup he had painstakingly prepared. He cooled a small portion of the soup before gently feeding her, one spoonful at a time. During this time, I shall remain here to keep you company. The previous night's harrowing events had nearly shattered his heart. Thus, he had instructed Feng Ying to return and gather his belongings, as all future matters would be conducted from the study in the Lioli Pavilion. Are you implying that you intend to stay here with me? Li Chu grasped his hand, her voice tinged with astonishment. Rongxian calmly nodded, releasing her hand to continue feeding her the nourishing broth. This may not be appropriate. My parents would never consent to this, she pondered, attempting to persuade him otherwise. Fear not. Your elder brother has already gone to advocate on my behalf. What could he possibly say that would not lead to dire consequences? The mere thought of her father and mother filled her with trepidation. She had never anticipated that the matter between her and Rongxian would surface so swiftly. Let's not dwell on that for now. Have we extracted any useful information from the survivor? Li Chu was far more eager to uncover the identity behind the formidable assassins, whose power was undoubtedly backed by an even more formidable force. Chapter 81. Li Chu confesses her sister's background. Rongxian's hand paused slightly. She had indeed brought it up. His heart grappled with inner turmoil, hesitating indecisively, uncertain of how to disclose the truth to her. I'll tell you once you have fully recovered. Let's finish the soup first. After a moment's contemplation, he chose to conceal the truth from her for the time being, given her severe injuries. How could she withstand a revelation that it was her own kin who had caused her suffering? Even without his words, Li Chu discerned from his expression that Rongxian was unaware of the grievances between her and her sister, which was why he sought to keep it hidden. It must be Li Ruotang, right? Among those she had offended, she realized that the only person who would render Rongxian speechless was indeed her sister. Is there such discord between you sisters? Rongxian was taken aback that she already knew. He harbored no fondness for Li Ruotang, even though she was Li Chu's sister. His feelings were no different. She regarded him with a gaze that always seemed tinged with something unsettling, inspiring a desire to cast her aside. Rongxian, in truth, she is not my sister. Having chosen to share her innermost thoughts with him, it was only right that she reveal the truth regarding her sister's substitution. Half an hour later, Rongxian learned from Li Chu the general circumstances surrounding the matter and grasped its gravity. So, the old lady was impersonated? They had plotted this deception 20 years ago, intending to replace her, with Li Ruotang being their most vital pawn. Rongxian maintained an outward calm, yet his brows revealed a sharpness and astuteness, his restrained aura akin to a leopard lurking in the shadows. I suspect there is more to it. She deliberately ensured that my father was well-versed in both literature and martial arts. It seems she anticipated that he would rise to the position of prime minister. His father held deep gratitude towards the old lady, having mentioned that without her diligent guidance, he would not have achieved his current stature. Then why would someone as cunning as the old lady forsake her own son, instead elevating my father to a high position? This led to the matter of your sister's substitution, using the status of the prime minister's legitimate daughter to secure Li Ruotang's ascension. Even if the truth were to come to light in the future, Li Xiang could serve as a scapegoat. Indeed, and it is also the old lady's doing that Li Ruotang conceived so easily. How unfortunate. A hint of derision graced Li Chu's lips. Thus, the child of Li Ruotang must never be allowed to remain. Their conspiracy was far too evident. When the time came, they would inevitably seek to pass down power through the offspring, seizing the throne in the name of the legitimate grandson. Rest assured, Li Ruotang's child is already gone. Otherwise, how could they have attempted to assassinate me? Li Chu's gaze remained fixed on Rongxian, wondering if he might consider her excessively cruel for taking action against an unborn child. You should not place yourself in peril. Promise me that you will inform me of any matters in the future, all right? Rongxian gently tucked the strands of hair that fell across her cheek behind her ear, speaking softly. In his lifetime, he had encountered only one person capable of stirring his heartstrings, and he was determined to protect her, ensuring she suffered not a single iota of harm. Previously, he had been excessively careless, believing that Xiao Yanhang was her greatest threat, unaware that numerous dangers lurked around her. Rongxian, heed my words. I do not desire your excessive protection, nor do I wish to become a burden to you. Li Chu articulated her thoughts clearly, feeling the necessity to enhance her self-defense measures, even if it meant enduring hardship. She could not rely on others during times of peril. She remained too feeble in the presence of those formidable opponents. Very well, once you have recovered, I shall continue to teach you, Rong Xian said, suppressing a smile, his tone laced with affection. In the Qingyin pavilion, Li Ruotang sat with her head bowed, consuming a bland breakfast, her gloomy gaze occasionally darting towards the windowsill. A night had already passed. Had that wretched woman truly met her end? Why had no news reached her yet? Grandmother had mentioned that those elite assassins were the best of the best, and Li Chu could never escape their grasp. Ruotang, are you feeling any better? Rong Mingyu's concerned voice brought Li Ruotang back to her senses. He still harbored some affection for her, and witnessing her in such torment the previous day had caused his heart to ache. Even during the morning court session, he had been listless and troubled. Fortunately, his father had shown understanding and granted him 3 days of leave. Subsequently, he was summoned to the Empress's palace. Having lost this child, she too was deeply pained. She urged him to ensure that Li Ruotang took good care of herself, so she could conceive again soon. Thus, he hurried back, carrying the supplements provided by the Empress. Brother Yu, why have you returned? At that moment, Li Ruotang's tear-streaked face appeared particularly fragile, evoking a desire to embrace and comfort her. Indeed, Rong Mingyu did just that, seemingly oblivious to the red-clad figure nearby, holding Li Ruotang tightly in his arms. Father has excused me from the morning court for 3 days, and Mother has sent some supplements to help you regain your strength. Thank you, Father and Mother, and thank you, Brother Yu, for your concern, Li Ruotang replied, momentarily dispelling the darkness in her eyes as she lifted her head to gaze at him. With the child lost, she needed to recover swiftly to conceive the royal heir once more. Dear, between us, there is no need for such formalities. Observing the affectionate embrace of the couple, the red-clad woman's eyes burned with envy, as if poisoned by her resentment, wishing to separate them. The prince had previously lavished her with attention, but now, with the disappearance of the princess's pregnancy, all his focus had returned to her. How could she accept such a fate? She could not bear to lose favor before even conceiving. If the princess discovered her past service to the prince, she feared that even 9 lives would not suffice to escape her doom. Thus, she must become pregnant before the truth was revealed, even if it meant resorting to unscrupulous methods. In the Ming Wangfu, the prince summoned all the physicians from the Tai hospital, including the head physician. Yet none could restore the beauty of Hua. Hua lay in bed, consumed by despair, devoid of any will to live, endlessly murmuring to herself, Brother Rongshuan, what should I do? My face is ruined. What am I to do? At that moment, when the Ming Wang couple crossed the threshold, they happened to overhear her murmured words. Ahua, suppress those inappropriate thoughts. Xian is your cousin. The Ming Wang had never anticipated that his daughter would harbor feelings for his nephew. Father, there are precedents for cousins marrying. If others can do so, why can't I? You truly have lofty aspirations. What kind of person is the Prince Xian? Is he someone you can manipulate? Even the Ming Wangfei looked at her daughter, who had become a source of exasperation, with disapproval, unable to restrain a rebuke. Father, Mother, let us set this matter aside for now, but I must first heal my face. Otherwise, how could I dare to face my brother Rongshuan again? The imperial physicians have been unable to cure you. Your father is powerless and can only seek out those reclusive divine healers. Divine healer? That's right. Li Ruotang once mentioned that a southern divine healer is currently residing at the Xiang residence. He might be able to restore my face. Is it the southern and divine healer? If it is him, then you may have hope. I shall write an invitation to request his visit. However, Ahua wished to personally visit the Xiang residence. She wanted to ascertain whether Li Chu had encountered any misfortune. If she hadn't, then it must be that she had sent someone to disfigure her, indicating that she was already aware of her intent to kill her. Father, I have heard that the divine healer has a peculiar temperament. It would be more sincere for us to seek his treatment in person. Chapter 82. The prince's visit to apologize and seek an audience with the divine physician. The prince dispatched someone to the prefect's residence to deliver a formal invitation. While the princess busied herself in the storeroom, selecting suitable gifts. Hua Er, adorned in a resplendent pink gown, donned a delicate veil and a headscarf for added modesty. Despite the public's knowledge of her facial markings, she remained reluctant to reveal her disfigurement, particularly to Li Chu. Hua Er, are you ready? The princess ordered the servants to load the gifts onto the carriage and proceeded to fetch Hua Er. The sight of her in the flowing pink attire radiated youthfulness, yet her face remained shrouded. A wave of guilt washed over the princess. It was her incessant engagements with the prince that had left her little time to properly nurture her children. She pondered whom they might have offended. Given her propensity for drawing attention and the numerous enemies it had undoubtedly incited. Mother, I am ready. What about father? Hua spirits have notably lifted. Contrasting her earlier despondency. Your father is already in the carriage. We mustn't linger, the princess replied, taking her daughter's hand, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. She fervently hoped that the divine physician could indeed remedy her daughter's visage. Otherwise, with her pride, how would she navigate her future? Within the carriage, the royal couple reiterated their instructions to Hua Er, emphasizing the importance of maintaining decorum. I understand. You've reminded me countless times along the way, she replied. Though beneath her veil, her expression betrayed a hint of cunning. Before long, the carriage came to a gentle halt at the prefect's doorstep, where Li Yunfan and his wife awaited. As the carriage curtains were drawn back, the trio of royals alighted and approached Li Yunfan. Greetings, Your Highness and Your Highness. The princess. The prince hastily assisted Li Yunfan, while the princess gently supported Shun Qiuyun's arm. Yunfan, we have come to express our apologies and, additionally, to request a favor. The prince admitted, his pride momentarily set aside. His daughter had harmed Li Yunfan's child, and now he sought a concession from him. Had he not known Li Yunfan's character, he would have feared being unceremoniously turned away. Having led a leisurely life, indulging in nature and aiding the needy, he had no significant accomplishments to boast of, merely the title of prince to lean upon, which left him feeling rather insecure. Your Highness is too kind. My daughter is gravely injured and unable to accept apologies at this time. I implore you to return another day. Li Yunfan, usually polite and gracious, now spoke with a tone that conveyed reluctance. Yunfan, it is my fault. I failed to educate my daughter properly, resulting in great harm to your esteemed daughter. Please, I am willing to do whatever it takes to compensate. The prince's face flushed with embarrassment, wishing he could kneel in atonement for his daughter's misdeeds. Tears welled in the princess's eyes as she witnessed her husband's humility. A man of his stature, renowned for his integrity, now humbled himself for the sake of their daughter. She hoped that his earnestness would inspire Hua Er to embody more kindness and compassion in her future dealings. At this moment, Hua clenched her fists, her eyes increasingly filled with resentment, and suddenly took 3 steps toward Li Yunfan and the Ming Wang. She could no longer bear to witness such a scene. A dignified prince was so submissively yielding to a subject, it was truly pathetic. Sir, we have come to seek the South Divine Doctor's assistance. Shouldn't you hurry and welcome us inside? Hua stood before Li Yunfan, her expression rife with disdain. While being the head of the officials, the sovereign stands before. The subject behind, he too, must obey the royal commands. Hua, step back. The Ming Wang bellowed, his anger surging. How could she be so unruly? She was becoming increasingly insolent, and it seemed she must be sent to her mother to be tempered. Sir, if the emperor were to know that the divine doctor in your residence could heal my face, he would certainly issue a decree, and you cannot obstruct that. Hua's tone grew sharper, showing no regard for the Ming Wang's increasingly unpleasant expression. If that is the case, then please do come in. But whether the South Divine Doctor can effect a cure is of no concern to the Xiangfu. Li Yunfan, understanding the emperor's disposition, thought it better to allow her entry rather than await a decree. The South Divine Doctor was not someone she could bully, and even if she entered the Xiangfu, it would be a futile endeavor. Seeing Li Yunfan step aside, Hua triumphantly strode past him, swaggering into the residence. Your Highness consort, please. With a stoic expression, Li Yunfan invited the pair into the Xiangfu, the latter feeling extremely awkward yet compelled to follow. Meanwhile, the Ming Wang secretly resolved that once Hua's face healed, he would promptly take her to the palace for her mother to instruct. She could no longer remain so uncontrollable. Otherwise, who would dare to marry her in the future? The Ming-Wang couple, guided by Li Yunfan, arrived at the reception hall, yet found no sign of Ahua. Sir, Ahua is unfamiliar with the Xiangfu. She may have gotten lost. It would be prudent for you to send someone to find her, the Ming-Wang said, a flicker of concern in his eyes, fearing this troublemaker might cause further chaos. At that moment, Ahua had reached a pavilion and noticed a girl of similar age resting within. How strange. Aren't there only 2 young ladies in the Xiangfu? Who is this girl before me? Curiously lifting her skirt, Ahua approached the pavilion. Hey, who are you? Li Shangyun stared blankly at the indistinctly featured girl, but still explained her identity. I am from the second household, the niece of the Xiangya. Who might you be? I am a friend of Li Chu. I heard she was seriously injured, so I came to see her. Li Shangyun's gaze shifted, realizing that to extract accurate information, she must not disclose her own identity. I see. I have visited her, and her injury is not severe. There is no need for you to worry so much. Li Shangyun approached, eager to reassure the girl before her. You mean her injury is light? Is her face all right? Quite well indeed. This morning, I happened to overhear her say her face is fine, but some people may not be so fortunate. I wonder what she meant by that. Li Shangyun spoke nonchalantly while secretly observing her expression. Noticing her face growing increasingly sullen, she continued, if you don't believe me, I can take you to her courtyard to have a look. No need, I have other matters to attend to. Zhao Hua's countenance suddenly changed dramatically, as if doused with fuel, her anger igniting in an instant. Indeed, it was she. She had discovered Zhao Hua's scheme and had thus incited those assassins to retaliate against her in kind. Suppressing her fury, Zhao Hua left without looking back, her hatred for Li Chua reaching a zenith. Once Zhao Hua's silhouette had completely vanished, a shadow of a cold, sinister smile appeared on Li Shangyun's gentle face. Sister, I truly apologize. It seems I have inadvertently brought you trouble again. I hope you will not hold it against me. Chapter 83. The Divine Healer's Refusal and the Request for the Sacred Edict You Honor. Have there been any peculiarities at the Liuli Pavilion lately? Li Xiangyun inquired, delicately toying with her vermilion-painted nails as she addressed the inconspicuous maid beside her. Miss, since yesterday, the Liuli Pavilion has been heavily guarded, and several formidable auras have emerged. I feared alarming the snakes in the grass, so I did not dare to draw too near. The maid, you honor, replied, though her appearance was exceedingly ordinary. Blending into a crowd with ease, her voice was remarkably melodious. Well done. It is paramount to act cautiously and conceal your identity unless you possess absolute certainty. Li Xiangyun instructa. By the way, I recalled another suspicious detail. The third Miss's appetite has suddenly increased, more than double its usual size. Despite the stringent defenses that seemed impenetrable, she had nevertheless uncovered some anomalies. Li Shangyun rose and gazed in the direction of the Liuli Pavilion, a sudden thought striking her. Could it be that Li Chu was harboring someone in her courtyard, someone whose existence must remain undisclosed? If that were the case, who could it possibly be? Li Chu, still naive to the ways of the world, had little to concern herself with aside from those in the residence and the general. There was no need for such secrecy. Wait, you honor. Swiftly make your way to the Li residence in Xiangyang and ascertain whether Lian is still there. Yes. You honor recognized the urgency in Li Shangyun's demeanor and hurriedly departed the estate, racing toward Xiangyang. Li Shangyun's heart churned with conflicting hopes, wishing that her suspicions were unfounded. How could Li Chu have any knowledge of the truth from over a decade ago? Yet, she felt compelled to remain vigilant. Even a futile trip could not be overlooked. In the flower hall, Duo Hua sat quietly in a corner, her earlier assertiveness dissipating. She had finally learned the identity of the true culprit, and, in this moment, came to realize that without unequivocal evidence, she could do nothing to Li Chu. In fact, it was due to Li Chu that her noble title had been stripped away, while Li Chu herself had suffered no tangible harm. The injuries mentioned by Li Xiang were merely a ruse to deceive her royal parents. Yinfan, could you possibly introduce us to the Southern Divine Healer? I genuinely have urgent matters to discuss. The tone of the Ming Wang was profoundly sincere, He would kneel if it meant restoring his daughter's visage. Despite her willful nature, she was his and the Wangfei's flesh and blood, their sole daughter. Li Yunfan's previously somber expression gradually softened. He and the Ming Wang shared a long-standing camaraderie, having only witnessed the latter's spirited demeanor. To see him in such a despondent state was a rarity, and it was deeply moving to witness his willingness to go to such lengths for his daughter. Should he find himself in a similar predicament, he believed he would act likewise. "My lord, please follow me. As for the outcome, that rests in your hands." Li Yunfan sighed and rose to lead the Ming Wang and his entourage toward the Musong Pavilion. Meanwhile, the Southern Divine Healer remained oblivious to the matters outside, compounded by Li Chu's deliberate concealment of her injuries, leaving him entirely unaware of her plight. In the Southern Pavilion, the esteemed physician remained restless, venturing daily into remote and impoverished areas to provide free consultations for the destitute. At this moment, he was absent. Li Yunfan accompanied a group to the courtyard, only to find the revered healer lounging on a soft couch, basking in the sunlight. Upon noticing Li Yunfan leading a cluster of individuals, he was taken aback. After all, he had resided in this estate for quite some time without anyone disturbing his peace. He hastily lowered his legs and sat up, inquiring with curiosity, "My lord, what brings you here?" "Apologies for the intrusion, esteemed physician. These two are the Prince and Princess Ming. They seek an audience with you. I merely serve as their introduction. You need not concern yourself with my standing," Li Yunfan explained, gracefully yielding his position to the royal couple. The southern physician scratched his head, slightly warmed by the sun, momentarily perplexed by Li Yunfan's words. If he was urged not to consider Li Yunfan's face, it implied a plea for him not to heal. Yet, the very individuals he introduced were requesting his expertise. Was it a plea for healing or a request to refrain? Why must matters be expressed in such convoluted terms? After a brief pause, the prince spoke. "We have come with a pressing matter concerning our daughter, Tu Hua. Please come forth." The prince presented Tu Hua before the southern physician, removing the veil from her face, revealing a countenance marred by 4 ominous words etched upon her skin. Both the physician and Li Yunfan gasped in unison, clearly taken aback by the shocking sight. "My heavens, who possesses such malice, inscribing words that condemn oneself? How can a young lady endure such shame?" exclaimed Li Yunfan. "Indeed, my lord, who has wronged her so cruelly? This is inhumane." It then dawned upon Li Yunfan why the prince was in such a state of urgency. "Esteemed physician, this injury is beyond the capabilities of even the palace doctors. You are the illustrious healer renowned across the land. Surely, you possess a remedy?" The prince gazed earnestly at the southern physician, fervently hoping for a nod of affirmation. However, the physician's response brought both hope and despair. "I can indeed treat this affliction, but alas, I ceased my practice of acupuncture many years ago. Minor injuries may be mended, yet grave wounds are difficult to heal." The southern physician, well aware of the benevolent nature of the prince, held him in high regard. Although he could heal, he did not wish to impose his will upon his apprentice, for she was her own person, not merely an extension of his desires. "What shall we do? Is there truly no one in this world capable of restoring my daughter's face?" The prince's heart shattered at the thought, drowning in anguish, unable to regain his composure. The princess, too, felt her legs weaken, nearly unable to stand. In contrast, Tu Hua remained unerringly composed. If she could not wed her beloved Rong Xian, she would prefer to remain unmarried for life. Her appearance would then hold little significance. Now, her sole conviction was to eliminate Li Chu, even if she could not succeed. She desired to ensure that her rival lived in torment. "I do have another apprentice. She, too, can restore your daughter's visage. However, her whereabouts are unpredictable. Perhaps you could issue a notice. If she is willing to assist, she will surely come forth to meet you." The southern divine physician, unable to bear witness to the torment of the Ming king, kindly offered a final piece of advice. Reluctantly, the Ming king bid farewell to the physician and Li Yunfan, embarking on a carriage ride back to the royal palace with the Ming queen and Dahua. Throughout the journey, Dahua exhibited an unusual silence, her demeanor starkly contrasting with her usual vivacity. Fearing that she might act irrationally out of excessive sorrow. The Ming king hastily reassured her, Dahua, rest assured that your father will certainly find that southern divine physician's apprentice to restore your visage. As Dahua gazed at her father, who had doted on her and nurtured her since childhood, she suddenly felt a sense of estrangement. A promise? What could it possibly be based upon? Mere words. Lost in her thoughts, she unexpectedly burst into laughter, her tone laced with a hint of scorn. If my father truly wishes to restore my face, then he should seek a decree from the emperor. Surely, no matter how skilled the physician may be, he would not dare to defy a royal command. Chapter 84. The matriarch discovers Li An's disappearance and stealthily investigates the Lioli Pavilion War. You must have heard of the esteemed southern divine physician. Are you aware of the dire consequences that could befall Shi Yuan and your father, should one provoke him? Throughout his life, the southern divine physician has saved countless lives, many of whom are prominent figures, not only in Shi Yuan, but also in Beihua and Nanqi. Such a person commands respect. Even a sovereign must weigh the repercussions of crossing him. Dahua's cold laughter echoed, devoid of warmth, revealing the duplicity of those who profess to love and cherish her. In times of adversity, their foremost concern remains their own self-interest. Does she still need to care for this farcical notion of familial affection? Choosing silence, she closed her eyes and feigned sleep, silently plotting how to ensure Li Chu's utter ruin. Lioli Pavilion. In the study, Rong Xian listened intently to Feng Ting's report, his expression grave. Indeed, Xiao Yinxing was poised to make a significant move. Maintain vigilance. Not a single detail must escape our notice. As Li Chu entered the study, Feng Ting had just departed, leaving Rong Xian deep in thought, his hand pressed against his forehead. Rong Xian, has something happened? She inquired, noting the special healing balm on her wounds. The situation was grave, yet a brief walk posed no danger. After a day of restless confinement, she sought solace in observing Rong Xian's activities, only to find him lost in contemplation. How can you be up when your injuries are still fresh? Rong Xian crossed the table, his concern evident as he guided her to sit on the soft couch. It's merely superficial wounds. They do not threaten my very essence. You needn't fret so. She reassured him. You are simply restless. Is there something you wish to discuss? Rong Xian gently brushed her nose, exhaling in resignation. I overheard Feng Ting mention Xiao Yinxing. Has he made any moves? Indeed, Xiao Yinxing has activated the first division of the Falcon Hunt, and Shi Yuan is on the brink of internal chaos. Rong Xian's dark eyes swirled with intensity, his visage cloaked in an icy demeanor that sent chills through the air. What does the Falcon Hunt entail? Is there a second division? Li Chu quickly grasped the significance. The emblem in the matriarch's letter featured an eagle, indicating that the Falcon Hunt was indeed their organization. Yes, the first division consists of those who infiltrated Shi Yuan over 30 years ago, while the second division comprises their progeny. Li Chu's gaze turned frigid, akin to a sculpted ice figure. What manner of individuals could inspire such loyalty for over 3 decades? Even at the cost of their own children? Were these individuals bound by weakness, or was their conviction simply formidable? Such individuals disregard life and death. How can one confront those concealed within Shi Yuan? Li Chu inquired with growing concern. If I am not mistaken, Xiao Yinxing must possess a list of names. Otherwise, how could he locate these operatives who have been hidden for over 30 years? Thus, if we can acquire this list, the resolution will be straightforward. Indeed, the challenge lies in the fact that such an essential list will be hidden deeply by Xiao Yinxing. It will not be easily obtained. This is also the most perplexing aspect for him. He has been in a fierce rivalry with Xiao Yinxing for many years and is acutely aware of his insidious cunning. Rong Xian, since our attempts with Xiao Yinxing have proven futile, why not explore an alternative avenue? Besides the list linked to Xiao Yinxing, the involved parties must also possess some knowledge. Even if it is scant, 3 or 5 names should certainly be attainable. Eventually, as we weave the threads together, we will inevitably unearth all the traitors, restoring tranquility to Shi Yuan. Initially, does this imply we should commence our inquiries with the old matriarch? Indeed, is she not the most suitable candidate? Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Shangyun, upon perusing the note brought back by the Black Eagle, felt a surge of alarm, a flicker of malevolence flashing in her eyes. This will not do. I must consult my grandmother for strategy. Upon arriving at Lewin Hall, she found the old matriarch preparing to loosen her garments and rest. Noticing the grave expression on Li Shangyun's face, she sensed that something significant had transpired. Yin'er, what has happened? Why does your countenance appear so troubled? Grandmother, Li En has vanished, and all the members of the Li family are also missing. It is said they have been gone for some time. She is now increasingly convinced that the individuals in Li Chu's courtyard must be Li En. What could her intentions be in taking all the Li family members away? Does she even realize Li An's true identity? How had she previously overlooked Li Chu's profound scheming? All have disappeared. Who could have taken them? A hint of panic crept onto the old matriarch's face. Should Li An's identity be unveiled, it is highly probable that hers would also be exposed. Grandmother, I suspect it is Li Chu. Li Shangyun divulged all the peculiarities surrounding Liuli Pavilion. At this revelation, even the old matriarch harbored deep suspicions that Lian was currently within Liuli Pavilion. Given the secrecy of this matter, how could such a young girl possess this knowledge? She must have ulterior motives. The old matriarch pondered, considering that the likelihood of Li Chu being aware of the truth was rather slim, rendering her true intentions difficult to decipher. Grandmother, do not forget Li An's appearance. We must retrieve her before Li Chu reveals the truth. Otherwise, should Li Yunfan and Shun Qiuyun discover Li An's existence, all our efforts could be in vain, and there could even be threats to our lives. I shall dispatch a few loyal assassins to bring Lian back, declared the old matriarch as she approached the Black Eagle, prepared to issue commands. Grandmother, that is unwise. Yuan has reported that there are many skilled defenders at Liuli Pavilion today, and the guards are exceedingly vigilant. This strategy will not suffice. It is all due to that incompetent Li Ruotang. Had she not sent someone to carry out an assassination, would Li Chu's defenses have been heightened so unnecessarily? Then, what do you propose we do, Yin? The old matriarch gazed at her with hopeful anticipation. This is the sharp blade she has painstakingly nurtured for 16 years, nearly exhausting all her efforts. Now that Li Chu is injured, it will be prudent for both you and me to visit her, with filial piety at the forefront. She will surely not dare to obstruct us. Li Shangyun narrowed her eyes, revealing cunning and schemes that were beyond her years. Very well. Let us accompany grandmother on this visit. The old matriarch nodded in appreciation. Indeed, she did not disappoint her expectations. Indeed, Spring Mama, should the situation become irreparably dire, you must immediately take the life of Lian, but do so discreetly. Before departing, Li Shangyun turned back to Spring Mama and urged her once more. Spring Mama possessed martial prowess, though she concealed it exceptionally well. Within this household, apart from her and the matriarch, no one else was privy to this knowledge. Yes, miss, Spring Mama replied, already harboring the same respect for Li Shangyun as she did for the elderly lady. In her eyes, the current Li Shangyun was almost indistinguishable from the matriarch in her youth. Third miss, the matriarch has come to see you. Please open the door. Within the study, Li Chu and Rong Xian simultaneously lifted their heads, exchanging a glance. It seemed that diligence had borne fruit, and the matriarch had come to them unbidden. Stay here and do not emerge. I will go meet her, Li Chu reassured Rong Xian before turning to the door. Chapter 85. Qingwa tests Li Shangyun miss. It is the old matriarch and the fourth young lady. Upon seeing Li Chu, Qingyu and the others quickly stepped forward to speak. The old matriarch and her entourage appeared quite formidable, neither willing to leave nor to enter, leaving everyone in a difficult predicament. The maidservants were acutely aware that His Highness the Xian Wang resided in the Liuli Pavilion, a fact that must remain concealed from outsiders, especially from the ill-intentioned old matriarch and those of the second house. Should they discover any compromising information about the young lady, the consequences would be dire. Miss, fret not. As long as I am here, they shall not breach our sanctuary, Qingwa declared, her hands firmly grasping her sword, exuding unwavering confidence. Third young lady, the old matriarch has come personally to inquire about your injuries. To turn her away would be an act of filial piety. The voice of Granny Chun rose in volume. Laced with an undercurrent of threat, aiming to compel Li Chu to open the door and welcome the old matriarch inside. Li Chu, however, was indifferent to being labeled disobedient. She could not stoop to ingratiate herself with her enemies merely for the sake of reputation. Nonetheless, her father's position as the head of the officials required careful consideration. Every action of his was scrutinized by those with ulterior motives. It was likely that any disturbance on her part would incite those individuals to impeach her father, accusing him of poor parenting. "Qingyu, go ahead and open the door," Li Chu said with a cold smile. "You wish to enter, do so at your own risk." Yes. Although Qingyu was reluctant, she would comply with her young lady's command without hesitation. Creaking open the door, Li Chu was greeted by the sight of the old matriarch accompanied by Li Shangyun and Granny Chun, their faces tinged with barely concealed anger. "Chuer, you have certainly kept your grandmother waiting," the old matriarch remarked, her gaze piercing into Li Chu. Li Chu inclined her body slightly, feigning a bow. "I apologize for the delay. My injuries have been troublesome," causing the old matriarch to wait. "Third sister, if you truly wish to welcome grandmother, you could have sent a maid. Why should grandmother wait so long?" Li Shangyun interjected, her tone haughty as she cast a sidelong glance at Li Chu. "You are mistaken." "Fourth sister," Li Chu replied, leaning weakly against Qingyu, her voice laden with feigned weakness. "Is it not more a demonstration of my filial piety to personally greet her?" A fleeting glimmer of scrutiny passed through Li Shangyun's eyes, which Li Chu caught with keen awareness. Indeed, her late-night visit to the Liuli Pavilion was not without ulterior motives. But what were they truly seeking? What could possibly warrant such anxiety? "Third sister, will you not assist grandmother to sit down?" Li Shangyun redirected the conversation toward the inner chambers. "Could there be someone inside? I am rather unwell. I must trouble you." "Dear sister," Li Chu conceded, stepping aside. As she observed the retreating figures of the old matriarch and Li Shangyun, Li Chu fell into a momentary reverie. She had previously overlooked a critical point. How could such a shrewd old matriarch have raised Li Shangyun to be so brash and ignorant? Perhaps Li Shangyun's arrogance was merely a fade to mislead. There was a considerable chance she was indeed the elusive figure known as the Falcon Hunter, as mentioned by Rong Xian. If this is indeed the case, then the cunning of Li Shangyun is surely on par with that of the matriarch. Her superb acting skills have ensnared even me. "Qingyu, please discreetly ascertain whether Li Shangyun possesses martial prowess." "Miss, I have not sensed any aura of a martial artist about her." Qingwei, as a covert guard, has always